All right. Good morning, everyone. Now, before we go ahead and start with the revision, first thing first, sir, what is the material you will be going ahead and using? I'll be using the chart book version 11. I hope everyone has the chart book version 11. Please use the chart book because we'll be going ahead and revising with the chart book. Okay? The chart book version 11 will be used. Along with that, I'll also be using the chart book version 11 ka amendment booklet which I provided. Sir, Sir, I want this chart book version 11 amendment booklet which is there. Sir, the amendment booklet which is there, I want this amendment booklet also. Better do one thing, go to rameshsoni.com, free resources. In free resources, CA final May 25 folder may you have to go. In that, all this amendment booklet, chart book amendment booklet, question answer book ka amendment booklet also has been provided. Or you can go to Telegram, CA Ramesh Soni, the group which is there. In that, you will find this. Okay, everyone? Chalo. ठीक है सर, डन. Go quickly. Amendment booklet also, download it, everyone. Thank you, Avinash. Chalo. Sir, till which chapter we will do the marathon today? Today, the plan is to complete at least till the chapter of registration. Registration is the target. So I want everyone to quickly start. Yes, sir. Settle down, everyone. Settle down. We'll start in a minute. Today's target is to finish till registration. Today's target is till registration. We are going to run till registration today. Today's target is till registration. Danya, good morning, everyone. Chalo, I hope everyone's questions are done. Sir, will customs also be done? Yes, the last day we'll go ahead and do customs. Done? Yes, we will do customs. I hope everyone's questions are done. Chart book version 11 will be using the amendment booklet. And yes, we are all very excited. The amendment booklet and the chart book amendment booklet is there in CA Ramesh Soni Telegram group. Go quickly and get it. We will get to our target today. Yes. Smart book, you can use chart book version 11 and smart book also, or you can use chart book version 11 and amendment booklet also. Both are fine, Aditya. Both are fine. Let's rock it, everyone. Is everyone ready? Can we go ahead and start, everyone? Let's do it. Chalo. So the first chapter which is there. The first chapter which is there is the supply wala chapter. Everyone, please come to your supply ka chapter. Now, the first definition which is given is of goods and services. Everyone, now let's go ahead and start, everyone. The first definition is given of goods and services. ठीक है? Goods and service का definition, although not very important from exam point of view, let's quickly cover. Goods means what, everyone? Goods means every kind of movable property. Sir, this is movable, this is goods. Yes, whatever is movable is goods. Goods means every kind of movable property, and hence immovable properties are not goods. Immovable properties means what? Land. Baba, remember one thing, land can be any land. Land can be agricultural land, rural land, urban land, whatever land it is. Okay? Land. Any benefit if you have out of your land, that is also immovable property. Things attached to the earth is also anything which is attached to the earth. I hope everyone is able to remember. Yes, anything attached to the earth or anything permanently fixed to what is attached to the earth. If anything is permanently fixed, that is also immovable, and immovable is never goods. Okay? Every kind of movable property is goods. Other than means they have gone ahead and specifically excluded. They have told what is excluded from goods. Money. Money has been excluded. Money means what, everyone? Indian legal tender. It can be Indian rupees, foreign currency, check, promissory note, bill of exchange, letter of credit, demand draft, pay order, traveler check, money order. All these have been excluded. Postal order, electronic remittance, NEFTs, RTGS, all these are money, and money has been excluded. Or any instrument which is recognized by RBI also has been excluded from the definition of goods. Basically, it is there in the definition of money, and money has been excluded, so it is not goods. But remember one thing, it shall not include, money will not include currency held for numismatic value. That means old coins, etc., which are there, old coins, old notes which are there, which are no more in circulation, are not money. Not money means they are goods. Okay? And also I have written one small point over here. Commercial papers and certificate of deposits which are issued by banks, etc., are certificate of deposit, and commercial papers which are issued by banks and highly rated firms are money, and money means it is not goods. Okay, sir. Then So they are telling goods means every kind of movable property other than money and securities. Other than money and securities. Sir, what do you mean by securities? Securities means shares, stock, bond, debentures, mutual fund, government securities, right in securities, interest in securities. All these shares, stock, bond, etc. are also excluded from goods ka definition. But goods always includes actionable claim. Sir, what do you mean by actionable claim? A claim for which you have to go ahead and take some action. Means it's a right to receive any unsecured debt. It's your right to receive, basically. It's your right to receive. And sir, that right to receive can be contingent also. It can be accruing also. So for an example, betting, gambling, lottery, right to recover arrears of rent, all these are what? Actionable claim. And remember one thing, actionable claims are goods. Actionable claims are goods. But when we go to the supply ka definition, in supply ka definition, actionable claim, some actionable claim have been kept in GST, but most of the actionable claim are out of GST. I hope you guys remember this. Yes, sir. So people with me, goods means every kind of movable property other than money and securities. Means money and securities are out, but includes what? Actionable claim. Remember one thing, actionable claims are goods. And then it says any growing crops which are there, grass which is there, things which are attached to the earth, if you go ahead and cut them, then they will become what, everyone? Movable, and hence they will become goods. So it says growing crops, grass, things attached to or forming part of the land which are agreed to be severed. Severed means cut before supplying or under a contract of supply. So if you go ahead and cut them, they will become movable, and if they become movable, they will become goods. Done, sir. Now over here, one small circular is there. Priority sector lending certificate. Priority sector lending certificates are basically issued by one bank to another bank. Now, priority sector lending certificates, what used to happen? They used to be dealt on the online website, e-Kuber website, which was RBI ka website. Now, what happens? Whenever one bank wanted one priority sector lending certificate, it used to buy priority sector lending certificate from another bank. So, one bank used to sell another bank the priority sector lending certificate, and this whole transaction used to happen on e-Kuber ka website. Now, here the question which came was, sir, because it is dealt on, like shares only on the e-Kuber website, is priority sector lending certificate like securities and no GST? Baba, government went ahead and clarified, priority sector lending certificates are goods and it is taxable. Remember one thing, priority sector lending certificates are not securities and hence they are goods. Whenever any bank will sell to another bank, always in the circular they went and clarified, it will be interstate, IGST shall be payable. And one more point, if you guys can remember over here, remember, sir, PSLCs के लिए RCM is applicable. Yes, everyone. I hope everyone is clear. Quickly give me a heads up. Are we all clear with the goods ka definition? Goods means, everyone with me, goods means every kind of movable property other than money and securities, but includes what, everyone? Actionable claim, growing crops, grass, and things attached to the earth which are agreed to be severed before supply or under a contract of supply. Here, priority sector lending certificate. Priority sector lending certificates are goods and taxable under RCM. The recipient bank, so if I have sold to another bank, the bank which is there receiving the priority sector lending certificate has to pay the GST under RCM. Is everyone clear? Quickly give me a heads up. Chalo. Now we move to the definition of services. Everyone, let's go to the definition of services. Services definition says services means anything other than goods. What is not goods is services. It means, sir, immovable properties were not goods, so immovable property is a service. So anything other than goods, immovable property which is not goods is service. Money and securities, it says anything other than, means money and securities are also not service. So money and securities are something which is not goods also, not service also. Then it says, but includes. What are the things which are included in service? Activities relating to the use of money. Activities relating to the use of money. Okay? If you give someone money to use, money is neither goods nor service. But if I am giving you money to use and charging you interest, for an example, I gave you 1 lakh rupees and for that I am going ahead and charging you interest. 1 lakh rupees is neither goods nor service. But the interest, why am I charging? Because I am giving you money to use. Activities relating to giving someone money to use is a service. Its conversion by cash or by any other mode from one currency, from one form to another form. Sir, what do you mean by one form to another form? I gave you check, you gave me DD. I gave you cash, you gave me DD. So for an example, I gave the bank cash and bank gave me DD. So bank has gone ahead and given me DD. Bank will charge some DD making charges and bank has given me a service. Sir, one currency to another currency, I gave the bank dollars. Bank gave me INR. The bank has converted dollars into INR. Bank will charge some conversion charges because bank has given me a service. One denomination to another denomination, I gave bank 500 rupees ka note and bank went ahead and gave me 100 rupees ka 5 note. Bank charged me 10 rupees over here. Then bank has gone ahead and given me a conversion service, which is one denomination to another denomination, for which separate consideration is charged. Okay. Now one explanation is there that sir, securities are neither goods nor service, but securities are neither goods nor service, but whoever arranges, facilitates or arranges transaction in securities is going ahead and giving a service. For example, Zerodha is going ahead and arranging shares ka transaction for me. They are managing my portfolio, etc. So they are going ahead and giving me a service. Securities are neither goods nor service, but related, the behind wall activity is a service. Now here one small point was there, derivatives related point. Remember one thing, generally derivatives are always securities and securities, hence neither goods nor service, no GST. But sir, if derivatives means what everyone? Derivatives means something which derives its value from the underlying asset. Now, if on the settlement date, actual asset being transferred to another person. See, generally what happens in case of derivatives, I hope you guys already know. Yes, sir, we have already gone ahead and learned already about this derivatives. Now, in derivatives, what happened? Actual settlement never happens. It is net settlement which happens on the settlement date. Now, if net settlement happens, it is securities and no GST. But if actual goods are transferred to another person, then remember one thing, when goods are being transferred, that time GST will come. Okay, sir, this point is clear. Now, here small points are there, sir. Debentures are neither goods nor services, no GST. So land is a service, but when we go to the supply chapter, we learn over there that sir, sale of land is neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Yes, sir. Cash deposited in bank, cash is goods or service? Nothing, sir. Cash means money. Money is neither goods nor service and hence no GST. Sir, loan. I took a 10 lakh rupees ka loan. Loan, that is transaction in money, no GST. But sir, interest. Bank has given me a service. Bank has given me a service for which the bank is charging interest and that is a service. But remember one thing over here. I hope you guys remember in the exemption chapter we have gone ahead and learned. In the exemption chapter, we have gone ahead and learned giving someone money to use and receiving interest, giving someone money to use and receiving interest, although a service, but that interest is exempted. Yes, sir, this point is clear. That's all is the point over here. Sir, do you think anything can be asked from goods and service? Baba, by chance, if they go ahead and ask you, they can ask you about this small point which is there. Priority sector lending certificates. Be very careful about it. Please give me a quick heads up, everyone. Are we all 100% clear with this point? Are we done, everyone? Quickly give me a heads up. I want everyone to tell me, are we all 100% clear? Quick, everyone. Chalo. Now. Yes, sir. Clear. Chalo, okay. Now we'll go ahead and move to the supply ka definition. See, sir. Whenever we are going ahead and doing any chart on a chapter, first we'll go ahead and revise the chapter. Once we are done revising the chapter, I'll go ahead and tell you what are the amendments from that chapter. We'll go ahead and cover the amendments and then we'll go ahead and any ABC point which is there, important point which is there, I'll go ahead and tell you from that chart. Okay, everyone? Yes, sir. Done. Okay. Now, we'll go ahead and now move to the supply. Okay, everyone? Sir, first of all, for GST to be charged, something has to be goods or service. We went ahead and learned about goods or service. If something is goods or service, we have to go ahead and see whether it is falling in the definition of supply. Only if something is falling in the definition of supply, what happens, sir? GST gets levied. GST gets imposed. So here comes the important point that something has to fall in the definition of supply. Supply is section number 7. We'll go ahead and learn over here, and composite and mixed supply we'll learn section number 8. Plus there are some circulars. We'll go ahead and talk about the circulars. Very important chapter. A plus graded. You will see in the exam this time. One question definitely will come. Chalo, let's go ahead and discuss supply now. Sir, sorry to disturb the flow, but how long do you think session will last? Okay. session will last beta. Once we finish one chapter, we'll go ahead and take a 5 minutes break, okay, and then we'll continue. Now 9:30 we'll take the breakfast break. Done. Chalo, we'll go ahead and start with the definite wins section number 7. Everyone, let's do it. Let's do it. Section number 7, scope of supply. Supply has section number 7 1. Section number, sir, 1 minute, small point, always remember, supply is the taxable event. In GST, what is supply? Supply is the taxable event. If you do supply, GST will come. If no supply, then no GST. ठीक है sir, done. Now, supply section number 7. Section number 7 has section number 7 1. So, section number 7 1 has 7 1A, AA, B, then section number 7 1C, then that's all. So, if something is falling in section number 7 1A, AA, B, and section number 71C over here, then it will become a supply. Now, if something becomes a supply, then you have to go ahead and see whether it is supply of goods or it is supply of service. So, supply of goods or supply of service, for that you have to go refer schedule 2 which is there. Okay, sir. Now, schedule 2, we'll go ahead and talk about it. Then we have section number 7.2 which goes ahead and excludes that, sir, if something is falling in section number 7.2, it is neither supply of goods nor supply of service, means there will be no GST. Done, sir. So, sir, section number 7.1 has 7.1A. Section number 7.1A says all forms of supply of goods, services or both, such as sale, transfer, barter, exchange, lease, rental, license, disposal, which you go ahead and do, made or agreed to be made. If you go ahead and do it, or you agree that I will do it for a consideration in the course or furtherance of your business, then that will become a supply. So, for an example, I'm an electronic dealer. Now, it goes ahead and says all forms of supply such as sale. So, if I go ahead and sell this, okay, for a consideration. If I'm an electronic dealer, this is a mouse, I went ahead and sold this for a consideration for 100 rupees, and it is my business. It's in the course of my business, then what I'm going ahead and doing is a supply. I hope this point is clear to all. Yes, sir, this point is clear. So, you always have to remember section number 7.1A covers 3 things has to be there, only then that activity will become a supply. Number 1, it has to be an activity. That activity you can call it to be sale. I went ahead and sold something, or if I went ahead and transferred something, or I did barter, or I went ahead and did some exchange with someone, or I went ahead and leased out something, or I rented out something. Sir, what's the difference between lease and rental? But rental is generally for a period up to 12 months. Lease is generally for longer period, more than a year, like 2 years, 3 years, then we go ahead and call it lease. Then we have license or disposal. So, any of this activity, these are just example. Any activity, you name that activity and that is included in supply. It should be done for a consideration and it should be in the course or furtherance of your business. My question to all of you. So, for an example, there is a dosa seller who is there. One shopkeeper sells masala dosa. Okay? He went ahead and sold a masala dosa for 100 rupees and he sold the masala dosa. My question over here, has he done supply? Quickly tell me yes or no, everyone. Yes, everyone. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. So, always remember one thing. First of all, there has to be an activity. Activity should be for a consideration and it has to be in the course or furtherance of business. Only then it will become a supply. So, these 3 things are very crucial for something to fall in section number 7.1A. It should be a form. It should be an activity for a consideration in the course of furtherance of business. Here, I have gone ahead and given one small circular on artwork sent to art galleries. So, whenever you are sending artwork to art galleries, Baba, next page has the circulars. Artwork sent to art galleries. Remember one thing. So, for an example, I am a painter. I did one painting. Now, painting, I went ahead and sent it to an exhibition center just for exhibiting. I did not go ahead and sell it yet. I've just sent it to the exhibition center for going ahead and exhibiting it. So, whenever I send it to the exhibition center, yes, sir, it's an activity. You have transferred your painting over there. But, okay, it's in the course of my business that I have sent the painting for selling. But as of now, no one has agreed to pay me a consideration. When consideration is not there, sir, out of these 3 things, 1 point is missing. Consideration is not there and hence that does not become a supply. When you send the painting for exhibition, it is not a supply. But supposingly, one person came and he saw the painting and he says, when I sent the painting to the exhibition center, he saw the painting and says, I like it. I am ready to pay 1 lakh rupees. When he's ready to pay that money, that time his consideration comes and it becomes a supply. So always remember one thing, at the time of sending, there is no consideration and hence not supply. When the buyer selects, it's a sale for a consideration and hence it will become a supply. Yes, sir. Point is clear. Chalo. We'll go ahead and move to the next one. So section number 7.1a, we went ahead and learned. First of all, it has to be an activity for a consideration in the course of furtherance of business. Course means it is during the course of your business, or it can be for the furtherance, for the promotion, for the advancement of your business. Done, sir. Then we come to section number 7.1AA. Section number 7.1AA goes ahead and talks about a person other than individual, not. So basically it talks about clubs, association of person, company, or might be a partnership firm or an LLP, any person other than an individual. Basically, this entry was inserted to cover clubs, associations, all those things. Okay? Now, a person other than individual, if they are going ahead and doing an activity with their members. So I hope you guys remember in the class we had gone ahead and spoken about it. So there is a club and club has members. So for example, this is the Bangalore Club. Bangalore Club has a lot of members who are there. Bangalore Club, what it does, it goes ahead and collects subscription fees from the member, and in turn it is giving goods and services to the member. Remember one thing, any activity between the club and the members, club is separate person, members are separate person, any activity for a consideration will always be considered a supply. Remember this point, everyone. So I'm Bangalore Club, these are members give subscriptions, annual payment, whatever they pay, cash, deferred payment means installment, basically might be they are paying the subscription 3 month may once or annually once, and I go ahead and give them goods or service, that will always be considered as supply. Done, sir. Any activity or transaction with the members or members doing any activity with them, always remember person and the member will always be considered a separate person, and it will always be considered a supply. If for a consideration, it can be for cash. Deferred payment means whenever the members pay in installment, like subscription fees is paid monthly or annually, or it can be any other valuable consideration being paid by the members. Okay, sir. This point is clear. Next. Section number 7.1b now goes ahead and talks about importation of service. Before I move to importation of service, I would like everyone to quickly give me a heads up. Are we all 100% clear till here? Quickly give me a heads up. Are we all clear, everyone? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Chalo, let's go ahead. Everyone over here now. The next one is importation of service. Importation of service for a consideration. Importation of service for a consideration. So what do you mean by importation of service? Remember one thing. Importation of service means 3 things. Supplies outside India. With me, everyone, importation of service means what? Supply is outside India, recipient is in India, and the place of supply is also in India. That's called importation of service. Okay, sir. Number 1, it should be importation of service. Number 2, it should be for a consideration. Number 3, it can be for business or non-business purpose. Both the case may it will be considered as supply. Supply ka chapter only says this much. Supply ka chapter says what? Supplier is outside India, recipient is in India, place of supply is in India. It is importation of service. Importation of service for a consideration, whether you import it for business purpose or non-business purpose, both are considered as supply. Okay, I took some interior designing services for my business, that is also supply. Business has to pay GST under RCM, but so here business ka case mein business has to pay GST under RCM, but if the importation of service is for non-business purpose, although it's a supply, but you tell me one thing. For an example, you went ahead and took some interior designing services from outside India for your home. Are you going to take GST registration and pay GST under RCM? Sir, supply, so what? I am never going to pay GST under RCM, and hence government went ahead and told non-business entities will not pay GST under RCM, and hence government told, although it was taxable under RCM, but government went ahead and exempted it. Okay, sir? But this exemption is not applicable in case of OIDR service. Sir, what is OIDR service? Baba, OIDR means Netflix, Amazon Prime, etc. services which are there, which are coming from outside India. Government went ahead and so see OIDR services which are there, Netflix, Amazon Prime, all these services. A lot of people are taking it. All of you are taking it. You are not registered only, but you are going ahead and taking OIDR services from outside India. Government told if I go ahead and exempt, then that OIDR will OIDR services पे government of India will lose out huge revenue, and hence government told OIDR services if they are given to an NTOR. Sir, what do you mean by NTOR? Baba, NTOR will talk more, but as of now you think it's an unregistered person. Unregistered person, the definition says NTOR. Baba, NTOR का definition government has made it very simple now. NTOR means a unregistered person. ठीक है sir? And also a TDS deductor. A TDS deductor who is registered as a TDS deductor is still considered as an NTOR, unregistered person. And in that scenario, OIDR will collect GST under forward charge mechanism, and OIDR will pay the GST to the government. I hope this point is clear. Yes, sir. We are done with section number 7 till now. Section number 7 may one we did. Section number 7(1)(a) told, sir, it has to be a form for a consideration in the course of business. Then it will be considered a supply. Then we learned A over here. Sir, it should be an any person other than individual. It should not be an individual other than individual doing an activity for a consideration with the members. Always remember, it will be considered as supply. Or members doing an activity with them, it will always be considered as supply. Section number 7(1)(b) told importation of service. Is everyone 100% clear till here? Quickly give me a heads up. Baba, quickly give me a heads up. Are we all 100% clear till here? The video has only 55 likes, wherein we have so many students watching. Quickly give me a like, everyone, in the video. Okay. Importation of service for a consideration, business purpose, non-business purpose, both are considered as supply. Now, business purpose mein to business entity can pay GST under RCM. Non-business purpose, because you are not going to pay, then it has been exempted. Okay? But remember one thing, this exemption is not applicable if it is OIDAR services given to an NTOR. NTOR means what, everyone? Unregistered person. Then in that scenario, OIDR has to take registration in India, collect GST and pay the GST to the government. I hope everyone is clear. Yes, sir, we are all clear. Chalo, let's go ahead. Arey Baba Nilesh, revision hai. Sir, Hindi. Baba, Hindi or English? Nilesh, you will be able to understand everything, and trust me, sit for the revision. In English, you will really enjoy it. It's okay. Doubt जो भी होगा in the break or after the class तो पूछ लेना, मैं तेरे को बता दूंगा. Revision is in English. Revision English में हो रहा है, ठीक है? But टेंशन मत ले. इंग्लिश में सुन ले, हिंदी में सुन ले, समझ में आएगा आराम से, ठीक है? बैठ जा, आराम से सुन ले. Everyone over here now. Section number 7(1)(c). Section number 7(1)(c), which is there, is talking about those activities. See, Baba, in section number 7(1)(a), A, and B, what was common over here? For something to become supply, what was common was it should be for a consideration. Consideration was very important. But here, now comes section number 7(1)(c). Section number 7(1)(c) goes ahead and talks about, sir, activities specified in Schedule 1. Activities which are specified in Schedule 1. So, there's Schedule 1 which is there in the law, and Schedule 1 activities, even if done without consideration, will be considered as supply. Without consideration. Sir, activities specified in Schedule 1 made or agreed to be made without a consideration also will be considered as supply. Okay, sir? Done. Now here, the first point which is there is, sir, permanent transfer or disposal of a business asset where ITC was availed on such asset. This point is very, very important. Such asset. Okay? So, sir, if I have gone ahead and supposingly purchased something in my business on which I have gone ahead and taken the ITC. Sir, this point I go ahead and explain the student like this, that, sir, supposingly, I'll quickly go ahead and remind you. Everyone remember this point. Sir, I went ahead and bought thermometers for my business. Thermometer, I went ahead and gave it. I sold it. Sold it then, sir, section number 7(1)(a). Sir, it is for a consideration. Sold. Okay? But supposingly, I went ahead and bought some thermometers for my business. In this thermometer, I went ahead and took the input tax credit. And now this thermometers only, the same thermometer, I went ahead and gave it. Thermometer, I gave it free. This is called permanent transfer of a business asset on which you had gone ahead and taken the ITC, and hence it will become a supply. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Yes, sir. Sir, but tell me one thing. Supposingly, I went ahead and bought this thermometer over here. I did not go ahead and take ITC in my business. Thermometer means I am a pharma company, for an example. Sir, I did not take the ITC, and now if I go ahead and give it free for charity, is it supply or not supply? Sir, permanent transfer of business asset, you should have taken the ITC. If you don't take the ITC, it is not a supply. Yes, sir, this point is clear. Now, one more point over here which you have to go ahead and remember. For an example, I went ahead and bought powder. powder. I took the ITC. Out of this powder, I went ahead and made medicine. Remember one thing, now if these medicines I go ahead and give free, my question to all of you, if these medicines I go ahead and give free, is it supply or not supply? Students will have to go ahead and tell me, if I go ahead and give these medicines for free, is it supply or not supply? Quickly tell me everyone. Medicines given free, supply or not supply? Quickly tell me students. Very good. Yes, very good. Sir, not a supply, not a supply, not a supply. Sir, why not a supply? What I took ITC on, if the same item is given free, only then it is supply. Here I took ITC on powder, given free was what everyone? Given free was medicine, and hence it's not a supply. And here you have to remember one thing, ITC will be blocked. Very good, very good, very good. This is told by section number 17.5 in your ITC ka chapter, that sir, remember one thing, if outward is not a supply, ITC will be blocked. Done, sir. There is a circular also on this. Yes, sir. This point is clear. Chalo, we'll go ahead. Now, everyone over here now. There is a notification which goes ahead and says marginal scheme is available. Tell me one thing, everyone. Generally, whenever you go ahead and sell any asset, for an example, I went ahead and bought a television for 50,000 rupees in the course of my business, and that television, after some time, I went ahead and sold it. If I sold it for 10,000, GST has to be paid on 10,000 rupees. But, sir, always remember one thing, GST is always payable on transaction value. GST is always payable on transaction value, but only for motor vehicle. Only for motor vehicle, there is an exception which is there. One notification has been issued by the government that, sir, supposingly I bought a car for 10 lakh rupees and now I am going in and selling that car for 8 lakh rupees. People, remember one thing. Supposingly, I went ahead and bought a car for 10 lakh rupees. Now, if I am going ahead and selling a car for that car I used in my business, as capital asset, or motor vehicle which are held as capital asset. Now I am going ahead and selling. Then remember one thing, you don't have to pay GST on the selling price. Generally, always GST is payable on the selling price. But in this scenario, if you buy a car, used it in your business for some time, and now you are going ahead and selling that car, you don't have to pay GST on the selling price. You have to pay the GST on the selling price minus the WDV. That is only on the margin you have to go ahead and pay the GST. Sir, if depreciation one claim, then GST is payable on selling price minus WDV. If in your business you have gone ahead and used that motor vehicle and you have not claimed depreciation, then GST is always payable on selling price minus the purchase price. People, quickly give me a heads up and tell me, is the first point clear to all of you? Schedule 1 ka first point is permanently transferring or disposing any asset on which you have gone ahead and taken the ITC, it will be considered a supply. Is everyone 100% clear with this point? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Clear, clear, clear. Quickly tell me, everyone. Let's go ahead. Prerna, when you go ahead and sell something for a consideration, it doesn't matter. It's a sale for a consideration in the course of business. It doesn't matter whether you have gone ahead and taken the ITC or not. If it is for a consideration, it is always considered a supply. So for an example, I bought a television for my business. I sold that television for a consideration. Whether I take ITC or don't take ITC, it does not matter. It is for a consideration. It is considered a supply. But only for motor vehicle, they have gone ahead and told selling price minus WDV pay, you pay GST. I hope this point is clear. Prerna, I hope this point is clear to you. In the same case, Prerna, if supposingly I went ahead and bought a motor vehicle, I did not go ahead and take any ITC because ITC was blocked. Now I went ahead and gave it for free. Baba, free mein it will not be a supply because permanent transfer of business asset, no ITC taken, not a supply. Clear? Yes, sir. Got it. Chalo. Next. The next one over here is supply between related person or distinct person. Sir, what do you mean by related person? I've already gone ahead and given the related person ka definition over here. Related person with me, everyone. Related person is scope plus family plus sole agent or distributor. Yes, sir. Related person is scope plus family plus sole agent or distributor which is there. Sir, scope mein S means stock or share greater than 25% in both of them. So if I am going ahead and holding stock or share greater than 25% in both of them to A limited, B limited mein I am holding 25% share, then both will become related person. C for control. So Baba, control is when, generally control is when you are going ahead and holding more than 51% share of a company, you are controlling the another company. When most of the decisions of another company you are going ahead and taking, then you are controlling the other company. Yes sir, that control which you have learned in income tax, the same control over here. Okay. Next, control can be direct control or indirect control which is there. Okay. Sir, can you please explain control? So for an example, A limited is there, A limited, and this B limited over here. A limited is controlling B limited, or B limited is controlling A limited. Then remember, B and A will be related person. Either A is holding 51% share in B or B is holding 51% share in A. So both of them are control. A is controlling B or B is controlling A. They will become related person. Okay, sir. Chalo. A limited is there. A limited holds B limited में 51% share. Then it is controlling. So if you are controlling, you are a related person. ठीक है. A limited also holds 51% share in C limited. So in that scenario, what will happen? Again, it is controlling, so it will become related person. But here, because of a common control, these two also will become related person. Okay, sir. Now, supposingly there is B limited and there is C limited, which is there. B limited controls D limited. Might be by shareholding, and this is controlling by taking majority of the decision. So B limited also controls, C limited also controls D. Because both of them are commonly controlling someone, these two will become related person. So always remember one thing. So if I go ahead and tell you over here, supposingly A limited controls B limited, they both will become related person. D limited controlling A, controlling B, then they both will become related person. Now also, because one person is commonly controlling both of them, these two will become related person. These two are commonly going ahead and controlling E limited, then also these two will become related person. Always remember this point. Yes sir, we are all clear. Now here D limited and E limited also will become related person. I hope this point is clear to all of you. See, it is like this. I've gone ahead and told always, sir, Papa controls Mama or Mama controls Papa. Both are related person. Okay? Papa, Mama are both controlled by Grandpa. Then also Papa, Mama becomes related. Papa and Mama control you. Then also Papa and Mama becomes related. And you are over here and this is Grandpa over here. Grandpa and you are also related because control can be direct or indirect control. Yes, sir. This point is clear. So control is done. Then officer or directors of one another's business. So I am a director in your business, you are a director in my business, we both become related over here. Then partners in business, Baba, in partnership firm, partners are always considered as related person. Employer and employee, employer and employee are always considered a related person. My employees who are there are my related person. Then so scope plus family, family is what everyone, spouse and children, Supreme Court. And PGBS, parents, grandparents, brother and sister. Remember one point, this is very, very important everyone. Family. Family means what everyone? Family means Supreme Court, your spouse and your children. PGBS. What is PGBS everyone? Parents, grandparents, brother and sister. Parents, grandparents, brother and sister who are there. Supreme Court, PGBS. Parents, grandparents, brother and sister who are there. Just give me a second everyone. Okay. Now, what they are telling over here, Supreme Court, your spouse and your children are always your related person. Whether your spouse and your children are dependent, independent, doesn't matter. Or husband, the wife is the spouse. For wife, the husband is the spouse. Remember one thing, they are always your related person. PGBS, parents, grandparents, brother, related. Parents, grandparents, brother and sister are always your related person only if they are dependent. If they are dependent on you, they are your related person. If they are independent, they are never your related person. Remember one thing. My brother is a well-settled lawyer, not my related person. My father is a well-settled doctor, not my related person. My sister is married and well-settled, not my related person. Only if they are dependent on me, they are my related person. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Yes, sir. This point is clear. I've written down over here, PGBS, only if dependent, they are your related person, otherwise not your related person. Okay, sir. So remember one thing, supply with a related person or distinct person. What do you mean by distinct person? Distinct person, always remember this thing. Separate registrations in the same state. Supposingly under my PAN number, I've taken two separate registration. They are always distinct person. In one state I am registered, another state also I am registered under my PAN, then they are distinct person. In one state I am registered, one state I am not registered, still distinct person. I hope this point is clear. Yes, sir, this point is clear. What is distinct person? Distinct person means same state. Baba, this distinct person is defined in section number 25 of your registration chapter. That same state, if I take two separate registration, they are distinct person. One state I am registered, another state I am registered, distinct person. One state I am registered, one state I am not registered, another state may. Then also they are distinct person. So for an example, I have a coaching institute in one state, another state may have a petrol pump which is not registered, then remember still they are considered as distinct person. So supply between related person or distinct person without consideration also in the course or furtherance of business will always be considered as supply. I hope this point is clear. So whenever you are supplying to your related person or your distinct person, even without consideration, it will be considered as supply. So for an example, I go ahead and talk about distinct person. I have one factory in one state and one depot in another state. People with me over here, quickly tell me, I have one factory in one state and one godown in another state, from where I am going in and selling the goods. Might be I am storing in the godown and from there only I am selling the goods. In another state I have one godown which is separately registered. One state I have a factory, another state I have a godown come a showroom which is there. My question to all of you, if I am transferring goods from here to there, is it supply, not supply? Supply or not supply? Yes, sir, it will be a supply because both are considered as distinct person. Done. Now here one exception is there. Remember one thing, if you are going ahead and giving, supposingly I am a sari dealer, I went ahead and gave anything to my related person, it will be considered a supply. Yes, sir. Now here, remember one thing, even though employees are your related person, gift given to employee 50,000 per annum per employee will not be considered as supply. Remember one thing, for employees 50,000 is given. Okay, sir? Then 50,000 per annum per employee will not be considered as supply. 50,000 per annum per employee will not be considered as supply. Okay, sir? Then now here one circular is there on interstate movement of conveyances between distinct person. I hope this point is clear to all of you. First of all, yes, sir. Now we have a circular over here, the second circular, which goes and talks about interstate movement of conveyances. Sir, what is this interstate movement of conveyances which is there? Interstate movement of conveyances, cranes like this between distinct persons. So for an example, I'll quickly go ahead and tell you. I have one bus which is there. This is SRS Travel, which is Karnataka branch. They have a bus and this bus belongs to Karnataka branch which is there. Okay? And there is SRS Travel, which is Tamil Nadu branch which is there. Now what happens? This bus goes from here to here carrying passengers. Okay? Now whenever this bus is going from here to here, leave passengers. Whenever this bus is going from here to here, one officer went ahead and told, see, bus is movable property. Okay? So it is goods transferred from one distinct person to another. Is the bus going from one distinct person to another? Yes. Without consideration also? Yes, without consideration it is going. It will be considered as supply. That was what was told by one GST officer over here. That, sir, you tell me one thing. This law is applicable over here which says what? Supply between distinct person. Yes. When bus is going from one distinct person to another, it is going in the course of furtherance of business. When it is going, taking passengers and going, it will be, bus will be supplied. We will consider bus as supplied and will charge GST on bus also. And here the GST council came up and told, wait, Baba officer. And GST council went ahead and told over here that, see, officer, it will not be considered as supply and hence on bus GST will not come. Neither supply of goods nor supply of service. So on conveyance, rigs, cranes. Conveyance means which is carrying passengers or goods and going from one distinct person to another. On the conveyance, there will be no GST. But my question to all of you, these passengers were also taken in the conveyance. Okay. These passengers were also taken. On passengers will GST come? Yes, Baba, passenger transportation or goods transportation pay, GST will come. On passenger and goods transportation, GST will be levied. Now, supposingly, any repair and maintenance work is done. Okay, sir, can you please give one example of this? I'll go ahead and tell it like this. So, for an example, we have VRL transport. VRL transport over here in Karnataka, and we have VRL transport which is there in Tamil Nadu. Okay? Now what is happening over here? VRL transport Tamil Nadu ka one bus is there. That bus was carrying passengers and coming. Now suddenly that bus broke down. Okay? Now Karnataka branch has one truck which is there. This truck may all the tools etc. is there. So this truck from Karnataka branch went to the Tamil Nadu branch, repaired the bus and came back. When it repaired the bus and it came back, when the truck was going, on the truck there is no GST, but on the repair and maintenance work which was done, one distinct person has given repair and maintenance work to another distinct person. On repair and maintenance work GST will come. That is the clarification over here, that on repair and maintenance work GST will be levied. And if movement is for further supply, so for an example, Tata's over here, Tata's have their factory. This is their factory of Tata's. Tata's make trucks, buses, etc. And factory is in Karnataka, which is registered separately, and they have a showroom which is there, and showroom is in Tamil Nadu, which is registered separately. Now what happens? There is the showroom over here, and they are sending their buses, trucks, etc. to the showroom so that it can be sold further. Then Baba, in that scenario, it is not a conveyance. It is goods which is going from one distinct person to another, and on goods, it's a supply between distinct person and GST will come. I hope this point is clear to all of you, because it is going, not going as conveyance, it is going for further selling. That time it is goods, and on goods transfer GST will come. My question to all of you, so sir, movement for further supply GST will be levied. Done, sir? Quickly everyone, quickly give me a heads up. Are we clear with the second point which is there? Is everyone 100% clear? Yes sir, yes sir, let's go ahead. Okay, chalo, this point is clear to all. Now we'll move to the next one which is there over here, the third point. Before we move to the third point, everyone tell me one thing. We went ahead and learned section number 7 over here. Section number 7.1a, we learned all forms for a consideration in the course of furtherance of business. Yes sir, all forms for a consideration in the course of furtherance of business will always be considered a supply. A, we learned person other than individual doing an activity with the members for a consideration will be considered a supply. Then we will learn B, importation of service for a consideration, business or non-business, both will be considered as supply. Yes sir, this point is clear to all of you. Then we learned section number 7.1c. Section number 7.1c, schedule 1. Schedule 1 may be learned the first paragraph which was there. The first paragraph told permanently if you transfer any business asset on which you had gone ahead and taken the ITC, then it will be considered as supply. Okay? The second one we went ahead and learned supply between related person or distinct person. Yes sir, related person, scope plus family. Distinct person because of separate registration, one state registered, another state not registered, also distinct person. Okay? And I went ahead and told you one circular over here. And one point, remember always that employees, although you're related person, but 50,000 ka exemption is there for employees. Done sir, this point is clear to all of you. Yes sir, let's go ahead and continue our discussion over here. Sir, the third point over here, supply of goods between principal and agent. Now principal and agent, I hope you guys remember. Sir, principal and agent, what do you mean by an agent? An agent means a person who is going in and supplying goods on behalf of the principal. Sir, remember one thing, who is an agent? An agent is a person who is supplying goods on behalf of the principal. Basically, he is selling all the goods on behalf of a boss or on behalf of a principal who is there. Okay? Now, agents are of two types. One is there. One is a commission agent and one is a consignment agent. Remember this point, everyone? So, agent can be of two types. Agent can be commission agent and agent can be consignment agent. Who is a commission agent? A commission agent is an agent who just works for commission. Basically, principal will directly sell the goods to the customer. Customer will directly make the principal ko payment. Who is this guy? This guy is just earning a commission. He is telling, sir, I referred this customer to you. Please give me commission. Commission agents are not covered under section number 7.1c. Who is covered over here? Section number 7.1c mein basically consignment agents are covered. Sir, who are consignment agents? So for an example, this is a principal, this is an agent over here, this is a principal over here, and this is a customer over here. Principal sends the goods to the agent, and agent sells the goods. Invoice is given to the customer in the name of the agent. Then remember one thing, this agent is an agent as per section number 7.1c. This agent is an agent as per section number 71C. Basically, schedule 1 में this agent will get covered, and hence whenever the principal sends the goods to the agent, this will also be considered as supply as per section number 71C. Remember this point, everyone. Everyone over here now, I'll tell you once again. One is a principal, one is an agent, one is a customer. Principal, agent, customer. Principal sold the goods directly, customer made the payment directly. Am I a consignment agent or commission agent? Commission agent. Commission agents are not covered under 71C. Who is covered under 71C? It's a consignment agent. Principal sends me the goods, I store the goods and then sell the goods to the customer in my name. When I am selling the goods to the customer in my name, principal sending me the goods will also be considered as supply. I hope you guys remember valuation rule number 29 in your valuation chapter tells you how to value this. Yes, sir. We have learned over there. Said, sir, principal sending the goods to the customer, principal sending the goods to the agent will also be considered as supply, and the valuation has to be done as per valuation rule number 29 in your valuation chapter. I hope this point is clear. Yes, sir. This point is clear. This is all over here, and there is a circular on principal agent relationship. Baba, this circular is same thing which I have gone ahead and explained. Scope of principal agent. Remember one thing. If it says agent is further supplying in his name, if I am selling in my name, invoice is in the name of the agent, then that is an agent as per schedule 1 paragraph number 3. Or if agent buys in his name and further sends it to the principal, remember one thing, if I buy in my name and further send it to my principal, then because the invoice for buying in my name, when I am sending it to the principal, this is further sale, and for this will also be considered as supply under section number 71C. Yes, sir. This point is clear. Agent is procuring in his name. Goods are procured, are invoiced in the name of the agent. Then that agent is covered under schedule 1, paragraph number 3. Is the point 100% clear? Quickly give me a heads up, everyone. Are we all 100% clear? Everyone, are we all clear? Can we go ahead? Yes, sir. Chalo. Take it. Next, the next one over here is again importation of service. Remember one thing, importation of service. Sir, what if invoice is raised in the name of the principal? Then you are a commission agent. Then there is no supply. See, then there is no supply between agent and the principal. See, if principal raises the invoice directly to the customer, or suppliers have directly bought the goods in the name of the principal, then I am just a commission agent. There is no sale or purchase between agent and the principal. Done, sir. Clear. Let's go ahead. The next one over here is importation of service. Importation of service talks about importation of service. I hope you guys remember the definition says importation means supply is outside India, recipient is in India, place of supply is in India. Supply with me, everyone, with me. Supply is outside India, recipient is in India, and place of supply is in India. Supply is outside India, recipient is in India, place of supply is in India. That is called importation of service. Importation of service from a related person or any of your establishment which is outside India. If you import in the course of furtherance of your business, it is supply. If it is supply, always remember, in case of importation, you being the business entity, you have to pay GST under RCM. This point also I have mentioned over here. Okay, sir, this point is clear. Remember, importation of service. Chalo, I'll give you one example. Importation of service from related person in the course of your business without consideration also will be considered a supply. Importation of service from related person in the course of furtherance of business. So for an example, I went ahead and told my brother who is staying in London, he is dependent on me. I called my brother, he is an advocate but dependent on me. Okay? I told brother, there is a family dispute which is there. I need, audio is not clear. Array, audio is not clear. People, audio is not clear. Quickly tell me, is the audio not clear? Student says audio is not clear. What is the problem? Okay, 1 minute. Audio is not clear. Audio is not clear. Just give me a second. Everyone over here, listen. Importation of service from related person in the course of business without consideration also will be considered as supply. Okay? Now, for an example, my brother is there in London. He's an advocate dependent on me. I went ahead and told there is a family dispute. I took importation of service from him. My brother who is dependent on me, an advocate, he is my related person, but I took it not for my business. Even though without consideration, but it will not be considered as supply because it was not for business. Done. I told my brother is an advocate in London and he's dependent on me. Importation of service, related person, dependent. Brother, dependent is always a related person. ठीक है? And I took that advice for my business. Even though I don't pay any consideration, still it will be considered as supply. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Yes, sir, this point is clear. The same way, if you import any services from your own establishment means your head office or branch office outside India, even if it is without consideration but for your business, it will be considered as supply. Remember, 4 things are very important here. Importation of service from your related person for business without consideration. ठीक है? Importation of service from own establishment means your head office, branch office outside India without consideration but for business. Because if it is for a consideration, it will come in 71B. If it is without consideration, 71C. Done, sir. This point is clear. So tell me one thing. We are done with section number 7. Section number 7 we learned section number 71A, all forms for a consideration in the course of furtherance of business. Then we learned A over here, person other than individual doing an activity with the members or members doing an activity with them for a consideration will be considered a supply. Then we went ahead and learned section number 71B, importation of service for a consideration, business or non-business, both will be considered as supply. Then we learned section number 71C. These are activities which are deemed as supply even if without consideration, and these are schedule 1 ka activities. Schedule 1 mein 4 activities which are there, everyone. Number 1, permanent transfer. Permanent transfer of business asset where ITC has been availed, supply between related person or distinct person. Please close your eyes and think, Baba. Try to recall. The more you try to recall, the easier it will be in the exam. The next one over here is, sir, third one, principal and agent. Which agent is covered? Who is issuing the invoice for further selling or buying in his name? Remember, further selling in his name or buying the goods in his name. And the last one is importation of service from related person or own establishment outside India without consideration but for business will be considered as supply. Done, sir. This point is clear. Let's move now. Section number 71A, AA, B and C we are done over here. This goes ahead and says what will be considered. Just give me a second, everyone. Hey, the pencil ka battery got over. Okay, we'll talk 1 minute with all of you and then we'll go ahead. Let's continue, everyone. Okay, section number 71A goes ahead and talks about supply of goods versus supply of service. So see, if something is falling over here in section number 71A, AA, B and C over here, then it will become a supply. Section number 71A, AA, B and C, then it will become a supply. Now, whether it is supply of goods or supply of service, that is told in section number 71A. Section number 71A goes ahead and says whether it's supply of goods or supply of service. When I go to section number 71A, section number 71A goes ahead and says go to schedule 2. In schedule 2, we have gone ahead and told whether it is supply of goods or supply of service. The first point over here, transfer of title in goods. If you go ahead and transfer any title in the goods, title means what, everyone? Ownership. I gave you the possession also and ownership also of the goods. That means transfer of title, and transfer of title is always supply of goods. So for example, I went ahead and sold you my Apple pencil over here. Sir, what is it? I gave you the ownership also, I gave you the possession also. That is called transfer of ownership, that is transfer of title, and hence it is always supply of goods. But if I give you right in the goods or any undivided share in the goods, I always give this example in the class also that, sir, right in goods means what, everyone? See, Baba, students go ahead and ask me this one point. Sir, what do you mean by right to use goods and right in goods? See, I hope you guys remember I love drawing. Yes, sir, this is what you draw in the class. Yes, this is a JCB machine. Now, supposing this JCB machine belongs to me and I give it to you for use, then it's called right to use. Here we are not talking about right to use. Here we are talking right in goods. What do you mean by right in goods? Supposingly A, B, C is there. This JCB machine, A, B, C, all the 3 partners went ahead and purchased it together. They thought we'll do a joint venture. A, B and C purchase one JCB machine. Now, A also has some right in the goods. B also has some right in the goods. C also has some right in the goods, which is undivided. Can it happen that C is moving out of the agreement wherein C is telling basically they had purchased the JCB machine saying that we will give it on rent and earn rent out of it. Okay? Now what happened over here? C went ahead and told, I want to move out of the firm. I'll do one thing. I'll take the front portion and go. Is it possible? No. And hence it is called a right in goods. Means C has some right in the goods, or it is called an undivided share in the goods. Now if C transferred this undivided share to, for an example, D, then that's called right in the goods being transferred to another person. And always remember one thing, right in goods or undivided share, if you transfer to someone, that's called supply of service. Okay, sir, done. If I transfer title in future, so for an example, you came to my shop, you told you want a car. Today I give you the possession, but ownership I am going to give you in future. That's called in hire purchase. You pay the last installment and I'll give you the ownership. That's called hire purchase, and that is also a supply of goods. Today when I gave you only the possession, I did not give you the ownership. Ownership will go to you in future, but still selling something on hire purchase is always called supply of goods. The next one over here, lease, tenancy, easement to occupy land. If I give you lease pe land, tenancy to occupy land, it's always supply of service. Lease, letting out of building is always supply of service. The next one, refer circular on Pagdi system. One Pagdi system ka circular is there. Let's go ahead and quickly refer to the Pagdi system ka circular. Remember, what do you mean by Pagdi system, everyone? Pagdi system means giving you the tenancy right against a tenancy premium. So for an example, there is one owner who is there. He has a residential property. Okay. One person came and told him, sir, please give me the tenancy right. What do you mean by tenancy right, everyone? You are going to give him your tenancy right, means giving tenancy right, and you told him, give me 10 lakh rupees. It means he is now going to be your tenant for lifetime. You gave him the tenancy right. Plus, you guys registered this agreement also, and now when you give him the tenancy right, giving of tenancy right against tenancy premium, this is called tenancy premium, is called a Pagdi system. Now people ask, sir, if I'm going ahead and giving someone tenancy right, is it supply of goods or supply of service? Government went ahead and told, I've already told in paragraph number 2 that, sir, giving tenancy is always a supply of service, and hence whenever you give tenancy right to someone, it's always a supply of service. Okay, sir. But because this is a residential property, giving of tenancy right and collecting tenancy premium, even though supply of service, but because it's a residential property, the GST will not be there. That's all is being told over here. Okay, sir. Sir, then tell me one thing. If in the same scenario, if it's not residential property, sir, what if it is commercial property? Then remember one thing. If it is commercial property, it's a supply of service, and here GST will come. I hope this point is clear. Yes, sir, this point is clear. Now, the second point you will tell me, sir, what if this guy sells the tenancy right further to another person who is going to come inside the property? Might be this guy is leaving the property and going, and he sells the tenancy right to another person, another tenant who is coming. When he sells the tenancy right further, and supposingly he told him, hey, give me 20 lakh rupees. Remember one thing, when you go ahead and give the tenancy right to someone and collect 20 lakh from this person, in this scenario, you are not giving residential property on rent. You are doing business in the tenancy right, and doing business in the tenancy right, it's a supply of service and it is not exempted. GST will come over here. It's a supply and GST will come. I hope this point is clear. And sir, here to this point may also GST was there. And if this guy is going ahead and giving the tenancy right to another person and collecting tenancy premium, suppose there is also supply of service and GST will come. Commercial property mein there is no exemption which is there. Commercial property, there is no exemption which is there. Here also GST is there. Here also GST will come. But residential property, when he is going ahead and giving the tenancy right and collecting tenancy premium, there is no GST on the first sale which is there. After that, when this guy is selling it further or he is surrendering it back, remember one thing, that time GST will come. I hope this point is clear. Yes, sir, point is clear. Now, sir, here also residential property monthly rent is there. Baba, residential property monthly rent is there. Remember one thing, monthly rent for a residential property. If these guys are registered, they have to pay GST under RCM. I hope you guys remember in the RCM ka chapter which is there. But generally, we'll go ahead and say, as of now, we'll go ahead and say, because it's a residential property, think that these guys are unregistered people and hence GST will be exempted over here. GST is not there. Monthly rent pay, there is no GST because it is being paid to the main owner who is there. Monthly rent pay, there is no GST which is there because it's a residential property. But monthly rent being paid by registered person has to pay GST under RCM. I hope you guys remember in our RCM ka chapter, it is there over here anyways. कि sir, any person renting residential property to a registered person has to pay GST under RCM. I hope this point is clear. Yes sir, this point is clear. Chalo, we'll go ahead. Sir, what about commercial property, Baba? Commercial property to monthly rent, anyways GST will come. Commercial property, monthly rent, anyways GST will come. There is no exemption which is there. That's all has been written over here also. If you guys see over here, transfer of tenancy right against tenancy premium is a supply of service. ठीक है? Exempted if granted for residential property to unregistered person. If it is registered person always pays GST under RCM. ठीक है sir? And further sale or surrendering of the tenancy right for a consideration, always GST will come. Further sale means I sold you and you are selling it further or you are selling it back to me. That time GST will 100% come. There is no exemption which is there. Then everyone over here now. Sir, registered person using the property for his own residence, Baba, that time so it is not for the purpose of business, then it is anyways exempted. ठीक है sir? चलो next. Treatment or process on another person's good is always a supply of service. So if I am going ahead and doing any treatment or process on your goods, I am always going ahead and giving you supply of service. It's a job work. So for an example, you went ahead and made this bottle, you gave it to me, you told, sir, can you paint the bottle and give it back to me? So I am going ahead and doing treatment or process on your goods, treatment or process on your goods. And if I am going ahead and doing, I am doing job work for you, and job work is always a supply of service. Done, sir. This point is clear. The next one over here. Here there are two circulars which are there. One is rethreading of tire. Supplier does rethreading for customer. So for an example, you came to me, you gave me the tires of your car and you told, sir, can you please do the rethreading? I did the rethreading for you and I returned your tire. So I took out the tire from your car, I did the rethreading and I give back the tire to you. Remember one thing, in this scenario, supplier does rethreading for the customer, it is always a supply of service. So if I am going ahead and doing rethreading for you, it's always a supply of service. Sir, supposingly, I went to the market, I bought these tires. Okay? I bought some tires from the market. I did not do rethreading for anyone. I bought some old tires from the market, did the rethreading, kept the tire in my shop, and now I am selling the rethreaded tire. Remember one thing, in this scenario, you are not doing any activity or any treatment for anyone else. You are doing treatment on your goods only and selling. Remember one thing, if supplier sells rethreaded tire, it is always supply of goods. But if I do rethreading for you, that's supply of service. Okay, sir. Now, supposingly, one person gave me the chassis of the bus and he told, can you do the bus ka bodybuilding? It means fabrication on the bus. If I do fabrication for you, the chassis belongs to you and I did the fabrication, means I made the bus body and I gave the bus to you. That time, I am going ahead and doing what, everyone? If the chassis belongs to customer, it is supply of service. So, for an example, I am a Volvo company. The chassis belongs to me. I did the bus ka bodybuilding also and I am supplying bus. In that scenario, I'm not doing rethreading, I'm not doing bus bodybuilding for anyone. In that scenario, own chassis and supplying bus is always supply of goods. I hope this point is clear. Yes, sir, this point is clear. Circular and rethreading and bus bodybuilding is also done. People, quickly give me a heads up. Are we all 100% clear till here? Then we move to the next one. Remember, if you do treatment or process on another person's good, you are giving service. If you are doing on your own goods and supplying the goods, you are not going ahead and doing any service. You are just supplying goods over there. Done, sir. This point is clear. Chalo, the next one over here. Transfer of business asset. Transfer of business asset. So for an example, I have a television in my business. Remember one thing, transfer of business asset. Permanently, if you transfer or dispose, it is always, sir, permanent transfer of my business asset. Means permanently, if I sell my business asset or dispose my business asset, is it supply of service or supply of goods? Sir, it is always supply of goods. Put to private use or made available for non-business use. I have a car in my business. My director came and told me, sir, can you give me the car for 30,000 rupees 10 days ke liye? I gave it to him for using it for 10 days. 30,000 rupees I took from him. Remember one thing, if you go ahead and put to private use or temporarily give it to someone, temporary transfer is always a supply of service. Sir, at the time of closure, If you go ahead and take all your assets home, it is deemed as supply of goods. Remember one thing, at the time of closure, if you go ahead and take all your assets home, it's always deemed as supply of goods. One exception is there over here, business transferred as going concern. If you transfer your business as going concern to someone, sir, I went ahead and transferred my business as going concern to someone, then what will happen? Then they are going ahead and telling, in that scenario, assets and liabilities both are being transferred and it will not be considered as supply of goods. I'll go ahead and tell you, for an example, I am the transferor. He is the transferee. Remember, if I go ahead and transfer all the assets and liabilities to him, I went ahead and transferred all the assets also, I went ahead and transferred all the liabilities also. In that scenario, it's a transfer of business as going concern. If you transfer your business as going concern, it is exempted. In your exemption chapter, it is exempted. Okay, sir? Exemption has been granted on this point, saying, sir, if you transfer your whole business. Why, sir? Because government in the registration chapter have gone ahead and told this transferee under section number 23. I am linking registration chapter, exemption chapter, everything. Please be very careful, everyone. See, whenever you are transferring your asset, generally, if you take all the assets home, it is supply of goods. But if you transfer your assets and liabilities to someone else who is going to carry on the business as going concern, then remember one thing, this has been exempted and there is no GST on this. Okay, sir? Why? Because government says the transferee under section number 23 has to take registration. He will sell, he will collect the GST and he will pay the GST on all the items which you have gone ahead and transferred to him, and hence in this scenario, transfer of business as going concern has been exempted. And in fact, when you read the ITC chapter, we have also gone ahead and learned over there that ITC also will be transferred from this person to this person. This person has to go online and file one form ITC02 and the credit will be transferred to the another person. Yes, sir, we remember this point. Let's go ahead next. Or if business is carried by a personal representative who is already a taxable person, yes, sir. If I go ahead and give it to my representative and he is already a registered person, in that scenario also, when I give the business, it's business given as going concern to a personal representative who is already a registered person, and hence again, there is no GST in this scenario. Done, sir. The next one over here, fifth paragraph goes ahead and says the following will always be a supply of service. Renting of immovable property. If I go ahead and rent out any immovable property, see Baba, land and building is already covered over here. Other than land and building, anything which is attached to the earth. Telecom tower, for an example, Reliance has a telecom tower which Reliance is renting the telecom tower to Airtel. Baba, renting of immovable property. Anything attached to the earth is immovable. If you are renting any immovable property, it is always a supply of service. If I do construction of complex or building for you, it's always a supply of service. Sir, what do you mean by this next point? This next point we'll discuss little later. Temporary transfer or use of intellectual property right. I have copyright, trademarks, etc. If I go ahead and transfer it to you. See, Baba, wherever we see those points which no explanation is required, will be little fast. Okay, everyone, is everyone there with me? Chalo, temporary transfer or use of IPR. If I give you my copyright, trademarks, patents, etc. temporarily to use, always remember it is always a supply of service. Development, upgradation of IT software, computer softwares, etc. If I develop and give it to you, what am I doing for you? I am going in and giving you supply of service. Agreeing to the obligation to refrain, tolerate or to do an act. Always remember one thing, if I refrain, tolerate or do an act, it's always a supply of service. Here there is a circular which is there on liquidated damage, etc., which I have written on the next point. Remember, sir, GST on liquidated damage, compensation and penalty which is arising out of breach of contract and other provisions of the law. So, sir, basically what was happening was, if I have gone and received some liquidated damage, I have received some penalties, I have received some compensation. What GST officers were going in and telling, any money which you have gone ahead and received as liquidated damage, I want GST. Now here people went to the government and told, sir, I have not given any service to another person. I have just received mere flow of money. Will you go ahead and say GST will come on this? And hence people asked for government to clarify the scope of this point, wherein government is telling, agreeing to the obligation to refrain, tolerate or to do an act. Sir, what do you mean by this? What do you mean by this? And hence government went ahead and clarified in this circular that, sir, first of all, there has to be an agreement that I will refrain, I will not do something or I will tolerate something, or I will do something for you, and in return, so first of all, I should agree to not do something, or I should agree to do something, or I should agree to tolerate something, and in return there should be a consideration, only then it is taxable. If it is mere compensation wherein I have not gone ahead and done anything for you, mere compensations are not taxable. And in this regard, government has gone ahead and given some example. These examples you guys can remember for your exam. These points which are there, any of the small point, you can go ahead and see it in your exam. Sir, liquidated damage. Liquidated damage ka case mein, remember one thing, liquidated damages which are received are not the desired outcome of a contract. It is only a compensation. So, sir, here I will go ahead and quickly tell you which is taxable, which is not taxable, so that you can remember it for exam. Baba will not get into this circular, otherwise 1 hour will end up discussing only the circular. We'll just quickly recall the circular. Okay? Liquidated damage, these are not the desired outcome of a contract. Okay? It is only a compensation for the injury suffered due to breach of the contract. I told you to supply some goods. You did not supply me the goods on time. I had written in the contract that if you don't supply me the goods on time, you have to pay me this much compensation. You went ahead and paid me 1 lakh rupees compensation. This compensation is because of the loss which I have suffered because you did not supply me the goods on time. And the 1 lakh rupees which is received is just a compensation and it is not taxable. Clarification, they are mere flow and do not constitute consideration and hence not taxable. Check dishonor or fine. So when you went ahead and gave me a check which was dishonored, so I went ahead and charged you a penalty. Now, in this scenario, the question which was asked was, this check dishonor, fines or penalties which are there, are they taxable or not taxable? The supplier never agrees to deposit fake check against consideration. I never told you, I will deposit fake check, then you give me compensation. Never. We never agreed for this. And hence, if I charge you any penalty or any compensation, that is not taxable. It is not a consideration for a service and not taxable. Penalty for violation of law. For an example, you are going on the road without a helmet and police officer went ahead and caught you and you ended up paying some amount to him. In that scenario, always remember one thing, that amount is not taxable. That amount is not taxable. Sir, laws are not framed for tolerating their violation. They are not, there is no agreement between government and the violator that such violation is allowed against penalty. And hence, they are not leviable to GST. Government never had an agreement with you that you go ahead and do this, to violate the law and I'll charge you a fine. No. Government never agreed with you and whatever amount is collected as penalty by the government, it is not taxable. The next one over here. Forfeiture of salary or penalty of bond in the event of employee leaving before the minimum agreed period. Now, I had a bond with you. You are my employee. I went ahead and made a bond with you that if you leave before 2 years, I'll charge you 50 lakh rupees. Why do I put that amount in the bond? So that you don't leave. Or I'm ready that, you leave and then pay me 50 lakh. No, we never agreed for this. And hence, bond ka amount which I go ahead and receive from you, or if I forfeit any salary from you, that is just mere compensation and it is not taxable. The next is late payment fees or surcharge. Always remember one thing, sir, in case of, so for an example, any payment you had to do at telecom bill or Wi-Fi bill or etc. and you went ahead and ended up paying late, and because you went ahead and ended up paying late, they went ahead and charge you a late fee. Remember, it is always taxable at the rate of principal supply. Electricity ka case mein, the minimum fixed charges are for sale of electricity. For an example, electricity department went ahead and told me, Ramesh, even if you use or don't use per month 10 units, we will go ahead and charge you 100 rupees. That's the minimum amount which we will go ahead and charge you. That's simply for sale of electricity, whether I use or don't use. They are charging me 100 rupees over here. That 100 rupees is not taxable over here because electricity is exempted from GST. Done. Next. Cancellation charges, always remember one thing, flight cancellation charges, train cancellation charges which are there are always taxable at the rate of principal supply. Whatever I have gone ahead and told you over here, please remember, once again read and go. They are important from exam point of view. I like this circular, everyone. Please mark this and keep. I like this circular. They can go ahead and ask you a small question on this. Okay, sir? Then, see, this is right to use. If I have a car and I went ahead and gave you to use, I did not transfer you the undivided share, not right in goods. This is right to use goods. Remember one thing, if I go ahead and give you anything to use, it's always a supply of service. There are two composite supplies which are always to be considered as supply of service. Here they have gone ahead and told works contract, immovable. What is works contract? Works contract means whenever you go ahead and do fabrication, installation, anything in relation to basically construction of an immovable property, wherein I am going ahead and giving goods also. I'm giving you service also. For an example, I went ahead and told you, please come and make a building for me. You gave the material also, you gave the labor also. What you are doing for me is works contract. I went ahead and told you, please repair the ceiling for me. You got the material also, you got the labor also, and repaired the ceiling for me. You are giving me works contract service. Remember, you gave me material also and labor also. Material is goods, labor is service, but still it will always be considered as supply of service. ठीक है sir. Restaurant and catering, you went to a restaurant, restaurant gives you food also, restaurant goes ahead and gives you service also. Always remember one thing, restaurant giving you food and restaurant giving you service, even if it is a 5-star restaurant, 5% food, 95% was service, still it will always be considered a supply of service. Even if it's a self-service restaurant giving you 99% food and 1% service, still it will be considered a supply of service. Restaurant and catering is always considered a supply of service. I hope everyone is clear. Section number 7.1 went ahead and told you what is included in supply. Section number 7.1a went ahead and told you supply of goods versus supply of service. Done, sir. This point is clear. Now, there are some things which are never to be considered in supply. Section number 7.2 excludes, means these are neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Everyone over here now, listen. Section number 7.2 goes ahead and says what are the things which are excluded. What are the things which are excluded, which is neither supply of goods nor supply of service. What are the things which are excluded, which are neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Activities or transaction which are told in schedule 3. Schedule 3 may they have gone ahead and told some activities or transaction which are neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Here, number 1 is services which are given by employee to employer in relation to or in course of employment. Say if I am an employee and you are my employer, employee giving services to employer are neither supply of goods nor supply of service, even though for a consideration, but my services are never, employee giving services to the employer is neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Okay, sir. Here one circular is there which talks about perquisite. So if my employer goes ahead and gives me perquisites, remember one thing, perquisites are always given in terms of employment, and hence in return to perquisites, whatever services I am giving, it is neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Now, if any perquisites are given by the employer to the employee which is not in the course of employment, remember one thing, in that scenario you will see the value. If the value of the perquisites is more than 50,000, then Baba, that will become taxable. If the value of the perquisites is not crossing 50,000 rupees, then that amount will be exempted. I hope this point is clear. Yes, sir, this point is clear. Chalo. Circular wala point, perquisites wala point I have written over here. Perquisites provided by employer to employee. Perquisite provided in terms of contractual agreement between employer and employee, there is no GST. But if it is outside the employment, then remember that 50,000 wala limit is there. If it is more than 50,000, taxable. If perquisite given by the employer to employee is up to or less than 50,000 rupees, then it is exempted. Yes, sir, this point is clear. The next one over here, services given by any court or tribunal which is established under law. Remember, tribunal which is established under law means what? Sir, National Company Law Tribunal. Any tribunals which are there, which are established under law, whatever fees, amounts they are collecting, remember there is no GST which is there, because any services given by court or tribunal is always neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Here, CDRC related one circular is there. What is the CDRC? Consumer Dispute Redressal Commission. All these consumer courts which are there. CDRC is going ahead and giving services and collecting an amount. Remember one thing, CDRC's ka services are, CDRC's government went ahead and clarified they are also like tribunal, and their services also will be neither supply of goods nor supply of service. CDRCs, they are not literal tribunal but have characteristic of tribunal, and hence fees or penalty charged or any amount paid to CDRC, there is no GST. The next one over here is function performed by MP, MLA, MLCs, member of Legislative Assembly, Council, MPs, Member of Parliament, all these people ka services, neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Duties performed by constitutional post holder under the constitution who is holding a post like the Prime Minister of India, President of India, Vice President of India, all these people, they are going in and giving services. Whatever amount they receive, their services, no GST. Then duties performed by CMD, Chairperson, Member or Director of a body which is established by the government where he is not an employee. If he is an employee, then his services are neither supply of goods nor supply of service. If he is not an employee, then also his services will be not taxable. Neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Then I call them government officials. Okay, sir. The next one over here, services by mortuary, burial, funeral, etc., including transportation of the deceased. One person is gone. Government says, please let him go in peace. We will not go ahead and charge any GST. The next one over here is sale of land. Remember one thing, land ka sale There is no land is a service, but land ka sale pe there is no GST. It is neither supply of goods nor supply of service. And sale of building subject to schedule 1 2 paragraph number 5b means if it is construction, then GST will come. But if it is not construction, sir, when it is not construction, remember one thing, there are always 2 points over here. One is called completion certificate or first occupancy. You have to see whichever is earlier. If supposingly I went ahead and booked a flat wherein I paid 1 lakh rupees over here, and after the completion certificate was received by the builder, I went ahead and paid the remaining 99 lakh rupees and I registered my flat. Remember one thing, in this scenario, because before completion certificate or first occupancy, whichever is earlier, before this point, I paid 1 rupee also, this whole contract will become construction, and because it is construction, GST will come. But if this is completion certificate and this is first occupancy, you have to remember whichever is earlier is the deadline. Okay? Now here what happened, I booked a flat after the completion certificate, I paid 1 crore and bought a flat. In that scenario, remember one thing, it's a sale of completed flat, completed building, and there is no GST on this point. Yes sir, this point is clear. Now one sale is there, one circular is there on sale of land, one circular is there on sale of land after labeling. Baba, remember one thing, land, whenever you are selling, supposingly one builder went ahead and sold a land was like this. He went ahead and called one road roller and made this land labeled, put pipelines etc., built the road and cut it into pieces, and he started selling labeled land, which is labeled, pipelines have been put inside the land, and now he is selling the land. Remember one thing, whether you are selling land which is labeled or unlabeled, means you have done labeling etc. and you are selling, or you are selling unlabeled land, land is land and sale of land pe there is no GST. Remember this point everyone. It says, this circular is over here on the 9th one which I put, GST on sale of land after labeling and laying down of drainage lines. Sale of developed land is also a sale of land and covered in schedule 3, and there is no GST. Okay sir. The next one over here, actionable claim. Remember all actionable claims are goods, but all actionable claim pe GST will not come. Only GST will come on specified actionable claim, and specified actionable claims pe only GST will come. Specified actionable claim means betting, casino, gambling, horse racing, lottery and online money gaming. Already this actionable claim pe GST will come. With me everyone, quickly repeat. Betting, casino, gambling, horse racing, lottery, online money gaming, only on this GST will come. Other than this, all actionable claims are neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Here the 7th one, supply of goods for one non-taxable territory to another non-taxable territory without goods entering into India. For example, I got an order from US. From China, I directly supplied the goods to the US without the goods entering into India. Remember, from China, the goods went directly to the US. I will give the bill from India, but I will not go ahead and charge any GST because the goods never entered India. It's supply of goods from one non-taxable territory to another non-taxable territory. I will not go ahead and charge any GST. The high seas sale over here. So, for an example, I'm in India over here. USA, I told someone to send the goods are coming in the high seas. Now, this guy went ahead and sent me the bill of lading over here. Now, my friend came and told me, I want to buy these goods and they are in the high seas. They are in the high seas means they are still coming in the sea, or might be they would have reached the Indian port, but before they are being cleared, might be they would have been reached the Indian port, but before being cleared, I went ahead and transferred the bill of lading and sold the goods to my friend. In that scenario, always remember, high seas sale ka case mein, when I sell the bill of lading to my friend, I gave him the document of title. Now he will go to clear the goods. Under customs, we will learn over here that when he go to clear the goods, custom duty as well as GST under the Customs Act will be collected from him. And now under GST Act, there will be no GST on this transaction. I hope this point is clear. Yes, sir. And the next one over here is, supposingly from US, I had gone ahead and ordered some goods. The goods came in the sea. The goods reached over here to India. I went ahead and filed a bill of entry, transferred the goods to the custom warehouse. Okay. And now my friend told me, sir, Ramesh, I want 100 chairs. I told, yes, I have those chairs which are lying in the custom warehouse. I gave him the document of title. And I told, now you can go and clear the goods from the custom authorities. When he goes to the custom authorities, this is called bond to bond transfer. In this scenario, when he pays custom duty, he can pay GST over here only. But under Under Customs Act, he will pay the GST and the custom duty, but under the GST Act, there will be no GST in this transaction as of now. I hope this point is clear. This is called bond to bond transfer, and this is called high seas sale. That's all has been told. High seas sale pay also there is no GST, but under Customs Act, GST will be collected along with the custom duty. And bond to bond transfer pay also, there is no GST under the GST Act, but under Customs Act, GST will be collected along with the custom duty. Done, sir? This point is clear. Sir, how will we remember section number 7.2? Section number 7.2a, you can remember like this. You can remember bench flag. B for bond to bond transfer. B for bond to bond transfer. Okay, sir. Next one. E for employee to employer services, no GST. N for one non-taxable territory to another non-taxable territory, no GST. C for court or tribunal which is established under law, their service also there is no GST. H for high seas sale, ठीक है. F for funeral burial का services. L for land and completed building whenever it is being sold, there is no GST. A for actionable claim, there is no GST. And G for government official. Sir, what do you mean by government official? Government officials means that's MP, MLAs, constitutional post holder, CMD of a government body. All those people are covered under government officials over here. I hope this point is clear with me, everyone. What are the Schedule 3 items? Schedule 3 items are bench flag. B for bond to bond transfer. E for employee to employer services. C for court or tribunal. N for entity to entity. C for court or tribunal ka service. H for high seas sale. F for funeral burial ka services. L for land and completed building. A for actionable claim, but other than specified actionable claim. G for government official. I hope this point is clear. Yes, sir, this point is clear. Chalo, next one. Now we have section number 7.2b, which goes ahead and talks about activities or transactions which are undertaken by central government, state government or local authority. Activities which are undertaken by whom? Central government, state government, local authority as public authorities. If those are notified by government on recommendation of council, then it will be neither supply of goods nor supply of service. People over here, tell me, are we all 100% clear till here? Is everyone 100% clear? Can we go ahead, everyone? Yes, everyone. Quickly tell me, are we all 100% clear? Can we go ahead? Yes, sir. Bench flag is clear to all. ठीक है, sir. चलो, we'll go ahead. Yes, sir. चलो, ठीक है. Now, the next one is section number 7.2b, which says activities or transaction undertaken by central government, state government. So whenever central government, state government or local authority is doing any activity as public authority, that activity will be considered as neither supply of goods nor supply of service, but that activity has to be notified. And there are only two notified activity, 243G and 243W. So whenever Panchayat is doing 243G ka activity for the public, and whenever municipality is doing 243, M ka reverse is W, sorry, always remember 243W is municipality, ठीक है, doing anything for the public which is told under 243W, and Panchayat is doing 243G wala activity for the public, remember those activity will be neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Done, sir? Neither supply of goods nor supply of service. And the next one over here is whenever state government is giving alcoholic liquor license, remember giving of alcoholic liquor license by the state government also will be considered as neither supply of goods nor supply of service, and that is what is being told over here. Neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Notified activity number 1. Activities which are given to the Panchayat under 243G and municipality under 243W will be considered as neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Sir, G for गांव means Panchayat. Very good. ठीक है. And W का reverse is municipality. So 243W is municipality. ठीक है? And grant of alcoholic liquor license against license fees or application fees by the state government. State government is whenever it is giving alcoholic liquor license, remember it will be neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Now here one circular is there, 10th one. Sir, what is this circular going ahead and telling? The circular is going ahead and telling. Baba, I am not writing because the pencil ka charge is little less. It will take some time. Okay, so let it get charged. Till then we can talk. Grant of other licenses and privileges by the government except alcoholic liquor license. So what people went ahead and told is, sir, only alcoholic liquor license given by the government is neither supply of goods nor supply of service, or any license given by the government, there will be no GST. Government went ahead and clarified only when government is giving alcoholic liquor license, there is no GST. Government giving any other licenses, GST will always come. And I hope you guys remember in our exemption chapter, we have already gone ahead and RCM ka chapter, we have already gone ahead and learned. Government going ahead and giving you other licenses or government ka services, you as a business entity, you have to pay GST under RCM. Yes, sir. This point is clear. Very good, Prerna. Prerna says, sir, all other licenses, GST has to be paid under RCM. I want everyone to participate and keep telling the answer so that you are able to recall. Grant of other licenses, always remember GST will be there. Only alcoholic liquor license, there is no GST. The next one. Section number 7.3 is total bakwas. Section number 7.3 is just the power with the government that government can go ahead and notify activity. Supposingly it's a supply of goods, but government says no, I will always consider it a supply of service. Then government can go ahead and do that by using the power under section number 7.3. Or something is supply of service and government wants to go ahead and say it's a supply of goods. Then government can do that by using the power under section number 7.3. I hope this point is clear. Yes, sir, this point is clear. We are done with section number 7. Section number 7 is done. Supply is done. Congratulations, everyone. Section number 7 has section number 7.1a. Everyone with me? Section number 7.1a, all forms for a consideration in the course of business. A, everyone, person other than individual doing an activity with the member for a consideration will be considered a supply. B, importation of service for a consideration, business, non-business, both will be considered as supply. Correct, everyone? Then we learn if it is supply, then 1a, schedule 2 went ahead and told whether it is supply of goods or supply of service. Then we went ahead and learned section number 7.2. 7.2a, bench flag, neither supply of goods nor supply of service. And B, central government, state government, local authority doing for the activity for the public will be neither supply of goods nor supply of service if that activity has been notified. This was section number 7. Section number 7 has section number 7.3, which is just the power with the government. Let the power be there. Now we have section number 8, which is there. Section number 8 goes ahead and talks about composite supply and mixed supply. Before I move to composite supply and mixed supply, I want everyone to give me a heads up. Are we all 100% clear till here? Sir, you did not write C. Yes, Baba. ठीक है. Section number 7.1C, schedule 1 also. ठीक है, Baba. Done. Now, taxability of composite supply and mixed supply. Sir, before going ahead and talking about taxability, how it will be taxed, sir, how it will be taxed, that is told by section number 8. But before we talk about taxability, what is composite and what is mixed? So, sir, composite supply ka definition and mixed supply ka definition. Always remember one thing. What is composite supply? Two or more taxable supplies which are being naturally bundled. So, for an example, I went and bought a mobile phone and a charger was given free. That's a natural bundle which is supplied together by all the suppliers in the ordinary course of business. You will see they go ahead and supply mobile phone. If you buy, you get a charger free along with it. You buy a laptop, you get a charger free along with it. That's a natural supply which is the natural bundle which is there, and one is principal. So mobile phone and the charger, what is principal over there? Mobile phone. And hence section number 8a says if it is composite supply, always remember one thing, treat as if that supply is of the principal supply, which is the mobile phone in our example. Now, sir, what is a mixed supply? Mixed supply means two or more individual supplies. So for an example, this and the remote, these are individual supplies. I joined them together and I am selling for a single price. Single price is very important. So I joined them together and I am selling for a single price. Then remember one thing, if it is supplied for a single price, it is not a composite supply, then it will become a mixed supply. And mixed supply ke liye section number 8b says, mixed supply always treat a supply of that supply which attracts what rate, everyone? highest rate. Remember, highest rate is applicable. ठीक है sir. Now, I want to ask you one thing. I went to one shop. I went ahead and bought this for 10,000 rupees. I went ahead and bought this for 2,000 rupees. For 10,000, he went ahead and this item I bought for 10,000. The rate of GST is 18%. This item I went ahead and bought for 2,000. The rate of GST is 12%. The person went ahead and made a single bill. Is it composite, mixed, or separate supply? 10,000 he went ahead and charged for this. 2,000 he went ahead and charged for this. He made a single bill for it. Is it composite, mixed, or separate supply? Remember, it is never being bundled together, or it was never being supplied for a single price. No. Just because a single bill was made, it never means composite or mixed. It is separate supply. For it 10,000, for this 2,000, 12% applied, 18% applied. Both are separate supply, separate rate will apply. Just because single bill is made, it will not always be composite or always be mixed. Remember this point. Yes, sir. Done. Very good. Now here we are. Okay. There's the next example over here. Circular. Servicing of car involving supply of goods. So for an example, you gave your car wherein supply of goods, part and labor, and the value of goods and service are shown separately. So you went ahead and gave your car for service. They went ahead and told, sir, for labor we'll charge you 2,000. For parts, whichever parts we change, we'll charge you separately. For labor, the rate of GST is 18%. For an example, they went ahead and replaced one part in your car. The car ka part ka rate was 5,000 rupees and the rate of GST applicable is 28%. Now, is it composite, mixed, or separate supply? So the clarification came was, here there is no single price which is there. It is a separate supply. There is no bundle which has been made. They told, if you want to get the car service done, 2,000 rupees, any part is being replaced, we'll charge you separately for the part. So Baba, it's a separate supply, separate rate will apply. That's the clarification which was given. The next, printing contract. Now in this printing contract, what happened? So for an example, I went ahead. So it says, in case of printing contract where the content is given by the person who owns the IPR. I own the IPR for my books. I went ahead and sent the content to my printer. I told him print the books and give it to me. In that scenario, he gave the paper, he gave the ink, which is the physical material. But the IPR was given by me. In this scenario, just because he is giving paper, ink, etc., which is ancillary supply, principally what is he giving me? He is giving me printing, and printing is supply of service and hence taxable at the rate of service. Remember, it's a printing service. But supposingly I went ahead and told someone to supply me printed letter pads, printed envelope, printed tissue paper. In that scenario, remember one thing, supplying of printed letter, envelope with the logo and design of the recipient is always supply of goods. Principally is giving me goods. Logo printing is always a ancillary supply, and hence principally he gave me the goods and hence it will be a supply of goods. Done, sir. Next, you went to one cinema hall, you bought some food and now cinema hall, they went ahead and sold you the ticket. Along with the ticket, they told, sir, if you want, you can buy the food and beverages for a composite rate. They went ahead and gave it to you, ticket plus the popcorn and the chips, etc. Then remember, it's a composite supply, taxable at the rate of principal supply. But sir, I went and bought only the ticket. Later in the interval, I went ahead and bought the food separately. Remember, it's a separate supply, separate rate will apply over here. Food and beverages ka rate will apply. That's a restaurant service. And for the movie ticket, basically, which is exhibition of cinema, the rate of movie ticket will apply. That's all has been clarified. If it is supplied independently, food and beverages are supplied independently, it's a restaurant service. Restaurant pay 5% is applicable, that will apply. But if bundled together and satisfied the test of composite supply, then it is taxable at the rate of principal supply, that is services of exhibition. So you went to see a movie, along with the movie you bought a combo was there, wherein chips, popcorn, etc. one combo was there, and you bought the combo, then it is always taxable at the rate of that movie ticket ka rate, which is services of exhibition of cinema. I hope this point is clear. Yes, sir. The next circular over here, activity of holding shares of subsidiary company. I am on the holding company is holding the shares of the subsidiary company. Just because the holding company is holding the shares of the subsidiary company does not mean that holding company has gone ahead and given some services to the subsidiary company, unless actually some service has been given. Just because you are holding the shares of the subsidiary company does not mean you have given a service, unless you have actually gone ahead and given some service to your subsidiary company. The next one over here is taxability of cost petroleum. Baba, let's go ahead and talk about cost petroleum. What happens in a cost petroleum and profit petroleum which is there? People, first tell me one thing. Are we all 100% clear till here? Is everyone with me 100% clear till here? Done. We'll continue now. Everyone over here. The next one, it says production sharing contract. Sir, what is a production sharing contract? So for an example, this is Reliance over here. Reliance went to the central government and central government went ahead and told Reliance, okay, I will go ahead and give you the license to explore mineral or petroleum crude which is there. Go find petroleum, and whenever you find petroleum, you first go ahead and recover the cost which you have spent to extract the petroleum, and remaining whatever profit you make, you have to share with me. So basically government gives you the license to Reliance and says, okay, Reliance, dig one hole, find out petrol. So Reliance found petrol over here. Reliance has already spent 200 crore. Okay. Now what happened? Out of digging this, Reliance is going to extract 1000 crore ka petroleum. Out of that, Reliance cost ke liye will keep some petrol with itself to recover its cost. The cost was 200 crore. This is called cost petroleum. The amount of petroleum which government is allowing you to keep so that you can recover your cost. So 200 crore ka petroleum you kept with it yourself, and remaining 800 crore is your profit. This is called profit petroleum. So Reliance ko government gave the license. Reliance explored oil in the sea. 1000 crore ka petroleum was produced. Out of that, 200 crore ka petroleum Reliance kept to recover its cost, and remaining 800 crore ka petrol which was there, the production sharing contract told that whatever is the production, 50% you have to go ahead and share with me. Means the profit petroleum ka 50% share, which is 400 crore, Reliance will pay the government. Now here the question which came was, is this cost petroleum consideration which is given by the government to Reliance, or and is it taxable? Baba, government Reliance has never given any service to the government for which government gave 200 crore ka petroleum. No. It is very simple agreement. Reliance is not working for the government. Government has given the license. Government has given the license to Reliance, wherein Reliance is going ahead and paying what, everyone? The profit petroleum. That's all. So here the simple is government is the licensor and Reliance is the licensee. Licensor has given the license, for which in return Reliance is going ahead and giving what, everyone? Profit petroleum. So sir, is cost petroleum taxable? No sir, it is not taxable, because Reliance has not given any service to the government for which government is giving 200 crore ka cost petroleum. No, government has not gone ahead and given. It is not a consideration and it is not taxable. Profit petroleum would have been taxable, but profit petroleum has been exempted and there is no GST on the profit petroleum which is payable. Done sir, this point is clear. Next, so that is what is being told over here in production sharing contract. Central government grants license to explore or mine petroleum crude or natural gas in consideration for profit petroleum which is exempted from GST. Government gives you the license for which you go ahead and give the government profit petroleum which has been exempted from GST, and hence cost petroleum is not a consideration. Reliance has never given any service to the government for which government is giving profit petroleum, cost petroleum. No, it says is not consideration received by the contractor for services provided to the government, and hence it is not taxable. So remember, profit petroleum is exempted and cost petroleum is never a consideration and hence it is not taxable. Done sir. Next, treatment of sales promotion scheme under GST. Sir, here it is very simple, as you have to understand. Number one, if supposingly I went ahead and bought some items, thermometer wala example you remember. I bought thermometer, I gave thermometers for free. Sir, I bought thermometers, I gave thermometers for free. ITC was taken on the thermometer. It's a supply, you can keep the ITC. I bought powder, made medicine given free. Medicine given free is not a supply and hence ITC is blocked. That is what is being told over here. Goods, services supplied free of cost or as gift. If activity is a supply, ITC available. If activity is not a supply, ITC is blocked. This I had gone ahead and explained you in permanent transfer of business asset. Done sir. The next one, buy one get one free. For example, I went ahead and bought raw material, services, capital goods. Out of that I made soap. One soap pay, I gave another soap free. One GST officer told, one soap which you sold, I will give you the ITC. Another soap which you gave free, I will block the credit. Now here government ka clarification came When one soap pe another soap is given free, another soap is not actually free. It is two being sold at the price of one, and all the input, service and capital goods ka credit will be allowed to the supplier. So for an example, I am Apple. I gave mobile phone plus charger free. Is the charger actually free? No, sir. It's a composite supply. Taxable at the rate of principal supply, and all the input, service and capital goods which are used to make the mobile as well as the charger, all the credits will be allowed. That's all has the clarification been given. Next. GST on display of name and nameplate of donor by charitable organization. So for an example, I am in charitable organization. You went ahead. Who will come? Sir, we'll take the example of who is there. Sandeep. Sandeep came and told, sir, in the memory of my ex-girlfriend, I will donate 10,000 rupees to you. He donated 10,000 rupees to the charitable organization, and charitable organization went ahead and put a nameplate. Donated by Mr. Sandeep in the memory of his ex-girlfriend. My question over here, has the charitable institution gone ahead and done any advertisement for Sandeep? No, sir. In this scenario, the 10,000 is merely money, mere flow of money. It is never a consideration for any service given by the charitable organization, and hence it is not taxable. But sir, supposingly, the charitable organization went ahead and took 10,000 rupees from Sandeep, and Sandeep went ahead and told, sir, you have to put given by Sandeep and Co, Chartered Accountants, Bangalore, full address you have to put. In that scenario, the charitable organization is doing advertisement for Sandeep, and hence the amount which is collected will be taxable. That's all has been clarified. 3 tests. Donation given to charitable organization. Payment has the characteristic of gift and donation. You are not expecting anything in return. The purpose is philanthropic and you are not asking for any advertisement. Then there will be no GST. But if you give me any donation and you are asking for advertisement, that amount will be taxable. That's all has the clarification being. Next. Taxable service provided by member of joint venture to the joint venture and vice versa. Now here, supposingly, again I'll go ahead and quickly tell you, there is A, B, C, D. All the 4 went ahead and created one joint venture. They opened a joint venture account. Now A is the operating member. What A will do? A will do cash calls. Everyone give 100 crore rupees. So all of them put 100 crore rupees in the joint venture. Okay? Out of the 100 crore rupees, joint venture ka bank account mein the money came. 100 crore each of them gave. 100 crore each of them gave. And in the bank account, 400 crore came. From that, they bought a machine. Out of the machine, they went ahead and did oil exploration and made profit. The profit was distributed among A, B, C, D. In that scenario, the question which came was, is the operating member giving any services to the joint venture members who are there? Is there any service which is given by the operating member to the joint venture or the joint venture members? No, it is simple. Here, the operating member made cash call. Everyone contribute. Everyone contributed capital. Capital contribution does not mean any service has been given. It's just capital contribution. Machine was bought, profit was made, and profit was shared. There is no service which has been given. Okay? But supposingly A is the operating member, B, C, D is there over here. From everyone, he told C, I already have a machine. From the machine, I am going to do oil exploration. From that, there will be profit. Do you guys want profit? If you want profit, do one thing. Everyone give me 100 crore rupees. He took 100 crore rupees from each one of them, did oil exploration activity using his own machine. He did oil exploration activity and he made profit. And then the profit was distributed to everyone. In this scenario, this guy is actually going ahead and doing oil exploration for everyone. It means he is going ahead and doing what? Service for everyone. And in return of that service, he is taking money from them. In this scenario, the operating member has given service to the other members and collected money from them. And this service is taxable. You have to be clear over here. Yes, sir. Cash calls which are raised by operating member are generally transaction in money, no supply, no GST. But if cash calls are received as a consideration for a service, in the second example, I told I am going to do oil exploration. You guys want me to do it on your behalf, then give me money. You took money from them and did oil exploration for them. Then you are giving a service to them. And hence, they are going ahead and telling in this scenario, it's a supply of service and GST will be payable. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Now, listen. We are done with section number 7. We are done with section number 8. Section number 7 told about supply. Section number 8 went ahead and told about composite supply, mixed supply. Now we will go ahead and do the amendment which is there applicable to this chapter. You can download the amendment booklet. This amendment booklet which is there, and this chart book amendment booklet, this chart book amendments which I have written in the chart, you guys can note down in your chart book later at home. Now we'll take a small break. We come back from the break and we'll discuss the amendments relating to the supply ka chapter, and then we'll go ahead and continue. Till then, you can go to rameshsoni.com, free resources. In free resources, CA final May 25 folder is there. In that you will find the amendment booklet. Download it and keep. Done, sir. Point is clear. Let's take a quick break. We come back from the break and then resume. All right, let's continue. Chalo. Now we'll do the amendments which are there for the chapter of supply. Supply chapter ka amendments kar lete hain. Let's do the amendments which are there. Clarification on taxability of salvage or reg value earmarked in claim assessment of damaged car, damage caused to a motor vehicle. So for an example, there is a motor vehicle which is there, and you have a motor vehicle which is there, and the car has been damaged completely. One tree has fallen on the car and the car is completely wrecked or damaged. Now in this scenario they are telling whether the insurance company is liable to pay GST on the salvage or reg value earmarked in the claim assessment of damage caused to a motor vehicle. So now what happens, insurance claim mein, so for an example, your car was there, car pe one tree fell, and the insurance ka IDV value, insurance declared value was 5 lakh rupees of your car, and the car company went ahead and told you this salvage, this broken car which is there can fetch us 50,000 in the market. So the insurance company took the whole scrap only and gave you 5 lakh rupees over here. Okay? Now in this scenario, they are going ahead and asking whether the insurance company is liable to pay GST on the salvage or reg value earmarked in claim assessment of damage caused to a motor vehicle. It says if insurance claim is settled by deducting salvage value from the claim amount, the salvage remains the property of the insured and there is no GST liability for the insurance company on the salvage value. For an example, your car is over here, one tree fell on the car and the car is completely broken. Now what will happen? Your insurance declared value of the car is supposedly 5 lakh rupees. Insurance company told this scrap, sir, you can go ahead and sell in the market for 50,000 rupees and we will pay you 4.5 lakh. In this scenario, since the insurance company did not take the car from you, they gave the damaged car to you only, the scrap to you only, and they told we will deduct the scrap value of the car and we will give you the remaining 4.5 lakh rupees. So in this scenario, there is no GST which is payable by the insurance company. However, when you sell the wrecked car in the market, you will have to pay GST because it's a disposal for a consideration in the course of furtherance of your business. Then you will have to pay the GST if you are a business, if it's in the course of your business. Okay? Non-business entity not required to pay GST. Now supposing the insurance company went ahead and gave you the entire 5 lakh rupees and this broken car which was there was taken over by the insurance company. And now the insurance company is selling this car in the market. The broken, damaged, scrap, salvage car. They are selling it in the market. Now if the insurance company sells this salvage car in the market, they will be liable to pay GST on the salvage value which is there. That's all they have gone ahead and told. That's all. See, it says, if insurance is settled for full amount without deducting the value of the salvage becomes the property of the insurance company, which must pay GST on the supply of the salvage to the buyer. So when the insurance company will sell the scrap in the market, the insurance company will have to go ahead and pay the GST. That's all. So sir, supposingly the insurance company, the insurance declared value was 5 lakh rupees, out of 5 lakh 50,000 was deducted and they paid me 4.5 lakh rupees. In this scenario, the salvage remains with you. If you are a business entity, you have to pay the GST. Insurance company is not liable to pay any GST on the salvage value which is there. But if the insurance company pays you the full amount and takes over the salvage, then the insurance company will sell the salvage in the market. When they sell the salvage or the wrecked car in the market, the insurance company will have to pay the GST on the salvage value which is there. I hope this point is clear. Can I go ahead, everyone? Yes, sir, the amendment is clear to all of us. Baba, the amendments, I am not going to discuss the amendments in detail. In detail, amendment video is already there. It's a revision, so we'll quickly recap. Done. This amendment is done. The second one, preferential location charges. For an example, you went to buy an apartment. The apartment you wanted east facing apartment, preferential third floor you wanted. So they went ahead and told, sir, because you want a preferential location, we will go ahead and charge you preferential location charges. Now they went ahead and charge you 1 crore ka apartment pe 10 lakh rupees ka preferential location charges. Now what about the preferential location charges? Will it be taxable or not taxable? Now here you will have to go ahead and see if the apartment you bought was sold to you before completion certificate or first occupancy, whichever is earlier, then they will collect GST. Then it's a construction service given by the builder to you. So on preferential location charges also GST will come at the same rate as construction service, because it becomes a composite supply. But if you buy an apartment after completion certificate or first occupancy, whichever is there, for example, you bought 1 crore rupees ka apartment after completion certificate or first occupancy, whichever is earlier, then apartment pe there is no GST, preferential location charges also there will be no GST. That's all is the clarification which has been given over here. This is the circular relating to preferential location charges. I've gone ahead and told you, you guys can read once. Okay, sir, done. The next one, taxability of ESOPs, ESPP, employee stock option plan, all these restricted stock units given by a company to its employee through its overseas holding company. Now here the question which came was whether such transfer of shares or securities by foreign holding company directly to the employees of the Indian company and subsequent reimbursement of the cost of such share or securities by the Indian company to the foreign company can be considered as importation of service by the financial service by the Indian company from the foreign company, and whether the same can be considered as liable to GST in the hands of the Indian company under RCM. So for an example, I'll go ahead and tell you, this is one Indian company which is there, Indian company has a foreign holding company or foreign company which is there, which is holding the Indian company. Now foreign company is listed is supposedly US. Okay, and the shares are listed at $100 per share. Now what happened? I joined as an employee in the Indian company. Because I am giving services and employee, employer-employee relationship, I am the employee, they are the employer, I am giving the services. In return, the Indian company told, we will give you shares of the foreign company which is there. So our foreign company which is there, their shares we will go ahead and give it to you. So employee is giving services to the employer. In the course of employment, the Indian company requested its foreign company that you give the shares, your shares, to our employee who is there. So here the first question which came was, is it taxable? My first question. Services given by employee to employer. In return, whatever consideration is given, whether it is shares, etc. First thing is, services given by employer to employer is not taxable. Secondly, when shares are given, shares are anyway securities and shares are also not taxable. Now here the main question which came was, has the foreign company given any financial services to its Indian company for which Indian company should pay GST under RCM? So here the clarification which was given was, the foreign company, so for an example, the employees ko shares were given by the foreign company. The shares on that day were listed in the stock exchange at $100. Now, if Indian company reimbursed to the foreign company only $100 per share, no extra amount, then there is no GST, there is no financial service, and there is no GST payable under RCM. However, if because the foreign company gave the shares to the employee, the Indian company reimbursed $100, which is the shares ka price, plus $10 extra for an example, then there is a financial service which is provided by the foreign company to the Indian company, and on this $10 the Indian company has to pay GST under RCM. I hope this point is clear to all. Yes sir, we are all clear. The same point I had gone ahead and explained in the amendment video as well. Let's go ahead and continue. This is the same thing which has been told over here. Now one point over here is GST on warranty replacements of parts and repair during warranty period. This I will go ahead and talk about it along with the ITC ka chapter. When I go ahead and discuss the ITC ka chapter, then I will come back and we'll discuss about this amendment. We'll revise when we are done with the ITC ka chapter, not now. Okay sir, this point is clear. Here we are done with your chapter of supply. Congratulations people, A+ graded chapter. From the amendment, the 3-4 amendments which are there, you will see 1 point of 2 to 3 marks from the amendment. Plus from this chapter, anywhere section number 7.1 A, B, C is A graded. This I find it A graded. Composite supply, mixed supply, I find it A graded. This chapter is A plus graded, Baba. You can't go ahead and leave this chapter. This chapter is A graded. These are some of the A graded points which are there. This circular is A graded. You will see one small point can come. I believe it should come. Other than that, also anything can be asked, Baba. But in this attempt, I feel the amendments are very, very important. Plus, anything can come from the chapter. Please don't leave anything and go. We have gone ahead and discussed everything in detail, revised, done. Chalo, closing my revision on the chapter of supply, everyone. Congratulations, people. Chalo, quickly give me a heads up. Are we all 100% clear till here? Chalo, we'll now go ahead and move to the next one over here. Nature of supply. Everyone over here, listen to me very carefully. We started learning GST with goods or service. Goods or service has to be supplied. Yes, sir. Supply we learned section number 7 and we learned section number 8. Now listen. Once goods and service has been supplied, supply can be either interstate supply or supply can be either intrastate supply. Interstate supply is told in section number 7 of the IGST Act is defined, and intra is defined in section number 8 of the IGST Act. Although it's not a very important chapter, but it's a linking chapter. We'll quickly run through it. Everyone over here now. So once goods and services have been supplied interstate, then Baba IGST gets levied. Once intrastate, CGST and SGST gets levied. So it is very important to understand what is inter and what is intra. You guys already know about what is inter and what is intra. Let's quickly run through it. Section number 7 defines interstate supply. So we are going to talk about the IGST Act in this chapter. Section number 8 talks about intrastate supply. Section number 9 also will be going ahead and talking about it. Territorial waters of India. Okay, sir. Beside that, in the IGST Act, section number 10, 11, 12 and 13, it deals with the place of supply. So this is discussed in place of supply ka chapter. Section number 14, which is there, Baba, OIDRs are discussed about NTOR, OIDR services given to NTOR. OIDR ka discussion is section number 14. 15 talks about tourist. 16 is zero rated supply over here. These are the main section of IGST Act. Let's go ahead and quickly talk about it. Section number 7, interstate supply. What is interstate, everyone? Whenever location of supplier and place of supply. Sir, first it says subject to provision of section number 10 and 12, means find out the place of supply by applying section number 10 in case of goods, section number 12 in case of service. Now, if supply of goods is dealt by section number 7 subsection 1, supply of service is dealt with section number 7 subsection 3. It says location of supplier and place of supply are in two different state, two different UT, one state and one UT. It is always interstate supply. You guys already know. Importation of service, always remember whenever you import services or you import goods, importation of goods and importation of service, section number 7.2 and section number 7.4 said it is always interstate supply. Done, sir. Okay, there is nothing important over here, sir. Whenever supply is in one state, place of supply is in other state, two different state, two different UT, one state, one UT. Importation of goods, importation of service, always interstate supply. Then they told supply of goods, services or both, where supplier is in India, place of supply is outside India. Supply is in India, place of supply is outside India. I am in India, place of supply is outside India. It's generally export. But export has a definition in GST. Only if it falls in the definition, then it is called as export, because export ka case mein lot of benefits are given and hence we don't call this as export. Along with this, you have to see other terms and condition, only then it is called export. And hence over here, location of supply is in India and place of supply is outside India, it is called interstate. I am in India, place of supply is outside India, interstate. Supplying to or by an SEZ unit or developer. So for an example, one SEZ is there within the state also. Remember one thing, supplying to an SEZ or supply by an SEZ. So if I am going in and supplying to an SEZ or SEZ is supplying, always remember it will always be interstate supply. It will never be intra. Any transaction which happens in the taxable territory which is not being intrastate and which is not covered anywhere else, any transaction which happens within the taxable territory, not intra and not covered anywhere, it will always be inter and IGST will be levied. That's all, everyone. The next one over here is section number 8 talks about intrastate supply. Section number 8 talks about what, everyone? Intrastate. So, intra is what, everyone? First, find out the place of supply by applying section number 10. They say, please find out the place of supply. Okay? Please find out the place of supply by applying section number 12. Then they go ahead and say, sir, location of supplier and place of supply in same state or same UT. Location of supply and place of supply in same state or UT. It is always intrastate supply. ठीक है सर. What is not intra? Following shall not be intra. Always remember, even if you are supplying to SEZ or SEZ is supplying within the state also, it will never be intra because it is specifically told it is always interstate supply. The next one, importation of goods. Remember one thing, importation of goods is always inter and hence it will never be intra. And supplying to a tourist, whenever you supply any goods to a tourist, because tourist is going to take the goods outside India, the destination is outside India, government says, Ramesh, in that scenario, never go ahead and assume it to be intrastate. Don't charge CGST, SGST, always charge IGST, and that IGST is given as a refund to the tourist when the tourist leaves India, but that refund to tourist wala scheme as of now is not applicable to you. Okay, sir. Then proviso, sir, supplying to an SEZ services to or by an SEZ is also never it is intra. What is it, sir? It is always interstate supply. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Yes, sir. Section number 7 done. Section number 8 done. Section number 9 goes ahead and talks about. Now here one explanation is there. It is just going ahead and telling, if you have one establishment in India, one establishment outside India, one establishment in India, one establishment outside India, it's always establishment of a distinct person. Sir, one establishment I have in one state and another establishment outside the state, that will also be distinct person. I have one establishment in one state and another establishment also within the state, and both are registered, then also it is distinct person. Just distinct person has been described over here, and then they are going ahead and telling. So for an example, if I have Standard Chartered Bank US has one branch office, agency office, representational office in India for an example, then it will be deemed that they have a another establishment in our country, and if they have establishment in our country, it will be deemed as a distinct person. I hope this point is clear. Now, section number 7 done, section number 8 done, section number 9 goes ahead and talks about territorial waters of India. Sir, to understand this, you have to first understand what do you mean by India. India, number A means the territory of India. Yes, sir. Then India ka definition says India means the territory of India. Territory of India means this is the territory of India. Correct, everyone? This is the territory of India. So this is India. B, it goes ahead and says from here, if you go 12 nautical mile, the second one, that is known as territorial waters of India. Below this, the seabed and subsoil which are there, the third one, this is also India. India means the territory of India, the territorial waters of India. Below that, the seabed and subsoil. Okay, sir. After that, there is a 188 nautical miles which is there. Okay, this is also known as India. This is exclusive economic zone, a zone which economies are exclusive to India, means the oil generation capabilities etc. can be exclusively used by India. That is why it is known as exclusive economic zone. And below this, the landmass which is there is known as, so this is the fourth one and this is the fifth one, the continental shelf. And then they have gone ahead and told, above India and above the territorial waters of India, the airspace which is there is also considered as India. But remember, the airspace above the exclusive economic zone is not India. Okay, sir. Now, outside 200 nautical mile, this is not India. This is outside the 200 nautical mile. This is, if you send any goods outside, it is always export. It is not within India. So, sir, can you tell me what is India? Sir, India means the territory of India. After this, the territorial waters of India, if you go 12 nautical mile in the water, that is also India. Below this, the seabed and subsoil is also India. After this, the exclusive economic zone is also India. And below this, the continental shelf is also India. This is the definition of India which is given. Now, one question which came was, sir, if one person is there in Delhi and he is going in and supplying to another person who is in the territorial waters of India, sir, what is the location of the person in the territorial waters of India? So, if registered person is in Delhi and the place of supply is in the territorial water, they went ahead and told in section number 9 that the place of supply will be deemed to be the nearest coastal state. Now, if I go ahead and tell you, for an example, one person from Delhi went to the oil field and did some repair and maintenance work. Now, the place of supply is in the territorial water. Can you go ahead and tell me what is the place of supply over here? If this is closest to Goa, Baba, as all of you know, the person in the territorial water takes registration in the nearest coastal state. So the place of supply will be Goa. Supply is in Delhi, place of supply is in Goa. He is going to go ahead and charge IGST. I hope this point is clear to all of you. That's all has been told over here. Whenever the location is in the territorial water, location is always the nearest coastal state. And sir, if place of supply is in the territorial water, place of supply is always deemed to be in the nearest coastal state, and that is told by section number 9. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Yes, sir. So, in the exam, if they go ahead and tell you, for an example, that this ship is located 5 nautical miles from Goa and 10 nautical miles from Gujarat. What is the place of supply? Sir, the place of supply is Goa because Goa is the nearest coastal state. Done, sir. This point is clear. Chalo. Now you will go ahead and tell me, sir, what about one person going ahead and supplying in the exclusive economic zone? Remember one thing, exclusive economic zone is an other territory which is a union territory as per the definition, and hence supposingly from Delhi one person is supplying in the union territory, one person is supplying from a state to another union territory, it is always interstate supply and always IGST will come. But supposingly EZ may one more oil field is there. This oil field is supplying to this oil field. Sir, the whole exclusive economic zone is other territory, and whenever within the territory if somebody is supplying to each other, that is always intrastate. But if from here outside it is being supplied, it will always be interstate and IGST will be applied. Done, sir. This point is clear. That's all I have gone ahead and written. Supply to or fro EZ. Always remember one thing, it will always be interstate and IGST will come. But if supply is within the EZ, within the exclusive economic zone, it will always be intrastate. And sir, intra means CGST and EZ being a union territory, UTGST will come. Done, everyone. Can I go ahead? People tell me, are we all 100% clear? Yes, sir. Now listen. Now they have gone ahead and given one definition of exports. Exports may, the definition of export says, export of goods means just take the goods from India. Outside India, it will be export. Export means, goods means taking of goods from India to a place outside India. So if I take the goods from India outside India, it is always export of goods. Export of service ka definition, very, very important. You must remember, you might need somewhere to write. Export of service means a supply of service where location of supply is in India. Location of supply is in India. Everyone with me. Location of supply is in India. Location of recipient is outside India. The place of supply is outside India. Payment should be received in convertible foreign exchange. You should receive foreign currency to be termed as export of service. You should receive foreign currency. And INR, in case of Nepal, Bhutan, INR is permitted. So even if you receive Nepal, Bhutan ka case mein INR, that will still be classified as export of service. And supplier and recipient are not mere establishment of distinct person. It means it is not just your branch office outside India from whom you have received the foreign currency. No. You should have given the service to actual different person and you should have earned foreign currency. Government says earn foreign currency from outside people. Only if you earn foreign currency from outsider, India will become rich. And hence, we will give you a lot of benefit. And that is what is being told over here. So, sir, export of goods just means taking of goods from India outside India. Export of service means, everyone with me, suppliers in India. Recipient is outside India. Sir, supplies in India, recipient is outside India, and place of outside India, it is always inter. IGST will come. But government says, Ramesh, if you go ahead and receive foreign currency and you both are not mere establishment, branch office and head office, you are actual different person from whom you have earned, then your service will become export of service, and export of service are given lot of benefit, which is told over here in section number 16. Section number 16 goes ahead and says, zero rated supply. What is zero rated supply? There are two things which are zero rated supply. Always remember, one is export. If you go ahead and do export, supply is in India, place of supply is outside India, it is interstate, IGST should come. But government says, Ramesh, because you are doing export and earning foreign currency, I will give you the benefit of zero rated supply and you don't have to pay any GST. Government says what? Export of service is zero rated. Means selling, buying, whole chain pe no tax ka burden. The whole tax will be refunded to you. We'll understand this. And supply of goods for authorized operation, if you are supplying to an SEZ unit or developer, whenever you are supplying to an SEZ unit, because SEZs are anyways going to export outside India, government says, Ramesh, whenever you are supplying to an SEZ unit, remember that is also a zero rated supply which is there. Okay, sir. So two things which are zero rated. Section number 16, 1A says, sir, if you are exporting, that is zero rated. If you are supplying to SEZ, that is also zero rated. Sir, then now government goes ahead and says that whenever you are supplying outside India, I will give you two ways to go ahead and make it zero rated. I asked how. Government went ahead and told Ramesh, listen, you buy raw material, everyone over here. I asked government, how will I get zero rating ka benefit? Government told you do one thing, you buy raw material. When you buy the raw material, on the input, so for an example, you bought the raw material, inputs, you paid the GST, you take the input tax credit, correct? Now you went ahead and made the final product, finished goods, and you exported it outside India. When you are going ahead and exporting, now government says, Ramesh, do one thing over here. In case of export, you go ahead and pay. You give letter of undertaking or bond. LUT or bond you can go ahead and give, and you don't have to pay any IGST. Interstate supply, exports are interstate. Suppliers in India, place of supply is outside India. It is interstate, but you don't have to pay IGST. And this ITC which is there, I told I will make it a part of the cost and export. Then government told no, this ITC will be refunded. Meaning thereby that, sir, whenever you are buying anything, you don't have to pay any GST. And if you are you have to pay GST, but the GST will be refunded to you. And on export, you can give LOT or bond. You don't have to pay any GST. It means from buying to selling, there is no GST impact, and hence it is called zero rated supply. And the next one over here is, sir, can you tell me any other way to go ahead and export? Government went ahead and told, do one thing. When you export, sir, I will not give LUT or bond. Okay, don't give LUT or bond. Do one thing. Export में supposingly 1 crore rupees का export, you have to pay IGST. ठीक है? So whatever you purchased, you have imports or which you have purchased over here. On the imports, whatever GST you have paid, whatever the ITC is there, no, you use it to pay IGST. You use it to pay IGST, and this whole IGST you can go ahead and claim a refund. So there are two ways to go ahead. Now, sir, this ITC, I've used it, and full IGST I've gone ahead and claimed a refund. So for an example, the IGST payable was 1 lakh rupees. ITC was 50,000 rupees. 50,000 I paid in cash. So 50,000 plus this 50,000, full 1 lakh rupees will be refunded to me. ITC also refunded. Cash में whatever tax you paid, that is also refunded, and hence full 1 lakh rupees is being refunded to you. I hope this point is clear to all of you. And in this scenario also, buying to selling, no impact of GST, and hence it is called zero rated supply. That is what is being told over here. A person making zero rated supply shall be eligible to claim a refund of the unutilized ITC without paying if you give LUT or bond. Registered person making zero rated supply, in case of non-realization of sale proceed, the deposit shall be refunded, shall be liable to refund the amount along with interest within 30 days after the expiry of the time limit as per FEMA. This point which is there, it goes ahead and says basically, if you have gone ahead and exported the goods, you have taken the goods from India outside India, export, but you have not yet realized the foreign service ka case mein to refund is given only when you realize the foreign currency, because export of service is only when you have realized the foreign currency. But goods ka case mein what they say is, when you take the goods from India outside India, it is export and will give you the refund. You took the refund, but you never realized foreign currency. But as per FEMA, you should realize the foreign currency within the time limit of FEMA. You should realize the foreign currency. If you don't realize the foreign currency within the time limit of FEMA, whatever the refund was given in case of export of goods, you should deposit it back along with interest. If you don't do that, Baba, in our export ka chapter, we'll see, they will go ahead and take the money back from you. Basically, they will do demand and recovery. Done, sir. This point is clear. And sir, the second point is, government may on recommendation of council by notification specify a class of person who may make zero rated supply on payment of IGST, and a class of goods or service which may be exported on payment of IGST and claim refund of the IGST. The second method, pay IGST, use your input tax credit and claim a refund of the complete IGST which is there. And for this, government have gone ahead and currently notified that all goods and service except some specified goods which is not required for you as the class of goods and service, and all suppliers to SEZ unit or developer can go ahead and export on payment of IGST and claim a refund of the IGST which is paid. So can you tell me, sir, what are the two ways to go ahead and export? Number one, give LUT or bond, ITC refund. Number two, pay IGST. To pay IGST, use your ITC, and full IGST ka refund you can go ahead and take. Done, sir. And here they have gone ahead and told one line over here which is very, very important. You should always remember. For an example, I went ahead and bought plastic. Out of this plastic, I am making plastic bangles. Plastic bangles in India are exempt supply. If it is exempt supply in India, sir, the ITC is not given only because it is exempted. But sir, if I go ahead and export this, government goes ahead and says, if you go ahead and export, the ITC will be refunded to you. That's all they have gone ahead and told that, sir, ITC may be availed for making zero rated supply even if such supply is an exempt supply. Even if it is exempt, you can go ahead and take the ITC ka refund which is there. ITC can be availed by you and you can go ahead and claim a refund of it. Done, sir. This point is clear. That's all has been point over here. One small point which you can see over here, sir. Supposingly, I go ahead, but this point I don't want to go ahead and explain much, but listen. Now, if you go ahead, supposingly I am in Karnataka and one SEZ is within Karnataka. I am a hotel. We have a banquet hall. SEZ went ahead and told we have a conference. We will come to a banquet hall. Now, I am in Karnataka. SEZ is in Karnataka. Banquet hall given in Karnataka. Location of supply is in Karnataka. Place of supply is in Karnataka. I will go ahead and charge CGST and HGST. But sir, relating to SEZ, it is told supply of goods or service to or by an SEZ. Always you have to go ahead and take it as what, everyone? Inter, as per section number 7. So sir, what to do? Supply is in Karnataka. SEZ ko services given in Karnataka, because the banquet hall was in Karnataka, I should charge CGST, HGST or IGST, because section number 7 says IGST. So they clarified section number 7 is a more specific section relating to SEZ, and hence it should always be treated as interstate and not intra. That's all has been told over here. कि sir, short term accommodation or banqueting or conferencing service given to SEZ, section number 12(3)(c) of the place of supply will not apply. It will never be intra. Section number 7(5)(b) will apply. It will be interstate. Specific provision always prevails over the general provision. Although this chapter which is there is not a very important chapter, but it's a linking ka chapter. Sir, what point we should remember? You should remember export ka service ka definition which is there. I like this. This is a C graded chart. Okay? I like this small circular which is there. Hey. That's all, everyone. Nothing much from this chapter. There is yeah. And this section number 9 also you can remember. One small MCQ by chance they can go ahead and ask you. That's where we have given the services to an in the TWI, what will be the place of supply, or supplies in the TWI, what will be the place of supply. Always remember the nearest coastal state is there. I hope you guys enjoyed this revision of nature of supply. Closing my chapter of nature of supply. Done. Now, let's go ahead and move to the next chapter. The next chapter is charge of GST. Baba, A graded chapter, A plus graded chapter. I will go ahead and say, you will see one question in the exam coming from this chapter. Let's go ahead and discuss, not discuss, revise. Charge of GST, A plus graded chapter. Sir, where will the question come from? The question will come from section number 9(3). You can get a direct question or you will get it as a part of big question, but you will see one question on this. Take everyone, chalo. If you don't know this chapter, your big question which will come in the exam will be at risk. So please do this chapter properly. Chalo. Charge of GST. Everyone, let's take a quick linking. We started, everyone, with me. Let's go ahead. We started learning GST with goods or service. Goods or service has to be supplied. Supply can be either interstate supply or supply can be either intrastate supply. See, Baba, till now what did we revise? You can always revise everything in one go. Sir, goods we learned section number 252. Services we learned section number 2102. It gave us the definition. Then we learned supply section number 7, which went ahead and told about supply. Section number 7, 1A, B, C, we went ahead and learned. Supply, we also learned section number 8, composite supply and mixed supply. Then we learned interstate supply. Interstate supply, section number 7 of the IGST Act. Then we learned section number 8 of the IGST Act. Now, people seeing me telling this section, people will be like, sir, do we have to remember section number? Sir, should I write section number in the exam? Sir, I will not remember section number. Are you will not remember anyways? You don't know. If you now students text me sometimes, sir, I will not remember any section number. What to do? If you don't remember, then how will you write? You will not be able to write. So if you remember, you write. If you don't remember, don't write. No problem at all, sir. But is it important to write? Is it important to write subsection? Nothing important. But it's always a cherry on the cake. If you are writing, it looks beautiful. You are a CA final student, right? Done. Section number 9 talks about territorial waters of India. 10, 11, 12, 13 is place of supply. 14 is OIDR. 15 talks about tourist. 16 talks about zero rated supply. Exports are zero rated, remember everyone. And supplying to SEZ unit is always zero rated supply. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Yes, sir, this point is clear. Now, once goods and services are supplied, supply can be either interstate supply. If it is interstate supply, IGST will get levied. And this is not told by me that if it is interstate supply, IGST will get levied. That is told by section number 5 of the IGST Act. And sir, if it is intrastate supply, CGST will get levied and SGST will get levied. I don't write SGST because SGST is not a part of our syllabus, sir. And this is section number 9. Now here section number 5 and section number 9 are exactly same. These are the levy section. They go ahead and simply say, see, if you read 9 and 5, they are exactly same. The only difference is intra becomes inter. In case section number 9, it says intrastate supply. In case of section number 5, it goes ahead and says interstate supply. That's all, everyone. Okay. Now, section number 9, I will go ahead and start with. Section number 9, when you read, section number 9 has 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, section number 9.4 and section number 9.5. In this chapter, we will be learning section number 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, 9.4, 9.5. We do not go ahead and discuss because that is discussed in ECO wala chapter. Done, sir. Now, section number 9.1 simply goes ahead and says what you know. Normal, nothing. Sir, whenever goods services you will supply, intrastate, CGST will get levied. CGST never gets levied on alcoholic liquor for human consumption. You will charge GST. Whenever GST gets levied, you have to go ahead and collect and pay GST. So you will calculate GST on the value into rate of tax. So they are telling on the value multiplied by the rate of tax. And this rate will be notified by the government. You should just collect and pay if you are a taxable person. That's all is told by section number 9.1. That you guys already know. Section number 9.2 just says HP man. You all know HP man. Sir, what is HP man? High speed diesel, petroleum crude petroleum, baba, motor spirit, aviation turbine fuel and natural gas. Can you tell me 5 of them, everyone? HP man. Everyone with me. High speed diesel, petroleum crude, motor spirit, aviation turbine fuel and natural gas. Done. These 5 items which are there, as of now there is no GST, but GST will come from a date notified by government on recommendation of council. Total bakwas again. Section number 9.3 being the most important part, it says about RCM. So sir, what is RCM? Generally, if I am a supplier, I will collect the GST and I will pay the GST to the government. If I am a supplier, I will go ahead and collect the GST and I should pay the GST to the government. But in case of RCM, what happens? Government says the supplier is very unorganized or supplier will not pay GST to the government or collecting GST from the supplier is difficult. So then government goes in and says supplier will give the supply, recipient, you should pay the GST to the government under RCM. R for reverse charge, R for recipient. Reverse charge mein recipient pays the GST to the government. Now RCM, government saw some goods and services on which government saw that collecting the GST from the supplier is very difficult and hence we will take the GST from the recipient who is there, and recipient should pay GST on notified goods and notified services which are there. Notified services are down, notified goods are over here. Actually, notified goods were not applicable for CA final also before some time, but now all the students who are there CA, CMA, you have to study the goods also and you have to study the services also. Now, notified goods ka case mein, they have gone ahead and told some goods which are there. Okay? Now, everyone over here. Notified goods mein, number 1 is cashew nuts which are not peeled or shelled. Sir, unpeeled cashews which are there, whenever one agriculturist will sell to a registered person should pay the GST under RCM. Okay, sir. Sir, can we go ahead and remember the crops belt which you had gone ahead and told? Yes, Baba. I am in the amendment booklet. In the amendment booklet, I have written over here. These are the things on which GST is applicable under RCM. Crops belt. You should remember. C for cashew nut. R for raw cotton. Old and used goods which are there. Old used vehicles which are there. P for PSLC, S for silk yarn, B for BD leaves, E for essential oil, L for lottery and T for tobacco leaves. Here one amendment is there, metal scrap also has been added. Okay, sir, done. Now here you can follow the amended chart which is there. Okay. Remember this, everyone. Tobacco word was not added, so I am adding the word tobacco over here. Tobacco also. Tobacco or BD leaves which are there. Whenever one agriculturist will sell to any registered person should pay GST under RCM. Baba, there is nothing for me to explain over here. It is very simple, just to remember that, sir, cashew nut not peeled or shelled, agriculturist giving to a registered person pays GST under RCM. Tobacco leaves or BD wrapper leaves, those BD car leaves which are there, agriculturist supplying to registered person should pay GST under RCM. Essential oils ka case mein, except citrus fruit wala essential oil, like peppermint, leave citrus fruit. Other than that, whichever essential oil they have told, like peppermint, spearmint, watermint, horse mint, bergamot, Menthena arvenes, all this, whenever it is being supplied, not by an agriculturist, it has to be unregistered person. Please write this down, everyone. This is written agriculturist, copy paste mistake. It has to be unregistered person. It will be unregistered person. Whenever it is supplying to any registered person should pay GST under RCM. ठीक है. Essential oil, remember essential oil का केस में unregistered person supplying to any registered person should pay GST under RCM. Silk yarn, whenever any person who is manufacturing silk yarn means silk का thread, whoever is manufacturing from raw silk or silk yarn, silkworm cocoons, silkworm से whoever is making silk yarn, silk का thread, and he is supplying to any registered person, that manufacturer will not pay that person. So basically what happens, no, all this silkworm cocoon say thread is being extracted by mostly agriculturist kind of people only. Those are agriculturists, or those are people who are basically into making of silk yarn, and they are not very organized. And in that scenario, government says whoever is making silk yarn, silk ka thread from silkworm cocoons, that person will not pay. The person, basically all these big sari ka dealers etc. will buy the silk ka thread from them and make silk saris etc. So whoever is the registered person, that registered person should pay GST. Raw cotton, agriculture is supplying to registered person should pay GST under RCM. Lottery ka case mein, state government, central government supplies the lottery to lottery distributor or agent. Lottery distributor or agent should pay GST. Used vehicle, seized vehicle, confiscated goods, old and used goods, waste and scrap. Remember, central government, state government, whenever it is supplying to any registered person should pay GST under RCM. But this is not applicable in case of Indian Railway. Indian Railways का case में always remember. Indian Railways का केस में always remember, Indian Railways pays GST under forward charge mechanism. So Indian Railway might be old scrap etc. Indian Railway is selling. So Indian Railway will collect the GST and pay GST to the government. But other than Indian Railways, which is government ka department, any other department, if they are going ahead and selling all these old vehicles, seized and confiscated goods, old and used goods, waste, scraps, then baba, whoever is the registered person buying, registered person has to pay GST under RCM. PSLCs ka case mein, any registered person supplying to another registered person. So for example, one bank is selling to another bank. The other bank, which is a registered person, has to pay the GST under RCM. Done, sir. Now here, 2 points which I have told you. One is add tobacco leaves also over here, because that tobacco leaves was missed. Tobacco leaves or BD lapping leaves, whenever agriculture is said to registered person should pay GST under RCM. Essential oil other than citrus fruit, namely which essential oil, peppermint etc. का case में, remember, unregistered person supplying to registered person should pay GST under RCM. One amendment which I want you guys to write over here and keep is regarding this metal scrap. Metal scrap wala point. Metal scrap, whenever registered person, metal scrap, all this aluminum scrap, nickel scrap, iron ka scrap, whenever one registered person is supplying to unregistered person, metal scrap, unregistered person supplying to registered person should pay GST under RCM. That's all has been told. Hey, what is this? 1 minute. Unregistered person to registered person. Whenever one unregistered person supplies to registered person, RCM will come. Done, sir. This point is clear. This has been written as ulta. Registered person nahi. Unregistered person supplying to registered person, RCM. ठीक है. Unregistered person supplying to a registered person should pay GST under RCM. Remember, write this point and keep. Whenever one unregistered person will supply to registered person should pay GST under RCM. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Remember, which are the items on which RCM is applicable? Crops built. C for cashew nuts, which are unpeeled, etc. Agriculturists will supply the cashew nut to registered person should pay. R for raw cotton. Again, raw cotton ka case mein, I've already told you, agriculture is supplying to registered person should pay. O for, sir, old and used vehicles, etc. P for PSLCs. ठीक है. S for silk yarn का case, and B for, sir, BD leaves, etc. E for essential oils, L for lotteries which are there, and T for tobacco leaves which are there, and other than that, metal scrap has been added. Please give me a heads up. Are we all clear till here? Can we go ahead? Velugulla, I have told your doubt ka answer 5 times, but you are not listening what I am telling and you are asking the doubt again and again. I am telling essential oil which are being told over here, peppermint, spearmint, bergamot, etc. Only in this scenario. I have already told your answer 5 times, but you are concentrating on asking the question again and again and not listening. You have to listen, Baba. All clear, everyone? Can we go ahead? Chalo, everyone over here now. Now, section number 9.3 goes ahead and talks about other services which are there. Arey, Velugulla, you have to tell, did you get it or did not get? Can we go ahead? Chalo, let's go ahead, everyone. Let's go ahead. Everyone over here now. Now, we have section number 9.3 which goes ahead and talks about other services which are there. Okay? Other means services on which RCM is applicable. Now, these services on which RCM is applicable. Number 1, GTA. Now, GTA case mein, I hope you guys remember always, GTA has GTA. Remember one thing, GTA case mein, GTA can give services. GTA can be unregistered GTA. If the GTA is unregistered, 5% RCM is applicable on the recipient. Okay? Now, GTA can have 3 options which are there. One is GTA is unregistered, or GTA does not opt to pay GST under forward charge. In this case, recipient will pay 5% reverse charge mechanism. Okay, sir? If GTA can take registration and GTA can go ahead and say, I will pay 12% under forward charge mechanism. If GTA will collect 12% and pay forward charge mechanism, then GTA gets the input tax credit. Remember one thing, everyone. Sir, what are the GTA options you have gone ahead and told? Baba, GTA has 2 options which are there. One is GTA can opt for either GTA is unregistered person or opts not to pay. Even though registered, but it says I will not pay GST. In this scenario, 5% RCM is applicable and no ITC to the GTA. GTA will not get any input tax credit of anything it buys. Or GTA can go ahead and take registration. After it takes registration, it can go online and opt for 2 options. One is 12% forward charge mechanism and one is 5% forward charge mechanism. If it opts for 12% forward charge mechanism, input tax credit available to GTA. 5% no ITC to GTA. I am not talking about the recipient ka GTA. I am not talking about the recipient ka ITC. I am talking about the GTA ka ITC. Recipient to whether he pays 5% or he pays 12%. Remember, recipient whether he pays 5% or he pays 12%. Recipient can take ITC. I am talking about GTA now. GTA has 3 options basically. One is GTA can opt for not paying the GST. In that scenario, recipient always pays 5% RCM. Okay? No ITC, input tax rate of anything to GTA. GTA can take registration and it can go for 12% forward charge or 5% forward charge. If it goes for 12% forward charge, GTA will charge GST to the customer 12%, but it will get all input tax rate of fuel, not fuel, lubricant, truck, whatever it buys, it will get the credit. If GTA offers for 5% forward charge mechanism, GTA will not get ITC, no ITCs of whatever is there to the GTA. Okay. Now, whenever I am teaching you GTA, I will go ahead and teach you GTA from forward charge mechanism point of view, reverse charge and exemption, all the 3. Okay, sir? So, GTA ka case mein you have to remember, GTA can give services to unregistered person under GST, or GTA can give services to registered person under GST. Okay? Done, sir? You have to remember, if it is giving to registered person can be TDS deductor. TDS deductor are of 4 categories. Remember one thing, TDS deductor A is Department of Central Government, State Government. B is Department of Central Government, State Government, Local Authority, Governmental Agencies. Wait, I'll show you the TDS deductor. 4 categories which are there in your TDS deductor ka chart. Page number 42. There are 4 types of TDS deductor. Remember one thing. Department or establishment of central government, state government, local authority, governmental agencies, and the fourth is notified category, which is notified on the recommendation of council. Now TDS deductor mein, I want you guys to remember, out of this 4 category, if GTA is going ahead and giving services, GTA can give services number A, Department of Central Government, State Government, B, Local Authority, C, governmental agencies, or TDS deductor can be D category, which is notified category. Done? Or so this is notified category and this is first three categories, or it can be other registered person. Done? Here, if GTA is giving services to unregistered person can be FB scoop. Sir, what is FB scoop? I will tell you. I've written it down in the chart. Remember, if it's a factory which is registered under Factories Act, B for body corporate which is registered under any law. Body corporate basically means company which is registered under Indian Act or foreign any other act which is there. Society which is registered under Societies Act. COO is cooperative society which is established under law. P for partnership firm. Partnership firm can be registered under Partnership Act, unregistered under Partnership Act, including AOP and LLP. Remember FB scoop. Everyone with me. What is FB scoop? F for factory, B for body corporate, S for society, C for cooperative society, COO is done, P for partnership firm. Now partnership firm can be registered under Partnership Act, not registered, including AOP and LLP. Remember one thing, it can be FB scoop. Unregistered person can be unregistered casual taxable person, Baba handicraft goods wala who are unregistered casual taxable person, or it can be other unregistered person. Now remember one thing, see, RCM at the rate 5% and I'll write 12% or 5% forward charge mechanism. However, the GTA has opted. Now listen, if it is giving services to this 3 category, no, the RCM is not applicable. It has been exempted. Under reverse also, it has been exempted under forward charge mechanism also. Okay, sir. Secondly, here RCM will come. Here RCM will come. Here RCM will come. Other registered person, always RCM will come. Done, sir. What about FB scoop, sir? FB scoop ka case mein, although they are unregistered people, if it's a factory, society, cooperative society, partnership firm, they have to take GST mein registration and they have to pay GST under RCM. Oh, sorry. Or here it is FCM, no? 12 or 5% FCM. 12% or 5% FCM. GTA will charge. 12% or 5% FCM GTA will charge. Okay. Unregistered CTP ka case mein also government have gone ahead and exempted it. Here also it is exempt. In other unregistered person also it is exempt. And here also it is exempt. I want all of you to see this chart and tell me if you guys are clear with this point. I've written this chart here only. You can see very simple it is. Sir, if GTA is giving registered supply services to TDS deductor ka case mein it is exempt. Sir, TDS deductor only first 3 category. You can remember that. Other registered person ka case mein RCM. If it is given to unregistered person, FB scoop, it is RCM. Unregistered person, unregistered CTP, it is always exempted, which is there. I have gone ahead and written the same thing over here. But what I have done is RCM also I have clarified, forward charge also I have clarified. People have to give me a heads up. Are we all 100% clear till here? Yes, sir, we are all clear. Now listen. Can I link one small thing over here? Yes, sir, you can link one small thing over here. I will go ahead and link one small thing. Remember, people, first all of you have to tell me whether this point is clear to all of you. 100% clear. All of you have to first tell me. People who are watching at home, are we all 100% clear with this? GTA is one person who issues consignment note, remember. Goods Transport Agency Prashant, you will not see goods transport operator, goods transport agency, nothing. You always have to go ahead and CTP means casual taxable person. Goods transport operator or goods transport agency, you have to see which person is covered under this is those person who are issuing a consignment note. Done. Okay? Now listen. Arey Baba, Prashant, listen no. I'm telling, I told the answer already. You are still sending the question. Problem with students is no listening, only talking. Sir, I will talk. Baba, listen. You have to see the person who issues consignment note. That person is called as a GTA. There is no goods transport operator definition anywhere. It is only goods transport agency. Okay? Now listen. Everyone over here. So I hope this point is clear. Now wherever it is RCM, that is covered in section number 9.3. This FCM is not covered under 9.3. So you have to see in the exam if they have gone ahead and told the GTA has opted for forward charge or the GTA has opted for reverse charge mechanism. I hope this point is clear. Okay, done. Now, wherever reverse or forward is there, no, that places also GST will not come if the item being transported are this item. Everyone, 1 minute. I will go ahead and show you one place in your transport ka chart. In chart number 14, I have written over here. See, GTA is a person who issues consignment note. If GTA is giving services to a TDS deductor, who is basically central government, state government, union territory, local authority or governmental agency who is registered at TDS deductor, it is exempt. All other cases mein GST is always payable. If GTA has opted for reverse charge, recipient will pay. If GTA has opted for forward charge, GTA will collect and pay. If unregistered people, FB scoop, GST is payable. Recipient will pay if GTA has not opted for forward. If GTA has opted for forward, you have to see if GTA has opted for 12% forward, GTA will collect 12. If GTA has opted for forward 5%, GTA will collect 5%. Other unregistered person and unregistered casual taxable person is always exempt. Remember, wherever GST is payable, wherever this GST is payable, I have told, it will not be payable if the item being transported are random item. Remember, GTA case mein, if it is random item, GST is not payable. Sir, what is random item? Some specified goods government told GST is always exempted. What are these random item? This random item are relief material, agricultural produce, newspaper and magazine, defense and military equipment, organic manure, milk, salt, food grain, rice, flour and pulses. With me everyone, can you tell me which are the items on which GST is not payable if they are being transported by a GTA? Random item, relief material, agricultural produce, newspaper and magazine, defense and military equipment, organic manure, milk, salt, food grain, rice, flour and pulses. Remember, even though GST is payable over here, if all this scenario mein the item are random item, it is exempt. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Yes, sir. Here I will go ahead and close my discussion on GTA. Okay? Remember what they have told for GTA. Reverse charge mechanism is not applicable, means forward charge mechanism 12 or 5% will be applicable if supplier takes registration and opts to pay GST under forward charge. Forward charge, two options are there, 12 or 5. Supplier has issued a tax invoice and it should issue tax invoice charging GST either 12 or 5%. Also makes a declaration on the invoice issued by him. So whenever GTA will go ahead and issue the tax invoice, it will in the invoice or the consignment note, it will mention we are charging GST under forward charge. You don't have to pay GST under reverse charge mechanism. Yes, sir. Random item. Student want me to repeat. Chalo, we'll go ahead and talk. What is random item? Relief material, agricultural produce, newspaper and magazine, defense and military equipment, organic manure, milk, salt, food grain, rice, flour and pulses. Remember this point. Listen to me 2-3 times again and again. When you are listening the revisionary, you will remember this in the exam. Okay, sir? Done. The next one talks about advocate. Advocate services which are there. I will go ahead and talk along with the exemption ka chapter. Baba, in your exemption, come to advocate. Hi, here. Please come to your exemption chapter in advocate, everyone. Please come. Legal services ka chart which is there, page number 18. Form of advocate or individual as advocate. Form of advocate or individual as advocate. Now, see, form of advocate or individual as advocate. Advocate services we are going to talk about now. Remember one thing, advocate ka services ka case mein, exemption we are talking and reverse charge we are talking over here. Advocate, if it gives services to another advocate, always remember advocate to advocate services are always exempted. So if one advocate is giving services to another advocate, advocate to advocate services are always exempted. Okay, sir? Then person other than individual, person other than business entity. For example, Avinash over here. Avinash went to an advocate and told, sir, I want to take divorce. When advocate went ahead and gave services, Avinash is not a business entity. In this scenario, always remember GST will be exempted. But if advocate is going ahead and giving me services and I am a business entity, I have to pay GST under RCM if I am a big business entity. Who is a big business entity? A business entity is being classified as a big business entity only if it is last year, it has gone, not current year, last year. You don't have to see current year status ever. You have to see last year. If last year aggregate turnover was less than equal to registration limit, it is exempted because it was small. But if last year aggregate turnover is more than registration limit, GST will be payable under RCM. Done, sir? Next, central government, state government, governmental authority, governmental entity का case में always remember government, central government, state government, they have taken advocate का service, it is always exempted. ठीक है sir? Then comes senior advocate. बाबा senior advocate का case में always remember one thing. Sir, if it is given to person other than business entity, then always GST has been exempted. ठीक है? The next one over here is, if it is given to business entity, then you see last year ka turnover. If last year ka turnover is less than registration limit, it is exempt. If last year ka turnover is more than registration limit, which is 40 lakh, 20 lakh, 10 lakh, then GST payable under RCM. If it is given to government, then it is always exempted. I hope everyone is clear. Huh. Baba, senior advocate giving services to another advocate, there is lot of double opinions, etc. on this. Different kinds of opinions are there. The ICA ka material does not specifically go ahead and speak about it, so you don't have to worry about it. You will not get any question on that. It's a matter of dispute. Okay? Senior advocate giving services to advocate, there are different opinions on this. As of now, there are a lot of cases also which are going on, and hence we will not get into that. Okay? Now, so you have to always remember one thing, whether it is advocate, firm of advocate or senior advocate, when will GST come? Only when, if it is given to a business entity whose aggregate turnover is more than registration limit in the preceding financial year. If last year turnover is more than registration limit, then current year may the RCM is applicable. Otherwise, all other cases may, remember, the GST has been exempted. Done, sir? This point is clear. Now, the same thing is applicable for arbitral tribunal also. Now, tribunals are of two types. Remember one thing, tribunals are of two types. One is a tribunal which is established under law. Baba, tribunal established under law ka to services are neither supply of goods nor supply of service. I hope you guys are clear with this point, that sir, tribunal which are established under law, section number 7(2)(a) schedule 3 may we learn that sir, tribunals which are established under law, their services to neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Other than that, there are private tribunals which are there. For an example, Mukesh Ambani, Anil Ambani, when they fought, they went ahead and created one small arbitral tribunal, and then through arbitral tribunal, the dispute was being settled. Correct? The same way, arbitral tribunal, what they are going ahead and telling, if it, that is a private tribunal. Arbitral tribunal is a private tribunal which is there. Arbitral tribunal ka services also, if it is given to, for an example, now we take over here, Shivani and her husband, they fought. They went to an arbitral tribunal, and arbitral tribunal is giving the services to them. They are not a business entity, and hence it will always be exempted. But if it is given to a business entity which is big, whose last year turnover is more than registration limit, then RCM. But if last year turnover is less than registration limit or equal to registration limit, it is exempted. Arbitral tribunal giving services to governmental authority, governmental entity, central government, state government, union territory, etc., it is always exempted. The crux of the story over here is whether it is arbitral tribunal, whether it is advocate, whether it is senior advocate. If they are giving services to business entity, RCM will come only if the business entity is big. Big business entity means whose last year turnover is more than registration limit in the preceding financial year, then RCM is applicable. That's all, everyone. This has been told over here. This point you can remember and you will be able to do it in the exam. Chalo, please come back. So, sir, I have written over here advocate, firm of advocate, senior advocate or arbitral tribunal. Business entity, whenever it is giving services to a business entity which is in the taxable territory. Baba, if it is giving services to a business entity which is outside India, then there is no RCM. Outside India, ka business entities will not pay GST under RCM. In that scenario, it can come under export of service ka definition. for which zero rated supply etc can apply. Okay, but we'll not get into that discussion. Always remember one thing, whenever it is giving services to a business entity which is in India and the business entity is big, whose last year turnover is more than registration limit, then GST will be payable under RCM. Okay, sir. Next. The next one is any person, whenever it is giving sponsorship services. So I went ahead and I've organized one fest. I gave my services to a body corporate. Body corporate means a company, you take it to be company which is registered under Indian Companies Act or any other act which is there. It's a body corporate. Okay? And a partnership firm including LLP. Remember, in RCM chapter, in partnership firm LLP is included. So body corporate never includes an LLP. Partnership firm includes an LLP. Okay, everyone? And hence, always remember, sponsorship services given to a body corporate or partnership firm, only then RCM is applicable. Sir, other case, forward charge mechanism. Done, sir. Next. This government wala entry which is there, 5 and 5A. 5 and 5A, I will go ahead and discuss along with exemption. When we go ahead and talk about exemption, then we'll go ahead and talk about it. Done. But as of now, you can just remember this government, whenever it is going ahead and giving services, we'll talk roughly about it, not along with exemption. Exemption ka discussion we'll do along with exemption. Government, central government, state government, union territory or local authority, excluding which services? PAIIT. Sir, what is PAIIT? If you see PAIIT, I've removed it from here. ठीक है. PAIIT, you can remember it as post, airport or port related service, immovable property, Indian Railway, okay, and transportation related services. This whole point we'll discuss here. I've written post, airport or port, immovable property, Indian Railway, and transportation of goods or passenger related service. All these scenarios, what will happen, that we have gone ahead and spoken in the chapter of exemption. If barring this, any services are given to a business entity. Which business entity? Big business entity. Business entity whose turnover is more than registration limit. Then business entity pays the GST under RCM. Done. So supposingly government went ahead and gave one license to a business entity, which is a big business entity. Then business entity should pay GST under RCM. Okay. 5A says central government excluding Indian Railways. Baba, everywhere you will see Indian Railways has been excluded because Indian Railways ka case mein always forward charge mechanism is applicable, reverse charge is not applicable. Either Indian Railways ka services are exempted or forward charge is applicable. Indian Railways going in and giving services, RCM is not applicable. Okay? In central government, state government, union territory, local authority, if they are renting immovable property to a registered person should pay GST under RCM. These two entries which are there, more detailed discussion we'll go ahead and do when we go ahead and discuss our RCM ka exemption ka chapter which is there. Okay? Next. 5AA, any person renting of residential dwelling. Baba, I have rented one residential house to a registered person. Registered person should pay GST under RCM. Always remember one thing. Supposingly, we are Ramesh Soni classes. We went ahead and took one residential house on rent, which I am using for my staffs to stay, directors to stay, which I am using for the purpose of my official work, which I am going ahead using for my staff, directors. Remember one thing, if I am showing it as my business expense, then always the business entity should pay GST under RCM. But here, remember, if supposingly, don't I have a personal life? I am Ramesh Soni. I am registered person, but don't I have a personal life? If I go ahead and take a residential house on rent, which I am using for my personal purpose, showing it as a drawing, not showing it as a business expense, then Baba, in that scenario, RCM is not applicable, it is exempted. If renting is personal capacity for use as own resident and not for the firm, then Baba, in that scenario, RCM is not applicable. For this, we have some more discussions to do, but when we go to the exemption chapter, I'll talk more about it. The next one, 5B. 5B, any person who is transferring development right or floor space index. So if I have a land ka development right, I go ahead and give it to a promoter. Promoter should pay GST under RCM. Okay? 5C, any person giving long-term lease of land of 30 years or more to a promoter. Baba, whether you give development right or you give floor space index or you are going ahead and giving long-term lease of your land of 30 years or more to a promoter. Baba, these two entries we are not discussing in detail because it is relating to real estate, which is not important from exam point of view. Okay? Till date, they have never gone ahead and asked, but still, by chance they ask you, so we are going ahead and talking about it. If I give my development right to a promoter who is a real estate builder, or I give long-term lease of land to a builder, the builder should pay GST under RCM. Okay, sir? Then Director giving services to companies. Company is more organized. Government says company should pay GST under RCM. Insurance agent giving to insurance company should pay GST under RCM. Recovery agent giving services to bank, financial institution, bank should pay GST under RCM. My question to all of you: recovery agent giving services to car dealer, RCM or FCM? Everyone, tell me quickly. Recovery agent giving services to a car dealer, RCM or FCM? Sir, FCM, forward charge mechanism, because RCM is applicable only if recovery agent is giving services to whom, everyone? Bank, financial institution or NBFC. Done. Now, music composer. Yes, very good, very good, very good, very good, everyone. Forward charge mechanism, very good. ठीक है. Remember this point, everyone. Music composer, photographer, artist. What do they do? Music composer, photographer and artist, they go ahead and give their IPR to use, correct, to a music company or a producer. Their music company or producers are more organized, so government goes ahead and says whenever music composer, photographer or artist is giving to music company or producer, music company or producer should pay GST under RCM. ठीक है. 9A talks about author. If I am an author and I am unregistered, or I am not exercising the option to, even if I am registered, but I am telling I will not pay GST under forward charge. Baba, authors are given two options. Either author is unregistered, or even if registered, they say we will not pay the GST. So whenever I am giving my publishing right, basically I am giving my IPR to use to a publisher. The publisher, whatever amount they pay, they have to pay GST under RCM. But authors ka case mein always remember, forward charge is applicable if author takes GST registration and author has filed a declaration that he will pay the GST under forward charge and comply with the provision. Author is telling I will pay GST. Sir, I will pay the GST under forward charge and I will comply with all the provision of GST law. Author is telling I will give the invoice to the publisher. I will collect the GST. I will pay the GST to the government. All compliance I will do. Then they are going in and telling author can take registration, file a declaration that he excised to pay the GST under forward charge and comply with all the provision as they apply to a person liable for paying the tax. It means whatever publisher will be doing, I will go ahead and do. I am undertaking, sir, and that he shall not withdraw the said option for a period of 1 year from the date of exercising. Then, Baba, in that scenario, forward charge mechanism will apply. And also, when he is giving the invoice, he should also make a declaration on the invoice issued to the publisher. To the publisher, he should also make a declaration that publisher, I will charge you GST under forward charge mechanism. You don't pay GST under RCM. That he should give declaration in the invoice itself. Done, sir. So authors ke paas these two options are there. Next. Members of overseeing committee, whenever they are giving services to RBI, RBI should pay GST under RCM. Direct selling agent. I like this point, everyone. They can give you a direct selling agent ka point in the exam. Remember, only in case of direct selling agent who is an individual, bank or NBFC should pay GST under RCM. What if direct selling agent is a partnership firm? My question to all of you, direct selling agent is a partnership firm giving services to a bank. RCM or FCM? Tell me, everyone. Direct selling agent FCM, sir, FCM. Because only individual ka case mein RCM is applicable. If direct selling agent is a any other person other than individual, it is always forward charge mechanism. Very good, everyone. The next one over here is business facilitator and business correspondent. Always remember one thing, everyone, over here. Business facilitator and business correspondent. Let's go ahead and draw. One is known as a business facilitator. One is known as a business correspondent. They will always give their services to the bank. ठीक है. They will always have agents. ठीक है. Agent will give them service. They will give service to the bank. Agent will give business correspondent को service. He will give services to the bank. Now always remember one thing. Now this guy is agent of business facilitator. This guy is agent of business correspondent. Business facilitator means a person who gives only knowledge about the business banking services. So what do bank do? Bank appoints business facilitators. business facilitators go home by home and give people information about the banking services which are there. But business correspondent, along with giving information, they also do small transaction on behalf of bank, like giving small loan to people, collecting the loan ka EMIs from people. All those things are also done by business correspondent. Now the question came was, who will pay GST on the services given by business facilitator and business correspondent? So here they have gone ahead and told, whenever business facilitator, remember one thing, F for free. Business facilitator का केस में there is no tension at all. Business facilitator is always free. Free means no tension. Whenever it is giving services to bank, bank will pay GST under RCM. And so it is told business facilitator giving services to bank, bank will have to pay GST under RCM. Then it told agent of business correspondent giving to business correspondent. Agent of business correspondent giving to business correspondent. Business correspondent has to pay GST under RCM. That's all. They have told only this much, but they have not told about the other activities which are there. Sir, what will happen when agent will give to him? Whenever there is no RCM, it's always FCM. Whenever there is no RCM, it's always FCM. FCM means they will only collect agent and agent only has to pay. It means facilitator is free, no tension. Whenever it will take services from the agent, agent only will collect and pay. When it is giving services to bank, when bank will pay GST under RCM, so it has no tension. But on the contrary, if you see, if agent is giving services to correspondent, correspondent has to pay GST. When business correspondent is giving to bank, business correspondent should collect under forward charge mechanism and it should pay. So when it is giving to business correspondent is giving to bank, it should collect and pay. When it is taking services of agent, it should pay GST under RCM. So Baba, business correspondent is always stuck. Bakra Baba, Bakra. It has to pay GST on both the services which are there. I hope this point is clear, and hence always remember correspondent pays both the GST, taking from agent RCM, giving to bank, collect and pay under forward charge mechanism. But facilitator on the contrary, always whenever it is taking services, the agent will pay itself, and whenever it is giving to bank, bank will pay under RCM, and hence facilitator is always free, no tension at all. I hope this point is clear to all. The next one, but remember one thing, all these services RCM, FCM will not be applicable if the business correspondent, business facilitator or agents are giving services with respect to it rural area ka accounts which are there. Bank ka rural area ka branch related rural area ka accounts which are there. If services are given with respect to that, then there is no GST at all. They are told services by business facilitator or business correspondent and their intermediary with respect to rural area branch which is there of the bank. If they are going ahead and giving services with respect to rural area, government says we want banking services etc. to be promoted in rural area, and hence in that scenario there will be no GST. All this RCM, FCM etc. will be exempted if these services are given with respect to rural area. Done, sir. Next, security services. Sir, what is security services? Baba, giving security guard. For example, your building ka down mein you will see one security guard is there. So security services, any person other than body corporate giving to registered person should pay GST under RCM. ठीक है sir, listen. Security services, ठीक है. Any person who should not be a body corporate, should not be a company, giving to registered person. Now this registered person, you have to see if he is a TDS deductor or he is a composition dealer or he is other registered person. Baba, because see, they have specifically gone ahead and told over here that in this scenario, RCM is not applicable if central government, state government, local authority registered as what everyone, TDS deductor or composition dealer, then forward charge. It means here also forward charge mechanism, here also forward charge mechanism, but only in case of other registered person, might be TCS collector, might be NRTPs who are there, might be casual taxable persons who are there, normal registered person who are there. In that scenario, always RCM. But sir, if security services are given by any person to a registered person who is a TDS deductor or a composition dealer, then RCM is not applicable, even though they are registered, but forward charge mechanism will be applicable. Please remember this point, everyone. So, the next one over here. 15th one, renting a motor vehicle which is designed to carry passenger, not goods vehicle, passenger vehicle. You are giving might be a small car which is there. Okay? Fuel cost is included in the consideration. So for example, I came to you and I told you I want a car because I'm going to Goa. I want a car. You told, sir, I will charge 10 rupees per kilometer. Fuel is mine. It means you are giving me a motor vehicle on rent where fuel cost is included in the consideration. You are charging me 10 rupees which includes fuel. Fuel is yours. So this is the service they are talking about. Okay? Any person who does not issue invoice charging 12%. Baba, whenever a person is into renting a motor vehicle, no, there are two options. Renting of motor vehicle में either he can go for 12% forward charge mechanism or he can go for 5% RCM. If he goes for 12%, in that scenario, he will get input tax credit. All input tax credit he will get. But if 5%, he will get no input tax credit. Only one ITC is allowed to them. If they take the car on rent and give the car on rent, only that ITC is allowed in this scenario. But you take it to be no ITC is allowed to them. Okay? Now what they are going ahead and telling, if a person is into renting of motor vehicle, which vehicle? Passenger vehicle, and fuel cost is included in the consideration charge. Whatever amount they are charging, fuel cost is included. Then remember one thing, any person other than body corporate giving to body corporate, non-body corporate giving to body corporate, non-body corporate giving to body corporate. Then Baba, body corporate has to pay GST under RCM. So for an example, I'll go ahead and tell over here. Meenu is there. Meenu has a car. Meenu went ahead and gave her car to a body corporate and told the body corporate, I will charge 15 rupees per kilometer. Meenu is a non-body corporate given to body corporate and Meenu has not taken registration and not charging 12%. Might be Meenu is unregistered or registered, but it is in 5% option it has taken. Then in that scenario, body corporate has to pay GST under RCM. Remember, non-body corporate giving to body corporate has to pay GST under RCM. Done, sir. This point is clear. Next. Services of lending of securities. What is lending of securities, Baba? Securities mein what happens? Securities lending scheme is of SEBI. SEBI has launched one securities lending scheme where SEBI says one intermediary will be there. One person will be there who will be a lender. He will lend his share to a borrower. He will give it to the intermediary. Intermediary will give the borrower the shares which are there. The borrower will go ahead and pay some lending fees, which the intermediary will go ahead and give it to the lender who is there. In this scenario, whenever the lender has gone ahead and given the shares on lend and the borrower is paying the lending fees, the borrower has to pay the GST on the lending fees under RCM. Remember one thing, it is talking about the lending of share. Lending of share and the borrower is paying a lending fees. But the whole transaction happens through an intermediary. Okay? Now in this scenario, the borrowing fees which is there, on that the borrower should pay GST under RCM. Done, sir. This point is clear. Now one more point over here is this intermediary, the broker who is there in between, he will also charge commission to the lender and the borrower. On his commission, there is no RCM. On his commission, normally forward charge mechanism is applicable. Only on the lending fees, what did the intermediary do? He took the shares and lent it out to another person. From that lender, he has taken some fees and given it to the, from the borrower, he has taken some lending fees and given it to the lender. That fees which was being collected, that fees pay, the borrower should pay GST under RCM. I hope this point is clear. And you know what? The borrower should pay interest, borrower should assume it to be interstate supply and pay IGST under RCM. That is what the circular is going ahead and telling. So sir, lender, borrower ka case mein borrower should pay GST under RCM, and here there is a circular which is there. Taxability of supply of securities under securities lending scheme. Transaction in securities involving disposal of securities is not a supply. Disposal means if you sell the shares, selling of shares pe there is no GST, but lending of share is a supply of service. Whenever the lender is giving shares to the borrower, it's a supply of service and the borrower to pay GST under RCM. ठीक है sir. Nature of supply always interstate. IGST shall be payable. Yes, Prerna says sir, it is like PSLC certificate. Similar kind of thing. मतलब similar kind of treatment. Interstate and IGST. The activity of intermediary facilitating lending and borrowing. The broker who is facilitating his service is also taxable, but that is under forward charge mechanism. Broker ka service pe RCM is not applicable. Done, sir. This was about RCM entries which were there. There are one or two circulars which are there. Yeah. Directors. Baba, directors, always remember one thing. Whenever a director is giving services, Directors are of two types. What are the two types of directors, sir? Independent director and whole-time director. Now, independent directors who are there are never the employee. They are never the employees of the company. Independent directors giving services to the company should always pay GST under RCM. But whole-time directors giving services to the company, if whole-time directors ko salary is paid, whole-time director's salary is paid and TDS under 192 of the Income Tax Act is done, then the company need not pay GST under RCM. But if professional fees is paid and TDS under 194J is done, then the company has to pay GST under RCM. Remember, if he's an employee or not an employee. Whole-time director, employee, not employee. Paid salary or professional fees. Salary, then not a supply, no GST. But paid professional fees, TDS under 194J, supply and GST is payable under RCM. Now, my question to all of you. I am the director in a company. I give directorial services to the company should pay GST under RCM. Other than directorial services, if I give any other services which are not director related services, is the company still liable to pay GST under RCM? So the clarification which was given was that services supplied by a director in his personal or private capacity, no RCM. Only services supplied in the capacity of a director, taxable under RCM. Okay, everyone? I hope this point is clear. So if the company services are given by a director in the capacity of a director, then the company should pay GST under RCM. But if the services are given by the director not in the capacity of director, might be I went ahead and gave any other services to the company which are not in the capacity of a director, then in that scenario RCM is not applicable. Done, sir. Personal or private capacity means not as a director. Done, everyone? Yes, sir. Sir, giving or renting a motor vehicle designed to carry passenger to a body corporate. Okay. I have a car. I gave it to a body corporate. I am a not body corporate, given to a body corporate. Body corporate should pay GST under RCM. Done. Now, for an example, I am on transport. Might be SRS transport. We give passenger transportation. Body corporate came and told me, we want 5 tickets for our people to be going from, your bus is going from Bangalore to Kerala, please take our people. We took all the passengers in the bus and we took them to Kerala. Now in this scenario, the question which was asked was, sir, whenever, am I giving renting a motor vehicle or I am giving passenger transportation service? I told I am giving passenger transportation services to the company and companies need not pay any GST under RCM. But if I give motor vehicle on rent, and company can use the motor vehicle however it wants, that is renting a motor vehicle on which the company should pay GST under RCM. I hope this point is clear. Whenever I give motor vehicle on rent to the company, then company should pay GST under RCM. Passenger transportation service pay, company is not required to pay GST under RCM. That is what is told. When body corporate hires motor vehicle for a period during which motor vehicle is at its disposal, then the company should pay GST under RCM. But a body corporate avails passenger transportation service for specified journey and does not take any vehicle on rent, then it is not required to pay GST under RCM. That's all is being told over here. Other than that, they have gone ahead and I've just gone ahead and written over here RCM. Just like government, whenever it is giving services to a business entity should pay GST under RCM. Same way they have gone ahead and told if parliament, state legislature, court or tribunal is giving services to a business entity has to pay GST under RCM. Government wala's provisions also applicable to parliament, state legislature, court and tribunal giving services to business entity. Done, sir. Body corporate, they have told body corporate can include company which is incorporated outside India also, but it does not include a cooperative society. Cooperative society is not a body corporate or any other body corporate which has been notified by the government. If government notifies, then that will also not be body corporate. But other than that, a company incorporated in India or outside India, both are classified as body corporate. Remember, LLPs in RCM are partnership firm. They are not body corporates. Done, sir. That's all is section number 9.1, 9.2, 9.3. 9.4. Okay, 9.3 may you have to remember. How will we remember so many of them, sir? You can remember diagrams. Diagrams. D-I-A-G-R-A-M-S. Sir, number 1, service you entered and told about GTA, Goods Transport Agency. Sir, number 2, you entered and told about advocate or senior advocate or firm of advocate or you told sir arbitral tribunal. Okay, sir, we will remember this. Then the next one I told about was sponsorship services. Okay. The next one which was there was government services, government, central government, state government service. Okay. The next one which was there was renting of residential property to a registered person. Okay, sir. Then renting will come here. No, renting of residential property. Okay. Then, sir, which was the next one? The next one was uh, development right. You can remember development right like this. DR means development right. Development rights or long-term lease or floor space index. You can remember like this. Okay. Then after this, what did we learn? Director services, insurance agent का service. D for director, I for इंश्योरेंस एजेंट का सर्विसेज. ठीक है सर. देन रिकवरी एजेंट. सर रिकवरी एजेंट, रिकवरी यू कैन राइट ओवर हियर, रिकवरी एजेंट. M for music composer. When you write music composer, you can write photographer also over here, artist also over here. A for author, you can write and keep over here. Then what is there, sir? RBI, members of overseeing committee, direct selling agent, who is an individual. Here, members of OC, overseeing committee. The next one is business facilitator. Where is business facilitator? Business correspondent, agent. You can write over here, agent of business correspondent. Plus, you can remember business facilitator also over here. Okay. The next one which is there over here is security services. As for security services, then securities lending scheme, and one was renting of motor vehicle. Renting of motor vehicle. Done, sir. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Yes, everyone, these are all the RCM entries which are there. If you remember this much, you will remember all of them. Very good, very good, very good, very good, everyone. Very good. Very good. Chalo, theek hai. Done. Now, we are done with all of them. One more entry which is there, which is an amendment ka part. I'll write it down over there. I've written it down here only. There is an amendment which has come. Renting of, you can write it down and keep, renting of immovable property other than residential property, any other property. For an example, a commercial property. My landlord who is there, he has rented me a commercial property. Correct? For my office purpose, he has rented me a commercial property. And he is unregistered. My landlord is unregistered. I am a registered person. Ramesh Soni classes. So we have to pay GST under RCM. Sir, residential property, though we have already gone ahead and discussed. Residential property ka case mein, if renting of residential property is done by any person to a registered person pays GST under RCM. All other cases, it is exempted, correct? We are not talking about residential property. We are talking about renting of immovable property by unregistered person to registered person. Now, immovable property can be anything which is attached to the earth is immobile. Let's take the example of commercial property. For example, my office which is there, my landlord is unregistered. He has given me a commercial property on rent. I am a registered person. I should pay GST under RCM. That's all. You have to remember that, sir. I'll write over here. Same thing, I've written it down there. Renting of immovable property. Other than residential property. Please remember, if it's an unregistered person giving to registered person should pay GST under RCM. Done, sir. Okay. This point is clear. We are done with section number 9.1, 9.2, 9.3. Section number 9.1 just told when GST will be levied. 9.2 went ahead and told about HP man. 9.3 went ahead and told about RCM. Section number 9.4 over here goes ahead and says whenever one unregistered person will sell to registered person, specified goods and service, that registered person should pay GST under RCM. Although this is not important from exam point of view, but you can just remember, if cement is sold to a promoter Unregistered person sells to a registered person. Remember like this, everyone. Unregistered person sells specified goods and service. Specified. Only three things have specified goods or service to a registered person. Registered person should pay GST under RCM. The first one is if cement. Unregistered person is selling cement. To who is registered person specified over here? Specified registered person, which is specified in the notification. He is a promoter. Then promoter should pay GST under RCM. Done, sir. If unregistered person is selling capital goods to a promoter who is making buildings, basically, promoter should pay GST under RCM. The last one over here is input. Unregistered person say, if you buy input and input services, supposingly you are making a building, the cost of making the building is 10 crore. You should buy at least 8 crore from registered person. Unregistered person say you can buy 2 crore, no problem. 80% should be from registered person. Sir, supposingly, instead of buying 8 crore from registered person, I bought in the building all the other inputs like iron, steel, etc. I bought only 7 crore from registered person. Then they are telling you should have bought 8 crore from registered person, at least 80% of the input and input service, but you bought only 7 crore. The difference is 1 crore. On 1 crore, you have to pay GST under 18%. Under RCM, who will pay? Promoter will pay. That's all has been told over here. More than this, we will not discuss this. Input service, shortfall below 80%, promoter should pay. Cement, promoter should pay. Capital goods, promoter should pay. If they are buying it from whom? Unregistered person, they should pay the GST under RCM. But in case of other input and cement and capital goods, to always promoter will pay. But input and input service, if it is falling below 80%, only then promoter will pay on the balance. Done, sir. Point is clear. Listen to me very carefully now. Section number 9 has section number 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, 9.4, 9.5. Section number 9.1 we learned normal levy. Sir, when GST will be levied? Normally, whenever you supply. 9.2 HP man. 9.3 I told you about diagrams. 9.4 I went ahead and told you input services only if it is less than, falls below, less than 80%. Cement and capital goods. 9.5 talks about whenever e-commerce will be liable to pay the GST. That is spoken about section number 9.5, which we will talk later. Now here, section number 9 told about when CGST will be levied. This was talking about intrastate supply. Whenever it is interstate, same is spoken by section number 5. Same, everyone, I have written over here. IGST Act mein, it is section number 5.1, which says intrastate will become what? Inter. And whenever it is 20, so intra will become inter, and whenever it is 20, it will become 40%. Same thing is there in the IGST Act also. Okay? But IGST and 20% becomes 40% because CGST mein 20%, SGST mein 20%, IGST Act is 40%. Okay? Proviso, IGST Act ka 5.1 ka 1 proviso is there. Importation of goods, whenever you import goods, it is interstate supply, IGST is applicable. But that IGST will always be levied and collected under the Custom Act on the value which is determined under the Custom Act at the point when custom duties are collected. So basically, whenever you import goods from outside India, you have to pay IGST along with the custom duty on the value which is determined under Custom Act at the rate which is told in the Custom Tariff Act. But remember one thing, actionable claims never comes in shape. So custom duties are not collected on actionable claim. Although actionable claims are goods, but whenever you import them, they are going and telling except notified goods ka case mein. Means all goods whenever you get inside India, along with custom duty you pay the IGST. But in case of except in case of specified goods. And notified goods are import of online money gaming. Remember, online money gaming from US, pokerkhelo.com. Poker.com is giving services in India. Remember one thing, poker, online money gaming does not come in ship. That custom duty ke saath they will go ahead and collect IGST, and hence they have clearly gone ahead and told IGST will be collected in the GST Act and there will be no custom duty which will be there. For this online money gaming, You can refer to the chart which is there on importation of goods. 1 minute. It's here. Here. Page number 62 में online money gaming पे I have already gone ahead and written. Please come to page number 62 everyone. Please come to page number 62 quickly. ठीक है. See. Whenever non-taxable territory, special provision is there for actionable claim. Online money gaming supplied by a person located outside the taxable territory, means outside India. Whenever from non-taxable territory, online money gaming is supplied to a recipient in the taxable territory, remember, recipient, whoever he is, you never take online money gaming ka service for your business. No. Whenever you are recipient, you are in the taxable territory India, forward charge is applicable, supplier will collect. It means the supplier from the US has to take compulsory registration in India, which is a simplified registration. He has to apply and he will be given registration, and then he will collect the GST and pay the GST under forward charge mechanism. Remember this point for online money gaming. I believe there can be a small question which they can go ahead and ask. So please remember this point. Please come back everyone. Now, the next one over here is section number 5.2, 5.1 done, same as what was 9.1. Only thing, intra becomes inter. 5.2, HP main pay, CGST, SGST will come in case of 9.2, and 5.2 talks about IGST will come, and 5.3 talks about one additional service, that whenever any service is supplied by a person in the non-taxable territory to any person in the taxable territory except NTOR. Sir, whenever you import service, you have to pay GST under RCM. Who told this? This is told by section number 5.3. Okay? But not in case of NTR, because OIDR services, whenever they are given to an NTOR, RCM is not applicable. It is forward charge mechanism. I hope this point is clear to all of you. 5.4 and 5.5 is same as 9.4 and 9.5. There is no difference at all. I hope this point is clear. Baba, this is a A plus graded chapter. You will get one question from section number 9.3. 9.3 goods and 9.3 services. Both ke liye you will get one small question which is there. Very important from exam point of view. Other than that, amendment mein we have already discussed metal scrap wala amendment. Baba, this residential property wala amendment which is there, residential house wala amendment, in exemption chapter we'll discuss, not now. Any property other than residential property, recipient supply is unregistered, recipient is registered person, recipient should pay GST under RCM. This is the amendment. That's all. This is a new entry. I believe amendment is important. Please be very careful. Amendment is important. Please be very careful about this in the exam. We are done with our chapter of charge of GST. Very, very important chapter, everyone. Closing my discussion on the chapter of charge of GST. Now, having done with the chapter of charge of GST, let's go ahead and continue our discussion, everyone. Is everyone back? Yes, sir. Let's go ahead. Everyone over here now, listen. We'll now move to the next chapter. The next chapter is composition levy. Everyone, please come to composition levy. See, we started learning GST with goods or service. Goods or service has to be supplied. Supply can be either interstate supply or supply can be either intrastate supply. Interstate supply, what will happen? IGST will get levied. Intra, what will get levied? CGST and SGST will get levied. Till here we are already done. That's sir, we learned goods ka definition is given in section number 252. Services ka definition we learned 2102. Goods and service has to be supplied. Supply is section number 7. Supply is section number 8. Interstate section number 7 of the IGST Act. Intra is section number 8 of the IGST Act. Then I told you territorial waters of India whenever you are supplying. 10 to 13 is place of supply. 14 I told you already is OIDR. 14A is OMG. Oh my God, नहीं बाबा. Online money gaming. ठीक है. 15 is tourist and 16 is zero rated supply of the IGST Act. IGST का levy section is section number 5. CGST का levy section is section number 9. 9.1 told about normal levy, Correct, everyone? 9.2 told about HP man, 9.3 told about diagrams for reverse charge, 9.4 told about input service, cement and capital goods, and 9.5 told about e-commerce operator in case of THAR service, transportation, housekeeping, accommodation, restaurant. E-commerce operator is liable. This we'll talk about it in e-commerce ka chapter which is there. Now, once GST gets levied, people, whenever goods and service will be supplied, interstate IGST will get levied. Intrastate CGST will get levied. So what will happen when GST gets levied? You have to collect GST and you have to pay GST. So you have to collect, you have to set off input tax credit, and you have to pay the remaining GST to the government. In between, some people came and told, sir, we don't want this normal levy which is there. We want simple scheme. Simple scheme, please give us. And government went ahead and gave them composition scheme. And hence, instead of this normal levy, some people can go for section number 10, which is composition levy. And here we are in the next chapter, which is composition scheme over here. Let's go ahead and quickly discuss about composition levy. Composition levy. Sir, supposingly there is a person whose preceding financial year. So people, first of all, first thing first, who are the people who are eligible for composition scheme? If your turnover in the preceding financial year, is up to 1.5 crore or 75 lakh. 50 lakh I am cutting as of now. You don't cut it, but I am cutting as of now. 1.5 crore or 75 lakh. Sir, in the preceding financial year, my turnover should be 1.5 crore or 75 lakh. Some state it is 1.5 crore or some state it is 75 lakh. If my turnover is up to that amount, then in the current year, I can go for composition scheme. And last year ka turnover when I see, in composition scheme, they have gone ahead and told interest ka income which is there, you to check eligibility, you always have to exclude interest or discount which is there. Discount means this bill discounting a discount which is basically interest only. Done. So sir, for which state it is 75 lakh and for which state it is 1.5 crore. Remember, Mantus ke liye it is 75 lakh and Hoja ke liye it is 1.5 crore. Sir, what do you mean by Mantus, everyone? MANTUS. M for M cube. Meghalaya, Manipur, मिजोरम. ठीक है. A for अरुणाचल प्रदेश, N for Nagaland, T for Tripura, U for Uttarakhand, and S for Sikkim. For this state, if you are doing business from this state, then always remember, for you, the limit applicable will always be 75 lakh. If you cross 75 lakh, you will become ineligible. So, if your turnover in the last year was up to, under your PAN number was up to how much, everyone? 75 lakh, then in the current year, you will be eligible. Done, sir. This point is clear. And then Hoja, Hoja, mental, Hoja, Mantus. H for Himachal Pradesh. O for any other states which are there. J for Jammu and Kashmir and A for Assam. Now you will tell me, sir, you could have written all other states only. Why did you write like this? Baba, these three are special category states, but still for them the limit is 1.5 crore. That is why it is written like this. Done, sir. So if by chance they go ahead and ask you which are the special category state for whom the limit is 1.5, so you have to remember for them it is 1.5 crore. Done, sir. So here we have gone ahead and learned that, sir, if my preceding financial year turnover is 1.5 crore or 75 lakh, I have to exclude interest and discount ka income. Then in the current financial year, up to a limit of 1.5 or 75 lakh, if I don't cross this limit, 50 lakh I am cutting as of now, then I can go for composition scheme. If I am going for composition scheme, supposingly I have two places under my PAN number. I have one place in Assam, one place in Delhi. Then, sir, remember one thing, for one place composition, one place non-composition, it is not possible. All places have to come under composition scheme together. So, sir, remember, PAN wise, all India basis has to opt in together. Now, who are the people who are eligible for composition scheme and who are the people who are ineligible? Remember one thing, section number 10.1 goes ahead and says MTR are the people who are eligible. Who are the people who are eligible for this scheme? MTR, manufacturer, trader and restaurant. Always remember there are only three people who are eligible for composition scheme. MTR, manufacturer, trader and restaurant. Sir, how much GST will they pay if they go for composition scheme? This is a simple scheme which is given, basically no input to be taken, no output to be charged, just a manufacturer should pay 0.5% CGST on their turnover, and 0.5% SGST on their turnover. Traders should pay 0.5 and 0.5 of their taxable turnover. Taxable turnover means excluding all the exempt turnover, only on the taxable turnover. But manufacturer and restaurant pays on the turnover, means even if there is any exempt supply which is there, on that turnover also they have to go ahead and pay the GST. But traders pay only on their taxable turnover. Exempt turnover pay, they don't pay the GST. Done, sir. Restaurant pays 2.5 and 2.5. Remember, it is their own obligation. They cannot go ahead and collect it from the customer. It means if you are a person who is under composition scheme, you cannot go ahead and take any ITC, and you should not collect any tax from your customer. It means you should not issue tax invoice to your customer. So, sir, to our customer, what should we go ahead and issue? To your customer, you should issue bill of supply, in which you should not go ahead and charge any GST, and your buyer who is there, because you are issuing them not tax invoice and bill of supply, you are issuing them bill of supply ka basis mein, they can never go ahead and take any ITC. So if you are buying from suppliers who are registered, you should not take any ITC. And if you are buying any services or goods which are under 9(3) and 9(4) reverse charge mechanism and taxable, then you being the recipient, composition dealer has to pay GST at the applicable rate. So for an example, the composition dealer went ahead and took one advocate ka service, and the rate of GST 18% is applicable. Composition dealer will not have to pay 1%, 1%. He has to pay rate which is applicable, which is 18% GST. 9(3) and 9(4) ka supply pay, RCM rate, applicable rate has to be paid, and they will never get any input tax credit. So sir, can you tell me what did you tell till now? I went ahead and told who are the people who are eligible for composition scheme. If your preceding financial year ka turnover is up to 1.5 crore or 75 lakh, 1.5 crore or 75 lakh, then in the current year, up to a turnover of 1.5 crore or 75 lakh, you will be eligible for composition scheme. So 1.5 crore or 75 lakh tak you are eligible. So sir, if I am eligible, it's an optional scheme, not compulsory. If you want, you can go for this composition scheme. If you are going for composition scheme, all India basis, under your PAN number, whichever registrations are there, all have to go in together for composition scheme. Who are the people eligible? MTR is eligible. Manufacturer, trader, restaurant. MTR, manufacturer, trader, restaurant. Manufacturer, trader, restaurant. Manufacturer should pay 0.5%, 0.5% of the turnover. Trader should pay 0.5 of their taxable turnover, not of their exempt turnover. And restaurant should pay 2.5 and 2.5 of their turnover. It's their own obligation. They cannot take any ITC, and they cannot charge any GST to the customer. If they are going ahead and buying those goods and services which are under RCM, they have to pay GST under RCM at applicable rate which is there, and plus they will not get any input tax credit also. Now, sir, if I am MTR, but when will I become ineligible? Section number 10(2) goes ahead and says if you will become ineligible under section number 10(1), means MTR, manufacturer, trader, restaurant, will become ineligible if they fall in mines. If they fall anywhere in mines. M for manufacturer. If you are a manufacturer of what, everyone? Pan masala. If you are manufacturing pan masala, aerated water, ice cream and other edible ice, and tobacco. P for what is that? What is it, everyone? Pan masala, aerated water, ice cream, tobacco. PAIT. Okay, everyone. Plus they have gone ahead and told I think we had gone ahead and discussed the shortcut for this was tip, bet, tip pay. A tip, bet. Correct, everyone? Yes, sir. We had gone ahead and discussed. A was what, everyone? A was aerated water. T for tobacco, which is there. I for ice cream and other edible ice. P for pan masala. B for bricks. If you are manufacturing bricks, fly ash bricks, blocks, aggregates, bricks of fossil meal or similar siliceous earth ka bricks which are there, building bricks. So bricks ka manufacturers are ineligible. E for earthen, and T for earthen and roofing tile. ET, earthen and roofing tile which is there, that person will not be eligible for composition scheme. But remember, it is only manufacturer. In exam, they will give you traders. Traders are eligible. Only manufacturers are ineligible. Okay? Then I for interstate outward supply. So if you are supplying from one state to another state, outward means if you are selling from one state to another, you will be ineligible for composition scheme. Sir, can I buy from other state? It's okay, no problem on buying. Sir, can I buy from other country? No problem in buying. Supplier of non-taxable goods and services. Baba, as of now, what is non-taxable under GST? HP man plus alcoholic liquor for human consumption. These two, if you are supplying, you will become ineligible. Supplier. Okay, everyone? Supplier means you can be manufacturing and supplying also. Supplier word can include a manufacturing supplier, can include a person who is buying and supplying also. Supplier can include a manufacturer supplier or a trader supplier also. Done everyone? And NRTP or CTP are also ineligible. E for if you are supplying services through e-commerce where e-commerce is going to deduct TCS, then also you are ineligible for composition scheme. And S for service providers are ineligible because composition scheme is not eligible. If you are a service provider, you are not eligible for composition scheme, which is there. But they went ahead and told excluding restaurant and catering, because restaurant and catering wala was specifically providing services but still was allowed composition scheme. I hope this point is clear. Yes sir, we went ahead and understood what till now. We went ahead and understood if in the preceding financial year your turnover is 1.5 crore or 75 lakh, then in the current financial year you are eligible for composition scheme. Option to a person to take composition scheme. What is the optional scheme over here? If you are going for this scheme, remember one thing, pan wise all India basis has to opt together. Who are the people eligible? MTR is eligible. Manufacturer, trader, restaurant. Manufacturer pays 0.5, 0.5, trader pays 0.5, 0.5 of taxable turnover, restaurant pays 2.5, 2.5. It's your own obligation, cannot take ITC, cannot charge GST. RCM, GST to be paid. Who are the people ineligible, everyone? Ineligible are mines. M for manufacturer of A Tibet, I for interstate outward supplier, N for NRTP, CTP, N for non-taxable goods or service ka supplier, E for person supplying services, goods is okay. Services through e-commerce where e-commerce operator will deduct TCS, then you are ineligible. And S for service provider except restaurant and catering, and they are going ahead and telling. Now you tell me one thing. Even if you are giving money to use to someone and receiving interest, you will become a service provider. But then government went ahead and told, see, service providers are ineligible. But then if you are giving money to use to someone and receiving interest, you are a service provider, but still you will be eligible for composition scheme. This one thing was clarified by the government. It means whenever in composition scheme, wherever you see interest, always ignore interest, delete interest. Don't even include it in the calculation also. Done, sir. Plus, I went ahead and told, sir, I am a manufacturer of mobile phone, but little service to allow me. I am a manufacturer of television. At least little service relating to television allow me. I am a trader, sir. Along with trading, for an example, I am trading in specs. Along with trading of specs, at least allow me little service. Might be I'll do repairing. I am a restaurant service provider. Along with restaurant, allow me little service which is there. Might be food delivery I want to do. Then government went ahead and told, okay, fine. If you are a manufacturer, trader and restaurant, along with your manufacturing, trading and restaurant ka turnover, you can give little service, which is 10% of your turnover or 5 lakh, whichever is higher of the preceding financial year, whatever is your turnover, of that you can go ahead and provide little service, which is 10% of 5 lakh, whichever is higher. Done, sir. This point is clear. Now, it means if I go ahead and cross the 10% of 5 lakh, whichever is higher, I'm ineligible. Or if I'm not a manufacturer, trader, restaurant, I'm purely service provider like a chartered accountant or a doctor, then I'm ineligible for composition scheme. Yes, Baba. So they went ahead and told MTR only allowed to provide services, little service, which is 10% of the turnover, or in the preceding financial year, 5 lakh, whichever is higher. So last year turnover, exclude interest and discount of the last year also. Whatever is your turnover of that 10% of 5 lakh, whichever is higher, you can provide services. Okay? Now, supposingly, in this, I go ahead and give you one example. This is the preceding financial year. Preceding financial year, supposingly, you are in the state of Karnataka and you are in the state of Tamil Nadu. Your taxable turnover over here is 60 lakh rupees and your interest income is 10 lakh rupees. Okay? In Tamil Nadu, your taxable turnover is 70 lakh rupees and interest income is 10 lakh rupees. Remember one thing. Your turnover over here is 60 lakh excluding interest. Your turnover over here is 70 lakh excluding interest. So in the current financial year, 60 lakh ka 10% means 6 lakh or 5 lakh, which is higher. 6 lakh you can provide services in Karnataka, and in Tamil Nadu, under your PAN number, you have two places of business, right? In Tamil Nadu, you can provide 70 lakh ka 10%, which is 7 lakh, or 5 lakh, which is higher, 7 lakh rupees. But remember, including this, in the current year, you should not go ahead and cross your total turnover of 1.5 crore. And remember also, in the current year also, so last year also you should exclude interest. In the current year also, the 6 lakh and 7 lakh which is there will not include any interest which is there. They have gone ahead and simply told that after calculating 10% or 5 lakh, whichever is higher, exclude interest or discount in the current year also. Done, sir. This point is clear. Now, purely service provider went and told to the government, see, along with my manufacturing, trading or restaurant ka turnover, I can provide little service, which is 10% or 5 lakh, whichever is higher. Is my point 100% clear to all of you? Quickly tell me, everyone. हाँ बाबा मुकुल 10% चलता है. Very good. Correct. चलता है. Is everyone 100% clear till here? CG, GG, no. I will take revision only in English. Nahin. Is everyone 100% clear till here? Yes, sir. ठीक है. Now, purely, अरे बाबा प्रेरणा after the class. Once you tell me, I take it. After the class we'll discuss. ठीक है. Now, हाँ. So now, once you have gone ahead and told that, sir, I'm a pure service provider. For example, one chartered accountant is there, or one doctor is there, or one engineer is there, or an interior designer is there, and he's going ahead and telling, I want to go ahead and take composition scheme. Then Baba, there is no composition scheme for pure service providers. Or might be, if I am going ahead and providing services more than 10% of, or might be one state may I am providing goods, one state may I am providing service. It means I am a supplier of goods plus service both. I am ineligible under 10.1, read with 10.2. Now what to do? Then government is telling, if you are ineligible under section number 10.1 and section number 10.2, section number 10.2a is there, Baba. Please come to section number 10.2a. Government goes ahead and says, section number 10.2a is an option to registered person with aggregate turnover less than equal to 50 lakh in the preceding financial year. You should say your last year turnover should be up to 50 lakh. Baba, 10.2a mein there is no differentiation between any state. If your last year turnover is up to 50 lakh, then in the current year, up to 50 lakh, you can go for composition scheme under 10.2a. This composition scheme is for those people who are supplying goods plus services, both, and they are ineligible under 10.1 and 10.2. 10.1 read with 10.2. They are ineligible over there, or they are purely service provider. For them, this scheme is there where government is going ahead and telling you can go ahead and pay 6% of your turnover, 3% CGST and 3% SGST of your turnover. When you are taking your turnover, always remember last year turnover, current year turnover, whenever you are taking, you should always exclude your interest and discount. Sir, who are the people ineligible under 10.2a? Remember, it is M, I, N, E. S is not there here. Why? Because this scheme is for service provider and hence they have told only mine is ineligible. M, I, N, E. Done, sir. This point is clear. The next one over here. So, sir, can you tell me what did we discuss till now? We went ahead and discussed that, sir, in the preceding financial year, if your turnover is 1.5 crore or 75 lakh or 50 lakh, then in the current year, you can go for composition scheme up to 1.5 crore or 75 lakh or 50 lakh, which is there. Sir, who are the people eligible? 10.1 went ahead and told MTR is eligible, but then 10.2 went ahead and told mines are ineligible. So now 10.1 read with 10.2. If you are ineligible over here, you can go for 10.2A, which goes ahead and says you can pay 3% and 3%, which is there. But 10.2A may also you are ineligible if you are falling anywhere under MINE. Done, sir. This point is clear. Now, if you are a person who is under composition scheme, remember one thing, you have to always do payment quarterly. Means once the quarter gets over, by next month 18th, you have to pay the tax and file CMP 08. Okay? So every quarter gets over, next month by 18th, you have to pay the tax and file CMP 08. Done, sir. This point is clear. Then return is your GSTR 4 annually by 30th of April. Now this 30th of April, the only amendment in composition scheme is that 30th of April has been made as 30th of June. So, sir, what do we do? You can write over here 30th of June. Instead of GSTR 4 being filed on 30th April, now the GSTR 4 ka due date has been made as 30th of June. Okay, sir. And their annual return anyways is GSTR 9A, which is by 31st of December. Done, sir. Next. Whenever a composition dealer is going ahead and issuing a bill, in the bill it should always write it's a composition taxable person and it's not eligible to collect tax on supplies. Whenever it should mention in its head means the notice board or the sign board which is there at the principal place or additional place of business, that it's a composition taxable person, so that whoever wants credit, they will never enter his shop. Done, sir. And always remember, now if you are a person who is wanting to take composition scheme, sir, how do I take composition scheme? If you are taking a new registration, You can just tick in your registration when you're filling part B that I want composition scheme, and your registration will come as composition scheme. Taxable person obtaining a new registration exercise the option at the time of registration in part B of GST RG01. Registered person switching to composition scheme, then you have to file an intimation prior to the commencement of the financial year. So I am already under normal scheme. Now I want to switch to composition scheme. See, first time registration, just tick in part B, your registration will come under composition. But if you are already registered under normal and you want to switch, then you have to go online and file one form CMP02. One intimation pan wise is required and not every state wise. You don't have to give this intimation. And also remember, the intimation CMP02 is to be filed prior to the year only once. You will come under composition. Now you will continue to be under composition. It is not required to be filed every year to continue under composition scheme. Done, sir. Sir, I want to check eligibility. Then you should check what? Turnover or aggregate turnover. But to check eligibility, you should always see previous year ka aggregate turnover. Remember one thing, pan wise aggregate turnover. But whenever you are making the payment, it's always state wise turnover ka basis pe. Karnataka mein you will make 0.5% and 0.5% of Karnataka ka turnover. In Tamil Nadu, if you are there under composition scheme, you have to pay 0.5 and 0.5% in Tamil Nadu. 0.5% CGST central government and 0.5% to state government of Tamil Nadu. Done, sir. Compliances, returns and record is always state-wise. Done, sir. This point is clear. Now, sir, if I have to go ahead and pay the tax, for an example, if I go ahead and ask you, this is my, here is my year where I am going ahead and asking you, supposingly, if I go ahead and ask you, this is 1st April. This is 30th June. I am not yet registered, okay? And this is 31st of March. My taxable supplies over here is 40 lakh. Till 40 lakh, so I am not required registration only. So I was not registered. 30th June, I became liable to register because I crossed 40 lakh. Okay? So till here, my turnover is 40 lakh. After that, my turnover taxable supply is 60 lakh. My interest turnover is 20 lakh rupees. Can you tell me, everyone, on which turnover am I required to pay tax? Turnover to pay tax. On what amount should I pay tax? Can you tell me, everyone? I am not yet registered. First time I became liable to register on 30th June. Till here, my turnover was 40 lakh. Then my turnover was 60 lakh, interest income was 20 lakh. Can you tell me on what turnover will I go ahead and pay the tax? Am I required to pay the tax on the first 40 lakh? No, sir. Sir, you are not required to pay the tax on 40 lakh. You are not required to pay tax on interest. You are just required to pay tax on 60 lakh rupees, which is there. Done, sir. That is what is being told over here. For determining tax payable, turnover in state or union territory shall exclude supplies from 1st April up to the date of becoming liable. So 1st April up to the date of becoming liable, you should always exclude this. Done, sir. And also remember, in your aggregate turnover or your turnover, you should always exclude interest and discount. Sir, interest and discount should always be excluded. Done, sir. And hence you will pay tax on 60 lakh rupees. Can you tell me, this is now preceding financial year. If in the current financial year, I want to check if I am eligible or not, I will need last year ka, here it is 60 lakh, last year ka aggregate turnover to check if I am eligible or not. Can you tell me last year ka aggregate turnover to check if I am eligible or not in the current year will be what? Tell me. Sir, last year ka turnover to check whether you are eligible or not. Aggregate turnover in the last year, we will go ahead and take what, everyone? What will be my last year ka aggregate turnover to check whether current financial year I am eligible or not? Sir, in that scenario, you will take 1st April up to 31st March, the complete turnover. It means this also you will take and this also you will take, and it will be 100 lakh. And current year interest you will anyways exclude, and current year you will be eligible. I hope everyone is clear. Yes, sir. Very good, everyone. Very good. For determining eligibility, aggregate turnover will include 1st April. Aggregate turnover means you should always include 1st April up to the date of becoming liable, but you should always exclude interest and discount. Done, sir. This point is clear. Now, one more point over here that, sir, whenever I am going ahead and under composition scheme, remember one thing, sir, if you come from normal person to composition scheme, you are already taking the credit. Now you are not eligible to take the credit. So whatever stock is there, stock ka credit has to be reversed. And that is told in the ITC chapter, that you have to file a declaration ITC 03 within 60 days from the starting of the year, and section number 18(4) says you have to reverse the credit of inputs and capital goods which is there, which is told in the ITC chapter. Okay, sir, I was carrying on composition scheme in the current year. Here I violated, I crossed the threshold limit, or I voluntarily want to withdraw, or I violated the condition, then you will become ineligible for composition scheme. You will become a normal person, take ITC and start issuing tax invoices which are there. Remember, you to get in, you have to file CMP 02. To get out, you should suo moto on your own file CMP 04 within 7 days of the event. The day you become ineligible, you have to file CMP 04 and get out. But sir, if I am doing self withdrawal, means I have not become ineligible but I want to self withdraw. Baba, self withdrawal ka case mein CMP 04 should be before the date of such withdrawal. Before withdrawing, you should go ahead and file CMP 04. But in case you become ineligible, then within 7 days, you should go ahead and file CMP 04. Remember, whenever you were under composition scheme on the stock, you were not going ahead and taking credit on inputs, etc. But now you are a normal person. So whatever stock is lying with you, you can go ahead and take the credit, and that is being told over here. You have to file ITC 02, details of input, stock, capital goods, etc. 18(1)(c) goes ahead and says, read with rule number 40, that within 30 days from when the option was withdrawn or when the denial order was given, this denial order I'll talk about it, you can go ahead and take your stock ka credit which is there. Remember, normal person becoming composition, reverse, composition person becoming normal person, stock ka credit you can go ahead and take. Done, sir. This point is clear. Now here, sir, section number 10(5) goes ahead and says, if you are ineligible for composition scheme but you went ahead and took composition scheme, proper officer, if he has reason to believe that a person is not eligible or has contravened but he is continuing, then first he will send you a love letter in CMP 05. You have to reply in CMP 06 within 15 days, and then officer will pass CMP 07 में one order. Within the next 30 days, either he will allow you or he will deny you composition. But if he denies you composition, you have to remember, for an example, your turnover, you had gone ahead and made 1 crore ka turnover already under composition scheme, even though you are not eligible. 1 crore pe 18 lakh GST was payable, but you were paying only 1%. So the differential 17% GST he will demand from you, along with interest, penalty, everything, if it denies you composition scheme. So it says, if composition is denied, you have to pay the differential tax along with interest, and for this he will give you a love letter, demand order shall apply mutatis mutandis. 73 and 74 ka proceedings he can go ahead and do. Done, sir. This point was clear. Here one small differential I have gone ahead and told what is the difference between normal scheme and composition scheme. This is just for the purpose of reading, nothing important. This chapter I go ahead and consider it as B graded. Sir, what is the most important part in this chapter? B graded chapter ka A graded point is, who are the people eligible? 10(1), 10(2)(a, and section number 10(2) is A graded. These 3 points I consider it as A graded from this chapter. Other than this, last 2 points which I have gone ahead and done this example is also very, very important. I'll close my revision on the chapter of composition scheme over here. Chalo, are we all 100% clear till here? Are we all 100% clear till here? Yes, sir, all clear. Listen, now today at home, I want you guys, okay, I'm not doing one more chapter. We have already done 5 chapters for today. What I want you guys to today do at home is, you can go to, 1 minute. Just let me download. Give me 1 minute. You can go to rameshsoni.com. In rameshsoni.com, under free resources, you will be able to find this preparation and revision planner, which I had already gone ahead and given 1.5 months back. In this, I have gone ahead and covered the questions which we have to go ahead and solve. So today we have gone ahead and done the supply ka chapter, then we have done charge of nature of supply, composition scheme, and charge of GST. I have done only 4 chapters today. Target was 5, but it's okay. Today we have done little slow. So today what we will do, 1, 2, 3, 4. All these 4 chapters, whichever book you have version 10 or your version 11. you can use the book, and the questions which I have told, if you are not able to solve, see, best is to write and practice, but I can believe that students will tell, sir, we don't have time. However, firstly recommend is to see the question, write yourself. See the question and write yourself. Sir, I don't have that time. At least read. Sir, I don't have that time also. Then I can't do anything about it. Okay? You have to at least do question answer. It is very, very important. Otherwise, not good. So today's your homework is to finish all the question answers. So that is the 10 days IDT challenge. In the next 5-6 days, what we are going to do is we are going to revise one chapter, 3-4 chapters, 5 chapters, whatever we do every day. You are going to sit back at home and you are going to do the questions which I have gone ahead and told over here. By chance you have a doubt, tomorrow after the class gets over, hey, what happened over here? 1 minute. Screen is visible? Yes, sir. The screen is visible. So today we have gone ahead and so go to rameshsoni.com, free resources, May 25 folder. Hey, 1 minute. Where is the picture? हाँ, you can go ahead and do the ICI का study material से question, no problem. ठीक है? Whoever has version 10 and version 11 books, you can use that. If you don't have, you can use the ICI का study material also. ठीक है? These are some of the important questions from the version 10 and version 11 book which you guys can go ahead and use. But every day when you are revising with me, you have to go ahead and do this. Tomorrow we are going to revise registration. And we are going to finish exemption. So tomorrow's target is registration and exemption. Okay, everyone. And if time permits, we will do little bit of value also. Okay. But tomorrow's target is only these two. Right, everyone? Sir, how many hours total IDT revision is going to be? Don't know, Rakesh. Approximately 25 hours, I'm assuming. But let's see as and when it is going. I've not kept a specific target because I want students to really enjoy and aram se do it. As of now, nothing, Omkar. As of now, let's revise first. Done? Okay. That's all you have to do it for the day today. These two, which I have told you, these 4 chapters, please do the question answers. In the next revision, we are going to continue with the next chapter, which is there. The next chapter, registration, will go ahead and do it in the next class. So tomorrow we are going to start with registrations. Right, everyone? Please do the question answers. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye, everyone. All right. Chalo, we'll go ahead and start now, everyone. Let's go ahead and now do the chapter of registration. Everyone, to your chapter of registration. Let's get it started. Let's get it started, everyone. Let's get it started, everyone. Chalo. Now, registration. Okay, let's take a quick linking of the chapter and then we'll go ahead and continue. Registration, we started learning GST with goods or service. Goods or service has to be supplied. Supply can be either interstate supply or supply can be either intrastate supply. Interstate supply, IGST gets levied. Intrastate, CGST and SGST gets levied. Once GST gets levied, some people went ahead and asked for composition levy. We were done previously in the previous class. We were done till here. Okay? I hope you guys remember. Yes, sir. Chalo, I'll give you a quick section revision. Goods, section number 252. Services 2102. Goods and service has to be supplied. Supply can be section number 7. And section number 8 is composite supply and mixed supply. With me, everyone. Okay? Interstate supply, section number 7 of the IGST Act. Intra, section number 8 of the IGST Act. We learned 9 that whenever you are supplying to the territorial waters of India, what will happen? Right, everyone? Then we had section number 10, 11, 12 and 13, which went ahead and spoke about place of supply. Done, sir? Then we had section number 14, which went ahead and spoke about what, everyone? OIDR. 15 speaks about tourist and 16 went ahead and told about zero rated supply. Done, sir? ठीक है. IGST का levy section is section number 5. CGST का levy section is section number 9. Then we had composition levy, section number 10. Is everyone with me till here? Quickly tell me, everyone. Is everyone with me till here? हाँ, ठीक है. Now, if you remember, the levy section went ahead and told whenever goods or service will be supplied, inter, IGST will get levied, intra, then what will happen? हाँ 14 OIDR, 15 tourist and 16 zero rated supply, correct. ठीक है. And intra then see GST will get levied. Once GST gets levied, GST has to be, the next step comes is GST has to be collected and paid by whom, everyone? By a taxable person. So here we are going to talk about who is a taxable person. Now listen, when you go ahead and see the definition of a taxable person, the definition of a taxable person goes ahead and says a taxable person means a person who is either registered or who is liable to be registered. Who is registered or who is liable to be registered. Liable to register, both are known as a taxable person. Done. Yes, very good, very good. Now, we are going to talk about who are the people who are liable to register. When do you have to take registration? Very, very important topic. In your exam, you will see section number 22, 23 and 24 say one question, 100% you will see in the exam. That's my opinion, that 100% you should see one question from 22, 23 and 24. Let's go ahead and talk about section number 22. Section number 22. So basically in your registration chapter, we will be going ahead and talking from section number 22 till section number 30, right? Now the first chart which is there is going ahead and talking about who are the people who are liable to register. Section number 23 says who are the people who are not liable to register, and section number 24 talks about people who are required compulsory registration. Very, very, very important sections. Now, section number 22 has 4 subsections which are there. 1, 2 I have deleted, very irrelevant kind of thing now. 3 and 4. Section number 21 goes ahead and says that when will a person become liable. But whenever you read section number 22 subsection 1, section number 22 subsection 1 has to be read along with section number 23. Section number 21 has to be read along with section number 23 subsection 2. Because section number 23 subsection 2 goes ahead and says that government has the power, that government can go ahead and notify some people and they will be exempted from registration. Now section number 21, when you go ahead and read, along with section number 21, you have to read the notification which has been issued under section number 23 2 going ahead and exempting some people from registration. And if you go ahead and see over here, there's some notified category of people who are exempted from registration. Some of them I'll be going ahead and discussing along with section number 24, and one notification which is there, we'll be going ahead and discussing with section number 21. So section number 21, if you solely read, it just goes ahead and says that supplier will be liable in the state. Who will be liable? Supplier will be liable in the state from where he makes taxable supply. So you will be liable in the state from where you make taxable supply when your aggregate turnover exceeds 20 lakh rupees. And if you are making taxable supplies from a special category state, see Baba, generally special category states which are there are humans of Tripura and Jammu and Kashmir. I hope you guys remember this. Yes, sir, but still you tell us. Generally, special category states are humans. They are also humans of Tripura and Jammu and Kashmir. H for Himachal Pradesh. U for Uttarakhand. M for Meghalaya, Manipur, Mizoram. A for Arunachal Pradesh. A for Assam. N for Nagaland. And S for Sikkim. So we have 11 special category states which are there. ठीक है, हिमाचल प्रदेश, उत्तराखंड, मेघालय, मणिपुर, मिजोरम, अरुणाचल, असम, नागालैंड, सिक्किम, त्रिपुरा and Jammu and Kashmir. Humans of Tripura and Jammu and Kashmir are the special category states. But for the purpose of registration, in the chapter of registration, whenever we see special category state, actually all the states के लिए the limit was 10 lakh rupees. But then the states went and approached the government, and government went ahead and made the limit for them as 20 lakh rupees. Only few states are remaining with 10 lakh limit. Sir, who are the few states which are remaining with 10 lakh rupees limit? M square NT. Sir, who are M square NT? Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland and Tripura are the only states which are remaining with 10 lakh rupees ka limit now. I hope this point is clear. But then what happened? See, so they went ahead and told only when your aggregate turnover is more than 20 lakh rupees or when your aggregate turnover is more than 10 lakh rupees in special category state, then you will have to go ahead and take registration. Done, sir? Yes, sir. This point is clear. But now, what do you mean by aggregate turnover? Sir, aggregate turnover we already know. Aggregate turnover. Everyone, aggregate turnover. Aggregate turnover includes, aggregate means PAN wise, all India basis pay, you'll have to see the turnover. So under my PAN number, you'll have to see under my PAN number, whichever establishments are there, their aggregate turnover has to be seen. Okay. Now, what are the things which are included in aggregate turnover? You have to remember, aggregate turnover includes tie 2, T for taxable supplies, I for interstate supplies. Even if you have done interstate supplies to person under your same PAN, interstate supplies to person under the same PAN, still it will be included. E for exempt supplies which are there, E for export supplies. Remember, taxable supplies, interstate supplies, exempt supplies and export supply. Tie 2, TIE square. Okay, has to be included in your aggregate turnover. And aggregate turnover say, always remember, you should exclude. Sir, what are the things to be included in aggregate turnover? Turnover may you should always include taxable supplies, interstate supplies, exempt and export. Done. What I should not include? Sir, any inward supplies which you have gone ahead and taken, just because you have paid the tax under RCM, that inward means you have purchased, it will never become your turnover. Remember this point. Inward supplies under RCM, because you have paid the tax, does not become your turnover. It is still that other person ka turnover. And also don't include GST, whether it is CGST, SGST, IGST, UTGST, any GST which is there, GST is not to be included. Okay, sir. Note, include supplies made on behalf of principal. So if I'm an agent and I'm going ahead and making supplies on behalf of principal and the invoice is in my name, that will be included in my turnover. That is invoice for further supplies in the name of the agent. But remember one thing, very simple. If invoice is issued by the principal, it is principal ka turnover. If invoice is issued by the agent, agent ka turnover. Then supply of goods by registered job worker including principal ka turnover. Sir, what do you mean by this? So I am a job worker, my principal is there, I did the job work, the goods were ready. Now the principal went ahead and issued the invoice to the customer. I went ahead and sent the goods. Just because I sent the goods, that is not my turnover. Because principal issued the invoice, it will be the turnover of the principal. The next is, now I did some outward supply, you paid the tax under RCM. I did some outward supply, you paid the tax under RCM. That is never your turnover. That is still my turnover, because outward, remember, inward is never your turnover. Outward means your sales. Sales is your turnover. Done, sir. Outward supplies, tax payable under RCM, always to be included in your aggregate turnover. Done, sir. This point is clear. So remember one thing, aggregate turnover simple, includes 4 things: taxable supplies, interstate, exempt and export. What is excluded? Any inward supplies which are there on which you have paid the tax under RCM. Inward is never your turnover and GST is never your turnover. Okay. Now what they are going ahead and telling, who will be liable? Supplier will be liable when aggregate turnover crosses 20 lakh rupees. Special category state 10 lakh rupees. But then some states went to the government and told, sir, please go ahead and exempt us. We are supplier of goods. Can you give us a higher limit of 40 lakh rupees? And hence, government went ahead and used the power under section number 23(2) and issued one notification and told, if you are an exclusive supplier of goods up to 40 lakh rupees, you are exempted from registration. You are exempted from registration up to 40 lakh rupees, government went ahead and told. And here, government, so now, and then they went ahead and told, but this is not applicable to whom? Not applicable to whom? If you are required compulsory registration. What do you mean by compulsory registration? For an example, in compulsory registration, they go ahead and say, if you do interstate supply, you are required compulsory registration. So if you are doing interstate supply, what 40 lakh limit? Nothing. Compulsory registration. So what they have gone ahead and told, first of all, if this 40 lakh limit is not applicable to you, if you are required compulsory registration, take compulsory registration. Secondly, this 40 lakh is not applicable to whom? I hope you guys remember, we had gone ahead and yesterday learned about manufacturers of a Tibet. Yes, sir. But here they have gone ahead and told this 40 lakh limit is not applicable to whom? Supplier. So it can be a manufacturer supplier or a trader supplier of Tibet. Sir, what is Tibet? T for tobacco, I for ice cream, aerated water is not there here, P for pan masala, B for bricks, fly ash, bricks, blocks, aggregate, bricks of fossil meal or similar siliceous earth, building bricks, or ET is earthen and roofing tile. So these people ke liye also 40 lakh limit is not there. And the next one is, if you are exercising voluntary registration, you are voluntarily telling, I want to take registration, I want to take registration, then what 40 lakh rupees limit for you? You take voluntarily. Done. Or you intend to continue with registration, then they are going and telling 40 lakh limit is not applicable. And this 40 lakh is not there if you are a supplier in the state of M square NT and Pumas of Telangana. Sir, what do you mean by this? See, Baba. Simple. I have gone ahead and done what? I have gone ahead and written this 20 lakh, 10 lakh limit mixed with this notification. I have gone ahead and simplified over here and told registration limit. You just have to remember this much. Sir, what is the registration limit? Registration limit, if you are in the state of M square NT, the limit is 10 lakh rupees. M square NT means Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura, the limit is 10 lakh rupees. Sir, whether you're supplier of goods, 10 lakh, supplier of service, 10 lakh, supplier of goods plus service, your limit will be 10 lakh rupees. Okay, sir. Then, if you are in the state of Pumas of Telangana, sir, what is Pumas of Telangana? Puducherry, Uttarakhand, Meghalaya, Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim, and Telangana. Baba, remember their turnover limit is 20-20. 20 means supplier of goods also 20, supplier of service also 20. Here also 10-10. Supplier of goods also 10, supplier of service also 10. Done, sir. This point is clear. Can you tell me, everyone, what is Pumas of Telangana? P4. With me, everyone. Puducherry, Uttarakhand, Meghalaya, Arunachal, Sikkim, and Telangana. For them, the limit is 20 lakh rupees, whether they are supplier of goods or they are supplier of service. And the last one over here is Oak of Himachal Pradesh. What do you mean by Oak of Himachal Pradesh? O means any other state which is there. A for Assam, K for Jammu and Kashmir, and H for Himachal Pradesh. For them, remember, for them, if they are supplier of service and goods plus service, the limit is 20 lakh rupees. Supplier of goods, the limit will be 40 lakh rupees. This is the change which is there because of this notification. But this 40 lakh limit is not applicable to you. Not applicable to you in case you are a required compulsory registration, or you are a supplier of A Tibet. No, not A Tibet. It is only Tibet. A Tibet is in the state, is in composition scheme. Here it is only Tibet. So if you are a supplier of Tibet, then 40 lakh limit is not there. For you, the limit will fall down to 20 lakh rupees. Or if you are continuing with voluntarily with registration, then they are going ahead and telling voluntarily, you are telling you don't want 40 lakh rupees, then no problem at all. 40 lakh is not applicable to you. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Yes, sir, this point is clear. So, sir, who is liable? Everyone with me, quickly, let's summarize. Who is liable? Supplier is liable when the aggregate turnover crosses 40 lakh rupees, 20 lakh rupees, and 10 lakh rupees. Sir, three limits you have gone ahead and told. 10 lakh is for M square NT, 20 lakh is for Pumas of Telangana, 40 lakh rupees is for Oak of Himachal Pradesh. Mein supplier of goods, it is 40 lakh. Supplier of service or goods plus service, it is 20 lakh rupees over there. And this 40 lakh limit is not applicable if you are required compulsory registration, or you are a supplier of Tibet, or you are voluntarily continuing with your registration. Then, Baba, this 40 lakh limit is not applicable to you. For you, so, sir, if I am a supplier of, if I am required compulsory, then you are required compulsory. Sir, if I am going ahead and supplying Tibet, then the limit becomes 20 lakh rupees. Sir, if voluntarily I want to continue, voluntarily if you want to take registration, you can take in 1 rupee also. What limit will be there for you? I hope this point is 100% clear. Is everyone 100% clear? Can we go ahead, everyone? Yes. Now listen to me very carefully. In composition chapter, we never consider interest. Interest is exempt supply, but interest is never considered in your aggregate turnover at all. Aggregate turnover or turnover, anywhere you don't consider, you delete interest whenever you read composition ka chapter. But in registration ka chapter, this is not the fact. Registration ka chapter mein, you have to remember, one explanation has been given. See, so for an example, my taxable supply, everyone listen carefully. I am in the state of Assam, okay? And my taxable supplies is 38 lakh. My interest is exempt supply of service. Yes, my interest income, and it's a exempt supply of service, correct, is 3 lakh rupees. So it means if I am doing taxable supply which is goods and interest income which is service, now if you see my aggregate turnover is 41 lakh. Now here the question which arose was, sir, will this person be given, because if you are supplier of exclusive supplier of goods, you get 40 lakh rupees. Sir, when you go ahead and earn interest, it means you become a supplier of service and you should not be given 40 lakh rupees. Your limit will become 20 lakh rupees. Now people went ahead and told, sir, this person ka limit will become 20 lakh rupees. Government went ahead and clarified, very simple. Government told, even if a person has interest income in his aggregate turnover, because many people will have interest income, but still he will be eligible for a higher limit of interest will come in your aggregate turnover. Mind it, interest will come in your aggregate turnover, but still you will be considered as if you are a supplier of goods and you will be given a higher limit of 40 lakh rupees. It is not that you are a supplier of goods plus service and we will go ahead and give you a limit of 20 lakh. Government told we will still go ahead and give you a limit of 40 lakh rupees. Is this point 100% clear? Quickly give me a heads up, everyone. Arey Baba, quickly everyone. I can't see the likes in the videos. Everyone, quickly give me a like for the video. And tell me, are we all 100% clear with this? That, sir, the limit will be 40 lakh and the limit will not be 20 lakh rupees. Yes, sir. Chalo, done. Yes. Person will be deemed exclusive supplier of goods even if he is engaged in exempt supply of service. Even if you are a supplier of service which is exempt supply of service, not any exempt supply of service, only interest income. Remember, not any exempt supply of service, only interest income they are going ahead and talking about. Okay? Yes, he is liable for registration because he has crossed 40 lakh rupees. Yes, he is liable for registration. Okay? Done. So it says person will be deemed exclusive supplier of goods. You will deem him supplier of goods and you will give him a higher limit of 40 lakh rupees even if he is engaged in exempt supply of service by way of extending deposit, loans and advance so far as the consideration is represented by way of interest or discount. Now you tell me one thing, everyone. If I go ahead and tell you my taxable supply of goods is 35 lakh rupees, my interest income which is supply of service, it's an exempt supply, is 3 lakh rupees. Can you tell me my aggregate turnover? I am in the state of Assam. Am I required to take registration or not required? Quickly tell me the answer, everyone. What is my aggregate turnover? And I am in the state of Assam. Am I required registration or not required registration in this case? What is my aggregate turnover? Sir, aggregate turnover is taxable supplies and exempt supply 38 lakh rupees. And are you required registration? No, sir, not required registration. Very good, everyone. Not required registration. Okay. Chalo, can I ask you one question? If I go ahead and ask you one from composition chapter, if supposingly you are checking aggregate turnover for the purpose of composition scheme, whether you are eligible for composition or not, when you are checking the aggregate turnover for composition scheme, then what would have been the aggregate turnover? Can you tell me, everyone? What would have been the aggregate turnover if you are checking the turnover for composition scheme? For composition scheme, what would have been the aggregate turnover? For composition scheme, what would have been the aggregate turnover? Remember one thing, whenever you are checking aggregate turnover for composition scheme, you should exclude interest and discount. And the turnover would have been 35 lakh rupees. Very good, very good, very good, very good, everyone. You understood the difference. Chalo, let's go ahead now. Okay, done. Very good, very good, very good, very good. It would have been 35 lakh rupees. Very good. Chalo. Now, section number 35, section number 22, one we went ahead and understood. The second one which is there is talking about if you are already registered under the VAT earlier, then now with the coming of GST, you should register under the GST. If you are earlier registered under excise, with the coming of GST, you should register under GST also. Okay, that is total bakwas section which is there. Section number 22 which was there, total bakwas. 23 which is there, we have already gone ahead and understood. If I go ahead and transfer the business to you as going concern, you are the transferee. If I am a transferor, you are the transferee. If I go ahead and transfer my business to you, the transferee should go ahead and take registration. From which day he becomes liable? From the day of when I transfer the business to you or from the day you succeed the business. It says transferee is liable. Who is liable? Transferor, transferee. If I go ahead and transfer the business to you, transferee is liable. Transferor should be registered. Business should be transferred as going concern. Then transferee should be liable, will be liable from the date of transfer or succession. Can you tell me when does the transferee become liable? So if I am a person who is already registered, I have a business which is there, I transfer my business as going concern to you, the transferee will be made liable from the date of transfer. Okay, sir. This is next one, again transferring. So A limited and B limited is there. A limited and B limited merged over here and then they went to the NCLT. NCLT went ahead and passed their order saying okay, A and B are now AB limited, and then they went ahead and applied to the ROC. ROC went ahead and issued their birth certificate saying now you are AB limited, and that was the birth certificate which was given. Transferor is A Limited and B Limited. They have transferred their business to AB Limited. Now AB Limited has to take registration from when? From the time they get the birth certificate. Birth certificate means the certificate of registration. That is what is being told. Who will be liable? Transferee in case of amalgamation or demerger pursuant to court or tribunal order. Who will be liable? So if there is A Limited and B Limited and A and B has become AB Limited, AB Limited will be liable from the date on which ROC issues them a certificate of incorporation. Basically, when the ROC issues a birth certificate. Yes, sir. This point is clear. We are done with section number 21. Section number 21. Everyone with me, quickly recall. Section number 21 told who will be liable. Supplier will be liable when the aggregate turnover crosses 20 lakh, 10 lakh. But then 40 lakh limit was also given. Yes, sir. 40 lakh limit is for the oak of Himachal Pradesh if you are a supplier of goods from there. Then the second one is total bakwas, and the third one which is there, who is liable? Transfer or transferee? Transferee is liable from the date of transfer or succession, but provided the transferor should be registered and business should be transferred as going concern. The fourth one over here is who is liable? Again, transfer or transferee? Transferee is liable in case of court order from the date the ROC issues a certificate of incorporation. Yes, sir. This point is clear. Chalo. Now we have section number 23, which goes ahead and says who are the people who are not required registration. Who are the people who are not required registration? Everyone, are we all 100% clear? Yes, sir. Section number 23, person who are not liable for registration. You should always remember that these are the people who are not liable for registration. 23(1)(a) goes ahead and says any person who is exclusively engaged in supplying of those goods services that are not liable to tax or wholly exempt. So if I am going in and supplying those goods and services which are not liable to tax only, nil rated, wholly exempted, non-taxable, exclusively I am supplying that only, on which there is no tax only. If there is no tax, government is selling, don't waste our time, don't take registration. That's all. Next. B went ahead and told if you are an agriculturist can be an individual or HUF, to the extent you are producing out of cultivation of land and supplying, then government is going in and telling you are also not required registration. So if I am an agriculturist, I am growing crops, etc., and I am going in and selling them. Even if I sell 5 crore rupees ka crops might be any item which I am growing and selling, which is taxable also, but government is going in and telling if you are growing and selling and you are an agriculturist, you are not required registration. Sir, who is an agriculturist? An agriculturist ka definition is here. He can be an individual or an Hindu undivided family, HUF, who is going in and doing cultivation, who is putting sweat in the land. He is doing cultivation either by own labor, or he is getting his family to work, or by servants on wages, means he and his family is standing and people are working on wages. It says by servants on wages or by hired laborer under personal or family supervision. So who is an agriculturist? Everyone. Agriculturist means either an individual or a Hindu undivided family, okay, who does what? Everyone? Cultivation of land, sweat. They are putting sweat in the land either by own labor, or they get their family, or they are standing and watching and people are working. Then he is an agriculturist. An agriculturist doing cultivation of land and selling and earning is not required to pay any take any GST registration. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Yes, sir. The next one over here is section number 24, which goes ahead and talks about compulsory registration. Again, very, very important, compulsory registration. Listen. They are telling forget what is told in section number 21. Whatever is told in section number 21, limits, etc., forget it. These people are required compulsory registration. Number 1, interstate supplier. If you are an interstate supplier, everyone, section number 23 is clear to all of you. Section number 23 is clear to all of you. Section number 22 done. 23 done. Are we all 100% clear? Yes, sir. Chalo. Now we have section number 24, which is there, compulsory registration. What does compulsory registration go ahead and say? It says person who are going ahead and making interstate taxable supply. Now compulsory registration, actually I had always gone ahead and told you how to remember compulsory registration. You have to remember creations. Correct? We had always gone ahead and learned that, sir, yes, compulsory registration, creations we had to go ahead and learn. Creations, we'll talk about it. C for casual taxable person. Yes, sir. C for casual taxable person who is making taxable supply is required compulsory registration. C for casual taxable person. Yes, sir. But here, Who is a casual taxable person, Baba? Who is casually going from one state to another state, and in another state, when he is going, he does not have a fixed place of business. He is just going to casually do the business and come back. Government says whichever state you are going casually, where you have not taken a fixed establishment, you have to go ahead and take compulsory registration. Casual taxable person, C for casual taxable person, and always remember, casual taxable person may they have gone ahead and granted one exemption, that if you are a handicraft supplier or craftsman goods ka supplier, even if you are doing interstate supply, you are not required compulsory registration up to 20 lakh and 10 lakh rupees. Remember, exemption has been granted to casual taxable person up to 20 lakh or 10 lakh only. It is not 40 lakh rupees. Exemption has been granted only up to 20 lakh rupees or 10 lakh rupees. For whom? Yes, that only for interstate supplier. Even if supposingly I am a casual taxable person in this state of Karnataka, I am going to any other state, I am not required compulsory registration up to 20 lakh rupees or 10 lakh rupees. That's all. ठीक है sir, casual taxable person done. R for reverse charge mechanism. R for reverse charge. If you are required to pay tax under RCM, you are required compulsory registration. Yes, sir. If I am required to pay tax under RCM, I am required compulsory registration over here. But then they went ahead and told, even if you are required to pay tax under RCM, ठीक है, तो चलो, I'll go ahead and tell you. For an example, there is a director, and director is giving services to the company. Company has to pay GST under RCM, so company has to take compulsory registration. Yes, sir, this point is clear. And these directors know if they are supplying services on which always the company is going to pay the tax, then government had gone ahead and granted them exemption, saying, sir, because your tax will always be paid by the recipient, under RCM, you are exempted from compulsory registration. No, you are exempted from registration even if your aggregate turnover crosses registration limit. You are not required to take registration because always your tax is going to be paid by the recipient. Is this point clear to all? Yes, sir. Now here, I hope you guys remember metal scrap ka case mein. So sir, tell me, okay, metal scrap I'll talk. Tell me one thing. So if in case any case where RCM is applicable, always remember one thing. If there is a supplier and there is a recipient, if recipient is going to pay the tax under RCM, supplier will be exempted from registration even if his turnover crosses 20 lakh, 10 lakh, 40 lakh, 20 lakh, 10 lakh, 40 lakh, whatever is the limit. Even if he is crossing, he is not required to take registration. He has been exempted under section number 23(2). I hope this point is clear. Yes, sir. But this same exemption, now, 1 minute. Now, you tell me one thing. In all cases, I have gone ahead and told you always that, sir, if I am a supplier and always my tax is going to be paid by the recipient under RCM, then I will be exempted. Correct? But this is not applicable in case of supplier of metal scrap. Remember one thing. Yes, Baba, the amendment this time is, now, if supposingly I am a supplier of metal scrap, in this case also, the recipient who is there has to pay the GST under RCM. Yes, sir, you had gone ahead and taught this, that in case of metal scrap, you had told us if unregistered person is there, metal scrap wala, and recipient is a registered person, recipient pays the GST under RCM. So, sir, whenever, always, in case of metal scrap, always the recipient will pay the GST under RCM. Metal scrap dealers are never required registration. No. Government went ahead and told only for metal scrap. Here, government went ahead and told if you are a supplier of metal scrap, you will be unregistered only when you have not crossed the limit. But the day you cross the limit of your 40 lakh rupees, 20 lakh or 10 lakh, you will be required to take registration and collect the GST under forward charge mechanism. Remember one thing. Yes, if metal scrap wala is unregistered person and this guy is a registered person, then they pay the GST under RCM. But metal scrap wala ka case mein, you have to remember, if they cross the aggregate turnover of registration limit, then these people will be required to take registration and they will collect the GST under forward charge mechanism. Is this point 100% clear to all? I want everyone to quickly give me a heads up. Is this point clear to all? Yes, sir. And I have written it down also. You have to mark this point and write it down here and keep. Exemption under section number 22 is not applicable to supplier of metal scrap. Even if they cross the threshold limit, they should take registration and forward charge mechanism will be applicable. Is this point 100% clear to all? Quickly give me a heads up, everyone. There is the amendment. And please remember, I believe this time they might go ahead and ask a small question on this. You should be very careful. नो ओमकार. Done. Very good. I hope everyone is clear with the amendment. Chalo, we'll move ahead, everyone. Now, the next one. Sir, you told C for casual taxable person, R for reverse charge mechanism, E for e-commerce operators under section number 9.5, ECOs under section number 9.5, E for e-commerce operators under section number 9.5. Sir, what are these e-commerce operators under section number 9.5? Always remember e-commerce operators under section number 9.5. Sir, we had already gone ahead and spoken about 9.5 in the class, but still, sir, can you please quickly go ahead and tell about it? Baba, e-commerce ka chapter mein this will anyways come, but I hope you guys remember in case of, yes, हाँ, hard services, transportation, housekeeping, accommodation and restaurant. ट्रांसपोर्टेशन बाय रोड, ओला उबर का केस में, हाउसकीपिंग सर्विसेज, यस सर, अकोमोडेशन सर्विसेज एंड रेस्टोरेंट का सर्विसेज में, सर, ई-कॉमर्स ऑपरेटर becomes liable. Yes sir, e-commerce operator becomes liable. Whenever the e-commerce operator becomes liable, e-commerce operator has to go ahead and take compulsory registration over here. Now, more discussion about section number 9.5. I hope you guys already remember. We'll do more discussion on section number 9.5 when we reach the e-commerce wala chapter. Done sir. ठीक है. Now, E done. A for, sir, creation. A for, sir, A. Whom will we take for A? Agent. Where is agent? Where is the agent guy? हाँ. Agent. A for agent. ठीक है. A for agent of a taxable person. So if you are an agent who is supplying on behalf of, yes, agent who is supplying on behalf of e-commerce operator under section number 9.5 is THAR, transportation, housekeeping, accommodation and restaurant. Done baba, done. ठीक है. Next, agent of a taxable person. So baba, if I am going ahead and supplying on behalf of principal and my boss is registered, I also have to go ahead and take compulsory registration. ठीक है sir. T for TDS deductors have to take compulsory registration. And TCS collectors also have to take compulsory registration. TDS deductors and TCS collectors who are there. People, this one is done. 1 minute. This is also done. Now, TDS deductors also have to take compulsory registration. TCS collectors also have to take compulsory registration. A person who is required to collect TCS also has to take compulsory. 1 minute. Where is the TCS collector? E-commerce operator who are required to collect TCS collectors also have to take compulsory registration. Done sir, this point is clear. I for ISD, input service distributors also have to go ahead and take compulsory registration. Input service distributors also have to take compulsory registration. I for interstate supplier, input service distributors too, you understood. I for interstate supplier. You have to remember, if you are an interstate supplier making supplies from one state to another state, interstate suppliers also has to take compulsory registration. But for interstate supplier, again there is an exemption. If you are a supplier of handicraft goods or craftsman goods, remember, handicraft goods or craftsman goods which are predominantly made by hand. Made by hand means it should be more than 50% made by hand. In the exam, they will try to confuse you by going ahead and telling handicraft goods which are 50% made by hand, 50% made by machine. No, then the exemption is not applicable. But if you are an interstate supplier of handicraft goods which are more than 50% made by hand, predominantly made by hand, then you are exempted up to 20 lakh or 10 lakh rupees, which has been told over here. And if you are an interstate supplier of service also, then also you are exempted up to 20 lakh or 10 lakh rupees. Interstate suppliers are always exempted. Interstate supplier of not all the supplier, only handicraft goods wala supplier and interstate supplier of services are exempted up to 20 lakh or 10 lakh rupees. Done sir. O for OIDAR, who is going in and supplying to unregistered people. Remember one thing, OIDR from outside India who is supplying to unregistered person has to take compulsory registration. And for NRTP has to take compulsory registration. Here everyone, where is the OIDR? OIDR who is supplying from outside India to an unregistered person. So if Netflix from outside India is supplying to a person in India who is an NTOR, basically unregistered person, OIDR has to take compulsory registration. And the last one over here is OME. I will go ahead and add OMG also, online money gaming. Yes, sir. This point was added. Every person supplying online money gaming from outside India, online money gaming, whoever is going ahead and supplying, that person is also required compulsory registration. And the next one over here, N for NRTP, we have already gone ahead and taken NRTP wala point. And S for such other person, such other person who is notified by government on recommendation of council. Here, one point which you can see, if there is a person who is supplying other than 95 wala supplies through e-commerce, who is required to deduct TCS under section number 52. Baba, we'll do one thing. This point which is there, if you are a person who is supplying through e-commerce, so supposingly I am a person who is supplying through e-commerce who is required to deduct TCS. So if e-commerce is going to deduct TCS, then how will I get the TCS ka credit if I am not registered? So I also have to take compulsory registration. But again, here also, if you are a person, so I hope you guys remember, Flipkart is there. Flipkart ke through I am supplying, I am a supplier, I am supplying through Flipkart, then I have to go ahead and take compulsory registration because Flipkart will go ahead and deduct TCS. But here they have gone ahead and granted exemption again. So sir, where do we write this? This one you have to remember, TCS collector. This point you have to separately remember only, that if you are in TCS only, you have to remember TCS collectors or whose TCS has been deducted, those people are required compulsory registration. Okay, everyone, this point you can remember like this. Done. Now here in this point you have to remember that, sir, if I am supplying through an e-commerce and e-commerce is going to go ahead and deduct my TCS, then I am required compulsory registration. But sir, e-commerce ka case mein, if you are a supplier who is supplying through e-commerce, you are not required compulsory registration. If you are a supplier of service up to 20 lakh or 10 lakh, exemption has been granted. And if you are a supplier of goods, exemption has been granted up to 40 lakh, 20 lakh and 10 lakh, depending on the state which you are there. That is what is being told over here, that sir, if you are a person who is supplying through e-commerce, you are required compulsory registration, but supplier of service has been exempted up to 20 lakh or 10 lakh, and supplier of goods also has been exempted, but supplier of goods whose preceding financial year or current financial year ka turnover is not exceeding registration limit is exempted from compulsory registration, means up to your registration limit. Okay? But subject to the following condition. These conditions are given only for person who are supplier of goods through e-commerce. Number one, such person should not make interstate supply, because if you are making supplier of goods through e-commerce, if you supply interstate suppliers are required compulsory registration, and hence they are telling you should not do any interstate supply. Such person shall not make any supply of goods through e-commerce in more than one state or UT. You should not be supplying in more than one state or UT. You should be supplying only in one state. The answer. Such person shall be required to take PAN number. Please take your PAN number. Such person before making supply should go online to the gst.gov.in, declare the PAN number, address, state, etc. Okay, and what will happen then? The validation will be done, and that person will be given enrollment number on the common portal. One enrollment number only will be given in one state, and you should not supply before the enrollment has been granted. Chalo, I hope this point is clear to all of you. Tell me one thing, everyone. With me, everyone, who are the people who are required compulsory registration? Tell me. Number one, casual taxable person. With me, everyone, close your eyes and think. Casual taxable persons are required compulsory registration, but casual taxable person who are making interstate supply up to 20 lakh or 10 lakh has been exempted. R for reverse charge mechanism. If I am required to pay tax under reverse charge mechanism, I am required compulsory registration, and suppliers were exempted. But this exemption is not applicable in case of metal scrap. Okay? E for e-commerce operators who are required to pay tax under section number 9(5). E-commerce operators under section number 9(5), and there are only 4 services which are notified under section number 9(5). THAR. Done, sir. A for agent of a taxable person. If my boss is a registered person and I am an agent who is supplying on behalf of my boss, I will be required to take compulsory registration. Then T for TDS deductors are required compulsory registration. Then T for TCS collectors, Flipkart, Amazon, who are required to collect TCS are also required compulsory registration. Now here you have to remember, if you are a supplier through e-commerce and e-commerce is going to collect your TCS, then you are also required compulsory registration, but the suppliers are exempted. Supplier of service is exempted up to 20 lakh or 10 lakh. Supplier of goods is exempted up to 40 lakh, 20 lakh or 10 lakh. But supplier of goods have to go ahead and take enrollment. I for input service distributor, I for interstate supplier. Interstate supplier का case में you have to remember, if you are an interstate supplier of handicraft goods or craftsman goods, then you are exempted up to 20 lakh or 10 lakh. Done, sir. O for OIDR, who is supplying to unregistered person, and online money gaming, who is supplying from outside India. Remember one thing, these people are also required compulsory registration. N for NRTP, and S for such other person which who will be notified are also required compulsory registration. I hope everyone is clear with this. We are done with section number 22, 23 and 24. Here there is one small circular which is going ahead and telling, I am a commission agent under Agricultural Produce Marketing Committee, APMC का agent, and my boss is an agriculturist who is going ahead and supplying me, and I am supplying on his behalf. Baba, remember one thing, agriculturist is not a registered person, so I am not required compulsory registration. Secondly, I go ahead and charge commission. When I go ahead and charge commission pay anyways there is no GST, because Agricultural Produce Marketing Committee का agent going ahead and charging commission, Baba, that commission is exempted from exempted. Under the exemption chapter, we have seen that commission is exempted. So if your commission is exempted, anyways, they are not required registration. So remember, commission agents who are under APMC Act making supplies on behalf of agriculture. Agriculture is not a taxable person, so they are not liable for compulsory registration. Also, their services are exempted from GST, hence they are not liable under section number 23, 1A. It is told that, sir, when you are supplying those services on which there is no GST only, you are not required registration. Quickly tell me everyone, are we all 100% clear with 22, 23 and 24? Baba, A graded section number 22, 23 and 24 in your registration chapter. Please do some questions on this. You will 100% get one question in the exam. That is my thought, 100%, 99% it should come. Done everyone? Chalo, can we move ahead? Now, once you become liable, people quickly tell me, are we all 100% clear till here? Everyone sitting in the class, I want you to comment and tell me, are we all 100% clear? The more you talk to me, the more I will be able to talk to you. And I will understand if students are understanding or not. Are we all 100% clear? Quickly give me a heads up, everyone. Yes, sir. Chalo. Let's go ahead, everyone, then. We are done with section number 22, 23 and 24. Remember, all the three sections are A graded. You will get one question in the exam. Okay? Done, sir. Now, the next one is over here, section number 25, which goes ahead and talks about the procedures for registration. Once you become liable under section number 22 or you become liable under section number 24, either you become liable under section number 22 or you become liable under section number 24, the next step which comes over here is you have to go ahead and take registration. And the procedures for registration which are there are over here in section number 25, procedures for registration. Section number 25 which is there is going ahead and talking about section number 25 1. You will be able to see section number 25 2 up to section number 25 9. I have gone ahead and written over here. Now, section number 25 1 goes ahead and says that if you become liable under section number 22 or section number 24, whenever you become liable, you should always go ahead and apply for registration. Section number 25 1 says you should always apply for registration within how many days, everyone? 30 days. Then there is a proviso exception which is there that, sir, if you are a NRTP or a CTP, you should always apply 5 days prior to the commencement of registered business. So if normally a person becomes liable, he should apply within how many days, everyone? 30 days. But if you are a CTP, casual taxable person, or a non-resident taxable person, then they are going in and telling casual taxable person will come to the state, he will do business and he will run away. So government says, beta, we will not go ahead and wait for 30 days over here. You should apply 5 days prior, which is there. They have gone ahead and told 5 days prior to the starting of your business, you should go ahead and apply for registration. If you have an SEZ unit or SEZ developer, you have an SEZ unit or you are a SEZ developer, remember, for your outside the SEZ domestic tariff area which is there, that unit ke liye you should take separate registration, and for SEZ you should always take separate registration. Sir, if I am a supplier in the territorial waters of India, where should I take registration? Baba, in the territorial waters of India, take in the nearest coastal state which is there, nearest coastal state or the union territory, you should go ahead and take registration. Now, whenever you want to go ahead and take registration, rule number 8 goes ahead and says you should always go ahead and file your application. The application will be forwarded. Rule number 9 says verification of your application will be done, and rule number 10 goes ahead and says registration certificate will be issued. But before we go ahead and talk about this registration ka procedure, first you go ahead and apply Officer will go ahead and verify, and then the registration certificate will be granted. Okay? Before we go ahead and talk about this, you should always remember that, sir, in the registration process, one thing which will require is who are the people. See, whenever you talk about registration, remember now with effect from 1st of April 2020, Aadhaar authentication has been introduced in registration. So, sir, to understand that process, we should first know about 6A, 6B, 6C, and 6D. Please come to the next page. 6A, 6B, 6C, and 6D. Who are the people who are required Aadhaar authentication? Who are the people who are not required Aadhaar authentication? We'll quickly go ahead and talk about it. 6A, 6B, 6C, and 6D. Sir, Aadhaar authentication. Remember one thing. What do you mean by Aadhaar authentication? Baba, your Aadhaar authentication will be done so that when they, now what happened, many people took fraudulent registration, issued bogus invoices, etc. So government is going ahead and telling, before we go ahead and grant you the registration, we will do your Aadhaar authentication. Your Aadhaar must be verified. Only then we will understand that you are a genuine person. Sir, if your Aadhaar is not being verified, we will come to your place of business. See, sir, whenever you apply for registration, they'll ask for Aadhaar authentication. If you do your Aadhaar authentication, they'll grant you the registration only within 7 days. But if you don't do your Aadhaar authentication, then they are telling, we will first come to your place of business. We will see, are you actually doing business? And if they go ahead and find out that yes, you are doing business, then only the registration will be granted. But that procedure is going to take 30 days ka time. Okay? Now, who are the people who are required to do Aadhaar authentication and who are the people who are not required to do Aadhaar authentication? You have to go ahead and understand. Aadhaar authentication mein 6A is there, 6B is there, 6C is there, and 6D is there. Okay? 6A, 6B, 6C, and 6D. 6A mein they have gone in and told, because Aadhaar authentication was introduced from 1st April 2020, but GST came from what date? GST came from 1st of July 2017. And Baba, the date from here up to this date, people would have already taken registration in between this time. Yes, sir. So this already registered people ke liye, we will go ahead and notify one date. From that date, these people will also be required to do Aadhaar authentication. But as of now, they are telling 1st April 2020 ke after that, whoever have gone ahead and taken registration, they have to do Aadhaar authentication. Now, sir, who are required Aadhaar authentication? Section number 25, 6B goes ahead and says, if you are an individual with effect from 1st April 2020, you have to go ahead and do your Aadhaar authentication. Okay, sir. 6C says all other people will be required to authenticate their Aadhaar, whoever is notified. Now, here government have gone ahead and notified AMK. I for individual, A, authorized signatories who are there. So, if you are an authorized signatory, you have to do your Aadhaar authentication. M for managing an authorized partner. And K for Karta. So, you have to remember who are the people who are required Aadhaar authentication, everyone. I for I am the Karta. You have to remember this point. Who are the people who are required Aadhaar authentication? I for individual. A for authorized signatory of any types, all types of authorized signatory. M for managing and authorized partners who are there are required to do Aadhaar authentication. And K for Karta is required to do Aadhaar authentication. Done, sir? This point is clear now. Done. 6D goes ahead and says, who are the people who are not required Aadhaar authentication? That I have already gone ahead and told. Sirs, who are the people who are not required Aadhaar authentication? It says 6A, 6B, 6C is not required to those people who are there in section number 25 6D. Basically, they are telling it shall not be applicable. So, these people are not required to do Aadhaar authentication. New Delhi, NDL, PSU. N for not a citizen of India. If you are not a citizen of India only, you will not have Aadhaar only. So, you are not required to do Aadhaar authentication. Department of Central Government, State Government is telling our departments are not required to do Aadhaar authentication. L for local authority who is there. Any local authority which is there is not required Aadhaar authentication. P for PSU, public sector undertaking is not required to do Aadhaar authentication. Statutory body is not required. And U for UIN holders are not required to do Aadhaar authentication. So, can you tell me who are the people required Aadhaar authentication? See, they have gone ahead and told 6A, 6B, 6B may they have told individuals are required. 6C may they have told A, M, K is required. And 6D they have told who are not required. I've already told you who are the people not required Aadhaar authentication. New Delhi PSU. N for not a citizen of India. D for Department of Central Government, State Government. L for local authority. P for public sector undertaking. S for statutory body. And U for UI and holder are not required to do Aadhaar authentication. Done. Understanding 6A, 6B, 6C and 6D. Now quickly let's go ahead and remember. Recall the process which was there. Is everyone there with me? Do you guys still remember everyone? Can we go ahead? Can we go ahead everyone? Chalo. What does it say now? It goes ahead and says over here that sir, application. First you have to go ahead and apply. Then they will do the verification and then the registration will be granted. First, you have to go ahead and apply. When you go ahead and apply, the officer will go ahead and verify whether the documents and application is complete. Sir, and Aadhaar authentication if required has been done. And after that, the registration will be granted. So the first procedure over here is rule number 8. Rule number 8 goes ahead and says every person who becomes liable under section number 25. Basically, if you become liable for registration, you should take registration within 30 days other than NTO because NTO के लिए separate forms are there. N for NRTP, T for TDS deductor, TCS collector, O for OIDR or online money gaming. Mobile name, money. This is money gaming, money. Mobile wherever I have written by mistake, please make it online money gaming. ठीक है sir, done. For them, REG09, REG07 and REG10 is applicable, but you don't have to remember any form numbers and all. It's okay. Now, listen. Rule number 8 goes ahead and says every person who becomes liable for registration, there are two parts of the form which you have to go ahead and fill. One is part A and one is part B. Part A is a small form, part B is a detailed form which is there. It says you should declare in part A of GST REG01 PAN number. Baba, these procedures are not very, very important from exam point of view. So we will go quickly with this. Okay, done. PAN number validation will be done. Your PAN will be validated through the CBT database and also one OTP will be sent to your mobile number which was given along with your PAN number. And email address may they are going ahead and telling we will send one OTP. Put the OTP which was sent to your email address and mobile number. Also mention your state and then what will happen? One temporary reference number will be generated. Once one temporary reference number is generated, listen, Baba, nothing. Very simple it is. Rule number 8 says application. When you fill the application, first, fill part A. Once you have filled part A, then you have to fill part B. In part B, you should sign and submit along with document. Part B may, they will go ahead and ask you a lot of details which are there. Part B may, they'll ask you business ka detail, they will ask you promoter partner detail, authorized signatory, authorized representative, principal place, additional place, goods and service which you are dealing in, state specific information, NEPT registration, etc. Then they will go ahead and ask you Aadhaar authentication. Now, who are the people required Aadhaar authentication? I am the Karta. Individual, with me everyone, individual, authorized signatory. See Baba, I can understand procedures are little difficult, okay? But at the end of the day, in our exam, we have to go ahead and remember this because there is a small amendment. It has very high chances that you can see a small question in the exam, okay? Now, Aadhaar authentication, individual, authorized signatory, managing and authorized partner and Karta are required Aadhaar authentication. So these people will have to go ahead and say, yes, I want to do my Aadhaar authentication, and then verification has to be done and then the form has to be submitted. Now, once they have submitted the form, one link comes to their mail ID. In the link, they have to click, put their Aadhaar number, put the OTP and their Aadhaar gets verified. That's all is the procedure. The day they do their Aadhaar authentication, means click on the link, Aadhaar number they put, Aadhaar verified, that day is deemed as the date of submission. That's all everyone. It says what everyone? See. Now, if you are opting for Aadhaar authentication, yes sir, then the date of submission of your application is not the day when you submit this part B. When you submit this part B, you filled everything, you told a yes and you submitted. That day is not the date of submission. They are going ahead and telling the date of submission in this scenario will be, you are still required to do Aadhaar authentication. You just told a yes. Now one link will come in your mail. That link you have to click, put the Aadhaar number, put the OTP which comes in your mobile number and then your Aadhaar is verified and that day will be deemed as date of submission of your application. Done sir, this point is clear. So that is what is being told. Date of submission of application is date of Aadhaar authentication or 15 days from the date of submission of part B. You have submitted part B, link came, you did not go ahead and verify in 15 days. Once 15 days gets over, the very next day will be deemed as the date of submission of your application and now acknowledgement will be given and officer will start the verification. Remember, if you have gone ahead and told a no over here, if you have gone ahead and told a no, no sir, I will not do my Aadhaar authentication, then they are going ahead and telling the actual date of submission of part B, the day you actually submitted your part B, that day will be deemed as the date of your submission. Now, even if you have opted for Aadhaar authentication, you have done Aadhaar authentication, one small point has now been introduced. See here, everyone, I put a star over here that, sir, I told I will do Aadhaar authentication. I have gone ahead and done Aadhaar authentication, but still they are going ahead and telling, listen, if based on the risk parameter, the system identifies you, then even though you have submitted the form completely done, Aadhaar authentication is done, but still we will not consider your form as submitted form. We will call you for biometric based Aadhaar authentication. That is what is being told, and that star ke liye I have written over here. If a person is identified, means the system, if it identifies, you have filled your complete form, you have done your Aadhaar authentication, but system identified you, then your biometric based Aadhaar authentication will be done. Taking of photograph, so they will call you to one center, you have to go over there, they will take your photograph, biometric based Aadhaar authentication will be done, and they are telling verification of original document uploaded along with application will be done at one of the facilitation center which has been notified, and the application will be deemed to be completed only after the completion of the process. Means what they are going in and telling, sir, you filled your application, you did your Aadhaar authentication, but still if the portal identifies you as a risky person, they will call you for biometric, and you have to go ahead and give your biometric. Only once you have done your biometric, your application will be deemed to be submitted. It is not necessary that your application will always be picked up after you have done Aadhaar authentication, but if your application gets picked up, then you have to go to the facilitation center and show your original document and get your biometric based Aadhaar authentication done. Remember, what is the amendment now? This rule that your biometric based Aadhaar authentication can be done was only applicable to the state of Andhra Pradesh, Gujarat and Puducherry. In these three states, now this time amendment is, now this is applicable to all states. So I have gone ahead and written over here in the chart, across India, applicable across India. Yes. So rule applicable not only to this state, rule applicable across India. Now you can write over here. Any state you are there, even if your Aadhaar authentication is done, still they can go ahead and call you for verifying your original document and taking your biometric based Aadhaar authentication. Please tell me, everyone, are we all 100% clear till here? Now, this biometric is done when you have submitted the application. Rule number 8, application submitted. Please tell me, are we all 100% clear till here? Yes, sir. Now listen. Once your application is submitted, now your application will be forwarded to the officer for verification. Once your application is submitted, where will it go? It will go to the officer for verification. Officer will start checking, examining application, and he will go ahead and see the accompanying document. Okay? Now, and what will happen? Now, there are a lot of things which can happen. First thing is, if application is ordered, officer is telling, very good. There are two things which are there. 1 minute, everyone. I need 2 pages. 1 minute. I'll get 2 pages which are there. Okay. Now, whenever application is there, see, there are 2 things which are there. One is the application, one is the Aadhaar authentication. Officer sees 2 things. One is the application, one is the Aadhaar authentication. Officer, so, application is fine. Aadhaar authentication not required. This person is New Delhi PSU. Aadhaar authentication not required. Application is fine. Then, Baba, remember one thing. If a person notified under 25(6)(d), means that person is not required Aadhaar authentication. Application is fine. Within 7 days of submission, 7 working days may your application will be approved and your registration certificate will be given to you in GST REC 06. In your registration certificate, they will show the principal place of business, additional place of business, and it will be made available to you on the GST portal. And also one GST number, which is 15-digit ka GST number, will be given to you. Done, sir. This is the first case. Second case. Sir, second case is application is fine, Aadhaar authentication. Application is fine, applicant is required Aadhaar authentication. Can you tell me, everyone, who is required Aadhaar authentication? I am the karta. Okay, you are required Aadhaar authentication, you opted and Aadhaar authentication was successful. So, sir, application is also fine Aadhaar authentication required, opted, and successfully done. Then, Baba, remember one thing: your within 7 working days, approval will be given and registration certificate will be issued to you. Done, sir. Third case. I went ahead and application is in order. Officer saw, officer is doing the verification, application is in order. You are required Aadhaar authentication. You opted for Aadhaar authentication, but you failed to authenticate. Means the link came in your mail, but you never went ahead and did the authentication. You failed. Or you did not opt only when you had to tell a yes over here that I will do Aadhaar authentication. You did not do Aadhaar authentication only. What they are going ahead and telling over here. Then, or even if you have done Aadhaar authentication, but now portal is telling babe, this person ka physical verification of the place of business should be done. Then they are telling a person has undergone Aadhaar authentication but identified by the portal on basis of risk parameter for carrying out physical verification. Portal identified you for, and portal is telling officer you should go to his see Baba. Here at the time of application you had to go for biometric. Here they are telling officer ko, portal is telling, hey officer, go for physical verification of the place of business. Or after officer goes ahead and sees your application, he's telling application is fine, Aadhaar authentication is done, but still I have a doubt on this person. Officer has having a doubt. So sir, it says officer with the approval of proper officer greater than equal to assistant commissioner deems it fit to carry out physical verification. So Baba, remember one thing. Application is fine. Aadhaar authentication required, opted, failed, did not opt, or even if Aadhaar authentication is done, portal identified you for physical verification, or officer identified you for physical verification, then gone, Baba, gone. First, physical verification and other documents will be verified. Means officer will come to a place of business, he will do the physical verification, and then within 30 days of submission of application, your application will be approved and registration certificate will be granted. Listen to me very carefully. Aadhaar authentication required, opted, successful, no tension at all, 7 days. Aadhaar authentication required, opted, failed, did not opt only, or officer has a doubt on you even after Aadhaar authentication is done, or portal has a doubt on you, then Baba, first your physical verification of place of business will be done, and that takes time, and hence the time limit will become, instead of 7 days, 30 days. That's all. Done, sir. This point is clear. Now here, till here to application there was no problem. Now they are going in and telling if application is found deficient, Aadhaar authentication required, opted, successful, no tension, but application has a problem, then officer will send you a love letter. GST RG03. Within 7 working days, one notice will be sent to you. Notice saying, sir, we want this detail, your this document is incomplete. Then first you should submit the document within 7 working days. If officer is satisfied within next 7 working days, he will approve and grant you registration certificate. If he is not satisfied or you did not reply only within 7 working days, then they are telling we will record the reason and we will reject your application saying get out. You have not gone ahead and submitted the detail. We will not go ahead and grant you the registration. Done, sir. This point is clear. The next one, sir, your everything is a problem. Sir, application found deficit, application also problem. Plus, Aadhaar authentication required, did not opt. Aadhaar authentication failed, identified by the portal. Based on this parameter, you are identified for physical verification of place of business, or proper officer deems to fit to carry out physical verification. Number 1, application problem. Number 2, Aadhaar problem. Then they are telling first physical verification of place of business and other documents will be done, and you will be given one notice within how many days, everyone? 30 days. Now here the time limit for notice is not 3 days. Notice is what, everyone? 30 days. Done, sir. And then you have to go ahead and reply within 7 working days. If officer is satisfied within the next 7 working days, he will go ahead and issue you the registration certificate. He is not satisfied or you did not reply, then rejection. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Done, sir. Please remember one thing, everyone. Application problem, you will be sent one notice. Aadhaar authentication problem, then they are going ahead and telling physical verification. That's all. Chalo. Now the next one over here. If proper officer fails to take any action, Baba, always remember one thing. Officers are also given time limit. That, sir, no problem. Then 7 days may you give. If Aadhaar you are going to verify, or if you are going to do physical verification, 30 days may you should grant registration. If the person has replied, then within the next 7 days you should grant registration. If officer does not do his duty on time, then what will happen, everyone? They have gone ahead and told if officer does not do his duty within time, then, sir, application will be deemed to be approved, and auto approval ka basis pe your GST number and registration certificate will be made available to you within the next 3 days after the time limit, which is 7 days, 30 days, and 7 working days have got over. After that, within the next 3 days, they will go ahead and give you the registration certificate. Please tell me, everyone, are we all 100% clear with this point? Yes, sir. Now, here, once you are granted registration, you will become a registered person. People watching at home, you have to give me a heads up. Are we all clear? Can we go ahead, everyone? They can go ahead and ask you a small question on this. Please be very careful about it. Sir, application is fine, Aadhaar is fine. Please be very careful about it. Done. Okay. Now, listen. Once you are given registration certificate, please display your registration certificate and also put your GST number on the notice board which is there. Don't forget about it. Once your GST number has been given, display your registration certificate at a prominent location. Don't put it in the bathroom. Prominent location you should put at the principal place and additional place of business, and display your GST number on the name board. On your head, you should write your GST, not on your head. Baba, head means shop ka head pe you should write your GST number which is there. Done, sir. Now that you have become a registered person, always remember one thing. Rule number 10A is there, which says you should go online and furnish your bank account detail within the next 30 days from the grant of registration. Once you are granted registration, please, within the next 30 days of the grant, you should go ahead and furnish your bank account detail. And before furnishing your first GSTR1 or the invoice furnishing facility, whichever is earlier. So first GSTR1 or within the next 30 days, whichever is earlier, you should go ahead and furnish what, everyone? Your bank account detail. Go online and furnish your bank account detail. Done. One point which is very, very important from exam point of view, you should always remember. If you have submitted application within 30 days or not within 30 days is very, very important. Sir, here, everyone over here. If you become liable, you should apply for registration within 30 days. Sir, I applied for registration within 30 days and I am granted registration certificate. Remember, this registration certificate, because you applied within 30 days, will be valid from the date of becoming liable. But sir, if I become liable, I should apply within 30 days. I applied after 30 days and registration certificate is granted. RC is valid from the date of becoming, from the date of grant. This point you have to remember. Now, sir, what is the benefit of retrospective validity? Retrospective validity ka benefit is from the date of becoming liable till the date of grant of RC, whatever supplies you have done, for all this supply, you can go ahead and issue revised tax invoice within the next 1 month of your registration certificate. Revised tax invoice within 1 month of your registration certificate, collect the GST and pay the GST to the government. But if you don't go ahead and apply within 30 days, if you don't go ahead and apply and you are applying after 30 days and registration certificate has been granted, you don't have. So from here to here, whatever supplies you have done, you have to pay GST out of your own pocket. You don't have an option to issue revised tax invoice. That provision is not there. Please do one question on this and go. If application is submitted within 30 days, yes sir or no sir. If yes, it will valid. So sir, I became liable, I should apply within 30 days. I applied and registration certificate granted, registration certificate valid from the date of becoming liable. But if you don't apply within 30 days, you applied after 30 days and RC is granted, RC is valid from the date of becoming liable. Please do one question on this. It is very, very important. It is RC is valid from the date of become, see, applied within 30 days, RC granted, RC valid from the date of becoming liable. Did not apply within 30 days, applied after 30 days, RC valid from the date of grant. Done, sir. Now here we have one rule number 10B also. Rule number 10B basically goes ahead and links to this. That sir, 6A went ahead and told if you are already existing registered person, before Aadhaar authentication was introduced, you had already taken registration. You will be required to do Aadhaar authentication, but from a date to be notified. Now what government have gone ahead and told, that we have told 3 things. RRR. These 3 things if you want to do, whether you are registered before 1/4/2020 or you are registered after 1/4/2020, after 1/4/2020 you took registration, without doing Aadhaar authentication might be getting physical verification of your place of business done. Now what they are going ahead and telling is, even if you have taken registration before 1/4/2020 without doing Aadhaar authentication, or after 1/4/2020 without doing Aadhaar authentication, but for three things they have gone ahead and told Aadhaar authentication is mandatory. R. Remember what are the three things over here? One is, if you want to file revocation application, R for revocation application. If you are filing revocation application in GST RG 20, sir, my registration is cancelled, please revoke the cancellation order. That revocation application के लिए और Aadhaar authentication is mandatory. Secondly, for filing of refund application under rule number 89, refund application, okay, and for filing of refund under rule number 96 for three things. One is revocation application, one is refund application under rule number 89, and one is refund application under rule number 96. Remember, these three things ke liye or Aadhaar authentication is mandatory. Now, sir, whose Aadhaar authentication must be done? They have gone ahead and told registered person other than 2560, means who are not required, leave them. Other than that, those people who are required Aadhaar authentication, issued registration certificate, who are already issued registration certificate, they should undergo Aadhaar authentication of proprietor in case of proprietorship firm, partnership firm में partner, कर्ता, managing director, whole time director in case of company, members of managing committee of association of person, body of individual or society, trustee or board of trustees in case of trust, and of the authorized signatory. For what three cases? For filing refund revocation application, refund application under rule number 89, and for revocation application under rule number 96. Done, sir? Sir, I don't have Aadhaar number only. How do I do RRR? Then remember one thing, if you don't have Aadhaar, you have to go online, apply for Aadhaar, furnish your Aadhaar enrollment ID slip along with bank passbook with photo, voter ID or passport or driving license. Remember one thing, if you don't have Aadhaar, still you can go ahead and file a revocation or refund application, but along with that, Aadhaar enrollment ID slip has to be given with bank passbook with photograph or your driving license or your voter ID or your passport. Any one item has to be given. Done. Sir, and also one proviso is there that ठीक है, your refund application or revocation application was taken without you having Aadhaar, but you had applied for Aadhaar, right? Once you get your Aadhaar, such person shall undergo Aadhaar authentication within a period of 30 days of the allotment of Aadhaar number. Once you have been given Aadhaar number, you have to go online and you have to do your Aadhaar authentication within the next 30 days. Done, sir. The next is section number, rule number 25, not very important. It says that before granting your registration or after granting your registration, both the case में physical verification of your place of business can be done. This is okay, just for your reading. Sir, ठीक है. That's all. Rule number 25 is just for reading. You guys can read once. Nothing very important from exam point of view. So, sir, section number 25, we have gone ahead and already learned, everyone. Congratulations. Tell me one thing, section number 25 mein, some things which I like over here, which they can go ahead and ask for your exam. You have to remember, number one, this one. If you apply for registration within 30 days or you don't apply for registration within 30 days, this point, please be careful. Remember, now if you have applied for registration, Aadhaar authentication is done, but still they have a doubt on you and they are calling you that we will do biometric based Aadhaar authentication. This rule is now applicable across India. 1 mark might be, 1 MCQ can come. Please be careful. Rule number 10A, bank account details should be furnished within the next 30 days or your first GSTR1 or invoice furnishing facility, whichever is earlier. This point, please be very careful. Done, sir. This point is clear. And rule number 10B. That's all is something which I like from this chart. Please come to the next chart, everyone. Are we all 100% clear till here, everyone? Quickly tell me. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Whichever points I'm telling, those points say one question should be done from your credit material. At least do the questions today. Okay? Chalo. Can we continue, everyone? Is everyone ready? Yes, 100%. Chalo. Now, section number 25.1 we went ahead and learned. Section number 25.1 went ahead and told you should apply for registration within how many time? Sir, 30 days. ठीक है sir. Then CTP and RTP how many days prior? 5 days prior. SEZ always separate registration, and TWI you should take registration in the nearest coastal state which is there. Done. Next, section number 25(2) goes ahead and says, Baba, these are not very important, so we will quickly run through them. C graded in my opinion. The remaining points which are there. The remaining points which are there are C graded, so we'll quickly run through them. It says section number 25(2). Section number 25(2) says, if you have multiple place of business, can I take multiple registration? Yes, Baba, you can take multiple registration. Section number 25(3) says, if you want to become the Bakra, voluntary registration. If you want to take voluntary registration, can you take it? Yes, Baba, if you want. Section number 25(3) allows you to take voluntary registration. Section number 25(4) goes ahead and talks about distinct person. Same state, separate registration, distinct person. One state registered, another state registered, distinct person. Section number 25(5) goes ahead and says, one state you are registered, another state you are not registered, still you are distinct person. Section number 25(6) says, PAN number is mandatory. If you are a TDS deductor or TCS collector, not TCS collector, TDS deductor, you can use your TAN number and take registration. Done? ठीक है. Section number 25(6) says 6B, 6C and 6D. I like it. It's B graded. All other points are C graded, but 6A, 6B, 6C and 6D are B graded. They can go ahead and ask a small question. Who are the people required? Everyone with me. Who are the people who are required Aadhaar authentication? I am the Karta. Who are the people who are not required? New Delhi, PSU. Done. Next. 7, it just goes ahead and says, if you are an NRTP, you can go ahead and apply for registration. Remember, NRTP ka form number is REG09. They have to submit self-attested copy of passport and they have to pay their tax in advance. Only then registration is granted. Section number 25(8) is suo moto registration. If you don't take registration, proper officer will register you suo moto on his own. This is also okay, not very important. Section number 25(9) goes ahead and says, if you are a MFIO, multilateral financial institution, United Nations Act under consulate, embassies, etc., you will be granted unique identification number. So that whatever you buy, you give the UN number to that person will pay the tax to the government and government will give you a refund. That's all. So you guys can just go through these points which are there. Nothing very important in these points. Okay? Now, section number 25 done. Section number 26 is total bakwas. It just goes ahead and says deemed registration. Whenever you go online and you take registration, for an example, I am in the state of Karnataka, I took registration. Karnataka SGST Act, when you take registration, you are registered under CGST Act also. That is deemed registration they are telling. And if Karnataka SGST Act, I applied online for registration and they rejected my application, deemed your registration is rejected under the CGST Act also. That is what is being told over here. Deemed registration. Registration certificate or UN granted or rejected under the SGST or UTGST Act, deemed granted or rejected under the CGST Act also. Total bakwas. TB section. Total bakwas. Useless. Section number 27 which is there. Everyone listen to me very carefully. Section number 27. Please come to the next page. Section number 27 now. We have covered the amendment here. We have covered the amendment here. Yes, now we are in the next page. Okay. Section number 27 goes ahead and says that, sir, special provision for CTPs and NRTPs. Baba, you guys already know this. Not very important from exam point of view, but still, you have to remember one thing. CTP and NRTP, whenever they are going to commence business, 5 days prior, they should apply. CTP applies in RG01, NRTP applies in RG09, along with passport. They should always pay their tax liability in advance, which is there. Only once they have gone ahead and paid their net estimated, not gross, net estimated tax liability in advance, they will be granted registration certificate. They should go ahead and start their business, make taxable supply only once registration is granted. Registration to them is granted for 90 days. Sir, I want extension. If you want extension, give more money, and they are going ahead and telling you can pay additional tax liability in advance and we will give you additional time limit of 90 days. Sir, more than 180 days, can I be a casual taxable person? Government goes ahead and says, no, Baba. In that scenario, if your exhibition is going more than 180 days, 90 plus 90, 180 days have exceeded, then always remember, more than 180 days, casual taxable person is not possible. Do one thing, take normal registration, don't pay any tax in advance and surrender the registration when the exhibition gets over. That's all. Okay, sir. Done. Then we have section number 28 which goes ahead and talks about amendment. Baba, all these are C graded. Okay. I don't like them so much. C graded. This is also C graded. Amendment. Again, amendment there are 3 types of amendments which are there. Core field amendment. non-core field, any other amendment, or PAN change. There are three types of amendments which are there which can be done. Baba, PAN change you cannot go ahead and do. If you want to change your PAN number, means I have transferred the business to you and you are telling sir, you're going online and telling sir, please put my friend ka PAN number in my GST number. No Baba, it is not possible. You have to cancel your registration and fresh registration should be taken. It says apply for fresh registration in GST RZ01. Okay. Sir, non-core field means whatever non-important fields of your business are there. Might be you want to change your bank account detail, etc. For which GST officer need not verify anything. They are going in and telling, just go online, apply in GST RZ14 and your registration certificate will be amended. But sir, if I want to go ahead and apply, amend core field, there are three fields which are there. Please remember these three fields. What are the core fields which are there? Core field में number one is legal name of your business if you are changing. Number two, address of the principal place of business or additional place of business का address you are changing. Or addition, deletion, retirement of partner has happened, director has happened, Karta has happened, managing committee, board of trustees, CEO responsible for your day-to-day affairs of the business which do not need cancellation, only amendment is enough. Then remember one thing, these three things के लिए whenever there is a change, you should apply within how many days? 15 days along with the supporting document. Officer will go ahead and do the verification. If officer is of the opinion that amendment is required, documents are complete, he will approve the amendment within 15 days and issue the order. But if amendment is not required, officer believes or documents are incomplete, first he will give you a love letter. Within 15 days, you have to show cause within 7 days why your application should not be rejected or give the proper document. And then if he is satisfied, he will approve the registration amendment. If he is not satisfied, he will reject and pass an order within 7 working days. Sir, is section number, is rule 28 very important? Baba, is section number 28 very important? No, not very important. But in section number 27, you should remember 5 days prior you should apply. Registration, how many days it is granted? Always remember, for period you have asked for. If you have asked for 15 days or 90 days, whichever is earlier. Sir, maximum time limit registration can be granted is 90 plus 90. This much is section number 27. Section number 28, you should just go ahead and remember what are the non-core fields what are the core fields which are there. Legal name of the business has changed, address has changed, or there has been any addition, deletion, etc. Then they are going ahead and telling in that scenario, that is the core field amendment. You should go online and apply for the core field amendment. Done, sir. So we have gone ahead. Tell me one thing, in registration, what are the various sections we have learned? In registration, we have gone ahead and learned section number 22. We have learned section number 23. We have learned section number 24. 22 people who are liable, 23 person who are not liable, 24 who are required compulsory registration, 25 we learned the procedure, 26 total bakwas deemed registration wala section, 27 which is there is CTP and RTP, 28 is amendment. Done. Now we have section number 29 which is there. Please come to section number 29, everyone. Come to section number 29. Let's continue. Here in section number 29, we will just go ahead and deal with the most important point which is there. I'm not going to get into the procedural part. Section number 29, 1 and 2 I'm going to talk about. Section number 29, 1 goes ahead and says, when will the proper officer cancel your registration suo motu? Proper officer may cancel your registration suo motu, or application can be given by the registered person, or when the person is gone, then the legal heir can go ahead and cancel the registration in 3 scenarios which are there. Number 1, business discontinued or transferred fully because of their disposed of, you disposed of the business, or person died, or demerger happened, or amalgamation happened. Then old company which is there can go ahead and cancel their registration. Okay? There is a change in constitution of business. Earlier it was proprietorship, now it became partnership, or partnership became LLP, or LLP became company. Then Baba, PAN will change. PAN change means take fresh registration, cancel the old registration. Taxable person no longer liable under 22 or 24, or intends to opt out of voluntary registration. Opt out of voluntary registration means you have voluntarily taken registration, or you are no longer required and you are telling, sir, if I'm not required only, earlier the limit was 20, now the limit is 40, I'm not going to cross 40, I don't need registration, then you can go ahead and cancel. That is okay. Now the most important part for your exam point of view is section number 29.2, which I like it. This is the most important part. They can go ahead and ask a small question. Remember this. When can the proper officer cancel your registration? Here there is a small amendment which is there. which also I will go ahead and talk. See, in this, the first point of amendment is after GSTR 1, GSTR 1A has been added. Please add this point over here, or 1A. GSTR 1 or 1A if any. Please add this point, GSTR 1 or 1A if any. And one, rule number 21GA has been inserted. Please write down this 21GA also over there. Rule number 21 में the GA point has been added. Inserted, one more point has been inserted. Done, sir. Listen. Everyone over here. When can the proper officer cancel your registration? Proper officer can cancel your registration because of 5 reasons. Number 1, when you have gone ahead and contravened such provision of the act or rules. These such provisions are told in rule number 21. Rule number 21 goes ahead and says no business from declared place of business. You have declared one place as your place of business, but you are not doing business from there. Your registration can be cancelled. You issue invoice or bill without supplying of goods and service in violation. You are issuing bogus bill. You want bogus bill? I will give you the bill. You can take the credit. Your registration will be cancelled. You are violating the provision of section number 171 of the act or rules made thereunder. You are doing profiteering. If you do profiteering, then they are going in and telling we'll cancel your registration. Or you violate the provision of rule number 10A. You should furnish your bank account detail within 30 days. Or your first GSTR 1, whichever is earlier. You should furnish your bank account detail. You did not furnish, they will cancel your registration. If you avail ITC in violation of section number 16 of the rules or act, section number 16 of the act or rules made thereunder. Section number 16 goes ahead and says you should follow condition, tax invoice should be there. You should have received the goods. TR condition. I hope you guys remember section number 16. Don't worry, in ITC chapter it will come. If you violate section number 16 ka provision, they are telling we'll cancel your registration. Next, if you furnish details of your outward supply in GSTR 1 or 1A. Sir, what is 1A? Now to amend GSTR 1, 1A has been introduced. This is also an amendment. Now GSTR 1, or if 1 may any mistake is there, you can use 1A and amend your GSTR 1. So whatever details you have furnished in GSTR 1, in GSTR 1 you told your sales is 10 crore rupees and 1.8 crore GST, you passed on the credit to someone else. Now when you have to pay the tax in your GSTR 3B, you are telling not 10 crore, 10 lakh is my sale. If you do all this cheating, your registration will be cancelled. They are telling if your outward supply in GSTR 1 or 1A is more than outward supply in your return under section number 39, means GSTR 1 may you have shown more sale and GSTR 3B may you are showing less sale, then they are going in and telling at the time of paying the tax you are showing less sale, we will cancel your registration. If you violate the provision of rule number 86B, in rule number 86B in our payment of taxes chapter is there, wherein you have to go ahead and pay 1% in cash. If you violate the provision, they are going in and telling we will cancel your registration. The next one, being a registered person, you have not filed your return. If you are required to file monthly return and you have not filed your return for 6 months, then they are going and telling we will cancel your registration. The next, if you are a person who is filing your return for quarterly return and you have not filed your return for 2 quarters continuously, then also registration will be cancelled. If you are a composition taxable person, if you are a composition registered person and you have not furnished return beyond 3 months from the due date of furnishing the said return. What is the due date for furnishing of return? Can you guys tell me quickly, everyone, what is the due date of furnishing return for composition dealer? Due date of furnishing the return for composition dealer. Can you guys quickly tell me? What is the due date for furnishing of return by composition dealer? We have gone ahead and understood in the amendment yesterday in our composition that composition dealer ke liye the due date of furnishing the return is 30th of June. Yes, sir. So 30th of June has gone and you have not furnished your return 3 months. Yes, in 3 months, if you don't furnish your return, they are going in and telling we'll go ahead and cancel your registration. Sir, normal person other than composition, no return for continuous period as may prescribe. Sir, normal person ke liye 6 months is the normal return ka period. 6 months if you don't file your return, we have already gone ahead and understood over here 6 months or 2 quarters. Done, sir. Next. Or voluntary registered person has not commenced business within 6 months. You took registration voluntarily. You told I want registration, voluntarily you took registration and you have not commenced your business, then also they are telling your registration will be cancelled if you don't commence your business within 6 months. If you took registration by fraud, willful misstatement or suppression of fact, then also your registration will be cancelled. Now Baba say listen, in registration discussion can be unlimited, ठीक है, but we will have to limit our discussion. how much is very important from exam point of view, and I believe section number 29.2 is very, very important from exam point of view. Now listen, section number 29.2 you have to read and go. All other points I'm leaving. It is just for reading purpose. You guys can read it at home. In my opinion, this was the most important point which we have gone ahead and covered. Now listen, sir, my registration is cancelled. People, remember, they can go ahead and ask you in the exam, when can your registration be cancelled? Okay? Sir, my registration is cancelled. Please revoke, and then comes section number 30, which goes ahead and says revocation of cancellation of registration. It says revocation of cancellation. That, sir, my registration which has been cancelled, please revoke the cancellation order. Nothing, Baba. Go online and apply for cancellation of revocation of the cancellation order. You have to go online and apply within how many days? 90 days. Sir, if I could not apply within your registration ka cancellation orders come, run, Baba, run. Apply within 90 days. If you did not apply within 90 days, they are telling we'll give you extended time limit, which is further additional 180 days, which is there. Remember this point, everyone. Once your registration has been cancelled, you should go online and apply within how many days? 90 days. If you could not apply within 90 days, further time limit of 180 days, 90 plus 180 days additional can be given to you. Sir, when you are going ahead and applying online, remember Aadhaar authentication should be done. Yes, sir, for revocation, your Aadhaar authentication must be done. If the proper officer is satisfied, he will revoke the cancellation order and issue an order within 30 days. He will revoke the cancellation order which was there, and he will issue you a order saying, sir, you are now a registered person, your cancellation order has been revoked. But if he is not satisfied, he will issue a love letter, show cause notice. You have to reply within how many days? 7 days with the CID, clarification information document. He likes it, he will revoke. He does not like it, he will reject the application and he will pass the order. Remember, whenever you are filing for a revocation application, your registration was cancelled because you did not file a return for 6 months. When you apply for online revocation, make sure that, sir, if registration was cancelled due to non-filing of return, before applying, file the return, pay the tax, pay the interest, pay the penalty and pay the late fee. Tax, interest, penalty and late fee should be paid, whatever is there, and you should file your return and then only apply for. Baba, did not file the return for 6 months and now you are going online and telling please revoke. What will the officer tell? Hey, go file your revocation application, say before, first file your return, pay all your tax, etc. and then he'll accept the revocation application. Now here, I want you guys to concentrate one small point, but before that, everyone have to tell me, are you all with me till here? Not audible. Hello? Hey, not audible. Who is telling not audible? Ha, okay, audible. Listen. Supposingly, everyone, please concentrate. This is a part of the amendment also. Please concentrate. You did not go ahead and file your return for April, May, June, 6 months, July, August, September, October. Sir, April, May, June, 3, 4, 5, 6. Still September, you did not file your return. If you don't file your return for 6 months, what will happen? If you don't file your return for 6 months, what will happen? They will issue you a show cause notice. Yes, sir. You have to reply to the show cause notice and then they will give you a cancellation order telling we are cancelling your registration because you have not filed your return. Now, when they cancelled your registration, what will you do? You have to go and apply for revocation. You applied for revocation within 30 days only. Generally, the time limit for revocation is 90 days, but you applied within 30 days for an example. Okay? You applied online for revocation. Whenever you are applying for revocation, I have already gone ahead and told you. Everyone listen carefully. You should file your return which are due from till the cancellation order, whichever returns were due. April ka return in May was due, May ka return in June was due, June ka return in July was due, July ka return in August was due, August ka return in September was due, and September ka return in October was due, October ka return in November was due. It means October ka return was also due till your cancellation order. So from April till October, you should file your return, pay all the tax, interest, penalty, late fee which is there. Now, once you have filed your return, you should apply for revocation and they will give you the revocation order. For an example, next 30 days he gave you the revocation order. Now listen, November month ka return got due in December. December month ka return got due in January. These two returns has to be filed. Once your revocation order comes, within the next 30 days, you should go ahead and file. Please tell me, everyone, are we all 100% clear? Yes, sir, this point is clear. So always remember, till cancellation order, whatever returns are due, you should first file pay the taxes and then apply for revocation. Once the revocation order comes, cancellation order to the revocation order, whatever returns are due should be filed within the next 30 days. Please tell me everyone, is this point clear? Yes sir. Okay. Now, for an example, 6 months ka you did not file your return. Officer gave you a show cause notice and one cancellation order was given, and he gave a cancellation order retrospectively. That your registration is cancelled retrospectively. From 1st April, we are cancelling your registration. Okay? Here it was a prospective cancellation. He did not go ahead and cancel your registration retrospectively. It means you are already a registered person, so you could file all your return. But here what happened? He cancelled your registration retrospectively, because means till before this returns you can't file now because your registration is already cancelled. So April, May, June, etc. ka return you can't file. Once cancellation order comes, sir, how will I file the return? I am not a registered person only during this period. And hence they go ahead and say that within the next 90 days, so for an example, in 30 days you applied for revocation without filing any return, you can apply. They will go ahead and give you a revocation order within the next 30 days. But make sure till the revocation order, whatever returns are there from April till here, whatever returns are there, within the next 30 days, you should go ahead and file. That's all they had gone ahead and told. Okay? Now, the amendment which has come, they have gone ahead and told you should file the pending return here from cancellation to revocation, or from here till here. All the returns should be filed within the next 30 days. If you don't file the return within the next 30 days of your revocation order, your registration will be cancelled again. And that is what is the new point, which is GA. If you violate the provision of rule number 23, rule number 23 may the provisos which are there are basically these provisos only. These two are the provisos which are told in rule number 23. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Baba, here I have written 30 days, but actually the time limit is 90 days. This 30 days that you applied within 30 days. Done? So always remember, sir, once revocation order comes, all pending returns from your cancellation order till your revocation order, or from here till here, all your returns should be filed within 30 days. If you don't file your return within 30 days, they have gone ahead and inserted this point, which you should write and keep. In rule number 21, GA has been inserted that, sir, if you violate the provision of rule 23.1, sir, what is rule 23.1? These two which I explained you are rule 23.1 ka provisos. I want everyone to give me a heads up saying, yes, sir, we are all clear, and then we'll go ahead. Quickly tell me, everyone, are we all 100% clear till here? In between here, one GA point has been inserted in rule number 23. That's all. 21. Are we all 100% clear till here? Can we go ahead, everyone? Okay. Now listen. Now, in suspension also, one point you can remember, in suspension also, wherever 20 GSTR 1 was there, please add GSTR 1A. Please add GSTR 1A, because now whenever you have filed, everyone listen to me very carefully. In GSTR 1, see here everyone, in GSTR 1, GSTR 1A has been added everywhere. GSTR 1, 1A has been added, because GSTR 1 can be amended by GSTR 1A. So everywhere in the act now they have gone ahead and added. After GSTR 1, everywhere they have added GSTR 1A. Baba, this rule number 21A basically goes ahead and talks about suspension. Listen. In suspension, I can tell you, you can remember 1, 2 and 2A. These 3 points you can just read and go. I don't like suspension so much, because registration, we have gone ahead and spent already a lot of time. Please come to the beginning. I will go ahead and just tell you what are the important points you should remember. Here GSTR 1 or 1A. GSTR 1 or 1A. Here GSTR 1 or 1A. In chart number 10. Is everyone with me? Can we go ahead, everyone? Now listen. In registration, you have to go ahead and remember, sir, what are the points we should go ahead and do questions on? Listen. Section number 22 23, 24. A graded, you must do the question and go. Here, I have already told you what are the important points. In this, 6A, 6B, 6C and 6D are the most important point. You should take care of it. Please mark it, everyone. Here, I have already told you in section number 27, 5 days prior, 90 days plus 90 days. This you should take care. What are the core field amendment? You can take care, everyone. That's all. Suspension, I am not revising, but I am telling, if you want, you can read suspension mein 1, 2 and 2A. These 3 points are very good points to read. Whenever your registration ka cancellation ka proceedings are going on, everyone, whenever your registration ka cancellation ka proceedings are going on, that time your registration gets suspended. And this is what is being told in suspension. Suspension, I leave it for you guys to read. I am not getting into suspension. Okay? Cancellation, 29.2 being very, very important from exam point of view. Please be very careful. In my opinion, this time they should go ahead and ask a small question on 29.2. Sir, revocation, do you like it? Revocation, you can just remember you should apply within 90 days. Further, 180 days can be allowed. Always remember, once you are given revocation order, within the next 30 days, you should file all your pending return. If you don't file your pending return within the next 30 days, amendment, your registration will be cancelled again. I hope all of you enjoyed registration with me. Congratulations, people. Closing my discussion on the chapter of registration. A graded chapter, whichever points I have told you, you will see one question in the exam. Closing our revision on the chapter of registration, everyone. Now, we are going to do the chapter of exemption. Everyone, please come to exemptions. Very, very important from exam point of view. You will see 6 marks coming in the exam from exemption. Let's do it, everyone. Let's do it. Ready? Okay. Yes, sir. Let's do exemption now. Chalo. Now, sir, we started learning GST with goods or service, everyone. Yes. Goods or service has to be supplied, everyone. Supply can be either interstate supply or supply can be either intrastate supply. Interstate supply, I GST got levied. Intrastate, C GST got levied. Once GST got levied, GST has to be collected and paid by a taxable person. I should collect and I should pay the GST. But in some cases, I don't have to collect and pay GST even if GST gets imposed. But government says, Ramesh, on every item GST gets imposed. On every goods and service GST gets imposed, correct? But it's not imposed on alcoholic liquor for human consumption and HP men. But other than that, every goods and service GST gets imposed. But government goes ahead and says, Ramesh, even though GST is imposed, you don't have to collect and pay if those items are falling in an exemption. So if my item is falling under an exemption, then I don't have to collect any GST and pay any GST to the government. Exemption has been given by the government by using the power under section number 11 and section number 11 of the CGST Act and section number 6 of the IGST Act. IGST related exemptions are given by the government by issuing notification by using the power under section number 6, and CGST related exemption are given by using the power under section number 11 of the CGST Act. Everyone over here now. So exemption can be for goods also and exemption can be services also. Goods ka exemption are not applicable for exam, but services ka exemptions are applicable for exam. Now in services, there are exemptions are given by section number 11 and section number 6 grants the power to the government to grant exemption. 11 has 11.1 which is general exemption. Generally government can go ahead and exempt something. Special exemption, if government in special circumstance wants, government can go ahead and grant exemption in special cases. And sir, 11.3, government can go ahead and insert an explanation. That is the power in section number 11.3. Not important from exam point of view. We'll directly move to the first exemption which is there. Always remember, everyone over here, exemptions are given by notification, by issue of notification, and government has issued one very big notification which is there, which is notification number 12/2017, and time to time it has been amended. Approximately there are 100 exemptions which are there. Let's go ahead and start with the first area of exemption, which is charitable and religious activities. Sir, the above part which is there, Baba, this is just for your reading, not important from exam point of view at all. in our revision, our main concentration will be what are the important points from exam point of view. We'll go ahead and concentrate on them. Whatever is irrelevant, not important, we'll not go ahead and concentrate. Now, section number 11 may, section number 11, using the power, government has issued the notification, which is notification number 12 bar 2017. And 12 bar 2017 there are a lot of areas where exemption has been given. So what I have gone ahead and done is, area wise we have gone ahead and bifurcated the exemption. The first exemption is relating to charitable and religious activities. Sir, from exam point of view, how important? I think B graded. You can see a small point in the exam. We will go ahead and talk like this only. Whenever we see any exemption which is there, I'll go ahead and tell you point wise. Okay, sir, done. Let me just see if exemption amendments from the registration, we had gone ahead and covered everything. Yes, sir, you had gone ahead and covered everything. Exemption, we'll go ahead and start now. Exemption, charitable, there is no amendment. Okay. So charitable and religious activities, everyone over here now. Listen, charitable and religious activities, government have gone ahead and granted lot of exemptions to charitable and religious activity. So, but first of all, you should be a charitable institution. Sir, who is a charitable institution? Any entity which is registered under 12 AA or AB of the Income Tax Act will be termed as a charitable institution. Okay, sir. For income tax exemption, they have to register under section number 12 AA or AB of the Income Tax Act. Now, if an entity is registered under 12 AA or AB of the Income Tax Act and it is doing charitable activity, then that activity will not go ahead and charge GST. But sir, charitable activity which is there, it should be relating to what? It should be relating to public health by way of what? Sir, care and counseling. So sir, is all charitable activity covered? No. They are going ahead and telling only this charitable activity if done by an entity which is registered under 12A or AB, then there will be an exemption which will be given. Done, sir. So it should be a charitable activity which is relating to public health. Sir, how am I going to help public? So public health related, you are doing care or counseling of terminally ill people who are about to go people, severely physically or mentally disabled people. You are going ahead and taking care of severely physically or mentally disabled people, HIV or AIDS infected, drug addict, alcohol addict. Then they are going ahead and doing, if they are telling you are doing care and counseling of terminally, everyone over here with me, terminally ill people, severely physical or mentally disabled people, HIV or AIDS infected, drug addict, alcohol addict, or you are doing public awareness of preventive health, family planning, preservation of HIV infection, then what you are going ahead and doing is charitable activity and your activity pay. So for example, I am a charitable institution and we are going ahead and taking care of the HIV or AIDS infected. We are going ahead and charging them 10,000 rupees per month. We should not go ahead and charge them any GST. If I am going ahead and doing advancement of religion, spirituality, yoga, I am going ahead and training people on spirituality, yoga classes I am going ahead and giving. If I am an entity registered under 12A or AB, I should not go ahead and charge any GST. A for advancement of educational program, skill development program, if I am doing, for whom? Abandoned children, homeless children, orphan children, physically, mentally abused, traumatized people, prisoners, or if I am doing it for person greater than 65 who are residing in rural area. Papa, remember, if I am going ahead and doing educational or skill development program for those people who are staying in where area? Rural area, then my activity will be a charitable activity and I should not go ahead and charge any GST. Or I am doing anything for preservation of environment, watersheds, water bodies, forest or wildlife, then Baba, my activity will be a charitable activity. Remember, everyone listen to me very carefully. What are charitable activities? Charitable activities are PAPE activities, PAPE activities. P for if you are doing public health related activities, which is care and counseling, or you are going ahead and doing public awareness. A for advancement of religion, spirituality and yoga you are doing. If you are doing preservation of environment, etc. E for educational program or skill development program, if you are going ahead and doing for homeless orphan children, then your activity is an charitable activity and your activity ke liye you should not go ahead and charge GST. But remember, you should be an entity registered under 12A or AB. In my opinion, they can go ahead and ask a small point, so please be very careful about what is charitable activity. These points you should remember. Done, sir. The next is, if you are running a old age home, so if there is an entity which is registered under 12A or AB and it is running a old age home, sir, old age home for old people, sir, who should stay in your old age home? It should be for resident and the age should be greater than equal to 60 years. Greater than equal to, remember, greater than equal to 60 years. Okay? And you should have gone ahead and charged only 25,000 rupees per person per month. So if you are charging up to 25,000, you should not charge any GST. If it is more than 25,000, GST will come. Sir, why am I charging the consideration? Because the person is staying with you, boarding, lodging and maintenance of that old person. For that, you are going ahead and charging. Done. Note, if the old age home is run by 12A or AB wala entity, then also exempt. Even if the old age home is run by central government or state government, then also the exemption will come up to 25,000 per month per member. Sir, for an example, if they tell you one husband and wife is there and both of them are there, then remember one thing, 25 plus 25, 50,000 will be exempt. Per person, 25,000 is there. Done, sir. Next. Now, if there is an entity which is registered under 12A or AB and it is renting the precincts of a religious place. Renting the precincts of a religious place means, what is a religious place? Like Gurudwara, like temple, all these are what everyone? Religious place. Religious place may, if they are renting out the areas of religious place, okay, they are going ahead and telling. So, if there is an entity which is registered under 12A or AB and it is running a religious place, or that religious place can be run by a trust, institution or body or a authority. Remember one thing. Then, if they are going ahead and renting out now religious place like a temple. So, supposingly, we'll go ahead and take the example of Alok over here. Alok wants to get married. Now, if Alok wants to get married, Alok went to one temple and he told, I want Kalyan Mandapam. If the temple goes ahead and gives you open space to get married or Kalyan Mandapam, and if they are charging you 10,000, they will charge GST. Do one thing, put 1 rupee in the hundi, and if they are charging you 9999, they will not go ahead and charge you GST. Now, sir, 9999 is per day or per month? Baba, you will get married per month. Full month, you will get married per day. So, that 9999 per day, if they are going ahead and charging, they will not charge you GST. After you got married, no, when you are getting married, relatives will come. For staying of the relatives, you wanted rooms. Room ka rent, if they are charging you 1,000 rupees, they will charge you GST. So, tell them, charge me 999. I will put 1 rupee in the hundi. So, if they are charging you 999, they will not go ahead and charge you GST. After you got married, food is required. Stay is required. So what will you do? In this scenario, you want a shop, you have to run a shop so that you can do some business and earn something for your family. So you went to the temple, told, give me a shop, I will put one flower ka shop or might be prasad ka shop. So they went ahead and gave you a shop on rent. Shop on rent, if they are charging you 10,000 rupees, they will charge you GST. Put 1 rupee in the hundi, they will charge you 9999 per month will be exempted. I hope this point is clear. Always remember one thing. 1 rupee if you put in the hundi, 999 is exempted for shop, open space, Kalyan Mandapam or rooms which are given on rent. Always remember 999 and 9999 is exempt. Done, sir. This point is clear. The next one over here, conduct of any religious ceremony is always exempt. So Panditji came, you called Panditji went ahead and did religious ceremony. Religious ceremony means what, sir? From birth till the death. All the ceremonies which are there, might be one person is getting married, birth ka one puja he is doing, any pujas etc. which he is going ahead and doing. If he is going ahead and charging you any amount, whatever amount he is going ahead and charging, there will be no GST which will be there. Done, sir. It can be, religious ceremony can be done by any person. It is not necessarily by charitable organization. Done. Then entity registered under 12A or AB, if they are giving you training or coaching in sports. Remember one thing, entity registered under 12A or AB giving training or coaching in sports is exempt. My question to all of you everyone, I am giving training or coaching in sports, taxable or exempt? I am giving training or coaching in sports, taxable or exempt? Everyone, you have to tell me, I am giving training or coaching in sports, taxable or exempt? Taxable. Only training or coaching given by entity registered under 12A or AB in sports is exempt. Okay. Now, training or coaching in recreational activity relating to art or culture given by individual is exempt, not applicable to entity under 12A or AB. Okay, I am giving art classes, drawing classes, cultural dance related classes to kids. I am an individual. I am giving art classes to kids. Taxable or exempt? Please tell me. I am giving recreational activity to kids. I am an individual. Taxable or exempt? Baba, remember that will be exempted because training or coaching in recreational activity is told only by individual is exempt. It is not applicable to entity registered under 12A or AB. Done, sir. This point, I like this point. See, in this chart, no, basically, there are a lot of small points which are there. I'll tell you at the last. Next. Religious pilgrimage, baba, religious pilgrimage, always remember one thing, services given by KMVNL or Hajj committee. KMVNL is Kumaon Mandal Vikas Nigam Limited. Kumaon Mandal Vikas Nigam Limited, they take you for Kailash Mansarovar Yatra. Whatever amount they charge you, they will not charge you GST. Hajj committee takes you for Hajj. Whatever amount they charge you, they will not charge you any GST. Done, sir. This point is clear. Now, rehabilitation professional. Rehabilitation professional. So, for an example, sir, who is this? This is over here. Sir, who is this? Okay, I can see Omkar. This is Omkar over here. Omkar has gone in wrong route, wrong tracks. Now his father went ahead and took him to a rehab. In the rehab, rehabilitation professional is there who will treat him, tell him leave drugs, leave alcohol, etc. So in this scenario, what they are going ahead and telling, services by rehabilitation professional. Rehabilitation professional are not rehabilitation professionals. Student says, sir. What is this? Okay, ठीक है, हाँ, correct. कैलाश, हाँ, ठीक है, this is correct. Rehabilitation professional. Now remember one thing, rehabilitation professionals are not doctors, but they are like doctor only. They also treat these kind of people who are there. Now, if rehabilitation professional is giving rehabilitation therapy and counseling at which place? At a medical establishment. I am a rehab professional. I work at a rehabilitation center or educational institution or rehabilitation center which is set up by the government or entity registered under 12 or A or AB. If I am a rehabilitation professional and I am working over there, whatever amount I go ahead and charge, I will not go ahead and charge any GST. Done, sir. This point is clear. The next one. Sir, yoga. You went to a yoga class. In the yoga class, they went ahead and give you food and stay also. Always remember, because yoga is exempt, food and stay also will become, it becomes a composite supply and entire amount will be exempted. Done, sir. Now, but if there is a charitable institution and they started running a restaurant, not yoga classes, no yoga classes, nothing. They are only giving food and telling give donation, take food. Baba, remember one thing, entity registered under 12A or AB, giving religious spirituality classes, yoga classes, along with that food, etc. is exempted because it becomes a part of the composite supply. But if they are only serving accommodation, if they are only giving accommodation or serves food and drink against consideration in any form including donation, then such activity GST will always be payable. Remember one thing, then such activity with GST will be there. And now yoga class, spirituality classes are exempted. Remember, if charitable institution starts giving fitness camp, classes, aerobics, dance, music, that is always GST is payable. Done, sir. This point is clear. In my opinion, in exam point of view, this is a B graded chart. Why do you say, sir, B graded? Because generally from this chapter, A plus graded are amendment, A graded I will tell you, and this is B graded. Done, sir. Okay. Sir, which areas we should take care? Remember these PAPI activities which are there. These PAPI activities are important to remember. What are PAPI activities? Remember, old age home, resident greater than equal to 60 year. ठीक है? Next, 999 is exempt. Remember this point. Training or coaching in sport by charitable institution is exempt. Training or in art or culture by individual is exempt. This point you should take care. I like only these points in this chart over here. One point I told you, second point I told you, third point I told you, fourth point I told you. 4 points, I like it. You should be able to see one question from these 4 points. Done, sir. We are done with charitable and religious activities. Congratulations, people. Done. Are we all 100% clear? Done. Chalo. Let's go ahead and now move to the next chart. The next chart is on government related services. Please come to government related services. Chalo. Now we'll go ahead and move to the next one. The next one is government related services. Please come to government related services, everyone. Government related services. The first thing we are going to talk about central government, state government, local authority and union territory government. Remember. हाँ, ठीक है. हाँ. Central government, state government, local authority and union territory government. Baba, stop bakwas and concentrate in the class now. Central government, state government, local authority and union territory government. Now listen to me very carefully. Everyone over here. Now government ka department is Department of Post. Government ka department is Department of Post. In Department of Post, remember one thing, PIBO services. People, concentrate everyone. PIBO service. Sir, government related services A graded. I believe one small question, 2 to 3 mark will come. Please concentrate. It is very, very important from exam point of view this time. Okay? Done. Services by Department of Post. of PIBO, postcard, inland letter card, book post, ordinary post, where envelopes weighing less than 10 gram is always exempted. This will always be exempted. Okay, sir. Then PIBO services. Everyone, what is PIBO? What is PIBO? Postcard, inland letter card, book post, ordinary post, where envelopes weighing less than 10 gram. Less than 10 gram. Remember, in the exam, if they give you, they'll tell you more than 10 gram ka envelope. Baba, always taxable. It is not exempted. Or 10 gram ka envelope taxable, because less than 10 gram is exempted. I hope this point you will remember. Done. Any other services which are given by the Department of Post, which is like speed post, agency services, life insurance, express parcel, etc. All this, always remember, GST will come under forward charge mechanism. GST will come under forward charge. Any other services which are given other than PIBO, GST will come under forward charge mechanism. Okay, sir? Done. This point, please remember. Next. Services in relation to aircraft or vessel inside or outside an airport or port. Always remember, any services which are given to an aircraft or a ship which is in a government ka port. Baba, private port, so they will charge GST. If government ka ports is there or airport is there, any ship or aircraft is landing in a government airport and government ka any service are given to them, always remember GST will come under forward charge mechanism. Indian Railways, always remember one thing, Indian Railways ka case mein always GST will come under forward charge mechanism. Indian Railways giving any services, GST will come under forward charge mechanism. But Indian Railways related one small amendment is there, which I'll go ahead and talk from the amendment booklet. I hope everyone has kept the amendment booklet along with them. Yes, sir, we have kept the amendment booklet. Baba, 1 minute. Here. Services given by Indian Railways. Baba, remember, in case of Indian Railways, services provided by Ministry of Railway, Indian Railway to individual by way of sale of platform ticket. I had gone ahead and shared in the Telegram group some pictures. Our Telegram group at the rate CA Ramesh Soni. I hope you guys are there in the Telegram group. I had shared lot of pictures relating to this amendment. Yes, sir, we had gone ahead and seen. If you are there in the Telegram group, you would have gone ahead and seen. I've shared a lot of pictures relating to lot of things which are there, so that picture wise also you can go ahead and remember. And this amendment also, I remember I had gone ahead and shared in the Telegram group. Okay? Now, if you are not there, you can join the Telegram group at the rate CA Ramesh Soni, and you will be able to see the pictures also. I have gone ahead and shared over there. Okay? Now listen, services provided by Ministry of Railway by sale of platform ticket, no GST. Facility of retiring room or waiting room, no GST. Sir, clock room for storing your goods, etc. Whenever they give you, they will not charge any GST. GST has been exempted. Or battery operated car services, always remember GST has been exempted. So remember, in case of government services, I am teaching it from the amended chart. Okay, everyone, see here. I have written here GST is forward charge mechanism, but platform ticket, retiring room, waiting room, clock room, battery operated car is exempted. Now, the next one over here is 9F, which I have again gone ahead and written over here. Services by one zone of Indian Railway to another zone of the Indian Railway. Always remember GST has been exempted. Indian Railways ka zones are there, northern zone, eastern zone, northeast zone. So zones when they are providing services to each other. So remember, Indian Railways ka all the zones which are there providing services to each other, there is no GST. Services by Indian Railway to special purpose vehicle and vice versa. Special purpose vehicle ke liye, in the amendment class I have gone ahead and explained in detail what is a special purpose vehicle. Special purpose vehicle is basically a company which is being created by the government only, along with other people, other companies, and that special purpose vehicle ko Indian Railway is providing services, or special purpose vehicle is providing any services to Indian Railway, the GST has been exempted. I am not talking about in detail, but in detail in the amendment class I have already gone ahead and explained about it. Please be very careful in the exam that, sir, you have gone ahead and told forward charge mechanism is applicable, but then amendments you have gone ahead and explained over here. I'll do one thing, this chart I'll go ahead and do it from the amendment, this amended chart which I have gone ahead and provided. If you have not downloaded it, rameshsoni.com, free resources, CA Final May 25 folder, amendments to chart book, you can download it from there and you can use this. Okay, sir, done. The first one, Department of Post, I have gone ahead and told you about it. Services in relation to aircraft or vessel, we have already gone ahead and discussed. Indian Railway ka services I have told you. Now the other is transportation service. Always remember one thing, any transportation services which are given by the government, always GST will be charged under forward charge mechanism. Okay, renting of immovable property, remember, if given to registered person, RCM. If given to unregistered person, so government is renting out immovable property. If government is renting out immovable property to registered person, always registered person will pay GST under RCM. But if government is renting out to an unregistered person, in that scenario, because the person is unregistered, he will not be able to pay under RCM. If you tell under RCM, he has to take compulsory registration. Government told no problem, we will charge you GST under forward charge mechanism. Done. All other services which are given other than PAIIT. Baba, this PAIIT, post, aircraft or vessel, Indian Railway, I have already told you. Transportation services, I have already told you. Barring these services, all the services which are provided to a business entity always paid GST under RCM. Non-business entity, if government is giving services, it is always exempt. But if government is giving all other services other than PAIIT, post, aircraft or vessel, immovable property, Indian Railway, transportation services, leave these 5 services which are there. Other services, if it is given to a business entity should pay GST under RCM. But then government went ahead and told business entity ka case mein also, business entity, which business entity? Any business entity, again one exemption was granted, and government told if business entity ka last year ka turnover, always see last year ka turnover is less than registration limit, then it will be exempted. But if last year ka turnover is more than registration limit, then it's a big business entity, and current year it has to go ahead and pay GST under RCM. But provided, again one exemption came which told if the amount is less than equal to 5,000, then it is exempted. But if the amount is more than 5,000 rupees, then GST will come under RCM. I hope this point is clear to all of you. This I would like to link over here to our RCM ka chart, which was there. 1 minute. In our RCM ka chart, I had gone ahead and told you that, sir, whenever government is providing services other than post, aircraft or vessel, immovable property, Indian Railway and transportation service given to a business entity, which business entity? Whose last year ka turnover is more than registration limit and the amount is more than 5,000, then business entity always pays GST under RCM. Is everyone 100% clear with this point? Quickly tell me. We are covering it from the amendment charts. Okay. Done, sir. This point is clear. Other than that, Baba, this point I had to go ahead and explain it to you. We have gone ahead and understood. Okay. Other than that, government ka some services are always exempted. These some services they have gone ahead and told always exempted. Everyone over here now. Services by issuance of passport. When government is issuing passport, visa, driving license, birth certificate, death certificate, no GST. Guaranteeing loan of their undertaking. Government ka undertaking ka or PSUs ka, when government is giving guarantee, remember there is no GST. Providing registrations which are required under law. If government is providing registrations which are required under law, like testing, calibration, safety checks, certification relating to worker, okay. Consumer, public at large, Baba, this bullet is not there. This bullet is not there. Consumer, public at large, including file license which is required under law. Any registration which is required under law and government is going ahead and giving, you always have to remember there is no GST. If it is registration which is required under law. But remember one thing, only registration ke liye there is no GST. If later renewal fees is there, renewal fees is not exempt, business entity always pays GST under RCM. All other services, business entities pays GST under RCM. ठीक है sir. Merchant overtime fees, Baba, always remember if you have got some goods from outside India and ship has come into India and later you want to clear the goods on a holiday or after office time, you have to pay merchant overtime fees at the custom port, and that merchant overtime fees pay, there is no GST. Next, insurance scheme where the premium is paid by the government, no GST. Government share of profit petroleum, I had explained this in the supply chapter that it has been exempted from GST. Profit petroleum, yes. Tolerating non-performance of contract against fine or liquidated damage. Again, anyways, it is old entry now. Liquidated damage, etc. is no more taxable anyways. It is always exempted. If government is assigning right to use natural resource, remember to a farmer. Remember one thing, government is assigning the right to use natural resource to a farmer, not to anyone else. Only to farmer they are telling for cultivation of plant and growing animals basically. Except horses, then it is always exempted. If it is for horses, it will always be taxable. Okay? The next one, fair price shop. Baba, you know this fair price shop, ration shops which are there. They are going ahead and charging commission to the government. Fair price shop, no GST. Training program for which 75%. Remember this point, everyone. I like this 75% wala point. They can go ahead and ask you exam. 75% or more expenditure is by government, it is exempt. Less than 75%. Not exempted. If government is bearing only 70% of the expenses, nah, not exempted. Done, everyone. Next. Here there are some small points which are there. Circular. Accommodation services provided by Air Force, Army, Navy, paramilitary, etc. to personnel other than business entity. Always remember one thing: any person went to Air Force, Navy, etc. If Air Force, Navy, etc. is providing accommodation service to their own people or anyone else, remember, who is a non-business entity, then it is exempt. But if it is to a business entity, then Baba, you have to see the amount and you have to see if the business entity will pay GST under RCM. Done, sir. This point is clear. Next, District Mineral Foundation Trust set up by the government are governmental authorities. Sir, what is the governmental authority and what is a governmental entity? I have always gone ahead and given the definition of a governmental authority and a governmental entity over here. Sir, a governmental authority, just give me a second. Governmental authority and a governmental entity. Remember, governmental authority and governmental entities both are being formed by the government. Governmental authority and governmental entities both are being formed by the government. Governmental authority does only those work which is told under 243G and W. 243G and W all work is done by governmental authorities, and governmental entities does any work which is given by the government to them. This is the sole difference between governmental authority and governmental entity. What they are telling over here, District Mineral Foundation Trust. District Mineral Foundation Trust are set up by the state government, are governmental authorities, and they are also eligible for same exemption as any other governmental authorities. We'll talk about the governmental authorities ka exemption little later. Done, sir. The next one over here is relating to assignment of right to use natural, right to collect excess royalty, to excess royalty collection contractor on behalf of the state government on mineral dispatched by mining leaseholder. Everyone over here, please concentrate and listen this thing. I like this. This can be asked in the exam for a small point. So please listen. What they are trying to tell is state government is going ahead and giving one miner one mining license. It's a supply of service. Miner will go ahead and give a fixed sum to the government. But that fixed sum will only be to a certain limit, that only mining will be done of this much ton. If you do more ton ka mining, then you have to give excess royalty. Now listen, on this lump sum, for an example, this lump sum is 1 crore rupees. GST will be payable by the miner under RCM. 1 crore pay, whatever is the GST, miner will pay GST under RCM. Now, if the miner does any excess mining, that excess mining ke liye excess royalty has to be given. To collect that excess royalty, government will not come to you and tell, please give the excess royalty. What government will do, government will appoint one excess royalty collection contractor and give him the contract. When government gives him the right to collect the excess royalty, government is giving a service to him. Government says, excess royalty collection contractor, you should pay us 1 crore rupees per annum, for an example. Now, in this scenario, if this excess royalty collection contractor, what will he do? He will go door to door to people whom government has given the license and collect the excess royalty from them. Now, whenever he is collecting the excess royalty, supposingly, he collected 2 crore excess royalty. 2 crore say 1 crore to anyways he is going to give to the government and 1 crore is his profit. On this 2 crore, the miner, on the excess royalty, miner would have paid GST under RCM. On 1 crore fixed amount also miner would have paid. And the excess royalty, which is 2 crore, on that also, for an example, 18% GST will be paid under RCM. So in this scenario, government says 2 crore collected from here and 1 crore given to the government. So 1 crore was out of this 2 crore only, and 2 crore pay already GST is paid. And hence, excess royalty collection contractor on 1 crore, the 18% GST is not required to be paid under RCM. Whatever amount he is paying to the government, because government gave him the license, on that GST is not payable under RCM, it is exempted. But for an example, if this excess royalty collection contractor had to pay to the government, everyone listen. Government gave him the license, he had to pay to the government 2 crore rupees. So 2 crore pay, he is required to pay GST under RCM. So 2 crore into 18%, he had to pay the GST under RCM. For an example, 36 lakh rupees. Now miners only, he could collect excess royalty from the miner only 1 crore rupees. 1 crore pay, miners have already paid GST of 18 lakh rupees. So till 18 lakh, he will be granted only exemption. Means minus 18 lakh, he does not have to pay GST 18 lakh. Remaining 18 lakh, the excess royalty collection contractor has to pay the GST under RCM. My question to all of you, is this point clear to all? Is everyone clear with this point? Excess royalty collection contractor wala point, is it clear to everyone? Do you guys recall this point? If you have already learned it before, you will definitely recall it. Not learned it, then you will not be able to recall. Quickly tell me everyone, are we all 100% clear with this point? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. Chalo. Now listen. This point, the example I've gone ahead and given over here so that you guys can read it at home. The example also I've gone ahead and given. I just had to make you recall this point and I've made it recall to all of you. Chalo. Now everyone over here. Now central government, state government ka activities. Again, I've written it on the top. Services provided. Now here, 1 minute. Pure service means which does not involve any goods, only pure service, or composite supply where the value of goods is 25% and it is in relation to 243 GNW. If you are giving it to the government, your service will be exempt. Always remember, if you are giving, see, government ka work is to do 240 GNW wala activity. Local authorities do 240 GNW wala activities. To do this activity under 240 GNW, when local authorities do this 240 GNW wala activities, it is neither supply of goods nor supply of service. But to do this activity, they will outsource the work to someone. Baba, local authorities will not go ahead and clear the garbage. They might go ahead and outsource the work to someone. Local authority ka person will not go and change the bulb of the street light. They might go ahead and outsource it to someone. Whenever they outsource the work to someone, whenever somebody is giving this 240 GNW related work to the local authority, they will not go ahead and charge any GST. That's all is being told, but it should be a pure service or a composite supply where the value of the goods is only 25%. Now here there are some circular. Sanitation, convergency services provided, procured by army or any government department. Baba, central government, state government, army ka department, they are not people under 240, they are not local authorities. If local authority who does 240 GNW wala activities, they take 240 GNW related pure service or composite supply, then it is exempt. Now, if central government, state government is there, who don't do this 240 GNW wala activities, like army ka department, army central government ka department, army ka department does not do 240 GNW wala activities. Now, if they are not doing 240 GNW wala activities, if they take any 240 GNW related services, might be sanitation, clearance, etc. ka services, if they are taking, then that is not exempted. Remember this point, everyone. They have gone ahead and told sanitation, convergency services performed, procured by army or any other government department. If they are taken by local authority, it is exempt because local authority does 240 GNW activity. Central government, state government department do not perform function under 240 GNW as local authority, and hence there is no exemption. Done, sir. This point is clear. Circular pure service or composite supply made to CPWD, Central Public Work Department. CPWD, again government department. If government department is going ahead and taking 240 GNW activity, but CPWD is a local authority and they are taking 240 GNW activity, that is also exempted. Done, sir. Next, so if government is going ahead and government wants, government can go ahead and set up governmental authorities also, and government can set up governmental entities also. Government, remember one thing, government can set up governmental authorities also and governmental entities also. Governmental authorities does 240 GNW wala work for the government. If governmental authority is helping the government by doing 240 GNW wala work, governmental authorities, because they are set up to do 240 GNW wala work, when they go ahead and do 240 GNW wala work, their activity pay also there is no GST. It is telling by way of activity under 240 GNW, also GST will be exempted. Governmental entities are formed by the government to do any work for the government. So if governmental entity is doing anything for the government and government in return gives them grants. So when governmental entity is helping the government by doing the work for the government, in turn government goes ahead and gives them grant. Remember that activity of the governmental entity is also exempt. Now, governmental authority does 240 GNW wala work. To do this 240 GNW wala work, they might go ahead and procure some services. Whenever they procure services, like services provided to, means if somebody is providing services to governmental authority by way of water supply. Baba, governmental authority supplies water. Baba, sewage board, water board, all these are governmental authorities. When they are supplying water, they need to take water supply from someone. If they take water supply related services, services provided to governmental authority by way of water supply, public health related services given to governmental authority, sanitation related services, solid waste management related services, slum improvement and upgradation related services whenever they are given to governmental authority, because governmental authority is formed to do 240 GNW all over, when they are taking these services, it shall be exempted. Done, sir. This point is clear. Again, I have written over here government to government services. Always remember central government, state government related services. Government giving government co services are always exempted. But this is not applicable in case of post, airport or port related service, Indian railway related services and transportation related services. Done, sir. Again, one point which is already there, ki sir, supply of services by the government where consideration is less than equal to 5,000 is always exempted, but this is not applicable in case of port, airport or port, Indian railways and transportation related service. Plus, they have also gone ahead and told whenever government is providing this point, I have already gone ahead and told you that less than equal to 5,000 rupees, it is always exempted. Done, sir. And in case of continuous supply of service, what do you mean by continuous supply of service? Which is a service which is provided for more than 3 months. Now, if government has gone ahead and given you a house on rent, it's a continuous supply of service. Now, what they are telling, in case of continuous supply of service also, exemption is applicable only less than equal to 5,000 in a financial year. So, supposingly government has gone ahead and given you an immovable property on rent, might be for 1 year. It's a continuous supply of service. Here also, the exemption will apply. If it is less than equal to 5,000, it shall be exempted, but less than equal to 5,000 per annum. Per annum, because it's in a financial year. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Done, sir. This point is clear. Other than that, one small amendment again over here relating to RERA. Please remember this point. RERA, Real Estate Regulation Authority. RERA is into urban planning and development. Urban planning and development is an activity under 240 GNW. So when RERA is going ahead and doing 240 GNW ka activity, Baba, governmental authorities going ahead and doing 240 GNW ka activities is exempt. And RERA is a governmental authority. RERA is into urban planning, and urban planning is there in 240 GNW. It is written 240W mein the first entry and the second entry is urban planning, and RERA is doing urban planning. So when RERA is going ahead and collecting any dues from the people, it is because of 240 GNW activities, it is collecting that amount and it shall be exempted. That's all has been clarified over here. It says, see, RERA is a governmental authority and statutory collection made by it are also exempted. Real Estate Regulatory Authority is a governmental authority, and whatever amount it is going ahead and collecting, it is also exempted. Done, everyone. Quickly tell me, are we all 100% clear till here? Sir, anything else? Just let me check in the amendment booklet if you have covered everything. One was relating to real estate, RERA. Done, sir. RERA, whatever dues it is collecting, statutory dues. Remember one thing, RERA is a entity under governmental authority, and RERA is going ahead and collecting statutory dues. Whatever statutory dues are collected, there will be no GST. It is exempted. Okay, sir. This point is clear. I have told you about Indian Railways wala 3 points which are there. That's all. Okay. Now the next is GTA, which we have to go ahead and discuss in the next chart. I hope everyone is clear. Sir, it's a A-graded chart. I believe in the exam this time, you will see, might be this RERA wala point you will be able to see. This platform ticket or one Indian Railways ka zonal zone to another zone. This point you can go ahead and see. This amendment is very, very important. Other than that, please be careful about this PAIT wala point. PAIT wala point say might be you can see one small point in the exam. Done, sir. Okay, we will be careful about it. And C graded point, if they can go ahead and ask you, they can ask you about excess royalty collection contractor. Excess royalty collection contractor. Please be very careful about it. Done, sir. This point is clear. That's all, everyone. We'll stop our revision on government related services. Please quickly tell me, are we all 100% clear? We have spent good amount of time and understood this. We are done with government related services. Chalo. Now we'll go ahead and move to the next chart. Baba, it's a graded chart. You will see one small point in the exam. Please don't leave it. Okay? Please come to the next chart. The next chart is relating to your transportation services. Again, transportation services has one small point but I still believe one small point might be asked. You can consider this chart as a B graded chart from this time. Might be one small question comes, doesn't come. Okay, now listen. Everyone over here now. Transportation services. Listen. Transportation services, transportation can be of passengers also, transportation can be of goods also. Remember, transportation services of passenger with or without accompanied belonging. Might be those passengers who are going might have a bag or might not have a bag. ठीक है sir. Transportation services can be by air, road, rail or water. Transportation services when they are given by air in economy class. Economy class means airlines. If they are going ahead and giving transportation services, remember, if airline is going to, or if supposing the Indigo airline, and Indigo airline is taking you to such airport or bringing you from that airport, means the flight is going to or coming from an airport which is this one, which is which one everyone? Batman's. So basically, if passenger transportation service is given, everyone listen carefully. Passenger transportation service is given by air in economy class. If flight is embarking from, means coming from, or it is going to, terminating in Bagdogra, which is in West Bengal, Arunachal Pradesh, Tripura, Batmans, M for Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, A for Assam, N for Nagaland and Sikkim, it will always be exempt. Remember, Batmans, going to Batmans and coming from Batmans, in economic class there is no GST, but business class GST is there. In exam, don't start jumping when you see Batmans. Remember, economic class is exempt. Other than that, economy class, it is always taxable. Done, sir. Next. Road transportation, stage carriage. Stage carriage means anything which goes in stages. Like local buses which are there. Local buses go in stages. One stage to another stage to another stage. One bus stop to another bus stop to another bus stop. So it is called a stage carriage which goes in stages. Okay? Now stage carriage, non-AC is always exempted. AC, always GST is payable. If you can afford GST, you can always, if you can afford AC, you can afford GST also. That's all is the logic. Now, next, contract carriage. A contract carriage basically means which you have taken on a contract to go from one point to another, or which you have gone ahead and taken under a contract for hours or might be days. So might be a small tempo traveler is there, or might be a small car is there. You went ahead and took it on a contract and you told from this point to this point I want to go. Can you drop me? Or might be you have gone ahead and taken it on a contract for 1 day, or might be 2-3 days or 1 month. That's called a contract carriage which you have taken under a contract. Remember one thing. Now what happens? In contract carriage, they have gone ahead and told if it is non-AC, it is always exempt. AC, always GST is payable. Radio taxi, you booked a radio taxi under a contract from your home till the airport. Baba, always remember radio taxis which are connected by GPS systems, like your Ola, Uber cars which are there. Always remember GST is always payable. If you can take contract carriage for tourism, conduct tour, charter, hire, always remember GST will be payable. There is no exemption at all. In relation to this, there is a small circular which is there. So for an example, one company is there and they have gone ahead and taken one contract carriage wherein they have gone ahead and told the contract carriage guy that you have to drop our employees from office to home, home to airport, airport to office, home, etc. And the company has taken a contract carriage on a contract. Then remember one thing, whenever one contract carriage is being taken by a company, even if that contract carriage is a non-AC contract carriage, because it was taken on hire or charter, they have taken it on hire, it will always GST will be payable, even though it is non-AC, it does not matter. Done, sir. This point is clear. That's all I have gone ahead and written over here. See, hiring of non-AC contract carriage by a firm for transportation of employee, always GST will be payable. The next one over here is metered cab, auto rickshaw, e-rickshaw, all those things which you show the hand and they will stop, like metered cab, auto rickshaw, e-rickshaw, always remember is exempted. Now, whenever you see over here exemption, exemption and exemption, these exemptions will not apply if auto rickshaw, e-rickshaw, metered cab, stage carriage, contract carriage, non-ACs which are there. If you are going ahead and booking it through e-commerce operator, Ola, Uber, etc. Remember one thing, exemption not applicable if services are supplied through e-commerce under section number 9(5). Done, sir. Then e-commerce operator becomes liable. Rail transportation में metro rail, monorail, tramway, government have told public transport, it will always be exempted. Railway में always remember non-AC is always exempted. Indian Railway, non-AC is always exempted. Sleeper class, general class, non-AC is always exempted. First class, or air conditioned coach, always remember GST will be payable. If you can afford ACs, if you can afford first class, government says when you can afford luxury, you can afford GST also, no problem. Next, water. If water ke through sea transportation is done, sea, Baba, India has a big baseline over here. Sea mein ship ke through transportation is done. They are telling public transport is always exempt. You will see ferries are run. Now I'll go ahead and tell you one small circular is also there. That also I'll go ahead and tell you over here. This is the India, and here one island is there. For an example, all these islands are there, and the ferry is going. Ferry. What is ferry? Ferries are used for public. Ferries are used for what, everyone? Public transport. Correct? So ferry, people get inside the ferry take you from here, one island to another island, one island to another island. Always remember one thing, public transport is always exempted. Public transport is always exempted. Within India is always exempt. But sir, if you can go over here, one ship is over here, you and your girlfriend, you went to see the sunset. Baba, always remember one thing. Tourism is always taxable. Transportation outside India is always taxable. Public transport within India is always exempted. And for this, one circular is also there, which says, sir, private ferry ticket. Now, these ferries in Andaman, Nicobar, Lakshadweep, etc., these ferries can be run by government also, public sector undertaking also, or by anyone. Remember one thing, ferries are always exempted, whether the ferry is run by government or any private sector. It says private ferry ticket for transportation of passenger, always remember one thing, GST is always exempted, whether the ferry is owned and operated by private sector enterprise, PSU, or the government. Ferry can be run by anyone. Ferries are always ferry, and ferry pay there is no GST. Ferry is for transportation of passengers. Done, sir. Inland waterways. What do you mean by inland waterways? Baba, India has a big river channel also. Now, government is going ahead and telling, use the river, transport the goods, transport passenger. Inland waterways means you can use river and transport. Inland waterways, government went ahead and told, always transportation of passenger is exempted. I am not talking about tourism. I am not going ahead and talking about anything else. Tourism is always taxable. Transportation of passenger we are currently talking about, and transportation of passenger by inland waterways is always exempt. Tourism taxable. Done, sir. Next. So people, what we have gone ahead and discussed over here is air ka case. Everyone with me. If there is a transportation of passenger which is happening by air, economic class going to Bagdogra, coming from Bagdogra, exempted. Then we went ahead and learned stage carriage, non-AC exempt, contract carriage, non-AC exempt. Sir, but it should be for transportation of passenger. Okay, everyone, passenger means who pays fare, right? Metered cab, auto rickshaw, e-rickshaw, always exempted. These three exemption will not be applicable if services are provided by through e-commerce operator. E-commerce operator का case में it will always be payable by the e-commerce operator under section number 95. Indian Railways का case में, okay, rail का case में monorail, metro rail, tramway is always exempted. Correct? Indian Railways का case में non-AC is always exempted. Sleeper class basically, which is non-air conditioner, is always exempted. AC first class always taxable. Done, sir. Then we learned ship का case में basically water transport. Ship, it can be sea transportation, inland waterways or sea transportation. Public transport is always exempt. Tourisms are always taxable, and transportation outside India is always taxable. People, please tell me, are we clear with transportation of passenger, everyone? Is everyone 100% clear with transportation of passenger? Yes, sir. Transportation of passengers is clear. Now, transportation of goods comes over here. In transportation of goods, we have road transportation, rail transportation, water and air transportation. Air transportation of goods. Baba, remember one thing, air transportation of goods का केस में international or domestic. Domestic always GST is payable. International transport from outside India into India. From outside India, if anyone is getting goods into India, international transport is exempted. But from India, if anyone is taking the goods, remember one thing, you can remember it like this, that whenever you are taking the goods from India outside India, Indian government will charge GST. But from outside India, when the goods are coming to India by air, outside India say Indian government will not have any control. Outside India say when the goods are coming into India, we will not have any GST. GST has been exempted by the government. Done, sir. If it is water transport, inland waterways, use the rivers, government says no GST. Use the sea, vessel transport, coastal transportation. What do you mean by coastal transportation? One coast in India. to another coast in India if you are transporting anything. Within India, GST is always payable, but it is exempted from random item. It is exempted for what item, everyone? Random item. Sir, what a random item? Remember, relief material, very, very important. You must remember random item. It will come somewhere in the exam. You will see one point will be there. Relief material, agricultural produce, newspaper and magazine, defense and military equipment, organic manure, milk, salt, food grain. Relief material, agricultural produce, newspaper and magazine, defense material, organic manure, milk, salt, food grain, rice, flour, pulses. You have to talk with me again. Sir, milk, salt, food grain, rice, flour and pulses. Done, sir. This point is clear. Then next. International transport. Remember, sea transportation, getting goods from outside India. Sea transportation happens hugely into India. So government says that के लिए if you are taking from India outside India or outside India to India, I want GST and hence there is no exemption. Both the case में there is GST. Done, sir. This point is clear. The next one over here is, sir, rail transportation. Rail के through if you are doing transportation of goods, always remember GST is payable. But again, the exemption is applicable in case of random item. What is random item, everyone? Relief material, agricultural produce, newspaper and magazine. Everyone with me, you have to remember relief material, agricultural produce, newspaper and magazine, defense and military equipment, organic manure, milk, salt, food grain, rice, flour and pulses. You have to remember that. Next. Road transportation, remember courier door to door is always taxable. GTA, we have already gone ahead and discussed. Yes, sir, you have already gone ahead and told about GTA. If GTA is giving to TDS deductor, it is exempted. Other registered person, always GST is payable. Sir, forward or reverse, both you have gone ahead and explained. I have gone ahead and explained you when we are learning charge of GST. Unregistered person, if it is FB, scoop, factory, society, cooperative society, partnership firm, factory, body corporate, society, cooperative society and partnership firm, GST is always payable. Unregistered CTP, other unregistered people, always GST is exempt. Remember, wherever GST is payable, that GST is also not payable if it is which goods, everyone? Random item. Random item ka always remember, road transportation, water transportation, rail ke through transportation is exempt. But random item, I never wrote random item over here. No. If random item is being transported by air, always GST will be payable. Please be very careful about it. GST will always be payable. Done. Now, road transportation may, there can be other road transportation like individual truck walas who are not issuing consignment note. Right? Then, individual truck wala, tempo operators who are there, bullock cart, all these are always exempted. They don't issue any consignment note. Government says only consignment note, GTA, GST is there. All other people who are there, there is no GST at all. Done, sir. This point is clear. Now here, relating to individual truck wala, one small point is there. One person, if he is renting, see, transportation by individual truck wala means what? I have a truck, I put your goods and I transport it for you and I charge you might be 500,000, 10,000 rupees. But if I go ahead and give you one truck on rent along with the operator, that is not exempt. What is exempt is, I have a truck, I transported some goods for you and I am not a GTA. Then my transportation service is exempt. But giving a truck on rent along with the operator is not exempted. And that is what is being told over here. Renting of truck and other vehicle with operator for a period is services of renting of transported vehicle with operator and not services of transportation of goods by road, and hence that will always be taxable. Done, sir. So if I am going ahead and giving a motor vehicle on rent along with operator, that is always taxable. Remember this point, don't forget. Next. We have a small point over here. Airlines are going ahead and giving transportation service to the government under regional connectivity scheme, and government gives them viability funding. Remember, viability gap funding is only exempted for the first 3 years when airline starts going to that regional connectivity airport. So nowadays government is building lot small airports which are there in various regions and telling airlines to go over there. When airlines are going over there to those small airports, government gives them funding. That funding will be exempted for the first 3 years of operation of that airline. Done, sir. Next. Now this Nepal and Bhutan, the transit cargo which goes through India, the transit cargo which goes through India to Nepal and Bhutan, many people will help those cargoes to be transported to Nepal and Bhutan. All the transit cargo related services are always exempted. Remember, whenever any cargo is going from India, transit cargo which is just going through India to Nepal and Bhutan, Might be Dubai se one cargo came to India and that is going to Nepal and Bhutan. Now this cargo ka clearing, transporting, all services which are being provided relating to this cargo which is meant for Nepal and Bhutan, just transiting through India, there is no GST on all those services. So they have gone ahead and told movement of empty container from Nepal and Bhutan after delivery is also services associated with transit cargo to Nepal and Bhutan, and that shall be exempt. So sir, one truck took the goods from India to Nepal and then the empty truck is coming, and for the empty truck also to the Nepalese guy, if we charge something, remember going of the truck to Nepal and Bhutan and empty container coming back is also services in relation to transit cargo to Nepal and Bhutan, and it shall be exempted. That's all is the point. So going and empty truck coming back, both ke liye whatever amount is charged, it shall be exempted. That's all has been told over here. One small point there, people had gone ahead and asked कि sir, goods transport agency, they go ahead and give ancillary services also like packing, loading, unloading. Is it a composite supply taxable at the rate of GTA services, or if both are billed separately, it will be separately taxable? So government went ahead and clarified over here that whenever a GTA is going ahead and giving GTA services and it is also doing the packing, loading, unloading services with respect to the goods being transported, then it's a composite supply taxable at the rate of principal supply, which is GTA services. But supposing you went to one GTA and you told, I don't want to transport the goods, I only want packing to be done. They pack the goods and give it to you. That packing services ke liye, packing services ka rate will apply. That's all has been clarified over here. See, ancillary or incidental services provided by GTA along with transportation of goods, will be composite supply taxable at the rate of GTA services, because transportation rate is 12%, they will charge 12%. Transportation rate is 5% reverse charge, then you have to pay 5% reverse charge on the total amount. Billing mechanism does not matter. Whether they have done separate bill, no. Doesn't matter. It has to be billed, it has to be charged at the rate of GTA services if it is provided along with the GTA service. But if ancillary services are not provided in the course of transportation and invoiced separately, it will be treated as composite supply. It will not be treated as a composite supply and taxed accordingly. Taxed accordingly means, sir, you went to one GTA, you told I want packing services. They went ahead and did the packing services for you. It is not provided along with GTA services, then it will be separate rate which will apply. Done, sir. This point is clear. Baba, remember, national permit granted to a goods carriage, not passenger carriage, goods carriage. Passenger carriage ko if national permit is given, it is always taxable. Goods carriage ko, whenever one national permit is given, it is always exempted. This point has been told over here. One more, I like this point, everyone. I have seen big question mein this small point comes. Whenever you go ahead and give to a state transport undertaking a motor vehicle to carry more than 12 passengers, might be you have a bus with you, you went ahead and gave it to a state transport, Karnataka state transport undertaking, Delhi state transport undertaking, they wanted one truck, bus, you went ahead and gave them the bus. It is meant to carry more than 12 passengers, whatever amount you charge them, don't charge any GST. Or you give to a local authority electric vehicle, electric bus, you bought one electric bus, gave it to the local authority so that they can run. Like in Karnataka, we have BMTC, which is there, Bangalore. They run the local buses. I gave them one bus, electric vehicle. So, sir, if it is to carry more than 12 passengers, whatever monthly rent I am taking, I should not go ahead and charge any GST. If I am giving to a goods transport agency a truck, which is basically meant for transportation of goods, I bought one truck, gave it to a GTA to use. Whatever rent I am charging, I should not go ahead and charge any GST. Remember, I like these points. It is very good for exam, from exam point of view. Satellite launch services are always exempted. This is nothing. Okay. Sir, how important this chart is from your point of view? My point of view, this chart is B graded. Sir, what are the most important point you feel from exam point of view? I like this circular, the amendment circular which is there. These small circulars which are there, also I like it. GTA is a good point along with random items to remember. And this one, giving on higher wala point. These are A graded points from this chart. Other than that also we have gone ahead and revised everything. But I believe these are some of the important points. The first circular which I told you, these small circulars which I have given over here, GTA is very important from exam point of view. And this relief material random items, please remember them. and the giving on hire wala point. These are the A graded points from this B graded chart. I hope everyone was able to understand and recall everything. Not understand, you have to recall. We are revising, right everyone? Closing my revision on the chart of transportation service. Are we all 100% clear? Quickly tell me everyone. Then we will move to the next chart. This is done, transport is done, admission related services. Clear, clear, clear. People, listen to me very carefully. We are doing a detailed revision. Whichever points I am telling you, those points are just to be revised before the exam. Whichever important points I am telling, those points you have to take care before the exam. Okay? Done, sir. This point is clear. Because students ka tendency, I'll tell you. Now I am going in and doing revision. Before the exam, they will tell, sir, 6 hours ka one revision also you give me. Or 12 hours ka revision also you give me. Whatever important points I am telling you now, those are the revision points before the exam. You can see the same revision, only revise those important points which I am going ahead and telling you. Done, sir? Is everyone 100% clear with this point? Can we go ahead? Yes, sir. Let's continue with the next one. Admission related services. I believe it's a C graded chart from exam point of view. Not very exam important from exam point of view, C graded. So it says services by way of admission to. Admission means whenever you are selling entry ticket. Entry ticket, ठीक है sir? Entry ticket for museum, national park, wildlife sanctuary, tiger reserve, etc. No value limit. All the amount, whatever amount is being charged by this museum, national parks, etc. There is no GST. Sir, if protected monuments ka tickets are being sold, whatever amount is being charged, Taj Mahal, Qutub Minar, all these are what? Protected monuments. All this whenever tickets are being sold, no value limit, any amount shall always be exempted. The next one over here is, sir, circus, dance, theatrical program, drama, award function, concert, pageant, fashion shows, music performance, any sporting event other than recognized sporting event. Do you remember the recognized other than recognized sporting event? We had gone ahead and remembered. Do you guys remember everyone? We had gone ahead and discussed in the class any sporting event other than recognized sporting event. Can you name one sporting event which is not recognized? Sir, you had gone ahead and told Jallikattu in the class. What is Jallikattu, sir? That buffalo wala, wherein the cow buffalo is running behind a person. Yes, sir. That sport which happens. That sport ke liye, that sport is not recognized. That is a non-recognized sporting event. Or if it is a recognized sporting event or a planetarium, yes, sir. Then remember one thing. Yes, very good, Shravan. Exempted only if consideration is up to how much, everyone? 500 rupees per person. 500 rupees per person. That amount will be always exempted. 500, more than 500 always taxable. ठीक है. This FIFA wala World Cup wala point which is there, it is just for your reading purpose, not important from exam point of view. It is just for your reading purpose. ठीक है. ये कौन है? Omkar says, sir, chicken fight. ठीक है. Done. Next. I've given some point over here. Water park, amusement park, fun, fully taxable. Film city, snow city, theme parks are always fully taxable. Cinema halls, all these are always fully taxable. There is no exemption granted to them. ठीक है. Entry number 78. Baba, goat fight, all this. Okay, ठीक है. चलो, come. Everyone over here. Services by an artist by way of performance in folk or classical dance form. Baba, folk or classical dance form, government is selling. If there is an artist who is performing in folk and classical art form of music, dance, theatre, like Bharatnatyam, Kathak, anyone is doing, if he is going in and charging only up to 1.5 lakh rupees, he will not go in and charge any GST. And sir, the next is performance in Bollywood song. Always remember, GST is always there. Shah Rukh Khan came and told, I will do Chamak Chalo dance, or might be Lungi dance. Baba, remember, whatever amount he is charging, it is always taxable. Done, sir. If an artist who is a Kathak artist, dance or Bharatnatyam artist, and they become the brand ambassador of a company and they are going ahead and doing anything for that company, always remember one thing, brand ambassador services are all fully taxable. Done, sir. This point is clear. Sir, what are the important points in this chart? Although a C graded chart, some points which you can remember is this 500 rupees wala point. I like this point. You can remember this artist wala point. That's all. These two are the most important point from this chart. Right, everyone? I'll close my revision on admission related services over here. Done. Now, the next one is agriculture. Please come to agriculture related services, everyone. Please come to agriculture. We'll do agriculture and then only we'll take a break. Okay, everyone, let's do agriculture and then we'll take a short break. Let's do agriculture, everyone. Ready, everyone? Are we all ready? Done, sir. Now, agriculture related services. See, Baba, agriculture ko government have gone ahead and told agriculture being the backbone of the country. From beginning of agriculture till the transportation of agricultural produce, all the services have been exempted. Not all, many of the services have been exempted. Everyone over here now. Agriculture, generally whenever one person does agriculture and sells the goods, there is no output tax liability which is there. Now, agriculturist ka, there is no output tax and agriculturist is not registered. If somebody supplies things to agriculturist and they charge GST, agriculture is not being registered, he will not get input tax rate. He will not get input tax rate means it will become part of the cost. Agricultural produce ka cost will go up. Agricultural produce ka cost will go up. Then agricultural produce will become expensive and government does not want an agricultural produce to become expensive, and hence government goes ahead and says agriculture co will go ahead and grant lot of exemption. Everyone over here now. So entry number 54 is there which goes ahead and says whenever services are given relating to cultivation of plant and cultivation of plant, Baba, for animals we don't say growing animals, we say rearing of life form of animal. If related to this services are taken, sir, why will you grow plant and animal? We will grow plant and animal for food, fiber, fuel. Baba, food, animals are grown for food, fiber, wool, fuel. Baba, all this cow dung, fuel, right everyone? Then, or raw material or other similar product and agricultural produce. Why do you grow animals and why do you grow plants? For food, fiber, fuel, etc. Now they are going in and telling if services are taken in relation to agricultural operation directly related to production of agricultural produce. To produce the agricultural produce, if you take any services including cultivation related services, harvesting related service, threshing related service, plant protection, fumigation related service, so that pesticide etc related services if you take, or testing, soil testing related services etc if you take, they are going ahead and telling GST will always be exempted. So sir, I have to go ahead and do cultivation. What do I need? You need vacant land. So they have gone ahead and told renting of vacant land. If you take any vacant land, no GST. Anybody is giving you vacant land to do agriculture, no GST. With or without incidental structure means might be on that land one small structure is there to store goods etc. That is okay, no problem. If anyone is renting you land, he will not charge GST. Okay? Giving you machine, he will not charge GST. To on the machine, I want laborers etc. to work in my farm. If you hire farm laborer, if somebody is giving you farm labor, they will not charge you GST. To do cultivation, you will take cultivation related services, cutting related services, threshing related service, fumigation services. Always remember there will be no GST. Okay sir, agriculture is done. So to do the agriculture, what did you take everyone? You took a land on rent, no GST. On the land you took a tractor on rent, no GST. On the tractor you take one laborer, no GST. Sir, to do cultivation, cutting, threshing, plant protection, no GST at all. Agriculture done. After the agriculture is done, at the agricultural farm, this farm which is there will be lot of process which will be done, like husking, dehusking, trending, pruning, cutting, drying, cleaning, fumigation, curing, sorting, grading, A graded, B graded. You will call someone who will do the grading etc. Cooling, bulk packing ke liye you will tell someone come and do the bulk packing. So that should not change the essential characteristic, but just make it marketable for the primary market, means the mandi. Primary market means the mandi where the farmers go and sell their product. So sir, all these services if you go ahead and take, always remember one thing, there will be no GST. First of all, you did agriculture related services, no GST. Okay? After you have done the agriculture, in the agricultural farm, you got the curing done, sorting done, grading done, drying done. All this related, if you take any services, no GST. But remember one thing, taking all these services, it should not change the essential characteristic of the product. If you took cleaning services of apple, apple should remain apple. Apple should not become appy. It became juice. Tomato should remain tomato because of these services. Tomato should not become tomato ketchup. Remember, any process leading to agricultural produce, remaining agricultural produce, that process, if done at an agricultural farm, there will be no GST. But if any process you undertake at the agricultural farm which results in agricultural produce becoming non-agricultural, then that process is always taxable. Remember this thing. So I've given some examples over here of agricultural and non-agricultural produce. Remember, any process leading agricultural produce to remain agricultural produce, no GST. But any process leading agricultural produce become non-agricultural, then that will always be taxable. For an example, apple. You got cleaning of the apple done, apple remains apple, no GST. But apple becomes appy juice, then baba, that process is taxable. You got tomato ka cleaning, sorting, grading done, baba, no GST. That process, if you take it from someone, that service, there will be no GST. But somebody did one process for you from which apple became or tomato became tomato ketchup, then that process is taxable. Sir, one person, sugarcane is agricultural produce. Jaggery is not an agricultural produce. Any process undertaken, taxable. Paddy is agricultural produce. Rice is not agricultural produce. So if you took someone ka milling ka services to produce, to make paddy into rice, always remember one thing, it is taxable, it is not exempted. Done, sir, this point is clear. Fumigation services, always remember, fumigation services taken at an agricultural field or agricultural farm, there will be no GST. Done, sir. Now, after you are done with the agriculture, all this curing, sorting, packing, etc. is done. Now you will store your goods in the warehouse. Remember one thing, warehousing of agricultural produce, the warehouse keeper who has this big warehouse, he is storing your goods and charging you rent. That warehousing keeper who is charging you the warehousing ka rent every month, remember one thing, warehousing of agricultural produce or rice is always exempted. Warehousing of minor forest produce like tamarind, curry leaf, tendu patta, bamboo, honey is always exempted. But warehousing of major forest produce. What is major forest produce? Sandalwood. Pushpa. Pushpa went to store sandalwood in one godown. Baba, sandalwood is major forest produce. It is taxable. Whenever somebody is giving warehousing services, they will charge GST. Done. Warehousing of cereal, pulses, fruits and vegetable is also exempted. Done, sir. Warehousing services done. In warehouse, one point was there. Earlier, if a warehouse which is storing agricultural produce used to call someone for doing the fumigation, baba, this fumigation, then it used to be exempted. But now warehouse may, if any fumigation services are given, it is always taxable. Remember one thing, warehouse may. So fumigation services here fumigation is exempt. Here fumigation is exempt in the farm, but fumigation services over here are taxable. It is not exempted. Remember this point. After the warehousing is done, now you will have to sell. To sell, you will have to give commission to agricultural produce marketing committee agents. They will sell your agricultural produce. So services by agricultural produce marketing board or commission agent under agricultural produce marketing committee who will sell and buy your agricultural produce, their commission pay, there is no GST. GST has been exempted. After they have gone ahead and sold your goods, it will be loaded. Remember, loading, unloading, packing, storing of agricultural produce or rice, always remember, it is always exempted. Now, after the loading, unloading is done, what will happen? Transportation will happen. Sir, we had already gone ahead and understood that transportation of agricultural produce, you had gone ahead and told it is always exempted. If it is transported by what, everyone? Transported by GTA, rail or ship, it is always exempted, but not by air. Transportation of agricultural produce by air is always taxable. Only if it is transported by GTA, rail or vessel, agricultural produce or rice, then it shall be exempted. Done, sir. Okay. Then we have one more thing over here. Agricultural extension service means providing training programs, training, etc. to agriculturists is always exempted. Done. Sir, artificial insemination of livestock is always exempted, but horse is not exempted. Horse is taxable. Sir, services by way of pre-cooling, ripening, waxing, retail packing or labeling of fruits and vegetables which do not alter the essential character, labeling of apple, waxing of apple, all these services which are given for fruits and vegetable, always remember it is always exempted. National Cold Chain Development Authority of India, which goes ahead and gives knowledge about the cold chain, which gives knowledge to farmers how to take their apples from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. All those services are always exempt, which is given by the National Cold Chain Development Authority. Services by electricity distribution utility. Baba, always remember electricity distribution utility. For an example, in Karnataka, we have BESCOM. BESCOM if it extends the electricity network up to the tube of the farmer, whatever charges it will take, it will not charge any GST. Remember this point. By way of construction, erection, commissioning, installation of infrastructure for extending electricity up to the tube of the farmer, there will be no GST. But remember, supposing I told Bescom to extend electricity network up to my farmhouse, then it is taxable. For farmer, for agriculture use is exempted. Done. These are some examples I have given over here. On the left hand side, I have gone ahead and written carrying out an intermediate process as job work. All these are intermediate process. If you get it done through a job worker, then also there will be no GST. Remember, if anyone is going ahead and doing intermediate process in relation to cultivation of plant or rearing of life form of animal except horses, that process will also be exempted. In my opinion, this chart from exam point of view, you can call it to be B graded or C graded, whatever it is. I don't like it so much, but still you can have some small question from this. Sir, what question do you expect out of this chart? This fumigation wala question which I expect out of this is, I have already gone ahead and told you, fumigation in warehouse is always taxable. This milling of paddy into rice, this point you can remember. So, no, I will rate this chart as C graded. I don't like it. Okay, everyone. But still, I don't like it from exam point of view. Otherwise, it's a good chart. Baba, you see, beautiful it is. Okay? But from exam point of view, not very important, everyone. Done. ठीक है sir, point is clear. We'll close our revision on the chart of agriculture over here. Covered all the point? Yes sir, done. Chalo, closing our revision on the chart of agriculture. Done. Now, the next is healthcare. Before we go ahead and do healthcare, let's take a quick break. We come back from the break and then we'll go ahead and do healthcare, everyone. Let's take a break. Chalo, the next chart which we are going to do for exemption is healthcare. Sir, healthcare chart, what do you think, sir? I think it's a C graded chart again. You might have a question, you might not have a question. Everyone over here now. Sir, are there only amended questions in Q&A book in free resources? Whatever questions have undergone amendment, those questions in the free resources you will find. I've gone ahead and given those amended questions also. Yes, I have gone ahead and given. You can find it. Hey Minu, one question only once. I have already replied to a question. You have started posting it again. Arey Baba, you listen. Can we go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now. Healthcare services. Chalo, we'll go ahead and start with healthcare services. Everyone, healthcare. What do you mean by healthcare? Healthcare, first of all, healthcare services given by whom it is exempt. We will understand that later. First, we have to understand what do you mean by healthcare service. Healthcare services means any services by way of diagnosis. First, you have to diagnose. Diagnosis is also healthcare service. Treatment, okay. And then care. So, for an example, one person has gone to the hospital. He told, I am not feeling well. So, they diagnose that he has got some problem. So, that diagnosis service is also healthcare. After that, they will give him treatment. After that treatment is done, they will put him in the hospital on a bed where the care will be taken of that person. So, diagnose, treatment and care. All the three services are covered. DTC, diagnose, treatment and care. All the three are covered in healthcare. Okay? For what? Sir, diagnose, treatment and care for what? Diagnose, treatment and care for sir, pregnancy ka diagnosis, treatment and any care which is given. Then abnormality related, any diagnosis, treatment and care done. Illness related, injury related or any deformity related. PAIID. Remember, diagnose, treatment and care for pregnancy, abnormality, illness, injury and deformity. In which system of medicine? Now, they are going ahead and telling it should be in recognized system of medicine in India. What is recognized system of medicine? Ayushan. A for Ayurveda, allopathy. Y for yoga. U for Unani. S for Siddha. H for homeopathy. Allopathy treatment or naturopathy is being recognized in India. Now, sir, you went to one Baba. Baba took out one lemon treatment given to you. Okay? Baba took out one broom said 2 times he has gone ahead and hit you and that treatment is done. That is not recognized in India. See, Baba, I love all the Baba. I am not against any Baba and all. Okay? But I am going ahead and telling whatever is recognized system of medicine in India, through recognized system of medicine, if your treatment is done, that will come in healthcare. Other than recognized system of medicine, like acupuncture treatment, Chinese medicine, Reiki treatment, which are unrecognized, through that, if the treatment is done, that is not included in healthcare. Hence, always GST will come if the treatment is done through what? Through any other system other than recognized system. Done, sir. So, sir, can you tell me what is healthcare? Healthcare means diagnosis, any treatment, any care done for pregnancy, abnormality, illness, injury, and deformity in recognized system. Ayurveda, allopathy, yoga, Unani, Siddha, homeopathy, Ayurveda, and naturopathy get through. If treatment is done, then it will be recognized system of medicine. Done, sir. And always remember, healthcare service will always include services by way of transportation of patient to or fro a clinical establishment. Always remember, healthcare includes what? Services by way of transportation. So if a person is being transported from home to hospital, hospital to home, that is also included in healthcare. Remember, transportation can be done by air, transportation can be done by road, rail, it does not matter. No one wants to, you want to sit in an ambulance, which is a helicopter? No, nobody wants to sit. So, Baba, healthcare will always include transportation of a patient in an ambulance, whether the ambulance is air ambulance, road ambulance, rail ambulance, whatever ambulance. Ambulance is ambulance and it is always exempted. And always remember, healthcare also does not include hair transplant and cosmetic and plastic surgery. So, for an example, this is Mukul over here. Mukul, yes, sir. Now, Mukul over here. हाँ लाना और ले जाना करेक्ट मुकुल सो दिस इज मुकुल ओवर हियर ठीक है नाउ मुकुल गॉट ए हेयर ट्रांसप्लांट डन नाउ ऑलवेज रिमेंबर वन थिंग हेयर ट्रांसप्लांट इज ब्यूटिफिकेशन इफ यू कैन अफोर्ड ब्यूटिफिकेशन यू कैन अफोर्ड जीएसटी ऑल्सो गवर्नमेंट सेज सो इफ एनीवन इज गेटिंग कॉस्मेटिक सर्जरी प्लास्टिक सर्जरी एक्सेट्रा फॉर beautification, Baba, always remember, it is not healthcare. It is not healthcare means it will always be taxable. But if it is to restore or restructure any defect or injury, any person met with an injury or might be a baby is born with a cleft lip, and for that any plastic surgery etc is done, then Baba, remember, that is healthcare and healthcare services are always exempted. Done, sir. But healthcare services given by whom? Chartered accountant will be exempt? No. I am chartered accountant. Can I give healthcare service and it will be exempt? No. Healthcare services given by whom? They are going in and telling services by way of healthcare. By whom? By CAP. CAP means clinical establishment, authorized medical practitioner, or a paramedics is only exempted. So, sir, remember one thing: healthcare services given by whom? Clinical establishment. What do you mean by clinical establishment? A clinical establishment means hospital, nursing home, clinic, sanatorium, or any other institution which is providing diagnosed treatment and care for pregnancy, abnormality, illness, injury, and deformity in recognized system of medicine, or a place to carry out diagnostic or investigation services. Remember one thing? Then that will be a clinical establishment, or it says clinical establishment going ahead and giving healthcare service will always be exempted. Now, healthcare services may diagnose, treatment, and care is included. Care means if anyone is admitted in the hospital, the care, basically you have been shifted to a room. The room charges ke liye always remember, they have told clinical establishment providing room, having room charges more than 5,000 rupees per day per person, always remember GST will be payable. So up to 5,000 is exempted. If you can afford a room of 5,000 and above, not up to 5,000 is exempted. More than 5,000, then it will always be taxable. But in case of ICU, ICCU, neonatal intensive care unit, or any amount will always be exempted, because generally what happens, ICU etc case mein the charges are more than 5,000 only, but government is telling no, nobody goes to ICU or NICU by choice, and whatever amount will be charged, it will always be exempted. Done, sir. Then any healthcare service provided by authorized medical practitioner who are recognized, basically with the doctors council, they have been recognized, then those services are also exempted. Then paramedics ka services, paramedics are trained healthcare professional like nursing staff, physiotherapist, technician. These people going ahead and giving healthcare services also exempted. Sir, 5,000. Yes, Baba, 5,000 is exempt. More than 5,000 is taxable. More than 5,000 is taxable. Okay? Done. Now listen, whenever CAP, clinical establishment, authorized medical practitioner, and paramedics is going ahead and giving healthcare service, including transportation of, Baba, healthcare service means this, plus includes transportation of patient, it will always be exempt. Now, if anyone else other than CAP, clinical establishment, authorized medical practitioner, and paramedics, if they start ambulance services, remember one thing, that will also be exempt. So for an example, I have one car which is there, I started ambulance services, my service will also be exempted. They have gone ahead and specifically told. Done, sir. Then, sir, veterinary clinics going ahead and taking healthcare, taking care of the health of the animals and bird is also exempted. Done. Cord blood bank, Baba, all this, when a baby is born, the baby is connected to the mother with a umbilical cord. That umbilical cord is being preserved. Now, these preservation services are given by companies who charge 1 lakh, 2 lakh rupees and all. Earlier it was exempted. Now government have gone ahead and told GST will be payable. Another, in hospitals, you will see different types of dustbins are there. Somewhere, in one dustbin, they will put all the waste, blood and all. In one dustbin, they will put all the waste, gloves and all. In one dustbin, they will put all the waste, organs, etc. and all. Now, all these dustbins which are there are not, the garbage is not thrown on the road. This garbage is being taken care. By whom? By biomedical waste treatment facility. Wala people who come, collect this garbage, go and treat the waste of the hospital. Now, they are giving services to the hospital. On their services also, GST will come. It is not exempted. Done, sir. Now here there are some circulars which are there. The circulars goes ahead and says about room rent charges. Baba, room rent charges to inpatient who are admitted in the hospital. Always remember it is exempted up to 5,000 rupees per day per person. More than 5,000 is always taxable. Doctors and consultants are hired by the hospital and hospital pays them. Patient does not pay. But still their services to the hospital is also exempted. Remember one thing, their hospital services are also exempted. Now, supposingly I am a hospital. What we did, we went ahead and one person got admitted. We charged him 10,000. 7,500 was for the treatment of the person. 2,500 we retained. The hospital retained because the hospital did the BP check, sugar test, diabetes test, all these tests or any checkups, etc. Might be the temperature was measured. All these services were given by the hospital and hospital retained 2,500 rupees. So remember one thing, any retention money retained by the hospital is also towards healthcare and that shall also be exempted is being told over here. Now, always remember food given to inpatient. If a person is admitted in the hospital along with healthcare, if he is given food, remember one thing, food and stay which is there, he is not gone over there to enjoy a picnic. So if a person is admitted in the hospital and food is given to him, it's a composite supply naturally bundled with healthcare and it shall be exempted. But whenever a person, so inpatient ko any service given will always be healthcare and shall be exempt. But food given to outpatient, a person who is not admitted in the hospital or their attender or visitors or doctors who are not admitted in the hospital, they are never taking any healthcare services. And any food given to them, any service given to them, always GST will be payable. Ambulance services, always remember whether it is given by clinical establishment, authorized medical practitioner, paramedic or anyone else, or it is given under National Health Mission, always remember it is always exempted. Next, clinical establishment, if they are going ahead and giving healthcare service, it is exempt. What if they give shop on rent, auditorium on rent, displaying of advertisement, always GST is payable. Sir, IVF is a treatment. IVF is a treatment for pregnancy and always remember it is exempted. Done, sir. This point is clear. Sir, what kind of a chart it is? C graded chart. Any point from anywhere can be asked. So I have gone ahead and completely covered over here. Right, everyone, closing my revision on the chart of healthcare. Done. Chalo. Now we'll go ahead and move to the next one. Legal services. Legal services we have already gone ahead and discussed. In legal service, everything is exempted. Arbitral tribunal, advocate, senior advocate, etc. Only thing where GST is payable is if they are going ahead and giving services to business entity, which business entity whose last year turnover is more than registration limit, then only RCM is applicable. All others are exempted. I hope you guys remember. Yes, we had already gone ahead and discussed this. The next is education and skill. Please come to education and skill. A graded from exam point of view. You will see a 2 to 3 marker question in your exam. Please come to education and skill, everyone. Please come. So now we'll go ahead and do education and skill related exemption. From exam point of view, very, very important. Sir, where are you going to do it from? I am going to do it from the amended charts which I had gone ahead and provided. Please come to the amended chart. I'll go ahead and give it to you from there. I'll teach it to you from the amended chart which is there. The amendments which are there. Okay, sir. Chalo. Very, very important from exam point of view. Now, education and skill. First of all, education provided by an educational institution is exempt. Now, you will go ahead and tell me, sir, what do you mean by an educational institution? So, they have gone ahead and given the definition of educational institution and they have told educational institution means an institution which is providing services by way of preschool, means your preschool which are there, up to 12th or equivalent. All these schools which are there, LKG, UKG classes, all these preschools which are there, including a school up to 12th is a educational institution. ठीक है sir. Then anyone who is providing education as a part of curriculum for obtaining qualification recognized under law. All these degree colleges which are there, those are also educational institution. Okay. Or anyone providing education as a part of approved vocational education course. Anyone who is providing what, everyone? Education as a part of approved vocational education course. Sir, what do you mean by approved vocational education course? See, Baba, approved vocational education course basically is a course which is being provided by the Industrial Training Institute or Industrial Training Center, which is affiliated to National Council for Vocational Training. Now, this National Council for Vocational Training has been renamed as National Council for Vocational Education and Training. That's all is the amendment. First thing. Done, sir. So, sir, approved vocational course, do we have to remember the whole definition? No. Baba, you can remember anyone who is going ahead and providing approved courses which are approved by the National Council for Vocational Education and Training. Those are approved vocational education course. Done, sir. So, sir, can you tell us what do you mean by educational institution? Educational institutions are of three types. Number one, who is providing preschool up to 12th. The next one is who is providing education as a part of curriculum which is recognized under law. Your degree colleges, your post-graduation degree colleges, all those. And anyone who is going ahead and providing what? Approved vocational course. Those are also known as educational institution. Now listen to me very carefully. They are going ahead and telling everyone, remember, educational institution taking some services are also exempted. Educational institution giving services are also exempted. Now giving ka case mein any services which are provided, any services provided by an educational institution to its student, faculty and staff, all the services which are provided by an educational institution, any one of them, if they are giving to student, faculty and staff, SFS, services given by an educational institution to its student, faculty and staff is always exempt, whatever service it is. Done? Transportation service, sir, food given, food provided by an education institution, classes provided, extra co-curricular classes provided, whatever services are given to student, faculty and staff and any amount is charged, it will always be exempted. Educational institution providing services by way of conduct of entrance examination against entrance fees is also exempted. Always remember one thing, educational institution going ahead and doing what, everyone? Entrance exam to those students who are not yet students of that educational institution. Baba, that students ke liye who are going to be, see, after you become the student, whatever amount is charged, it will always be exempt. But if you are not yet the student of my college and we go ahead and take any entrance test and whatever fees we charge, that will also be exempted. Done, sir. Now, services taken by an educational institution is also exempt. Services given by educational institution, any service given to student, faculty and staff is exempt. Services taken, you have to remember 5 services first of all. These 5 services you have to remember, very, very important from exam point of view. Listen, transportation of student, faculty and staff. To give transportation services, if the education institution is taking transportation services, remember, if it is preschool up to 12, exempted. Catering including midday meal services. If any catering services are taken or midday meal services are being provided to an educational institution, remember this midday meal might be sponsored by government or it might be sponsored by corporates also. Or any company also, CSR activity any company is doing. They paid one person catering wala ko money and catering wala is giving food to the educational institution which is up to 12th. Remember one thing, it will always be exempted. Done. Security, cleaning, housekeeping services which are performed within the institution, within the campus is also exempted. Remember, if educational institution ke liye catering, security, cleaning, housekeeping services are provided within the campus, it is always exempt. Outside campus, it is always taxable. Admission or conduct of exam related services given to an educational institution. To conduct the exam of the student might be paper checking ka services, paper printing ka services, invigilator ka services taken by an educational institution will always be exempted. Done, sir. But if it is an educational institution up to 12th, online educational journals and periodicals I have cut. It means if an educational institution up to 12th, Baba, up to 12th, they are kids. If educational institution taking online journals, etc. ka services, it will always be taxable. It is not exempted. Done, sir. Same thing, I have written it down over here. And I have cut transportation, catering, security, cleaning, housekeeping. It means all these services, if it is provided to a college or a post-graduation college, it is always taxable. What is exempt? Only admission related service or exam, conduct of exam related services whenever it is given to a college, it is exempted. Or online educational journal and periodical services given to a college is exempted. Okay, sir? Here I have cut everything. only one admission and conduct of exam related service given to approved vocational education course provider is being exempted. So sir, if you remember this much, you will see one question in the exam. See, first of all, educational institution, you have to remember. Educational institution means any institution which is up to 12th, preschool up to 12th, colleges which are there, or post graduation colleges, or approved vocational course who is providing approved vocational course. If they are giving any service provided to student, faculty and staff, it is always exempted. Remember, now whenever they are taking services, you have to remember transportation, catering, security, conduct of exam or admission or conduct of exam related services, and online journal. Remember one thing, this is exempt, this is exempt, this is exempt, this is exempt. All these are exempted, but here this is cut. TCSAO. Okay, you write over here, this is cut, this is cut, this is cut. Only these two services given are exempted. TCSAO, all are cut. Only admission or conduct of exam related service is exempt. I hope everyone is 100% clear with this. Done sir, this point is clear. And security ke liye, here security services are exempt only if it is given within campus. Outside the campus, it will always be taxable. Done sir, this point is clear to all. Okay, now we have some circulars over here. We'll go ahead and read out the circulars also. Okay, it says maritime institutions are educational institution and courses conducted by them are also exempted. Sir, what do you mean by maritime institution? Baba, these are maritime institution basically go ahead and offer ship related courses, shipping related courses, and those are recognized courses, recognized under law. And maritime institutions going ahead and providing those courses, also the fees which is charged from the student will be exempted. Sir, services of food and beverage provided. Okay, one educational institution is there and providing services of food to their students, it is always exempt. So might be on college is there, college is itself is running a canteen and providing food to the student, then it will always be exempt. College went ahead and gave contract to one person, it gave one contract to a third party, and third party is running a canteen and serving food, that will be taxable. Remember, if educational institution itself is serving the food etc., then it is exempt. But if supplied by any other person based on contractual agreement with educational institution, always GST will be payable. For an example, your college went ahead and gave contract to one person. This person ka name is Muthu Swami, and Muthu Swami, what he is doing, he is running a canteen and he is serving food to people. Now this Muthu Swami, when he has got a contract from the college and he is selling food and beverages in the college canteen, then that guy, not the college canteen, he is running a canteen himself, then he will go ahead and charge GST. College going ahead and running a canteen and going ahead and giving you food, they will not charge GST. Next, now students ko, if college is going ahead and charging entrance test fees, eligibility certificate fees, migration fees, always remember it is exempted. Anganwadi is going ahead and providing food. Remember one thing, Anganwadi is preschool non-formal education, hence serving of food to them is always exempt. Now if there is an Anganwadi is a preschool. Okay? Now if Anganwadi ko any catering services are provided including midday meal, whether the midday meal is sponsored by government or it is sponsored by corporate, always remember anyone giving the money does not matter. If catering services are given to a preschool, it will always be exempt, whether it is sponsored by government or it is sponsored by anyone else. Donation from companies is coming, wherever. If catering services are provided to a school, it will always be exempted. The next one over here, IIM. IIM is an educational institution. Baba, IIM will fall over here. I am going ahead and providing services to student is always exempt. But remember one thing, whenever IIM is going ahead and providing services to student, if it is offering a degree, then that is exempted. But I am going ahead and offering short-term courses where the certificate is given to the student, that's all. Those short-term courses are not courses which are recognized under law, and those short-term courses ke liye whatever fees is charged, it will always be taxable. So I have written here, all long duration courses which offer degree or diploma which are basically recognized under law, for that whatever fees is charged, it is always exempt. But short-term duration courses like executive development program where just a certificate is given to the participant, whatever fees is being charged, always GST will be payable. I hope this point is clear to all. Yes, everyone, quickly give me a heads up. Are we all 100% clear till here? Are we all 100% clear? Yes, sir, we are all clear. Cholo. Let's go ahead. Everyone over here now. Next. Now here, we had gone ahead and told educational institution means what, everyone? Educational means preschool up to 12. But one point which I want to tell you. Okay, now listen here. If it's an educational institution up to 12th, anybody giving transportation services will be exempt. Now, this person to give transportation services went ahead and took one bus on rent. remember one thing, whenever anybody is giving a bus on hire to a person who is giving transportation services to school, because his service is exempt, whenever anybody is giving him bus on hire, that will also be exempt. This is entry number 22. Giving on hire motor vehicle for transportation of student, faculty and staff. In anybody is giving me motor vehicle on rent so that I can give transportation services to student, faculty and staff to a person who is providing services of transportation, student, faculty and staff up to 12, then it shall be exempt. Remember over here, so supposingly I am providing transportation service to school, my service is exempt. When I am taking motor vehicle on rent, that will also be exempted. Done, sir? This point is clear. Now, if I am going ahead and giving services to a school, college, my services given to a college, transportation service is taxable. If I am taking motor vehicle on rent, that will also be taxable. Chalo, I want to go ahead and tell you one point, everyone. I am a college. I am giving transportation services to student, faculty and staff. I am a college. I am giving transportation services to student, faculty and staff, exempted. College taking transportation service is taxable, but giving is always exempted. School up to 12, taking is also exempt, giving is also exempt. College taking is taxable, giving any service is always exempt. Transportation service is also exempt. Remember this point. I hope everyone is clear with this point. Done, sir? This point is clear. Next. You know all these central boards, state boards, etc. which are there, they are treated as what, everyone? Educational institution, only for one purpose, only for the purpose of providing services by way of conduct of exams. So your central boards, state boards which are there, which are going ahead and taking your exams, whenever they are taking your exam, only for the purpose of taking exam, they will be treated as what, everyone? Educational institution. So whenever they are conducting your exam and charging your fees, 10th ka 12th ka exam ke liye they are charging your fees, that fees will be exempted because they are treated only for that purpose of taking your exam. They are treated as educational institution. Now when they are treated as educational institution only for the purpose of taking your exam, whatever services they take to take this exam, basically to take your exam, they'll take paper printing ka service, admit card printing service, invigilator ka service, all those services also will be exempted when they take, because to conduct the exam, whatever, for conducting the exam, they are considered as educational institution. To conduct the exam, whatever services they take, that shall also be exempted. Next. So services provided by board by way of conduct of exam against fees is always exempted. Input services of conducting exam such as result publication, printing of admit card, question paper received by board will also be exempted. Now any other services like providing accreditation to institution, always GST will be payable. Remember this point, everyone. Whenever all the central boards, state boards are providing accreditation, that will always be taxable. Now here I want to put one star and draw your attention to the amendment which has come, which is entry number 66A. One new entry has been inserted. Baba, in your smart also this is there already. If you have the smart book, you should be able to see over here. Yes, this is an entry which is there. Affiliation services provided to government school. Remember one thing, all the central boards, state boards, what they go ahead and do? They affiliate schools under them, or accreditation or affiliation services are given. Remember one point, everyone. I have gone ahead and written down entry number 66 over here only in the amended chart in a simpler format. Okay? I hope you guys have downloaded this. If you have not downloaded, go to rameshsoni.com. Under rameshsoni.com, free resources, CA Final May 25 folder, you will be able to see amendments to the chart book version 11. In that, I have inserted one page and I have summarized some points and I have written over here. You can remember this additional amendments and circular in educational sector. I believe it is very, very important from exam point of view. Remember, affiliation services by central board and state board are always taxable. But if it is given to schools which are run by government, central government, state government, local authority, governmental authority and governmental entity, if they are running a school and any affiliation services are provided, it shall always be exempted. So here one clarification also was given that, sir, if affiliation services are provided to universities, it is always taxable. If affiliation services are provided by central and state board or similar bodies to government school, it is always exempted. If affiliation services are provided by central board, state board or similar bodies to non-governmental school, it is always taxable. If it is government school, it is exempt. If it is non-governmental school, it is always taxable. Remember, I believe they will ask you a small point on this in the exam. Please be very careful about it. Done. Now here one more, okay. Now the next one. Let's go to the next clarification. Is everyone 100% clear with this point? Is everyone 100% clear? So remember, affiliation services given by central board, state board to colleges, university, colleges, etc. always taxable. Affiliation services which are given by board to government school is exempt. If it is given to non-governmental school. Non-governmental school को any affiliation services given by central board, CBSE, state boards, etc. It is always taxable. Remember this point. I believe they will ask you in the exam. Very, very important. Done, sir. Now here one more point is there. We will go back. Any authority, any board which is set up by the central government, state government, including National Testing Agency NTA, which goes ahead and takes all the JEE ka exams and all, they are going ahead and telling for conduct of entrance exam for admission to an educational institution, they shall be treated as educational institution for the limited purpose of providing the services by way of conduct of entrance for admission to an educational institution. Now all these national testing agencies which are there, they go ahead and conduct JEE ka exam, any NEET ka exams, etc. So they are considered as an educational institution. They are considered as if they are an educational institution. And whenever they go ahead and conduct the exam of the student and charge any fees, they will not go ahead and charge any GST. That's all has been told over here. Now, relating to skill, before I go ahead and read this, we have gone this circular. I've gone ahead and clarified you. Flying training institution, flying training organization related. One small point is there. I've written it down over here. Only clarification. Approved, sir. Amendment you are not teaching in detail, Baba. Amendment details में amendment already one video of 7-8 hours I have gone ahead and uploaded. This is revision, so I am going ahead and quickly only revising the amendments का also quickly whatever is required. ठीक है? Approved flying training courses which are conducted by flying training organization FTO. Flying training organizations are under the DGCA. ठीक है? And they are going ahead and providing flight training courses. Their courses also, because DGCA mandates completion certificate, and Baba, those courses are also approved courses, and hence they shall also be exempted. So if I am a flying training organization and I am going ahead and giving DGCA approved courses to student, whatever fees I will go ahead and charge, it shall always be exempted. Done, sir. This point is also clear. We are done over here. Now one point which I want you guys to remember, skill related. This entry number 69 which was there, do one thing, don't read entry number 69 from here, read entry number 69 from the top. I have gone ahead and written it on the top over here. In shortcut, I have written the entry this much. If you remember, you should be able to answer in the exam. Now remember, services which are given by NSDC, National Skill Development Council, under or National Council for Vocational Education and Training, or under National Council for Vocational Education and Training, there are awarding bodies. Awarding bodies means who award certificates, etc. Or there are assessment agency who goes ahead and takes exams, okay, under the National Council for Vocational Education and Training, or training bodies under the awarding bodies. Whenever they are going ahead and providing services, remember their services are always exempted. Sir, what are you going ahead and telling? I am talking about the National Skill Development Council or National Council for Vocational Education and Training, or under the National Council for Vocational Education and Training, there are awarding bodies and assessment bodies who takes exam, or there are training bodies who goes ahead and provides training. Now, all these people who are under the NSDC and National Council for Vocational Education and Training, remember their services are being exempted. Done, sir. This point is clear. The next is, sir, services by assessing body. Assessing body means who takes assessment, who are under the Director General of Training. Their services are also exempted. And one more entry which is Deen Dayal Upadhyay Gramin Kushal Yojana ke under. If I am a training provider who is under Deen Dayal Upadhyay Gramin Kushal Yojana, then my services are also exempted. Remember, Deen Dayal training providers under Deen Dayal Upadhyay Gramin Kushal Yojana by way of offering skill or vocational training which are certified by the National Council for Vocational Education and Training, their services are also exempted. So I am a training provider under Deen Dayal Upadhyay Gramin Kushal Yojana, my services shall also be exempted. Although this skill, I have never seen exam mein question being asked, but this term you can see one small point on entry number 69. Please be very careful. I believe this chart is an A graded chart. Sir, what are the things we should be careful about? One thing which students get a lot of time confused is, remember, transportation services taken by a school and given by a school is always exempt. College giving transportation service is exempt, but taking is taxable. So you have to see whether it is given or taken. This point you please be very careful about. Done, sir. So these 3 points which I have gone ahead and written over here, these 3 points you have to be careful about. Done, sir. This entry number 69 is a beautiful point this time. Other than this amendments say you will see one small point in the exam. That's all from my point. I believe is important from exam point of view. I'll close my revision on education over here. Education related services are done. Congratulations, people. Now we'll be going ahead and moving to the next chart. Please come to the next chart, everyone. Now, everyone over here, see this insurance related services which are there. It's a C minus graded. I've never seen any question on this. I've just gone ahead and run it for the purpose of reading. We will not go ahead and spend time on reading this and wasting any time. I want you guys to read it yourself. This chart is something which you will just go through yourself. Is everyone agreeing with me that you guys can go through yourself only? Sir, heart insurance is there, exempted. Sir, self-employed women is there, exempted. Yes, Baba, this chart is something which you guys can just go through yourself. There's nothing for me to go ahead and discuss. Okay, everyone. Next. So, and sir, no sir, I want you to teach. Baba, last time ka revision mein I have done it. If you really want, you can do it from there. Let's not go ahead and waste more time on this. Please come to other services, other exemptions which are there. This other exemption, I'll go ahead and read it from the amended chart which is there. Please come to other exemptions, everyone. Other exemptions may, we will not go ahead and read all the exemption. Why, sir? Because I believe that we should do a subjective study only. How much is important from exam point of view? Those points we'll go ahead and discuss. All other points which are there, you can just quickly read them. Reading is enough. But those points which I feel are important, we'll go ahead and concentrate on that. Okay? All other exemption means all the miscellaneous exemption I've gone ahead and written over here. The first exemption which you guys have already learned over here. Going concern, services by way of going concern is always already exempt. Done, sir. This one is important from exam point of view. Listen, whenever you are going ahead and renting residential house for residential purpose to a registered person, then registered person pays GST under RCM. But if it is not registered person, so if I have a residential house which I have rented to an unregistered person, exempted. That's all. Then they have told one explanation is there. Even if you rent it out to a registered person is a proprietor of a proprietorship firm, but he is using for his personal purpose, for his own use, as his own residence, and not for the purpose of his business, not showing it as his business expense, then also it will be exempted. That's all they have gone ahead and told, and the registered person will not be required to pay any GST under RCM. It shall be exempted. Now, sir, what is the amendment point which has come over here? They have gone ahead and told, see what happened, no? All these PGs, etc., they went and told the government, sir, we are also providing residence only to students, so our service is also exempt, and hence students are unregistered people, sir. So when we are giving residence, sir, they are also coming and staying in our PGs, etc. So PGs, hostels, whenever they are giving residence, you go to a PG and you stay. So they are giving you residence. So whenever they are going ahead and charging you any amount, PGs used to say the GST will be exempted. So government specifically told this entry is not applicable to accommodation services for student in student residence, hostels, camps, PGs, etc. It means PGs, etc. Whenever they are going ahead and providing students for residence, it will always be taxable. It will not be exempt. It shall always be taxable. But then again, they went ahead and inserted one entry over here. Entry number 12A after entry number 12, and they went ahead and told all these PGs, etc., when they are providing accommodation service, if the value of supply is less than equal to 20,000 rupees per month per person, per month per student, if you are charging less than equal to 20,000, it means up to 20,000, and if you are providing accommodation for a minimum continuous period of 90 days, then your service also will be exempted. Everyone listen to me very carefully. So, sir, tell me one thing. If I am going ahead and renting out a residential property to a registered person pays GST under RCM. If I am renting out to unregistered person, it is exempted. If I am renting to registered person, but registered person is not showing as business expense, he is using for his personal purpose, then in that scenario, what they are going ahead and telling that, sir, if you are renting out residential property to a registered person, but he is using for his personal purpose, then Baba, in that scenario also it is exempted. And then they told entry number 12, which is this residential property ka renting wala entry, it is not applicable for PGs, etc. And for PGs, etc., they specifically gave one entry which goes ahead and says that if a PG guest or PG or hostel is going ahead and giving services to student and charging up to 20,000 rupees per month per student, plus per month per person they are charging up to 20,000 rupees, and the accommodation is minimum agreed more than 90 days, means minimum 90 days, then it shall be exempted. Please tell me everyone, are we clear with this entry? Yes sir, we are all clear. Done. So this I like it, this I like it. I've gone ahead and cleared with you guys. This services of business facilitator, business correspondent, we have already gone ahead and discussed. Okay, right side if you come, this point you can remember, services provided by an organizer by way of business exhibition held outside India. So if any business exhibition is being held outside India, and for that any services are provided by the organizer. So supposingly you came to me, I have organized a business exhibition outside India, and you told you want to put up a shop over there outside India, and I went ahead and provided you any services in relation to that, whatever amount I charge, it shall always be exempted. Services by an organizer to any person for business exhibition which is held outside India, whatever services I give and I charge you money, I will not go ahead and charge you any GST. Done sir, this point is clear. The next one, which one I like it, is services by foreign diplomat mission, FDM. Services by a foreign diplomat mission who is in India. Foreign diplomat mission, all these consulates, embassies, etc. All these people are foreign diplomat mission. Whatever services they are providing in India, they will not go ahead and provide, they will not go ahead and charge any GST. But services provided to, Baba, remember, provided by is exempt. By foreign diplomat mission is exempt. But services to foreign diplomat mission, it is always taxable. If I provide any services to a foreign diplomat mission, I will charge GST. If they have a UN number, they will claim a refund, but I will charge GST. It is always taxable. Remember. Done sir, this point is clear. I like this point also. Services provided to a recognized sports body by a player, referee, umpire, coach, team manager, or by one recognized sports body to another recognized sports body is always exempt. Remember here that if selectator, commentator, etc., curator, etc. is providing service, GST will always be payable. Okay, sir. Next. This point is good over here. Resident Welfare Association. Always remember one thing, RWS, Resident Welfare Services by non-profit entity registered to its own member by way of reimbursement of charges or share of contribution up to 7,500 per month per member for sourcing of goods and service from a third person for the common use of the member in a housing society is always exempt. So people, supposing there is a housing society over here, we'll go ahead and draw and quickly understand this. In a housing society, 10 flats are there, okay? And there is a resident welfare association which has been created by the housing society. Association is providing services to the member and charging 7,500 per month per member. It shall always be exempted. Now, in relation to this, there has been a small circular, and this circular is something which I always like. They can go ahead and ask a small question, so always remember, supplying of services by a resident welfare association to its member and charging 7,500 is always exempt. This is the first point. Done, sir. Secondly, sir, supposingly the resident welfare association is charging 8,000 rupees. Will it be taxable? Will it be taxable? Students will say, yes, sir, it will be taxable. But for it to be taxable, resident welfare association should be a registered person. It means its aggregate turnover should have cross registration limit. It should be registered, and then if it is charging more than 7,500, then it will be taxable. For an example, in our example over here, if supposing that resident welfare association is charging 8,000, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 flat. 8,000 into 10 flat is 80,000 into 12 months is 9.6 lakh. It means this resident welfare association ka turnover is only not crossing 20 lakhs, which is the registration limit. If it is not registered, even if it is charging 8,000, 10,000, it will not charge GST. So resident welfare association, whenever it is giving any services to the member, it will charge GST if the amount is more than 7,500 plus the association is registered. Done. Next. Sir, if association is registered, if the association is registered and it is going ahead and charging 8,000 rupees and it is charging GST to its people, sir, will the association be able to take all the input tax credit? Yes, Baba, remember, if it is registered and it is going ahead and charging GST, whatever it buys, like generator, taps, any plumber ka service, always remember it will be able to take the input tax credit, will be allowed. Done, sir. Next. Sir, supposingly I have a flat over here. In an association, I have a flat. I have two flats which are there. And so I am paying 7,500 into 2, 15,000 per month. I am over here and I have two flats. So for two flats, I am paying 15,000. Is it taxable? So is it seen per person wise or per flat wise? So they went ahead and clarified that 7,500 is per flat wise exemption which is given. So in this scenario, if I have paid 15,000, it will be exempted because 7,500 per person, and per person means per flat. Done, sir. The next question which people asked is, sir, what if the amount exceeds 7,500? For an example, the association is charging 8,000. Should it charge GST on 7,500 minus 8,000 only on 500 or total 8,000? Total 8,000. That is the clarification which was given. So in this chart, what are the important points which I want you guys to remember? This residence wala point. Done, sir. This will go ahead and remember. One point which I left. Oh no. Remember. This time amendment, one entry has been added. See, transmission and distribution of electricity by a transmission and distribution utility. Whenever that, Baba, your home mein electricity comes, electricity pe there is no GST. But we had gone ahead and learned that application fees, testing fees, meter rental, shifting charges pe always GST will come. Correct? But now one entry has been inserted where they have gone ahead and entered one entry, which is entry number 25A, and they have gone ahead and told all these meter shifting charges, all these charges which are being taken, they are ancillary services in relation to giving electricity, and hence this will also be exempted. Please remember this point. I like this point. This time this can be asked. Done, sir. Interest is always exempted. We have already learned this, sir. ठीक है. The next one, business correspondent, business facilitator वाला service with respect to rural area branch is always exempted. This we have already discussed. Then business exhibition वाला point I have already told you. Foreign diplomat वाला point, please remember. Recognized sports body वाला point. Non-profit entity, all this RW वाला circular is very important. I have told you over here. The next one, please come to the next page, everyone. Please come to the next page. If you see over here, pure labor service, these 2 points, I like it. They can go ahead and ask you a small point. So please be very careful. Listen, here they have gone ahead and told services by way of pure labor contract of construction, erection, commissioning, installation, completion. Pure labor contract. Fitting out, repair, maintenance, renovation, alteration, or original work relating to beneficiary-led housing construction or enhancements under the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. So for an example, one guy is there, government have gone ahead and given him support to, and this is the government has gone ahead and given him support under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. And this guy is going to make this house, make his own house, or he is going to get repairing done of this house. If I go ahead and provide him pure labor service, I should not go ahead and charge him any GST. Whether I am repairing his house or I am going ahead and constructing his house. Remember one thing, everyone, whether I am repairing his house or I am making a new house for this person, if this person is under the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, whatever amount I charge for pure labor services, I should not charge any GST. Remember, only pure labor service has been exempted. Done. Now, for an example, if I am not under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, but I am making a single residential house. Single residential house means which is meant for a single residential family. I am not under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. Then also, if anyone is providing me pure labor services, then he will not go ahead and charge me any GST. But what is the difference between both of them? Here, this person was under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. If you are under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana and you take pure labor services for construction of a new house or repairing of a new old house or renovation, all the 3 cases, whatever is there, there will be no GST. But here, if I take pure labor services for making a new house, only then GST is not there. If I take pure labor services for repairing, renovation, then it is always taxable. That's the difference between both of them. Remember this point. Okay, sir. I am teaching you from the amendment booklet. Chart book. Okay, sir. Done. Services by way of pure labor of construction, erection, commissioning of original work, not repairing. Here, repairing and maintenance was also included. Here, not repairing. Relating to a single residential house is also exempted. Done, sir. This point is clear. All other points you can just read and go. Not very important. Okay. You can read and go. Okay. Now here, there are some circulars which are there, amendment ka part. Let's go ahead and clear these circulars also. Is everyone there with me? Are we all 100% clear till here? Quickly give me a heads up. Are we all there, everyone? Done. People understood? Yes, sir. We are all clear till here. Chalo, we'll go ahead. Next. The next one is, in case of a loan provided by a foreign affiliate. For an example, I have a foreign affiliate, my foreign holding company is there, okay, and they have given me a loan in India by a person to a related person. They are my related person, I am in India. So importation of service from related person, you have to pay the GST under RCM. So everyone listen to me very carefully. What are they telling over here? Suppose this is my foreign holding company, foreign affiliate means my foreign holding company, okay, and they have gone ahead and given me, I am an Indian affiliate over here, Indian company over here. They are my holding company. They have given me a loan. For the loan, I am going to go ahead and pay them interest. The question which was raised was, sir, when they have gone ahead and given me a loan and I am paying the interest, do I have to pay any GST under RCM? Arey Baba sir, interest is anyways an exempt service, exempt supply of service. So for interest, do I have to pay any GST under RCM? Not required. That's all is the clarification. Everyone see here. In case of loan, which is being provided by a foreign affiliate to an Indian affiliate by a person to a related person. My foreign affiliate is a holding company. I am the subsidiary company. They have control on me. So they are my related person, where no consideration like processing fees or administrative charges. I have not paid any processing fees or any charges I have not paid. Okay? Are paid and only interest is paid. There is no supply of service between the related person or importation of service, hence no GST is payable. Remember one thing, I don't have to pay any GST under RCM if I paid only interest. But if I paid any processing fees and all, then remember they have gone ahead and given me services and it will become importation of service on which I have to pay GST under RCM. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Yes sir, this point is clear. So if I have taken any loan and for that I am paying only interest, interest is exempt supply of service, I don't have to pay any GST under RCM, not required. But if I have gone ahead and paid any processing fees, any administrative fees, then on that amount I am required to pay GST under RCM. Done. The next one, sir, entry number 44A, one more entry has been inserted, that supposing there is a governmental authority or a research association, university, college, which is notified under section number 35 of the Income Tax Act, and they are going ahead and doing any research and development for the government, and government is giving them grant. Always remember these services of doing R&D for the government and government going ahead and giving you grant will always be exempted. Entry number 44A, which is there over here, I'll show it to you. 1 minute. Foreign affiliate, we understood. Here. So it says R&D services against consideration which is received in the form of grant if you are given by whom? Governmental entity or a research association. If they are going ahead and giving R&D services, always remember one thing, and what they are receiving in turn is grant, then Baba, their services are always exempted. So basically, I have written this down, same thing in the chart over here, that sir, any governmental authority or any research association, university or college which is notified under section number 35 of the Income Tax Act, they are doing R&D services and receiving grants, then Baba, their services will always be exempted. Done. Next. One more point, entry number 10L is there, that sir, if there is an importation of services by a foreign airline company. So foreign airline company is there and they are importing services from their related person or establishment outside India. We'll go ahead and take the example of Qatar Airways. Qatar Airways is outside India. Okay, everyone, and Qatar Airways ka one office is there in India. Qatar Airways from their foreign office is going ahead and taking importation of any services are being done by them. Then they are going ahead and telling, without any consideration, if you have gone ahead and imported services, you are required to pay GST under RCM, but not required, you will be exempted. But there are some points more in this. We'll go ahead and quickly cover up that point. See, entry number 10A, importation of service by an establishment of a foreign company in India. So for an example, one foreign airline is there. Foreign airline have their office in India. So foreign airline ka office in India, if they have gone ahead and imported service by an establishment of a foreign company in India, which is an airline company, from a related person or from other establishment which is outside India. So foreign airline company is in India and they are taking importing some services from outside India. Then remember one thing, when made without any consideration, they have not paid anything, importation of service without consideration also from their own establishment. Schedule 1 told they have to pay GST under RCM, but here they are telling not required, it is exempted. But condition is they should have paid GST is paid by the establishment of the foreign airline company in India on transportation of goods and passenger as may be applicable. Qatar Airways in India, whatever transportation of goods and passengers they are doing in India, they are paying the GST. Okay. Secondly, Ministry of Civil Airline certifies that the establishment of foreign company in India is that of an airline which have been designated by the foreign government under the bilateral agreement with India. So Indian government and the foreign government have a bilateral agreement with respect to that, and Ministry of Civil Airlines certifies that a reciprocal basis designated Indian airlines are not subject to levy of similar taxes by whatever name called for the same services appearing under the entry by the government of the designated country. So sir, whatever services we are exempting in India for that foreign airline, that foreign government for our airline might be Air India. In that foreign country, Air India is also exempted from any taxes, like how we are exempting, that government in that country is also exempting our airline. Then on that condition, they are going ahead and telling if there is a foreign airline and their office is in India, whatever importation of services there, they don't have to pay any GST under RCM. I hope this point is clear. Yes, sir, this point is clear. That's all is with respect to our amendments, everyone. We have gone ahead and covered all your amendments relating to exemption also. Congratulations, people. We are done with your chapter. In this chart, what is the most important part? This two part, I like it. Baba, asking ke liye to they can go ahead and ask anything. These amendments, I go ahead and like it. Yes, that's all. I've marked all the important points also. A graded, you will see amendments, say points, you will see whatever important points I've told you. You will see approximately 6 marks in the exam. 6 to 8 marks will come from this chapter. I'll do one thing, everyone. I'll close my revision on the chapter of exemptions over here. Congratulations, people. Done. Today, at home, Baba, what will you do? Sir, we will go ahead and pick up that preparation strategy wala material which you have shared with us. Go to rameshsoni.com, free resources, download this material. In this, today you are going to cover all the questions which are there. If you are done with this question, Baba, done. No tension at all. IDT is done. Right, everyone? So tomorrow we'll go ahead and start our class, and tomorrow our target is to cover little more. Okay, everyone? Because we are little slow today. Tomorrow, mostly tomorrow we'll cover till input tax credit ka chapter. Done, everyone? Yes, sir. Done. Today, please go ahead and complete your questions from registration and exemption ka chapter. Chalo, closing my discussion for the revision till the chapter of exemption, everyone. Right, everyone? Sir, can I get full Q&A from free resources? No, Baba. Everything is not free. If you want full Q&A, you can visit rameshsoni.com and make your purchase. In the free resources, only amended questions have been provided. Chalo. Done. I'll see you guys tomorrow, everyone, when we go ahead and continue our discussion, our revision, basically. Right, everyone? Have a great day. Bye, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Chalo, let's go ahead and now move to the next chapter, everyone. Everyone settle down. Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and move ahead now. Let's go ahead, everyone. Let's go ahead. Chalo. Now we'll move to the next chapter, value of supply. A plus graded chapter, Baba. This time in the exam, you will go ahead and see 6 to 8 marks will come from this chapter. There are some amendments also. I think 6 to 8, more than that also it can come. One 6 mark question, one 4 mark question, you might be able to see 10 marks from this chapter. Okay, it's a very, very important chapter. Let's go ahead, everyone. Now, value of supply. Before we go ahead and start the chapter, let's take a quick linking, everyone. Just give me a second. We started learning GST with goods or service. Goods or service has to be supplied. Supply can be either, everyone with me, everyone. Supply can be either interstate supply, or supply can be either intrastate supply. Interstate supply, IGST will get levied. Intrastate supply, CGST will get levied. Once GST gets levied, GST has to be collected and paid by a taxable person. Sir, how will he collect? How will he pay? He will have to calculate GST, and GST is equal to value of supply into rate of tax. Here we are, everyone, wherein we have to go ahead and understand. See, once you have gone ahead and supplied the goods, okay, GST got imposed. Once GST got imposed, you have to collect and pay. Now, when you have to collect and pay, you'll have to collect and pay. That, sir, I will collect from the customer and pay it to the government. Now, for collecting GST, you'll have to calculate GST. And to calculate GST, the value of your supply should be multiplied by the rate of tax. Now, here, how to find out the value? Today, we are going to go ahead and revise from the chapter of value of supply. This value of supply is section number 15, everyone. Very, very important chapter. Everyone over here now. Value of supply. So, whenever you calculate GST, GST is value into rate of tax. Now, here is the value ascertainable is the question. If the value is ascertainable, yes, sir, then value of supply is simply the transaction value. What do you mean by transaction value? Sir, transaction value means at what price the transaction has happened between both of you. Means the price which is actually paid or the price which is payable. Okay, so for an example, you entered into class from me, you entered and paid me 2000 rupees, and then you told remaining 2000 I'll pay you later. So 2000 you are paid, 2000 is payable. So what is the value of my supply? The value of my supply is 2000 plus 2000, 4000 rupees. I hope this point is clear. Yes, sir. The price which is actually paid by you or the price payable, the price which is paid by you, that is the value of my supply, or the price which is payable by you, that is the value of my supply. When we both are not related, we should not be related, because if we are related, the price will be influenced, and plus the price should be the sole consideration. It means what you have gone ahead and paid me in return should be only money and nothing else. If something else is involved, for an example, it's a barter or it's an exchange, then Baba will have to go ahead and apply valuation rules. So first thing first, what is the value of supply? Section number 15(1) went ahead and told the value of supply is the transaction value. Then comes section number 15(2). 15(2) goes ahead and says, sir, what are the things to be included in value of supply? We have already gone ahead and learned about it. Sir, what are the things to be included? Topics. Yes, sir. TOPICS. Sir, yes, we have gone ahead and learned about this in the class. What are the things to be included in the value of supply? Remember, T for any taxes, any fees, any T for taxes, any taxes, any fees, any charges which are there, which are being charged separately, any taxes, any fees, any duties, if they are being charged, they should always be included. Then this is the first one. Any duties, any taxes, any cess, any fees other than GST, if they are charged separately, they should always be included. Remember, TCS under Income Tax Act is not to be included, because you have to write this line in the exam, everyone. You have to write this line in the exam. It's an interim levy and does not have the characteristic of tax. Remember, TCS which is charged under Income Tax Act is not to be included in the value of supply, because it's an interim levy. It's just levied for the time being. It's not a final tax, and hence it is not to be included in the value of supply. So here you have to remember, T for TCS is not to be included. Done, sir. Very good, very good, very good, everyone. O for obligation of supplier met by recipient. So anything which I have gone ahead and paid for the supplier ka obligation made by the recipient, that should always be included in the value of supply of the supplier. Supplier went ahead and supplied me a machine for 1 lakh rupees. I went ahead and made some payment to his friend on his behalf, might be to his vendors on his behalf, 20,000 rupees. Remember, if I am paying him 1 lakh plus on his behalf I am paying the vendor 20,000 rupees, sir, here the value of his supply will become 1 lakh plus 20,000 rupees which I have gone ahead and paid on his behalf. Done, sir. Second point over here, obligation of supplier made by the recipient. If it is not included, you have to go ahead and include. The third one which I go ahead and say over here is packing charges. Remember, packing can be normal packing, special packing, whatever packing. Packing is always to be included in the value of supply. The next one, I for, sir, P for packing charges, you have already gone ahead and told. Yes, sir. The next one, I for incidental charges. Incidental, any incidental expenses, any incidental charges which I have gone ahead and charged. Means if the supplier has gone ahead and charged me anything, any incidental expenses, if he has gone ahead and charged, that will also be included in the value of supply. That is what is being told. Any incidental expenses which are being charged has to be included in the value of supply. Remember this point, everyone. Any incidental expenses, including selling commission. Commission, I'll go ahead and tell you over here. C for commission it is. And remember, commission may only selling commission you have to go ahead and include. But if it is buying commission, In the exam, if they tell you buying commission, if they go ahead and tell you purchase commission, Baba, remember one thing, purchase commission means, purchase means buying commission, etc. never to be included in the value of supply. Remember this point, everyone. Okay, sir. I for the next one over here, and here it says any amount charged for anything done by the supplier with respect to the supply at the time of or before the delivery of the goods or service. So if any amount has been charged by my supplier, that also has to be included in the value of supply. So remember one thing, ठीक है, if my supplier goes ahead and charges me any incidental expenses, any amount he has gone ahead and charged me, that will be included in the value of supply. The next one over here is I for IPL, interest, penalty and late fee. Always remember, IPL should always be included in your value of supply. Now here, one point which you should always remember in your exam, if the interest portion has been given, interest, if you are going ahead and including in the value of supply, always remember, interest say you should always exclude the GST portion and then include in your value of supply. Sir, but can we assume otherwise? You can assume otherwise, but I have seen maximum of the question mein what they have gone ahead and assumed is interest, penalty and late fee ka amount is always deemed to be inclusive of the value, and hence we exclude it and then we include the amount in the value of supply. So interest say we should always exclude the GST amount and then include it in the value of supply. Done, sir. This point is clear. We'll remember. And sir, whatever assumption you take, students, whatever assumption you take, you should write the assumption correctly and come. It says interest, penalty and late fee for delayed payment. Interest, penalty and late fee should always be included. Interest, penalty and late fee always assume inclusive of GST and hence do a back calculation, amount divided by 100 plus rate into 100 and then only include in your value of supply. GST should not be included in your value of supply. But it says if rate is not given in your question only, never assume 18%. No. If rate is not given in the question, then Baba, complete amount of IPL can be taken in the value of supply. You can take the complete amount in your value of supply. Done, sir. The next one over here is subsidies which are directly linked to price. Always remember, any subsidy which you have gone ahead and received which is directly impacting your price, because of which your price has come down. Remember, any subsidy which you have received which is directly impacting your price, that subsidy should always be included. If your price has come down, remember in your question if they have gone ahead and given subsidy has been received and the price has been reduced, or the price has already, subsidy has been considered, it means the price has come down, please go ahead and add it back. But if it is government subsidy, please do not add it back. That's all you have to remember. So sir, in the question you have to see, they'll tell you subsidy received, because after receipt of the subsidy, this is the price. It means your price has already been reduced. Now remember one thing, add it back if it is normal subsidy. If it is government subsidy, don't add it back. That's all, everyone. I hope this point is clear. Yes sir, point is clear as for subsidies, but not central government or state government subsidies. Chalo. Tell me one thing, everyone. What are the various things which you have to go ahead and include in the value of supply? First of all, remember one thing. Value of supply is the transaction value. In the transaction value, you should always go ahead and include topics. What are topics, everyone? T for any taxes, any cess, any fees other than GST has to be included. Done, sir. Then second one, obligation of the supplier made by the recipient. If I have gone ahead and paid, that should be included. P for packing charges, any packing which is the special packing, this packing, that packing should be included. I for incidental charges, incidental expenses should always be included. Then sir, again I, interest, penalty and late fee should be included. C may commission may remember only selling commission should be included. If it is buying commission, purchase commission, never go ahead and include. As for subsidies, done sir, this point is clear. And in taxes, remember TCS is never to be included. TCS, which is Charge on Income Tax Act, never to be included. Done sir, this point is clear. The next one is section number 15.3. People, tell me one thing. We learned section number 15 में section number 15.1 transaction value, correct? Section number 15.2 TOPIICS. Section number 15.3 talks about discount. Remember one thing, any discount which is being given at the time of supply means, supposingly you came to my shop, you went ahead and bought a mobile phone for 10,000 rupees. I went ahead and immediately gave you a discount of 1,000. I've recorded it in the invoice. So 10,000 ka mobile phone I went ahead and sold you. I gave you a discount of 1,000. The value of supply always will be 9,000 rupees. Discount which is given at the time of supplying, recorded in the invoice, should never be included in the value of supply. This will be the value of supply. Discount will never be included in your value of supply. Done, sir. Then it goes ahead and says, so discount given before or at the time of supply which is recorded in the invoice do not include in the value of supply. ठीक है, any discount by whatever name called, it should be cash discount, trade discount, whatever name called, if it is given at the time of supply plus it is recorded in the invoice. Remember, it is recorded means in the invoice the discount is shown, it is given at the time of supply, that discount should be excluded. But discount is given after supplying. Year end discount, turnover based discount, then baba, three conditions are to be satisfied. Can students tell me what are the three conditions? What are the three conditions to be satisfied if discount is given after supplying? What are the three conditions to be satisfied if discount is given after? Can you tell me, everyone? Yes, sir. We all remember discount is given after. Then the three conditions which are to be satisfied is Ali condition. A for agreement. Means between the seller and the buyer there should be a prior agreement. There should be a prior agreement that I will go ahead and give you discount at the year end. Okay, prior agreement. Secondly, when I've gone ahead and given you a discount, for the discount I should be going ahead. Specifically, I should link the credit note, make the credit note and give it to you. Means discount ke saath I should, for the discount I should be able to specifically link that this invoice related this much amount of discount I've gone ahead and given at the year end, and I should be able to issue a credit note. And thirdly, you should go ahead, L for linking to invoice. Okay, everyone. And thirdly, when I went ahead and issued you a credit note, everyone, I am the supplier. Everyone listen carefully. I am the supplier, you are the recipient. I am the supplier, you are the recipient. On the basis of my credit note, you should go ahead and reverse the credit. So only if you go ahead and reverse the credit. Ali, I for ITC has been reversed. So A for prior agreement, A for agreement, L for linking to invoice, and I for ITC reversal. ITC reversal by whom? Recipient. So if you go ahead, so first of all, I went ahead and already did your supply. Later at the year end, I went ahead and gave you some discount. So if I went ahead and gave you some discount at the year end, then for that discount, my value of supply will come down only if three conditions are satisfied. Number one, we had a prior agreement. Secondly, linking to the invoice, I went ahead and gave you a credit note, and based on the credit note, you have reversed your credit. Now, if you don't reverse your credit, I will not get an adjustment in my liability. Means my liability in that month will not come down. If you don't reverse your credit, if you don't reduce your credit, if you don't reverse your credit, my liability will not come down. Okay, everyone? It means my value of supply will not be reduced. Okay? Now, here, whether my recipient has actually reversed the credit or not, whether my recipient has actually reversed the credit or not, sir, how will I know? So, for this, government have gone ahead and issued one clarification, which I've gone ahead and written in the amended chart, that sir, mechanism to verify compliance of ITC reversal by the recipient. Whether my recipient has actually reversed the credit or not, how will I come to know? Me being the supplier, I have to make sure that my recipient has gone ahead and reversed the credit. How will I come to know? They have gone ahead and told that sir, the mechanism is very simple. Number one, if the amount is more than 5 lakh rupees, the amount is more than how much, everyone? 5 lakh rupees. Then remember, supplier to procure a CA certificate from the recipient. If the amount of reversal is more than 5 lakh rupees, then remember you have to take a CA certificate. Whenever I say CA, wherever in the revision I am telling CA, CA means a chart accountant or a cost accountant. Done, sir. If the amount is less than equal to 5 lakh rupees, you can just, means if the amount is up to 5 lakh rupees, then sir, just take an undertaking from the recipient that he has reversed the credit, and that will be enough. Done. This is good point from exam point of view. Please be very careful about it. Done, sir. And this I've gone ahead and given in the amended chart. I hope you guys have already downloaded the amended chart. Please tell me, everyone, are we all 100% clear, sir? So if Ali condition is being satisfied, then the discount has to be excluded. I somewhere feel that in the exam this time you will see one small point on this discount wala point. The discount given after, will this discount be, there will be a big question. In the big question, they will give you a discount ka point over there. Please be very careful about it. And then they will go ahead and say, is this discount allowed to be reduced? If it is allowed to be reduced, you will have to say, please prescribe the correct document which is there. So you can go ahead and say, since the amount is exceeding 5 lakh rupees, CA certificate will be required. Or you can go ahead and say, since the amount is less than 5 lakh rupees, a undertaking from the recipient will suffice. Done, everyone. Next, sir, if Ali condition is not satisfied, any of the Ali condition is not satisfied, then what will happen? Discount will not be excluded. It means the value of supply will not be allowed to be reduced over here. Done, sir. Point is clear. Chalo, let's go ahead. Everyone over here now. Note, sir, refundable deposit. Baba, everyone over here now. Refundable deposit. Do not. Yes, Baba, ITC. Correct. It's the amount of credit. Anaya Shravan, it's the amount of credit. Refundable deposit do not constitute consideration, hence do not include in the value of supply. Always remember one thing, everyone. Refundable deposit, if by chance they go ahead and give you in the question any point relating to refundable deposit, refundable deposits are never consideration. Remember this point, everyone, and it should never be included in the value of supply. So here we are done with section number 15. Everyone, please quickly tell me. Section number 15 we learned section number 15.1. Section number 15.1 told value of supply is the transaction value. Section number 15.2 went ahead and told about topics, TOPIICS. Section number 15.3 told about discount. Discount may they went ahead and told discount given before or at the time of supply and discount given after. Discount given before should and recorded in the invoice. Always go ahead and exclude. Discount given after Ali condition satisfied, it will be excluded. If Ali condition is not satisfied, not to be excluded. I hope everyone is clear. Quickly give me a heads up, everyone. I can't see likes in the video. You will have to quickly go ahead and give me like saying, sir, we have gone ahead and understood. Chalo. Done. Okay, very good. Chalo, we'll go ahead and now move to the next one. The next one is section number 15.4. Section number 15.4 goes ahead and says, where the value cannot be determined under subsection 1, means you are not going to take the transaction value. You are not taking the transaction value. Then you have to apply rule number 27 to 31, which goes ahead and talks about valuation rules which are there. Okay, everyone, valuation rule. Baba, one thing remember, section number 15.1, 15.2 and 15.3 pe, please do one question on the finding out the value of supply and then go for exam. It is very important to do one question. Okay? Now, section number 15.4 goes ahead and says, when the value cannot be determined by, basically you can't go ahead and find out the value under subsection 1. Subsection 1 means the transaction value cannot be taken. Then might be the parties are related, might be money is not the sole consideration, other than money something else is involved. Then everyone listen to me very carefully. Then they are going ahead and telling, please apply valuation rule 27 to 31. It says now 27, 28, 29, 30 and 31. Everyone listen to me very carefully now. Everyone over here now. Value of supply when money is not the whole consideration. So if there is a barter, for an example, I went ahead and gave you class, you went ahead and gave me money, plus you gave me your gold chain. So it goes ahead and says over here, when money is not the whole consideration, what is the value of my supply? It says open market value of such supply. Whatever is my open market value, whatever price at which I openly give in the market my supply, that is the open market value. If that is available, that is the value of supply. Sir, I went ahead and gave you a class, you gave me money, plus you gave me a gold chain. What is the value of my supply? Whatever is the open market value. If open market value is not available, then Baba, go ahead. Whatever the money you gave plus whatever the gold chain you gave, fair market value of that item will be taken and that will become my value of supply. Sir, if money I know, but fair market value of that additional consideration I am not able to find out, then what to do? Then they are going ahead and telling Ramesh, do one thing. Whatever supply you have gone ahead and given, of that similar kind of supply, what is the like kind and quality ka, what is the value that you can go ahead and take? Value of goods and service or both of like kind and quality, yes sir, that is available, that will become the value of supply. If that is also not available, then you have to go ahead and see whatever money you have given plus the additional consideration, that gold chain, supposingly something else you had gone ahead and given of which fair market value is not available, then that money plus the additional consideration, monetary value of that additional consideration, we will go ahead and find it out by applying valuation rule number 30, which goes ahead and says whatever is the additional consideration of that, whatever was the cost to the recipient, means I have gone ahead and given the service to you, whatever was your cost of that 110% value is equal to 110% of cost of acquisition or cost of production or cost of providing the service. Sir, if 30K through I am not able to find out additional consideration ka value, then you have to apply valuation rule number 31, which is residual method, best judgment method. Apply your brain and find it out. It says using reasonable means, you have to find out the value, applying section number 15 and the earlier rules which are there. Done, sir. This point is clear. The next one. The next one. So people tell me one thing, 27 went in and told what? Open market value. If open market value of my supply is not there, what you gave me money plus the additional consideration ka value. Sir, if that is also not there, whatever I have given of that like, kind and quality can be taken. Sir, if that is not there, then whatever money you have given plus additional consideration ka value, I'll find out by applying rule number 30 and rule number 31 which is there. Done, sir. Then value of supply between related person or distinct person. This is very, very important from exam point of view. This time you will see one small question on this. Rule number 28 has an amendment also, and you will see one small question of 4 to 5 marks in your exam which is there. Okay? So please carefully listen. Value of supply between related person or distinct person except through an agent. Sir, except through an agent means, sir, for agent the valuation rule number 29 always covers. Sir, but ICI ka material mein they have gone ahead and covered in 28. But don't worry about it. You can use valuation rule number 29 and go ahead and do it. No worry at all. You will get the marks. Okay, everyone? Here. Value of supply between related person or distinct person except through an agent, because agents are being covered in rule number 29 which is there. Sole agent, normal agent, whichever agent is there, agent is always covered in valuation rule number 29. Okay, sir. Now, so sir, if I going ahead and supplying to my related person, what will the value of my supply? Whatever I have supplied to my related person, of that supply open market value has to be taken. Okay, sir. If open market value is not there, then whatever I have supplied to my related person or distinct person, sir, you can go ahead and take the like, kind and quality ka value. Sir, either take the open market value. If open market value is not there, like, kind and quality ka value. Okay, sir. If that is not there, what I have gone ahead and supplied to my related person, of that you can take 110%. Basically, rule number 30 goes ahead and says, Ramesh, whatever you have supplied to a related person or distinct person, whatever was your cost of that 110%. Okay, sir. If that is not there, please apply your brain residual method to be applied. Now here, this points which are there, these provisos which are there become very important from exam point of view. Listen. In this proviso, it goes ahead and says, if I have gone ahead and supplied to my related person or distinct person, and the recipient is going to supply, if the goods are further supplied, means I went ahead and supplied to my related person or distinct person, and that person is going to supply it further as such, same to same, he is not going to do any processing and he is going to supply, then the value at the option of the supplier, at my option, the value will be either I can follow this normal method which you have learned, or 90% of the price charged for like, kind and quality by the recipient to his customer who is not a related person. So if I've gone ahead and supplied, everyone listen to me very carefully. If I've gone ahead and supplied to my related person, this is my related person over here. If I've gone ahead and supplied to him, what will be the value of my supply? They went ahead and told if he is going to supply the goods as such as it is, then sir, he might be supplying some like, kind and quality. Some like, kind and quality might be someone else might be supplying to this person, and he might be supplying like, kind and quality to unrelated people. The like, kind and quality ka value ka 90% can be taken as your value of supply. That's all has been told over here. You can go ahead and take 90% of the price charge, not of your supply. No. Whatever is the like, kind and quality item being supplied by him, of that 90% can be taken. Done, sir. This point is clear. 90% of the price charge for like, kind and quality by the recipient to his customer who are not related person. Done, sir. This point is clear. If the recipient, again one more proviso is there. If you don't want to apply this, you can apply this proviso also. What is it going ahead and telling? Whatever is beneficial, you can go ahead and do. Done. It says if recipient is eligible for full ITC. For an example, I went ahead and supplied to my distinct person, and this distinct person is a registered person who can take full ITC over here. Whatever I am giving to him, he can take full ITC. Then Baba, whatever is the invoice value, I go ahead and declare that invoice value, that will become my value of supply. That's all they are going ahead and telling. The value declared in the invoice will be deemed as the open market value. I hope this point is clear to all. Quickly go ahead and tell, are we all 100% clear? Quickly go ahead and tell me, everyone, are we all 100% clear with both the provisos? Because I think this is very, very important. Now, I'll go to the amendment chart which is there, amended chart which is there. But before that, everyone should tell me, are we all 100% clear with this point? Yes sir, clear, done. ठीक है. If the recipient is eligible for full ITC, yes, then invoice value will be deemed as the open market value and that will only become the value of supply. Clear. ठीक है. Now listen. This 28.2 which is there, I'll go ahead and talk from the amended chart which is there. Over here everyone, over here. See, the value of supply by a supplier to the recipient who is a related person in India. This word in India was missing, so they have corrected that. Now this word in India has to be inserted. I'll show it to you from the amended booklet also. Rule number 28(2) में they have told, notwithstanding anything in subsection 1, ठीक है, subrule 1, the value of supply means don't follow subrule 1 for this. The value of supply to a recipient who is a related person located in India by way of providing corporate guarantee. Baba, corporate guarantee का case में, so I am a holding company, my subsidiary company is there, my subsidiary company wants bank से loan, so I went ahead and gave the bank corporate guarantee so that the bank can go ahead and give the loan to my subsidiary company. In this scenario, when I am going ahead and giving services to my subsidiary company or my related person by way of guaranteeing their loan, what will be the value of my supply? That is what is being told over here. That sir, so for an example, I'll quickly tell you. This is the holding company. This is the holding company over here. ठीक है, and this is the subsidiary company over here. Subsidiary company wants a loan. So subsidiary company went ahead and told me this is the subsidiary company. I am the holding company and this is the bank. Subsidiary company went ahead and told me I want a loan. Can you go ahead and give guarantee to the bank? So I went ahead and gave a corporate guarantee to the bank saying, bank, please go ahead and give the loan to my subsidiary company which is there. So when I go ahead and give a corporate guarantee, in this scenario, bank will go ahead and give a loan to my subsidiary company. So basically, I've gone ahead and given a service to my subsidiary company wherein now what will be the value of supply over here is the question. So they have gone ahead and told the value of supply will be whatever is the guarantee. Supposingly, I've gone ahead and guaranteed a loan of 100 crore rupees. So they have gone ahead and told, sir, value of supply of service to a recipient who is a related person in India, means you should have gone ahead and given corporate guarantee for your related person who is in India. By way of corporate guarantee is 1% of the amount of such guarantee offered per annum. Means every year it is going to be 1% per annum. So 100 crore ka guarantee if I have gone ahead and given, 100 crore ka loan ke liye if I have given guarantee, 1% means 1 crore or the actual consideration whichever is higher, and it is per annum means every year ke liye it is there. ठीक है सर, डन. तो supposingly I have gone ahead and given corporate guarantee for my subsidiary company to the bank for 100 crore rupees. 100 crore ka 1% is 1 crore or whatever is the actual consideration they have given me. If they have gone ahead and given me supposingly 50 lakh rupees, which is higher over here, so the value of my supply is 1 crore rupees over here. That's all has been told. And the same thing I have gone ahead and corrected over here. Please remember this. I like this point. It is very, very important from exam point of view. And now one more thing over here. Supposingly I am a holding company and no, one can be outside India, one can be in India, but the recipient should be in India. To a recipient who is a related person in India. So my holding company can go ahead and give me some corporate guarantee in India also. My holding company is in India or my holding company can be from outside India also. No problem. Okay? But recipient should be in India. Everyone over here now, the next one. Then it goes ahead and says, now over here, one more point which they have gone ahead and inserted is, see here, one proviso they have gone ahead and inserted over here in subrule 2 also. They have gone ahead and told where the recipient is eligible for full ITC, the value declared in the invoice shall be deemed to be the value of such services. What does it say? Where the recipient is eligible for full ITC. So for example, this is the holding company. Holding company has gone ahead and given corporate guarantee for the subsidiary company, and subsidiary company is a registered person can take ITC. Then sir, whatever is the invoice value, that will be as the value of supply because the recipient is eligible for full ITC. So what I've gone ahead and done over here, I've told the second one which was there, the proviso which was there is applicable for this also. I hope this point is clear. People, can we go ahead? Quickly tell me, are we all 100% clear with this point? Can we go ahead? Yes, sir. We are clear with this point. Chalo, we'll go ahead. Now, for this corporate guarantee, one circular is there down. Please come to page number 7.8 in your smart. We will go ahead and do the circular also quickly. I believe one question will come from the circular. Very, very important circular from exam point of view. Everyone over here now, listen. Clarification on various issues pertaining to taxability and valuation of services of providing corporate guarantee between related person. Number 1, applicability of subrule 2 of Rule 28 to corporate guarantees issued. Now, what they are going ahead and telling, sir, this rule which is there, corporate guarantee related rule 1% or the actual consideration whichever is higher, this corporate guarantee ka valuation ka rule was actually introduced. Sir, it was actually introduced from what? 26th October 2023. Sir, what about any corporate guarantees which were given before? Then they are going ahead and telling if any corporate guarantees was given before, this rule was not there, but rule number 28 was there, which used to go ahead and say any value of supply between related person, open market value, if not there, like, kind and quality 30 and 31, and 2 provisos of sub rule 1 was there, that can be taken into consideration and you can find out the value. It says for corporate guarantees issued before or renewed before 26 October, the value is to be done as per rule 28 as it existed before the inserting of sub rule 2. Means by applying this valuation rule, normally you can go ahead and find out the value, because corporate guarantee related this sub rule 2 was inserted on 26 October 2023. After that, whatever corporate guarantees are given for corporate guarantees issued or renewed on or after 26th October, the valuation is to be done as per sub rule 28.2. Not very important from exam point of view. Okay. Determine the value of supply for a corporate guarantee when the loan is partly or not availed and the ITC eligibility before the total loan disbursement. What happened over here? I went ahead and gave corporate guarantee to the bank for 100 crore rupees, but my subsidiary company has actually gone ahead and taken only 50 crore ka loan. So 1% of 100 crore will come or 1% of 50 crore will come. They went ahead and told, beta, corporate guarantee given, you have given a guarantee for 100 crore, to 1% of 100 crore or the actual consideration whichever is higher. It does not matter how much the loan was disbursed. That's all. They have gone ahead and told the value of corporate guarantee is based on the guarantee amount and not the disbursement amount. Means the bank would have actually given only 50 crore ka disbursement, but it does not matter. If I have gone ahead and given guarantee for 100 crore rupees, 100 crore which is the guarantee I have gone ahead and given, disbursement does not matter. Done. The recipient of the corporate guarantee can avail ITC regardless of the loan disbursement timing or disbursement amount. Means I went ahead and gave corporate guarantee for 100 crore rupees, 100 crore ka 1% or the actual consideration whichever is higher is the value of my supply. And on that, whatever is the GST being charged, my recipient can go ahead and take the ITC. There is no problem at all. Simply the recipient can take the ITC. Done, sir. Next. It does not matter when the disbursement will happen. That time he'll take the ITC. No. This point is good point. Please be very careful. They can go ahead and give you a small question in the exam. They will tell, sir, Ram, the holding company, went ahead and gave corporate guarantee for Shyam. And but Shyam has actually taken disbursement of only 50 crore rupees. 100 crore ka guarantee was given, 50 crore disbursement taken. What will be the value of supply? You have to take 1% of 100 crore or the actual consideration whichever is higher. Please be very careful about it. Very, very important. Done, sir. Applicability of GST in case of takeover of existing loan on an assigned corporate guarantee. Sir, for an example, I have gone ahead and given corporate guarantee to one bank, Axis Bank. And now Axis Bank loan has been taken over by HDFC Bank. In this scenario, the existing corporate guarantee is continuing, so there is no GST impact at all. They are going ahead and telling no GST impact unless a fresh corporate guarantee is issued or the existing corporate guarantee is renewed. Unless there is any renewal or any fresh corporate guarantee given, if loan has been taken over by another bank, then remember one thing, there is no value, there is no GST impact which is there. Next. Amount of which GST is payable when corporate guarantee is provided by multiple entities or co-guarantor. Again, I like this point over here. They can go ahead and ask you one question on this point. Remember. So, what does it say? Supposingly, a company is there, C Limited. C Limited ka loan has been guaranteed by A also and B also. Co-guarantors. There are two guarantors who are going ahead and giving the guarantee. So, nothing over here. Whatever the total amount guaranteed, supposingly 50 crore has been guaranteed by A Limited, 50 crore has been guaranteed by B Limited. What is the total amount of guarantee? 100 crore. 100 crore ka 1% or the actual consideration payable to both of them ka sum total, whichever is higher, that will become the value of supply. It says if the total consideration paid or payable to the co-guarantor is higher than 1% of the guaranteed amount. Sir, supposingly 50 crore was guaranteed by one entity, 50 crore was guaranteed by one entity. A Limited, B Limited guaranteed the loan of C Limited. A Limited guaranteed 50 crore, B Limited guaranteed 50 crore. 50 crore ka 1% is how much, everyone? Sir, it is 50 lakh rupees and 50 lakh rupees. So total is 100 lakh rupees. Actual consideration supposingly, which was paid by C to both of them, is supposingly 50 lakh rupees over here. Which is higher? Sir, 100 lakh is higher. So that is the value of supply. So it goes ahead and says GST is payable if actual consideration is higher. Okay? So I'll go ahead and say if the actual consideration is 150 lakh. Total consideration which is paid to both of them is 150 lakh. But 1% is only 100 lakh. What is the value of the supply? The value of the supply will be the actual consideration. But if the total consideration is less than, so sir, if the total consideration is supposingly only 50 lakh, then they are going in and telling GST is payable by each of the guarantor proportionately on the 1% of the amount. Basically, 1% of the amount means, sir, for him it will be 50 lakh and for him it will be 50 lakh rupees pay 1%, which is 50 lakh, 50 lakh. On this, they will go ahead and charge GST. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Yes, sir, this point is clear. Where intra-group corporate guarantee is issued, whether GST is to be paid by the recipient under reverse charge, as in absence of actual invoice and payment, the recipient entity may not be able to take the ITC by the domestic guarantor. Now here, see Baba, who will go ahead and issue the invoice is my question to all of you. They have gone ahead and told where intra-group guarantee means my holding company has gone ahead and given guarantee for me is issued, whether GST may be paid by the recipient under reverse charge mechanism. Baba, why reverse charge mechanism? If my guarantor is in India, he will go ahead and charge me GST under forward charge mechanism. He will go ahead and issue me an invoice and he will charge me the GST. But if my guarantor is outside India, then I will have to go ahead and make a self invoice and I have to pay the GST under RCM. That's all. See, domestic guarantees ka case mein GST is to be paid under forward charge mechanism. The supplier of the corporate guarantee must issue a tax invoice under section number 31. But if it's a foreign guarantee, foreign overseas has gone ahead and given a guarantee, then if the guarantee is provided by foreign entity to a related person in India, GST is payable under reverse charge mechanism by the recipient who is in India. So if supplier is outside India and I am in India and I have gone ahead and taken the corporate guarantee, it's an importation of service and I should make my self invoice, pay the GST under RCM. That's all, everyone. Next. Whether the discharge of tax liability on corporate guarantee, 1% of such guarantee offered is to be done one time or on yearly basis or on monthly basis, and when issued for a fixed term, say 5 year or 10 year, as per the tenor of the loan. So it goes ahead and says over here, sir, this 1% of the corporate guarantee which is there, I should pay it one time or I should pay it every year or I should pay the GST every monthly. See everyone, whether the discharge of tax means the GST liability on corporate guarantee of 1% of such guarantee offered. So sir, supposingly 100 crore ka guarantee was given, 100 crore ka 1% is 1 crore, 1 crore ka 18% GST I have to pay. Whether I have to pay it every month, whether I have to pay it once in one for 5 years time, how it is to be done. So they have gone ahead and told the value of corporate guarantee is 1% of the guarantee amount per annum or the actual consideration whichever is higher. Okay? The value of supply of services of providing corporate guarantee for a particular number of years shall be 1% of the guaranteed amount multiplied by. So if I have gone ahead and given guarantee, for your loan, supposingly for 5 years, it says 1% of the guaranteed amount into the number of years. So sir, I have gone ahead and given guarantee supposingly for 100 crore rupees for 5 years. So it says, sir, 5 years, then do one thing. Of this 1% means 1 crore into 5 is 5 crore rupees, or the actual consideration. Supposingly, I have received actual consideration from you for 2 crore rupees, whichever is higher, I should go ahead and charge you GST on 5 crore rupees over here. It says, or the actual consideration, whichever is higher. And then it goes ahead and says, for guarantees less than a year. Sir, supposingly, my corporate guarantee has been given by the holding company only for 6 months, then it says, the value is proportionate. It means, sir, for 6 months, it will be 100 crore ka 0.5%. 0.5% means what, everyone? Sir, 0.5% means only 50 lakh rupees or the actual consideration. 0.5% or the actual consideration, whichever is higher. In your exam, please be very careful about it. They'll tell you Ram Limited has offered corporate guarantee for Sham Limited and the corporate guarantee is for 100 crore, 100 crore, and it is for 5 years, and the actual consideration is this amount. What will be the value of corporate guarantee and how much will be the GST? So always remember, whatever is the amount of corporate guarantee multiplied by the number of into 1% multiplied by the number of years, or the actual consideration which is paid, whichever is higher is the value of corporate guarantee. On that, the GST should be charged. This point is good point, everyone. Please be very careful. Next, whether the benefit of second proviso, which states that the value declared in the invoice is deemed as the open market value, is available to the recipient of service, is not applicable to the cases. Baba, very simple it is. They are going ahead and telling, is the second proviso which is there, is the second proviso available to corporate guarantees also? Yes, Baba, they have simply clarified this thing. In case of corporate guarantee provided between related person, where full ITC is available to the recipient, the value which is declared in the invoice is deemed as the value of the services. So for an example, voice is breaking. Please tell me, is the voice breaking or voice is fine? So it goes ahead and says over here. So supposingly, Baba, anyways, remember one thing. If my recipient is eligible for full ITC, I am the holding company and he is the subsidiary company over here, and I have gone ahead and given corporate guarantee. In that scenario, it is not necessary 1% or the actual consideration whichever is higher to be shown, nothing. Even whatever value I declared in the invoice, that will become the value of supply. Remember one thing, whatever value I declared in the invoice, that will become the value of supply. Whether the valuation of rule number 28(2) of the rules will apply to export of services or providing corporate guarantee between related person. Listen, I am in India, I have given corporate guarantee outside India. Will rule number 28(2) be applicable? Clear? Quickly tell me, everyone. People, you have to tell me yes or no. I am in India, I have gone ahead and given corporate guarantee to a person outside India. Recipient is outside India. Is rule number 28(2) applicable? Is rule 28(2) applicable? Quickly tell me. I am in India, recipient is outside India. No, no, no. Very good. The recipient should be in India. The recipient should be in India. Yes, very good. Only then the rule is applicable. Very good. It says over here, the provisions of sub-rule shall not apply to the export of services because this rule is applicable only when the recipient is located in India. Very good, everyone. Remember, the rule is applicable only when the recipient is in India. Done, sir. ठीक है. चलो, please come back to your chart book, everyone. Please come back to your chart book. Very, very important. Very, very important. Rule number 28(2). Rule number 28(2). Rule number 28(2). Very, very important, everyone. Rule number 28(2). Now listen. Then we have valuation rule number 29, which is there. Valuation rule number 29 goes ahead and talks about agent. Agent ka case mein, what will become the value of supply? The value of supply over here in case of no Baba Salini, amendment video is there, detailed. You can go ahead and learn from that. Okay? Value of supply of goods made or received through agent. Value of supply of goods made or supplied through agent. So if supposingly I am going in and supplying something through my agent, then what will be the value of my supply? So sir, I am the principal, there is my agent, through him I am going in and supplying, then what will be the value of supply? They have told, sir, open market value of the goods. So if I am going in and supplying through my agent any goods, what will be the value of supply between me and my agent? It says open market value of the goods, or option is there, 90% of the price charged for the supply of the goods of like kind and quality by the recipient to his customer who are not related person. Chalo, I'll go ahead and quickly tell you. I am over here. I am the principal. One more principal is over here, and this is the agent over here. I went ahead and supplied, supposingly, almonds to my agent. What will be the value of supply over here? They are going ahead and telling what will be the value of supply over here. Now, supposingly, he has also gone ahead and supplied the almonds to the agent. An agent is going ahead and supplying outside India. No, sorry. Agent is going ahead and supplying this almonds, which he has gone ahead and supplied, which is like kind and quality. He is going ahead and supplying. So whatever price, like kind and quality he is going ahead and supplying, of that 90% will become my value supply. So sir, whenever you are going ahead and supplying to your agent, either go ahead and take the open market value of your goods, or agent is supplying like kind and quality. Whatever like kind and quality is being supplied by the agent, of that 90% can be taken as the value of your supply. Remember this point. Everyone over here now. So it goes ahead and says open market value or like kind and quality, or open market value or like kind and quality ka 90%. Remember, not the value of the item which he has supplied, not the item which you have given to him, of that 90% nahi. Like kind and quality ka 90% should be taken. Next. Then it goes over here. If you don't have this, sir, it is or over here. So whichever is more beneficial, you can go ahead and take. And after this comes rule number 30, and then comes rule number 31. So here we are done with valuation rule number 27, 28, 29, 30 and 31. What is valuation rule number 28? We have gone ahead and learned 28 as open market value, like kind and quality, 30 and 31. And sir, valuation rule number 29, which went ahead and told about agent, is open market value or 90% of the price charged for like kind and quality. Then you have to apply 30 and 31. This time for your exam, valuation rule number 28 is very, very important. A graded Baba. They will go ahead and ask a small question on this corporate guarantee, which I have gone ahead and told you over here. Chalo, everyone over here now. Next. Now we are going to talk about section number 15, 1 done, 15, 2 done, 15, 3 done, 15, 4 done. Now section number 15, 5. Everyone quickly give me a heads up. Are we all 100% clear till here? Whatever doubts I am ignoring, kindly hold it. We'll discuss at the end of the class. Not required now. Shiva, after the class. Chalo, are we all 100% clear till here? Chalo. The next one over here is valuation rule number 15.5, which goes ahead and talks about 15.5, which is there. It talks about value of notified supplies. Again, in this A graded chapter, this 15.5, in my opinion, can give you a small question of 2 to 3 mark, which is relating to lottery, betting, gambling, etc. Everyone over here now. Listen, it goes ahead and says value of supply of notified supplied shall be determined in the following manner. Means they have gone ahead and told that some supplies government is going ahead and telling, we will go ahead and tell, and you have to go ahead and find out the value in the mechanism how we have gone ahead and told. That's all. So government is telling value of notified supply shall be determined in the manner prescribed. Means government will prescribe the manner and you have to find out the value according to that manner. Valuation rule number 31A, 31B and 31C. I believe it is important from exam point of view. You should be careful. 1, 2 to 3 marker small question can be asked. Everyone over here now. Value of lottery, betting, gambling, horse racing. It says lottery ka case mein always assume that the lottery ka value is 28% inclusive of GST, and you have to pay the GST of 28% from the value which is there. So sir, how do we go ahead and find out the value? It goes ahead and says, see everyone, what will be the GST amount which you have to go ahead and pay? 100 divided by 128 into the face value or the price notified in the official gazette. That will give you the value over here. And if you multiply it by 28%, you will get the GST amount which is there. So sir, whatever is the face value, supposedly 100 rupees is the face value. Sir, but price notified in the official gazette is 110. Which is higher? 110. Of that, 100 divided by 128. This will go ahead and give you the value which is there. Done, sir. Next. Betting, gambling, horse racing ka case mein what will I do? Whatever is the face value of the bet, how much amount I have put in the bet, or amount I have put in the totalizator. Totalizator is a machine which collects all the bet, and the total amount the bet, basically totalizator is a machine through which betting is done. Okay, as of now. So face value of the bet or the amount paid in the totalizator, whatever is the amount of the bet, multiply 100% of that amount is the value of the bet. Basically, it is not inclusive. So if I have gone ahead and supposingly one person is accepting betting, I gave him 1 lakh rupees. I told I want to bet 1 lakh rupees. What is the value of his supply? His value of supply is 1 lakh rupees. Done. Next. Value of supply in case of online gaming, including online money gaming, OMG. Remember, supposingly there is pokerkhelo.com. Pokerkhelo.com went ahead and told me, Ramesh sir, do you want to do betting? I told yes, I want to do betting. They went ahead and told me, okay, you have to deposit some money with us. And from that money, we'll go ahead and keep deducting as and when you keep playing games, we will go ahead and keep taking out the money from that. So whatever amount I deposit with them, that is the value of that supply. It goes ahead and says total amount paid or payable or deposited with the supplier by way of money or money's worth. Money's worth means instead of giving him money, I went ahead and gave him might be bitcoins. Whatever you use to pay to that supplier. So supposingly, I went ahead and told you, do you want to do betting? You went ahead and gave me 1 lakh rupees ka money. You deposited 1 lakh rupees with me. I am giving you online money gaming. You gave me 1 lakh rupees. So what is the value of my supply, everyone? 1 lakh rupees over here. Okay? And then it also goes ahead and says, any amount returned or refunded for any reason shall not be deducted. So for an example, after you played the game, 1 lakh rupees you are deposited. What is the value of my supply? Already 1 lakh. On 1 lakh, I am required to pay GST to the government. 1 lakh pay, I have to pay GST to the government. Now you played only for 50,000 rupees. Remaining 50,000 I returned to you. I returned you 50,000. That does not mean 1 lakh minus 50, my value of supply is 50. No. Whatever amount you are deposited with me, that is my value of supply. That's all. Next. The next one over here is value of actionable claim in case of casinos. Baba, you know again casinos which are there. In case of casinos, what will be the value of supply? So here the same thing over here. Value of supply is the total amount paid for the purchase of token, coin, chips or tickets in a casino. So for an example, you came to me, I am a casino. You gave me 1 lakh rupees and you purchased tokens from me for playing. Whatever amount you have gone ahead and given me and I have gone ahead and given the coins. So the amount 1 lakh rupees which you gave me, that is the value of my supply. That's all. They have gone ahead and told purchase of token, amount paid or payable for purchase of coins, token, chips, etc. or whatever amount you have paid or payable for participating in any event. For an example, I went ahead and told you that today we are going to have the poker event. In the poker event, you have to deposit 10,000, only then you can play the event. So whatever amount you deposited, you gave me 10,000 rupees for playing the event. For participating in the event, whatever amount I charge you, that is the value of my supply. It says any amount paid or payable for participating in an event, including game, scheme, competition or any other activity or process. Whatever amount you have paid, Baba, simple it is, casinos, then Baba, all this online money gaming ka case mein, whatever amount you deposited with me, that is the value of my supply. And sir, if I return you any amount, here also they have told any amount returned or refunded will not be deducted. It means whatever you deposit, that is the value of my supply. That's all is the story. Now here for rule number 31B and rule number 31C, they have gone ahead and told one small point that supposingly I went to a casino. They went ahead and gave you gave me 1 lakh rupees. I gave you chips. 1 lakh rupees and I gave you some coins or I gave you some tokens. You went and played. You kept playing, winning, playing, winning, playing, winning, playing, winning, unless you come to me and you encash that amount. Whatever you are playing, winning, playing, winning, that will not be my value of supply. Whatever you are deposited initially at the beginning, that is my value of supply. That is what is being told over here. That sir, any amount received by the player by winning an event, including game which is used for playing by the said player in a further event without withdrawal shall not be considered as the amount paid or deposited. Baba, simple it is. Always remember, in case of casinos, online money gaming, etc., you gave me 1 lakh rupees, that is the value of my supply. That's all. Are we all 100% clear with rule number 31A, 31B and 31C, everyone? Can we go ahead? 31A, B and C, from this time exam point of view, you can see one small B graded. I can go ahead and say B graded. One small question you can go ahead and see. The next one over here is rule number 31 done. Now, one rule number 32 is over here. One rule number 32 is there. 32 has 32 1, rule number 32 1, rule number 32 2, rule number 32 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 which is there. Now, rule number 32 may, everyone over here now, listen. Rule number 32 goes ahead and talks about optional valuation method with respect to certain supplies. With respect to certain supplies, they have gone ahead and told, we have gone ahead and prescribed some optional valuation methods which are there. Now, sir, these methods which are there are optional. These are not mandatory methods. These are optional methods which are there. If you want, you can go ahead and follow them. Okay? These are optional valuation methods which are being given. Rule number 32 goes ahead and talks about purchase and sale of foreign currency which is there. Baba, in purchase and sale of foreign currency, everyone over here. So if I am a money changer and I am going ahead and buying and selling foreign currency, they have gone ahead and told you have two options which are there. Option means first method you can go ahead and follow, or you can go ahead and follow the second method which is there. First method goes ahead and says, so if I am a money changer and I'm changing money. I'm taking INR from you and giving dollar. So if I'm taking INR and giving dollar, or I'm taking dollar and giving you INR, then it goes ahead and says currency involves INR. Taking INR, giving dollar, or taking dollar and giving INR, is INR involved? Yes, sir. If INR is involved, it means foreign currency to INR or INR to foreign currency I am doing. Then you have to say if the RBI reference rate available for that currency, is the RBI reference rate available? If it is available, then whatever is the selling rate minus the RBI reference rate. For an example, I went ahead and sold $1. You went ahead and told me you want to buy dollars. Okay, I went ahead and told, okay, fine. You want to buy dollars? I will give you dollars. Today's RBI reference rate is supposedly 80 rupees. And I told I will sell you at 81. I told 81 rupees. RBI reference rate is 80. I can buy it from RBI at 80 and I am selling you at 81. It means 1 rupee I am making. You wanted $1,000 multiplied by 1,000. What is the value of my supply? My value of supply is 1,000 rupees. That's all. You came and told me you want to sell dollars. Okay, today's RBI reference rate is 80, but I will buy from you at a lower price. I told I will give you 78 rupees. You told okay, fine. You sold me $1,000. So sir, I went ahead and made 2,000 rupees over here. That is the value of my supply. So RBI reference rate minus buying rate into the currency exchange, that will become my value of supply. Okay, sir. If sir RBI reference rate is not available, then always remember whatever is the INR I have given, received or paid. In this example, if I go ahead and tell you, I went ahead and paid you 78 rupees per dollar and I exchanged for you $1,000. So it is 78,000. Of that, 1% will become my value of supply. That's all they have gone ahead and told. 1% of the INR received or paid. Okay, sir. Then, sir, supposingly, I have gone ahead and not taken any INR from you, or I have not taken any dollars. There is no INR which is involved. So remember one thing, if INR is not involved, then whatever is the currency. So for an example, I have taken dollars from you and I have given you pound. Dollar and pound. So remember, both the dollar and pound multiplied by the RBI reference rate convert into INR. Converting into INR, whichever is the lower amount ka 1% will become my value of supply. Okay, sir. This point is clear. If it's a foreign currency to foreign currency exchange. Okay. Sir, what is the second method? The second method goes ahead and talks about slab method basically. It is very simple. If I have gone ahead and exchanged money for you, and the INR which is there is up to 1 lakh, then 1% of the INR or 250 rupees, whichever is higher, is my value of supply. Okay, sir. If so, here it goes ahead and says, everyone see here, up to 1 lakh, it is 1%. Remaining 9 lakh ke liye, it is telling 0.5%. 9 lakh to means more than 10 lakh rupees, it is telling greater than 10 lakh rupees, whatever is the amount, they are telling 0.1%. is the value of supply. That's all, everyone. And remember, this can be maximum 60,000 rupees. So if I have gone ahead and exchanged 1 lakh rupees INR, 1% or 250, whichever is higher, 10 lakh rupees INR, then for the first 1 lakh, it is 1%, which is 1,000 rupees. And for remaining 9 lakh rupees, it will be 4,500, which is 0.5%. Then, sir, 1,000 plus 4,500, it will become 5,500 over here. And whatever is the, supposing I went ahead and changed currency, 15 lakh rupees they had given me. So here 5 lakh rupees which is there, 5 lakh pay 1% plus this 5,500, that will become my value of supply. This, please do one question and go for an exam. Can be, it's a C graded point from exam point of view, can be a small question. Next. If I'm an air travel agent, always remember one thing, air travel agent ka case mein, what is the value of my supply? If I've gone ahead and done a domestic booking, base fare ka 5% becomes my value of supply. Domestic booking, 5% of the base fare. International booking, 10% of the base fare becomes my value of supply. That's all. In case of life insurance business, so for an example, I'm a life insurance company and I'm into the business of life insurance. What is the value of my supply? So life insurance companies, what they go ahead and do, life plus saving policy, they go ahead and offer. If they are going ahead and offering only life coverage, no saving, then remember, whatever is the premium received by them, that is the value of their supply. So for example, I am a life insurance company, I am going ahead and covering the risk of your life. You paid me 10,000 premium. What is the value of my supply? My value of supply is 10,000 rupees. You gave me 10,000 rupees. Out of 10,000, I am investing 4,000 rupees. What is the value of my supply? 10,000 minus 4,000 which I am investing, my value of supply becomes 6,000 rupees over here. Value of supply is gross premium minus the amount invested. Okay? Single annuity policy, always remember, if it's a single annuity policy, whatever amount you have gone ahead and paid me as premium, of that 10% becomes my value of supply. 10% of the premium. Any other case means supposingly you paid me 10,000 rupees. I am going to invest some amount, but I have never told you what is the amount that I will go ahead and invest. So in that scenario, they are going ahead and telling any other kind of policy, which is life plus saving policy, but the investment amount is not being informed, then simply go ahead and do one thing. 25% of the premium in the first year, and second year onwards 12.5% of the premium, that is a renewal premium which is there. ठीक है sir, second time premium. Second hand goods का case में always remember, I like this point also. One Kala Associates wala one question is there in the MCQ. Please solve that question. Buying and selling second hand goods might be after minor repair or processing. So for an example, I am a second hand goods dealer. What I do, I buy second hand goods, repair them and sell them. What is the value of my supply? So they are going in and telling, is ITC taken on the purchase of second hand goods? First of all, remember one thing, if I am a second hand goods ka dealer, if I am taking ITC, then whatever is my sale value, transaction value becomes my value of supply. Output tax minus input tax, I can do normal. But if I am a second hand goods ka dealer, and I don't go ahead and take the ITC, I can go ahead and follow margin method. Means my purchase price, my selling price minus purchase price, whatever is the margin, on that I can pay the GST. That has been allowed to a person who is a second hand goods ka dealer. That's all. See, if I don't take the ITC, value is equal to selling price minus the purchase price, whatever is the margin. So for an example, I went ahead and bought a television for 10,000 rupees. I went ahead and sold the television after minor repair for 12,000 rupees. What is the margin? I made 2,000. So I should pay GST only on 2,000 rupees. I bought a television for 10,000, sold it for 8,000. Loss. Baba, you don't have to pay any GST. If negative, then you can ignore. You don't have to go. There is no value of supply. There is no GST payable. Repossessed goods. So for an example, I am a finance company and we repossess some goods and then sell them. So for an example, we repossessed your bike. One student went ahead and took one finance from a finance company. The finance company repossessed the bike and now they are going ahead and selling the bike. In this scenario, what will the value of supply? Bike sold for 90,000. What will be the purchase price of the finance company? The purchase price is your purchase price, the buyer ka purchase price minus 5% per quarter. Whatever is the value till the date of sale. Purchase price of the original buyer minus 5% you have to go ahead and do, and you will get one value. Selling price minus this value will give you the margin. It says C. Purchase price of the defaulting borrower minus 5% per quarter or part from the date of purchase till the date of disposal. Sir, this 32.6 and 32.7 is just for reading. The next one is rule number 33. Rule number 33 just goes ahead and talks about pure agent ka concept. Again, not very important, but again you can go ahead and see a small point being mentioned in a big question. They have gone ahead and given as a pure agent. What is a pure agent concept? A pure agent concept is very simple. For example, I went ahead and told you I am going to give you classes. Then one day I was going to the ICI. You told me, sir, you are going to the ICI Bhavan. Please get me something. One book, can you buy and give it to me? I told, okay, fine. I'll buy one book and give it to you. I took the actual price from you. 500 rupees I had paid over there. 500 rupees I took it from you. I gave you the book. I bought one book from there and I gave it to you. And you paid me the 500 rupees which I had gone ahead and paid. Here, my heart is pure and I'll be known as a pure agent. I have not gone ahead and made any profit over here. I have not gone ahead and had any intention to use the book for my own use. My heart was pure. I was just going over there for convenience sake. You told, sir, I have to go unnecessarily. Can you help me? I told, okay, fine. I'll buy the book and give it to you. My heart was pure over here. As a pure agent, I bought the book and gave it to you. I don't have to go ahead and collect any GST on that 500 rupees which is there. That is what is being told over here. Deduction of expenditure incurred as pure agent. Expenditure incurred as a pure agent shall always be excluded from the value of supply. But the condition is supplier should act as a pure agent. I should be acting as a pure agent. Payment should be separately indicated in the invoice. That 500 rupees I should separately indicate in the invoice. And supplies procured from the third party are in addition to the services which are supplied on own account. Whatever services I am giving you, that I am giving. This is an additional supply which I am going ahead and giving. And that is a pure agent concept that will not be included in my value of supply and I don't have to go ahead and charge you any GST. Done, sir. Next. Rule number 34 is very simple. Rule number 34 goes ahead and talks about if ever you have to go ahead and convert the value which is given in any other dollars or pounds, etc. So remember one thing, if it is taxable goods or it is taxable service, rate of exchange to be rate of exchange for determination of value of taxable goods and taxable services. Taxable goods ka case mein, sir, what is rate of exchange? I have to go ahead and multiply. They have gone ahead and told you have to take rate notified by the CBIC. Baba, CBIC from time to time under section number 14 of the Custom Act on the date of time of supply. You have to determine time of supply as per the time of supply ka chapter. On the date of time of supply, whatever is the rate notified by the CBIC, you have to go ahead and apply. If it is services ka case and the invoice is in dollars, how to convert, sir? You can go ahead and take on the date of time of supply, whatever is the gap rate, generally accepted accounting principle, that rate can be multiplied. The next one over here, sir, if the amount is inclusive, how to make it exclusive? You guys already know. There is nothing for me to discuss in rule number 35. Sir, if the amount is inclusive, supposing I went ahead and collected 10,000 rupees fees from you and that fees is inclusive of GST, how to go ahead and find out the value? That amount divided by 100 plus the rate of GST multiplied by 100 will give me the value, multiplied by GST rate will give me the GST amount. Please tell me everyone, are we clear with this? This first chart which was there, it's a graded chart. The second chart which is there, I'll go ahead and call it B or C graded. Not very important, but one small 2 to 3 mark question can be asked. Are we all 100% clear with this everyone? Can we go ahead? Now the last chart which is there is relating to circular. We'll quickly cover the circular and then close. Are we all 100% clear? Done? Chalo. Now these circulars which are there, let's go ahead and talk about the circulars which are there now. Circulars mein clarification on discounts which are there. Clarification on discounts. Everyone, sir, discount ka case mein what they have gone ahead and told. Staggered discount. What is staggered discount? Buy more, save more. Buy for 10,000, I'll give you 10% discount. Buy for 20,000, I'll give you 20% discount. Remember one thing, staggered discount are shown in the invoice and should be excluded from the value. Okay? Sir, if periodic or year-end discounts are given, Baba, periodic or year-end discounts are given, then always remember, if early condition is satisfied, to be excluded. If early condition not satisfied, not to be excluded. The next one, secondary discounts. Secondary discounts are those discounts which are not known at the time of supply. I went ahead and supplied you some item. Later, because you could not sell it, I went ahead and offered you discount. Those are known as secondary discounts. Secondary discounts are not known. There is no prior agreements which are there. It is just given later. Because you could not sell the item, I went ahead and gave you some discount. Those are known as secondary discount. And remember one thing, secondary discounts are not to be excluded. So, sir, buy more, save more discount to be excluded. Sir, year-end discount, periodic discount, if early condition satisfied, to be excluded, otherwise not to be excluded. The next one, secondary discount should be excluded. No, because they are not known at the time of supply, not to be excluded. Okay? Taxability of no claim bonus offered by insurance companies. Sir, no claim bonus ka case mein, which is there, whether it will be taxable or not to be taxable. Now, what happened over here in case of no claim bonus, I'll tell you. For an example, I went ahead and took one insurance policy. An insurance company went ahead and gave me the insurance policy over here. First year, I did not claim anything. In the second year, they will go ahead and give me a no claim bonus, which is there. No claim bonus of supposing 10,000 is the premium, they will give me a 2,000 rupees ka no claim bonus and I have to pay only 8,000. Now here one officer went ahead and told me that Ramesh, last year because you refrained from not claiming anything, they have given you 2,000 rupees. Because I refrained from making any insurance claim, 2,000 rupees was given. Baba, the clarification which was given was, no, it is not like this. No claim bonus is nothing other than a discount, which is a allowable discount. So 10,000, say if I have gone and got 2,000 rupees ka no claim bonus, so the value of supply of the insurance company is 8,000 rupees. They should charge GST on 8,000. That's all is the clarification. Next. Sir, passenger service fees and user development fees ka case mein, always remember one thing. What happens in case of passenger service fees? Sir, here is the airport operator. And here is the airline operator. Who runs the airline? Like Indigo airline. One is the airport operator who runs the airport. Okay. And here is the person who wants to fly. The passengers who are there. This is the airport. Baba, airport पे various services like the washroom, mobile phone charging, etc. is being provided to you. You can charge your mobile phone, you can use the washroom. These services are provided by the airport operators to the passenger. But airport operators don't collect anything from you directly. What they do, they go ahead and tell the airline that airline, when you are selling them ticket, for an example, your ticket is for 10,000 rupees. Along with the ticket, you collect PSF and UDF from the customer. So you collect from him the ticket amount. You also collect the PSF, passenger service fees, or user development fees. Mind it, airport operators collect passenger service fees and user development fees from the passengers because you are using the facilities at the airport. So airport ka facilities are given to you by the airport operators, and for this passenger service fees and user development fees is collected by the airline operator, and the airline operator gives it to the airport operator. So sir, first question over here, passenger service fees and user development fees, who will pay the GST? The airport operators has to pay the GST. Done. ठीक है, तो it means if GST is collected separately, the airline operator will give the passenger service fees plus the GST to the airport operator, and they will go ahead and pay the GST. Sir, if GST is not collected separately, whatever is the amount being collected, from that the GST will be taken out and the airport operators have to pay the GST. Done. Passenger service fees and user development fees is never the value of supply of airline operators. Airline operators ka value of supply is only the 10,000 rupees which they have gone ahead and charged for the ticket. On that they will go ahead and charge their GST. This point I hope it is clear. They are acting as a pure agent of the airport operator in just collecting and giving it to them for convenience. Done, sir. So that's all has been clarified. Sir, they are levied. Passenger service fees is levied by whom? Airport authority through airline acting as pure agent. So airport authorities are levying on the customer the passenger service fees and user development fees through the airline operator. Okay. They are consideration for services provided by airport authority and leviable to GST. So whatever is the passenger service fees collected, they are leviable to GST, and the airport operators should go ahead and pay GST on it. Either collect it from the customer and pay. Currently, in the current scenario, if you see on passenger service fees and user development fees, GST is not being collected. Whatever is the amount being collected, it goes directly to them, and out of the amount being collected, they go ahead and pay the GST to the government. Done. So it says, airline should separately indicate passenger service fees and user development fees. Passenger service fees, airline should separately indicate, plus if they are collecting GST separately, they should indicate the GST also separately, and the passenger who is there, whatever the passenger service fees, user development fees, and the GSTs, these both the GST, the ticket ka GST plus the passenger service fees and user development fees ka GST, the passenger will be able to take the input tax credit based on the ticket or the invoice which is issued by the airline. Done, sir. This point is clear. So it goes ahead and says airline should separately indicate passenger service fees and user development fees and the applicable GST in the invoice. Based on the invoice, the recipient may go ahead and avail the ITC. Done, sir. Next. Clarification on applicability of GST in supplying of electricity by real estate companies, malls, etc. So what happens over here? They are going ahead and telling, supposing there is a mall, and mall has gone ahead and collected electricity from its tenants who are there, electricity collected and electricity deposited with the electricity companies. So supposingly I am a mall, in my mall various shops are there. What happens over here? If I have gone ahead and told one shopkeeper that I will go ahead and charge you 10 lakh rupees inclusive of electricity, then electricity becomes a composite supply, and on the total amount I will go ahead and charge GST. But I told one shopkeeper, I will charge you 10 lakh rupees for the shop plus electricity, whatever is the actual amount which the bill comes, we will go ahead and collect from you and will deposit with the electricity company. So 10 lakh is going to be the rent. So commercial space ka rent pe 10 lakh rupees which I am charging, I will charge GST. This electricity which I am collecting on actuals from you and depositing with the electricity distribution utility or the electricity company, I am going ahead and depositing the actual I am collecting and actual I am depositing, that I am acting as a pure agent, that will not be included in my value of supply. That's all is the clarification. See here everyone. Electricity supplied bundled with renting of immovable property is a composite supply and taxable accordingly. However, electricity supplied by resident welfare association or real estate developer who are acting as pure agent. So for an example, I am the owner of a mall. I am going ahead and I am supplying electricity supplied as a pure agent. Pure agent means I went ahead and told, see, for the shop I'll charge you 10 lakh rupees, but for electricity, whatever is the actual amount, you can pay it to me and I'll deposit with the electricity distribution utility, with the electricity company. Then whatever electricity amount I am collecting from you, that I am acting as a pure agent. It says it will not form part of value of supply. Further, where they charge on actual basis, they charge the same amount as charged by Discom from them, they will be deemed to be acting as pure agent for the supply. That's all, everyone. Remember one thing, very, very simple. If I went ahead and charged you shop rent along bundled with electricity, I am charging 10 lakh every month, then the total amount I should charge GST. But if shop rent I am charging separately, electricity I am charging whatever is the actual, I am collecting and giving it to them, then I am acting as a pure agent. It will not become my value of supply. Done. The next one over here is clarification on EMI, GST on delayed payment of EMI. Listen to me very carefully. Now here what happens over here? Listen. So for an example, there is one shopkeeper, uncle over here. I went to uncle. I told uncle, I want a mobile phone. Everyone ready? Students ready? You have to go ahead and tell me the answer. Okay? You have to tell me the answer. I told uncle, I want a mobile phone. Uncle gave me a mobile phone. I told, okay, uncle. Now I went ahead and told uncle, for how much is the mobile phone? Uncle told 40,000 rupees. In this scenario, can you tell me what is the value of supply of uncle ka mobile phone? Uncle gave me the mobile phone. Value of supply will be 40,000 rupees. Done. He'll charge me GST on 40,000 rupees. Okay, sir. Then next. This uncle over here. This I am over here. I told uncle, I want one mobile phone. Uncle told, okay, fine. I will give you one mobile phone. I told uncle, honey is there, money is not there. I don't have the money to buy the mobile phone. Can you give me EMI? Uncle told, okay, fine. Do one thing. Every month you have to pay me 10,000 rupees. EMI I'll give you. The supplier himself, the seller, supplier himself is going ahead and giving me the EMI. And uncle went ahead and told me, Ramesh, you have to pay me every month 1,000 rupees interest, 1,000 rupees interest. And if any month you delay, you have to pay me penal interest also. My question over here, in this scenario, what uncle gave me the EMI? The supplier himself gave me the EMI. Can you tell me what is the value of his supply? What is the value of his supply of mobile phone? Sir, the value of his supply of mobile phone will be 44,000 plus 500. The penal interest or the interest will also be included in the value of supply and it will become 44,500 rupees, sir. Done. I hope everyone is clear with this point. Yes, 40,000 rupees for the mobile plus 1,000 rupees interest and this penal interest all will become value of his supply. 44,500. Yes, very, very good, everyone. 44,500. Correct. Done. Now, again, I went to one shopkeeper. So remember one thing. If supplier gives the EMI himself, additional or penal interest, whatever is there, will form part of value of supply because topics may, we had already gone in and understood interest, penalty and late fee will be included in the value of supply. Done, sir. Very good, very good, very good, everyone. 44,500. Done. Next. So for an example, this is the seller over here. I am the buyer over here. I went to uncle. I told uncle, I am in love. I want mobile phone to give to my girlfriend. Uncle told, okay, fine. Now you have to go ahead and give 40,000 rupees. You told uncle, money is not there, honey is there, but money is not there. Uncle told, money is not there, get out of my shop. You felt very offended. You went to a Bajaj Finance over here. You went to Bajaj Finance. You went ahead and told, please give me a loan. Bajaj Finance gave you a loan and told, sir, you took the loan from Bajaj Finance, 40,000 rupees. You threw the check on uncle's face and you told, give me the mobile. Uncle gave you the mobile phone. What is the value of supply over here? 40,000 rupees. Done, sir. This point is clear. But then you are going ahead and paying the installment, 10,000 rupees every month, 10,000 rupees every month, 10,000 rupees every month. Plus, you are also going to pay them interest of 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. Might be any time you delay, you might have to pay penal interest also. My question to all of you, everyone, in this scenario, is this interest or penal interest to be included in value of supply of uncle, or this interest or penal interest over here is exempted from GST? Sir, here the value of supply is only 40,000 rupees. Here interest or penal interest is exempted. Very good, everyone. It says if third party finance company gives the loan, that is the EMI, such penal interest is exempted under entry number 27. Interest will be exempted. Done, sir. Now here comes the next point which talks about the del credere agent. Sir, can you please tell us about the del credere agent? Chalo, I'll go ahead and tell you about the del credere agent. Who is a del credere agent? Okay, 1 minute break. Done. Chalo, let's continue. Del credere agent. Everyone over here now. Done, Baba, done. Everyone over here now, listen. Now the one which we are going to talk about is a del creditory agent. What is a del creditory agent? A del creditory agent tells his principal. Everyone listen to me very carefully. I will tell my boss, principal, see Baba, if the customer does not go ahead and make the payment on time, I will make the payment. Don't worry, I am a del creditory agent. I am promising my principal that, sir, if my customer does not make the payment, I will go ahead and make the payment to you. You don't worry about it. If the customer fails, I will make the payment to you. But for that, I will charge extra commission, and that guy is called as a del creditory commission. Everyone over here now, listen. Principal, one agent who is a del creditory agent, and this is the customer. People, please listen. What happens over here? Now, listen carefully. What they are telling is, del creditory agent is an agent who guarantees payment to the supplier in scenarios where the buyer will fail. In order to guarantee the timely payment, del creditory agent resorts to paying the supplier himself and later recovering along with interest from the customer. Now, my question to all of you, everyone over here. Principal gave the invoice directly to the customer. Customer had to make the payment, but customer was not making the payment. So, del creditory agent went ahead and made the payment. Now, when del creditory agent made the payment to the principal, he told the customer, hey, because of you, you are not making the payment. I made the payment to the principal. It's like I have given you a loan. I want interest. My question to all of you is, in this scenario, is this interest to be included in the main value of supply of the principal, or interest is exempted? Sir, here loan is an independent transaction. When you made the payment, you told it's like I have given you a loan. I want interest, and this interest will be exempted. Done, sir. This point is clear. But sir, supposingly in the same scenario over here, principal gave the goods to you. You went ahead and issued the invoice. Invoice was issued by the agent in his name. Later, this customer was not making the payment. So you made the payment to the principal. You told this customer, sir, because you did not make the payment, I made the payment. It's like I have given you a loan. It's like I have given you a loan. I made the payment on your behalf. So when you are paying me the actual amount, you should also go ahead and pay me interest. In this scenario, this interest is because of the principal supply, and here interest will be included in value of supply and taxable at the rate of principal supply which is there. It is not exempted. That's all has been told over here. If del creditory agent falls under schedule 1 paragraph number 3, means I am going ahead and issuing the invoice in my name. Then sir, principal gave me the goods, I issued the invoice in my name. Customer was not making the payment, so I made the payment. Now later I collected the main amount also, I collected interest also. Here, because I had already gone ahead and issued an invoice, and then I am going ahead and collecting the amount and the interest will become part of the main supply, and interest will be taxable. Done, sir. Temporary loan no longer retains its characteristic of independent supply and subsumed in the supply of goods. Okay? And hence, they are telling by the del credit to the recipient, interest charged from the recipient to be included in the value of supply. But if del credit agent does not fall, it means I am not an agent as per schedule 1. Principal directly gives the goods. Here, when the customer was not making the payment, I made the payment to the principal. I made the payment to the principal, and I told, hey, because you were not making the payment, I made the payment. It's like I have given you a loan, give me interest. So when I am charging interest, this interest is exempted. That's all has been told. Temporary loan to the recipient is independent transaction, not to be included in value of supply of the principal. Here, interest will be exempted. Done. Next. Now, there is a circular on internally generated services. It says internally generated services where head office is providing services to the branch office, for which branch office is eligible for full ITC. Everyone over here now. So, sir, what is the issue over here? Internally generated services, head office providing services to the branch office, wherein branch office is eligible for full ITC. There are some issues which are there. Let's go ahead and talk about it. It says, in respect of internally generated service, means internally head office is providing some services to the branch office, where head office is providing, where head office is providing services to branch, for which full ITC is available to the branch office. Branch office is eligible to take full ITC. Okay? But head office may not be issuing invoice. Head office is giving some internally services to the branch office. Branch office is eligible for full ITC, but head office did not go ahead and issue any invoice only. Or head office may not include cost of particular component such as salary cost while issuing the invoice. whether, not where, whether head office is mandatorily required to issue invoice, and whether all cost component are shall be included in the value of supply by head office to the branch office, where full ITC is available to branch office. What are they telling? For example, I am the head office, you are my branch office. My employees went ahead and did some work for you. We went ahead and provided some service to the branch office. In this scenario, you are eligible for full ITC, might be a registered person and eligible for full ITC. The question which is asked is, the branch office, is it mandatory for the head office to issue branch office ko invoice? If yes, is all the cost component to be included? Means might be providing the services. My employees were involved in providing the service. So is employee cost also to be included? So they have gone ahead and told over here, the value declared on the invoice shall be deemed as the open market value, irrespective of the fact whether any particular component has been included or not. Means whether employee cost is included or not included, whatever is the invoice value I have gone ahead and declared, that will be the open market value, because the branch office is eligible for full ITC. Supply between related person or distinct person. If the branch is eligible for full ITC, whatever the value declared by me can be taken as the open market value. Even if I take 1 rupee, that is the open market value. If tax invoice has not been issued, the value of such service may be deemed to be declared as nil. If I did not issue any tax invoice to my branch office, the value of my service will be taken as nil, and that will be deemed as the open market value. Done, sir. Next. In respect of internally generated service where full ITC is not available. Okay, sir, I have given internally some service to my branch office and branch office is not eligible for full ITC. Then what will happen? They are telling, whether cost of salary of employee of the head office involved in providing said services is mandatorily required to be included while computing the value of supply. They are going ahead and telling, if my branch office is not eligible for full ITC, then is employee cost to be included in the value of supply? They are going ahead and telling, in respect of internally generated service, cost of salary of the employee of the head office is not mandatorily required to be included, even in case where full ITC is not available to the concerned branch. So if my branch office is there, and branch office might be they are not eligible for full ITC, they are supplying outward supplies wherein there are some exempt supplies also, and they are not eligible for full ITC. In this scenario, they are going ahead and telling, sir, when I am going in and issuing an invoice, is my employee cost also to be included? So they are going in and telling, head office need not include the employee cost. Even if employee cost is not included, no problem. Now here, in addition, one more point has been included, which I'll go ahead and tell you from the amendment booklet. 1 minute, everyone. Here, one more issue and one more circular is there. In case of importation of service, so for an example, my head office is outside India, I am the branch office in India, and I have imported a service by a related person in India from a related person outside India. My head office is outside India, I am the branch office in India. Okay? The tax is required to be paid under RCM. So head office giving me services, I am the branch office, I have to pay the tax under RCM. In such case, the related person in India, ha Baba, Shiva Kumar finally got the answer. Very good. Yes, this point will come. Okay? In case of import of service by a related person in India from a related person located outside India. So, sir, my head office is outside India, I am the branch office in India. The tax invoice is required to be paid. The tax is required to be paid under RCM because I am the branch office in India. I should go ahead and pay the tax under RCM. Okay? In such case, the registered person in India is required to issue a self invoice. Yes, sir, because RCM has to be paid. I have to issue a self invoice but pay the tax under RCM. Accordingly, in such case, the foreign affiliate is providing certain services to the related domestic entity, and where the full ITC is available to the domestic entity, how will the value of the said service be determined? So, for an example, I have a foreign holding company and I am the domestic company in India. They have provided me some services in India. Importation of service, I am required to pay GST under RCM, but I am eligible for full ITC. It means even if I pay GST under RCM, I can take full ITC. So in this scenario, they have gone ahead and told what will be the value of supply. So they have gone ahead and told, in such case, the value of such services declared in the invoice, when you are making the self invoice, whatever value you declared, that will be the value of supply. Said related domestic entity may be the open market value in terms of second proviso. Means if you are eligible for full ITC anyways, whatever value you declared, that will be the open market value. and that will be the value of supply. Further, in case where full ITC is available, if the invoice is not issued, then the value can be taken as nil. So I have gone ahead and simply written over here, foreign affiliate given services to the Indian affiliate. If Indian affiliate is eligible for full ITC, whatever is the value they have gone ahead and shown in the invoice, that will be the open market value and that will be the value of supply. If they have not gone ahead and issued the invoice, value of supply will be open market value, which will be taken as nil. Done, sir. And for this, I have gone ahead and written in the chart also that you can write down this point. Done, sir. We'll go ahead and write this. Everyone over here, I believe this point is important from exam point of view. Please be very careful about it. Done. I believe they can go ahead and ask you on this internal generated services one question, this time A graded. Please be very careful about it. In exam, they can go ahead and ask you a question. Shiva, I think your question ka answer is clear now. Yes, sir. Done. Next. Taxability or valuation of personal guarantee given by the director or corporate guarantee by related person for the company. Always remember one thing, everyone. There are two types of guarantee. One is corporate guarantee. When your company, holding company goes ahead and gives guarantee to the bank to go ahead and give you the loan, that's called a corporate guarantee. When your director goes ahead and gives the guarantee, that's called a personal guarantee being given by the director. Okay, sir? Here. Issue is whether the activity of providing personal guarantee by the director to the bank or financial institution for sanctioning of credit without any consideration will be treated as supply of service and will attract GST. So I am the director in a company. I went ahead and gave one guarantee to one bank so that the bank can go ahead and give loan to the company. In this scenario, they are going ahead and telling, is there a supply of service by the director to the company? Personal guarantee I have gone ahead and given. So is there a supply? So they have gone ahead and told directors and companies are related person. The activity of providing personal guarantee by the director is treated as supply of service even without consideration, and value will be open market value. But as per RBI guidelines, no consideration can be paid to the director in lieu of providing guarantee except in some exceptional scenario. Okay? Hence, no question of such supply having any open market value. Sir, personal guarantee given by a director to a bank so that the bank can go ahead and give a loan to the company. Personal guarantees which are given, there is no open market value because RBI guideline says directors cannot go ahead and charge anything. Hence, GST is not payable on supply of service that is providing personal guarantee without any consideration. Issue whether the activity of providing corporate guarantee, Baba, on behalf of another related person by the holding company even without consideration is to be treated as supply, what will be the valuation? This we have already gone ahead and understood. It is very simple over here. Yes, the activity is to be treated as supply of service between the related person. The value will be 1% of such guarantee offered per annum. You can write over here and keep per annum. We have already gone ahead and understood it. It should be per annum here. Guarantee offered per annum. Write and keep 1% of the guarantee offered or the actual consideration, whichever is higher. There is nothing for me to go ahead and explain in this point. Okay, next. The next one over here is clarification on the value which is adopted for computing GST on services of business facilitator or business correspondent to a banking company. Now, everyone listen to me very carefully. They are going ahead and talking about what will be the value of supply, value to be adopted for computing GST on services of business facilitator and business correspondent to a banking company. Baba, it is nothing. See here. This is a bank. This is bank ka customer. These customers are bank ka customer. This is the bank. This is a business facilitator or a business correspondent. What happens over here? Through a business facilitator or business correspondent, bank goes ahead and provides services. Bank provides services to the customer through the business facilitator or business correspondent, correct? And customer pays to the bank. In this scenario, what will be the value of supply? So for an example, bank went ahead and provided some services to the customer through the business facilitator, business correspondent, and bank went ahead and collected 100 rupees from the customer. What is the value of supply? Sir, 100 rupees is the value of supply of the bank. Bank has gone ahead and given services to the customer. 100 rupees is being collected. On 100 rupees, bank will collect GST and bank will pay GST to the government. Okay? Sir, supposingly this amount was collected by the business facilitator. It means what happened? Business facilitator gave the service to the customer and collected that 100 rupees and gave it to the bank. But while giving 100 rupees to the bank, business facilitator, business correspondent deducted his own 10 rupees from that. So what is the value of supply? Arey Baba, value of supply will be 100 only. It means, see, bank has given the service to the customer for which 100 rupees is collected. Okay? Now, between the bank and the business facilitator, whatever the business facilitator is charging, that's a separate transaction altogether. That's all they are trying to tell over here. That, sir, always remember one thing. In business facilitator, business correspondent model, banking company is the service provider. Banking company is providing the service to the customer, and whatever amount is collected, liable to pay GST on entire amount which is charged to the customer. Whatever amount is charged from the customer, entire amount pe bank will collect the GST and pay the GST to the customer government. Sir, what about the services given by business facilitator to the bank? Baba, services given by business facilitator to the bank, whatever amount is paid by the bank, bank will pay GST under RCM. Business correspondent giving the services to the bank, business correspondent will collect under forward charge and pay the GST to the government. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Yes, sir, this point is clear. Remember, there are two separate transactions. One is between the bank and the customer. The next is the business facilitator or business correspondent giving the services to the bank. Done, sir. This point is clear. Here we are done with your chapter of value of supply. Very, very important chapter from exam point of view. Sir, how will you go ahead and tell which are the important points? In the first chart, I've already told you, you will see one question on these 2 points in the exam, A graded. The first question you will see. I believe rule number 28 this time is very, very important. Rule number 28 is very, very important from exam point of view this time. Okay? This corporate guarantee wala point, 1% is very, very important. Okay? In this chart, if I tell you, you might see one question on this 3 point B graded. Rule number 32, 3 and 4, these are C graded. I can say this 3 point you can see, might be you can go ahead and see one question on this. In this circulars, Baba, coming to anything can come in the exam. I believe this internally generated services, one question might come in the exam. Other than that, everything in this chapter can be classified as C graded. Whatever points I have told you are important, please focus on them. Don't leave and go. Right, everyone? I'll go ahead and close my revision. Okay? How about Forex wala point also is C graded. Main important point to come from this is section number 15, 1, 2, 3. Rule number 28 which is there is the most important point which is there. All the other points which are there, 31 A, B, C can be B graded. All other points can be C graded over here. Done? Chalo. I'll do one thing. I'll close my revision on the chapter of value of supply. Please do question answers. I've gone ahead and tried my best to go ahead and cover how much we can. It's a revision. So we'll have to try to limit our discussion, everyone. I'll see you guys after a quick break. We are done with the chapter of value of supply. After the break, we'll go ahead and continue it. Tax invoice which is there. Right, everyone? Let's go ahead and take a quick break now. Yes, Baba, let's take a break. After the break, we'll go ahead and continue it. Tax invoice ka chapter. Let's take a break. Now, let's go ahead and move to the next chapter, everyone. Let's go ahead and move to the next chapter now. The next chapter is tax invoice ka chapter. Whenever goods or services will be supplied, supply can be either inter or intra. Interstate supply, IGST gets levied. Intrastate, CGST gets levied. Once GST gets levied, GST should be collected and paid by a taxable person. How will he collect and pay? He will calculate GST is equal to value of supply into rate of tax. Once you go ahead and know the value, you will go ahead. Now listen, once you know the value of the supply, you will go ahead and raise one tax invoice, credit note and debit note to collect the GST. Because if you tell the front person, this is the amount of value plus this is the amount of GST, the front person will tell, sir, give me a tax invoice, only then I'll give you the GST. So the next step comes is tax invoice, credit note and debit note. Now listen to me very carefully. This tax invoice which is there, chapter starts with section number 31, 32, 33 and section number 34. Sir, what kind of a chapter is this? Baba, from my point of view, if you see, this chapter is a C graded chapter. Not very important chapter from exam point of view. But if you don't know this chapter, if you don't know this chapter, time of supply becomes very difficult. Means the remaining chapters become very difficult, and hence you should go ahead and quickly revise this chapter. Okay, everyone? We will not go ahead and concentrate much in this chapter, but we'll quickly run through the chapter. Everyone, please come. Sir, what kind of a chapter? I've already told you it's a C graded chapter. We'll quickly run through the chapter so that we can recall the topics which are there, which were there in the chapter. We are not going to go ahead and in-depth revision of anything in this chapter. Okay, sir? Is everyone ready with me, everyone? Quickly tell me, are we all ready? Can we go ahead? Quick, everyone. Yes, sir. We are all ready. Let's go ahead. Chalo. Tax invoice, credit note and debit note. Tax invoice chapter mein section number 31 is there. Section number 31 has section number 31.1, 31.2, 31.3, section number 31.4, 31.5, section number 31.6 and section number 31.7. From exam point of view, section number 31.3, I believe they can go ahead and ask a small question which is there. Chalo, let's go ahead. Everyone over here. Section number 31.1 goes ahead and says, if you are a supplier of goods, when should you go ahead and raise the tax invoice? Tax invoice chapter basically goes ahead and focuses on raising the tax invoice. So, sir, when should I go ahead and raise the tax invoice is told by section number 31.1. Section number 31.1 goes ahead and says, if your supply involves movement of goods. Movement means, sir, if your goods mein movement is there, means your goods are going to go from your place to another place. Is there any movement? If there is movement, then before or at the time of removal of the goods, means before you remove the goods, you should go ahead and raise the tax invoice before or at the time of removal. Okay, sir? And in the tax invoice, you should always show your description, quantity, value, tax and such other particular DQVTS. Description, quantity, value, tax and such other particulars as told by the rules. And rule is rule number 46. Done, sir? Always remember, in case of goods, sir, if any other case is there, any other case means where supply does not involve movement. For an example, in my factory, one machine is there. As it is, where it is, I sold it in the factory only because I was leaving the factory building. In the factory building only, I sold the machine. It did not move anywhere. The new tenant who was coming in the factory, he took the machine from me. So there is no movement. When there is no movement, always remember, before or at the time of giving the delivery, means when you give him the risk and reward. You told from today the machine is yours. Risk is also your, reward is also your. That day you should go ahead and make the tax invoice, or the day you make it available to the other person, you should go ahead and make the tax invoice. Sir, always remember, your tax invoice should show description, quantity, value, tax and such other particulars which are told in rule number 46. Invoice should always be, in case of goods, 3 copy, 1 original for the king, duplicate for the transporter, 3rd copy is for you, the supplier. In case of services, always remember, sir, in case of service, everyone, in case of service, when should you make the invoice? In case of service, before or after the providing of service. Provisioning of service means once the service is completed, that's called provisioning of service. So they are going ahead and telling you should go ahead and make the tax invoice when, everyone? Before or after the provisioning of service. Means before providing the service or once the service is completed, you can go ahead and make the tax invoice within how many days? But after the completion of the service, you should go ahead and make the tax invoice within 30 days. And there is 45 days also. 45 days is there in case of NBFI, NBFC, B for banking company, F for financial institution and I for insurance company. NBFI ke liye it is 45 days which is there. Done, sir? Always remember, in case of service, quantity is not required. It can be description, value, tax and such other particulars which are told in rule number 46. It should always be in duplicate. Duplicate means one for the king, the buyer, the recipient, and duplicate for the supplier. Triplicate copy is not there, Baba. It is not being transported. Services are not transported. So it is only duplicate copy which is there. Done, sir. This point is clear. Now, one small point over here, which we'll talk later. Okay. Goods done, services done. Can you tell me, in case of goods, when should you make the invoice, sir? At the time of removal or delivery or making it available. Services ka case mein 30 days or 45 days mein you should make the invoice. 45 days is for whom, everyone? NBFI, NBFC, banking company, financial institution and insurance company. 31.3 which is there is going ahead and telling, forget what is told in 31.1 and 2. You, in case A, B, C, D, E, F, G. There are some other points which are being told over here. Listen, chalo, we'll go ahead and talk about these points which are there. 31.3 basically goes ahead and talks about, 31.3 goes ahead and talks about R and bar SP. R for revised tax invoice. Revised tax invoice should always be issued within 1 month. They are going ahead and telling. That is told in section number 31.3. 1. B goes ahead and says N for no tax invoice. No tax invoice when the value is less than 200 rupees. B for bill of supply. Whenever you are supplying exempt supply or you are a composition dealer, you should always issue what everyone? Bill of supply. Because you are not charging any tax, you should always issue bill of supply. A for advance. Whenever you receive an advance, you should always issue a receipt voucher. Sir, if I am going ahead and refunding the advance which I have received, I have not issued any tax invoice, no supply done, nothing, but I am refunding, then always issue refund voucher. Done. As for self invoice, whenever you have to pay GST under RCM and supplier is unregistered and you are the recipient who is a registered person, you should make the self invoice which is there. If your supplier is unregistered, he will not go ahead and issue your tax invoice. You should make your invoice yourself. And whenever you are making the payment to the suppliers who have gone ahead and supplied you and on which you are paying the tax under RCM, you should always issue a payment voucher to them. Payment voucher. Always remember RNBARSP. RN bar SP. Done, sir. This point is clear. Everyone over here now. Notwithstanding anything contained in subsection 1 and 2, they are telling whatever is told in 1 and 2, forget it. Always remember, you are required to issue revised tax invoice within 1 month of issuance of registration certificate. So you became liable. Everyone here, you became liable. Here you went ahead and applied within 30 days. You got your registration certificate. Registration certificate is valid from here. So from here till the date of grant, whatever supplies you have done, for that you have to issue revised tax invoice within the next 1 month. Always remember one thing, revised tax invoice can be issued in consolidated format also. Rather than going ahead and issuing 111111 in revised tax invoice, you can issue consolidated revised tax invoice. Sir, consolidated revised tax invoice ke liye what will you go ahead and say? Revised tax invoice, always remember one thing. If I am talking about consolidated revised tax invoice, when you can go ahead and issue. If you had gone ahead and supplied to registered person or you had gone ahead and supplied to unregistered person. Remember, registered person, whether it was intra or inter, consolidated revised tax invoice is not possible. You have to issue registered person because he will go ahead and take the credit. You should go ahead and issue revised tax invoice individually. Done, sir. Unregistered person, intra, state, whatever you had supplied, you can issue consolidated revised tax invoice for all the supplies to unregistered person. For interstate supply, also whatever you had gone ahead and supplied, you can issue consolidated revised tax invoice. But wherever the value of supply, in case of inter to unregistered person, revised tax invoice ke liye, always remember one thing, wherever the value of supply is more than 2.5 lakh, any value of supply which is more than 2.5 lakh, over here also I have written over here, this is called B2C large invoices. Always remember one thing, for this consolidated revised tax invoice is not possible. You have to individually issue revised tax invoice. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Yes, sir, the same thing I have told over here. For invoices issued between effective date till the date of effective date to the date of grant of RC, you should issue revised tax invoice within the next 1 month of the issuance of revised registration certificate. Done, sir. For intrastate supply to unregistered person and for interstate, always issue revised tax invoice. For this also you can issue revised tax invoice, for this also. But for interstate to unregistered person, if the value of supply is more than 2.5 lakh, you cannot issue consolidated revised tax invoice. And sir, always remember one thing, no consolidated revised tax invoice if the value, if supplied to a registered person, whether it was intra or inter, intrastate supply or interstate supply, remember one thing, no consolidated revised tax invoice can be issued. Done. Because registered person will take the credit. You should always go ahead and issue him individually tax invoices. Done, sir. B. Registered person should not go ahead and issue tax invoice in case of exception multiplex. Leave multiplex. Other than that, if your value of supply is less than, remember, less than 200 rupees, less than 200. If your supply ka value is there, you are not required to individually go ahead and issue an invoice. Plus, the recipient should be unregistered person. So, for an example, I am a shopkeeper. I am selling some goods. Omkar came to my shop and he told, sir, uncle, give me one chips ka packet. I gave him one 10 rupees ka packet, chips ka packet. For the 10 rupees ka chips ka packet, I should not go ahead and issue him an invoice. Okay, sir, that's all. So, if value of supply is less than 200 rupees plus recipient is unregistered plus recipient does not require such invoice, then I don't have to go ahead and give him invoice. Okay? But for all those 10 rupees, 20 rupees, 50 rupees ka sale, at the end of the day, I should make one consolidated tax invoice at the end of the day for all such supplies. Done. Sir, exception multiplex you told. Because multiplex ka case mein, I have written over here, 1 minute. For multiplex, they have gone ahead and told it's a special circumstance for multiplex. What you have to do, all the multiplex theaters which are like, they are like PVR, Inox, etc. Multiplex ke liye, they are compulsorily required to issue e-ticket. Electronic ticket is compulsory for them. Electronic ticket is compulsory for them. And e-ticket only is deemed as their tax invoice. Need not contain recipient's detail also. And also they have to issue e-ticket even if the value is less than 200 rupees. It means multiplex theater ke liye e-ticketing is mandatory. Whenever they issue e-ticket, tax invoice not required because e-ticket is deemed as their tax invoice, and even if the value is less than 200, they have to go ahead and issue the e-ticket which is there. Done, sir. This point is clear. Next. Sir, if I am going ahead and supplying goods, services on both which are exempted, or I am a composition dealer, I should always go ahead and issue bill of supply. Remember, bill of supply. You should issue bill of supply and no bill of supply if the value is less than 200 rupees. Then, registered person on receiving an advance with respect to goods, services or both, always remember one thing, issue a receipt voucher evidencing the receipt of payment. Whenever you receive an advance, you should always go ahead and issue a receipt voucher. If supply or rate of tax is not determinable, sir, I can't determine the rate of tax, I can't determine the supply, then always assume it to be interstate and 18% GST should be paid. Whenever you receive an advance, and later you have not done any supply, remember this point, no supply, no tax invoice is issued against the advance, then you should always issue a refund voucher. To refund the advance, you should always issue a refund voucher. But tell me, sir, supposingly, I went ahead and already made the supply and I have issued the tax invoice. Now, if I am refunding the amount, what should I issue? Baba, always, can you guys tell me, everyone? If I have already gone ahead and issued a tax invoice and I am refunding the amount, what should I issue that time? Can people tell me the answer? Already tax invoice is issued. To cancel a tax invoice, what you should issue? To cancel a receipt voucher, you issue refund voucher. To cancel a tax invoice, what should you issue? Sir, credit note. Ha 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 ha. Very good, everyone. Okay, done. Sir, whenever you have to pay tax under RCM, you should always make your invoice yourself. Issue an invoice yourself means it's called in practical world the self invoice. You should make your invoice yourself with respect to the goods services received from unregistered person on the date of receipt. Always remember, if a registered person is supplying you, he'll already give you a tax invoice. You just have to pay the tax under RCM. If unregistered person is supplying you, you have to make your tax invoice yourself. Okay, sir. Whenever you are going ahead and making the payment to these people who have supplied you, on which you are paying the tax under RCM, whenever you are making the payment to them, always remember one thing, you should always make at the time of making the payment, you should always make the payment voucher. Done, sir. This point is clear. I went ahead and told you section number 31. People with me, everyone. Section number 31, we went ahead and learned in case of goods when you should make the invoice. At the time of removal or making available or delivery ke time. Service ka case mein, you should go ahead and make the invoice before or after the completion of the service also you can make, but within 30 days or 45 days. 45 days is in case of NBFI. Done, sir. 31.3 went ahead and told you that, sir, R revised tax invoice, N for no tax invoice, B for bill of supply, A for advance ka case mein receipt voucher, R for refund voucher, S for self invoice and P for payment voucher. RN bar SP. RN bar mein the SP went. Okay, done. The fourth one over here, in case of continuous supply of goods. What is continuous supply of goods? Whenever you are supplying goods on a continuous basis, on a recurrent basis, that is called continuous supply of goods. Whenever you are supplying on continuous basis, that's called continuous supply of goods. And they are going ahead and telling continuously on recurrent basis if you are supplying something, that's called continuous supply of goods. Continuous supply of goods ka case mein, always remember, if I am going ahead and giving you the statement, along with the statement, I should give you the invoice. But if I am not going ahead and giving you the statement, whenever you make the payment, I should go ahead and give you the invoice. It says, when successive statement of accounts are there, invoice should be before or at the time of each statement is given. If statement is not there, payments are involved. Whenever you are going ahead and making the payment, I will go ahead and give you the invoice. Whenever such payments are received, I'll go ahead and give you the invoice. So, sir, in case of continuous supply of goods, if you give a statement, along with the statement, you give the invoice. Sir, if statement is not given, whenever you receive the payment, you should go ahead and give the invoice. Sir, continuous supply of service. People, very, very important. Very, very important. I like this point. See, I like one point, which is this one. I like one point, which is this one. They can go ahead and ask a question on this. Please be very careful about it. Everyone over here now. And I'm telling you again and again. Before the exam, what are the points you have to concentrate and go? I'm telling you now only. So you should mark them properly. Done, sir. Next. Continuous supply of service. Continuous supply of service means which is supplied continuously on a recurrent basis. If I am going ahead and giving you services for which the period is more than 3 months. Remember one thing, period should be more than 3 months. Done, sir. Now, sir, in case of continuous supply of service, for an example, I am going ahead and doing some construction for you. Always remember one thing, if due date is ascertainable, I should go ahead and give you the invoice on or before the due date. In the contract, if the due date is ascertainable. If I am going ahead and doing some construction for you, due date is not ascertainable. In the contract, there is no due date when you should make the payment. So, when should I make the invoice? Whenever you make the payment, as and when I collect any payment from you, I should go ahead and give you the invoice. Due date not ascertainable, due date for payment is not ascertainable. On or before you make the payment, I should go ahead and give you the invoice. Sir, supposingly I am doing some construction for you and payment is linked to completion of an event, ground floor, first floor, second floor, third floor, fourth floor, then always remember, as and when I complete an event, I should go ahead and raise you the invoice. Payment is linked to completion of an event. On or before completion of that event, I should go ahead and on or before, I should go ahead and give you the invoice. Remind it in your exam this time, you will go ahead. But whenever I say you will go ahead, my wish is 100% it should come. But 1% chance is there that it might not also come. Okay? But in my opinion, 100% you will see one question on continuous supply of service. There are 2 circulars also in your time of supply ka chapter, which I'll talk about it. Done. The next one is supply of service ceases before completion. See, generally you raise the invoice within 30 days or 45 days once you have completed the service. But if you don't complete the service, when you will raise the invoice? For an example, we'll go ahead and take the example of, whose example? Giri Prasad. Giri Prasad ka example we'll take. Okay? Giri is over here. This is Giri. Sir, what is Giri doing? Sir, Giri came to my shop. He told, sir, I want a haircut. Giri ka half haircut I did. Half haircut is yet to be done. Not completed the service only. Giri is telling, no, sir, I don't like how you are cutting the hairs. I will leave and go. I told, okay, fine, Giri, go. But service is not completed. How can I give the bill? I should give the bill within 30 days or 45 days once the service is completed. I told, service not completed only. Sir, I will not give the bill. Government told, sir, if the service ceases in between, you have given half service only and the front person does not want the service, do one thing, invoice. At the time of cessation, that person is going, you tell him, sir, wait. To the extent of supply given, you should give him the service. Are we all clear till here? So when the person is going, you tell him, sir, how much service I have given? Half haircut, take the bill and go. I hope this point is clear. Yes, sir. Good send on approval. I like this also. Please mark it and keep. Good send on approval. You might see a small question. Might. Goods on approval or return basis. Always remember one thing. So if I have gone ahead and sent some goods on approval, when I am sending, that time it is not supplied. So that time invoice is not required. But sir, at the time of supply means when you give the approval or that 6 months from the date of removal, whichever is earlier, I should go ahead and raise the invoice. So sir, at the time of sending the goods, it is never supplied. But when you go ahead and give the approval, I should go ahead and raise the invoice. If you don't give the approval within 6 months, once 6 months gets over, I should go ahead and raise the invoice. That is what is being told over here in goods sent on approval. Done, sir. Everyone with me. Tell me one thing. Section number 31.1, we went ahead and learned in case of goods when you should raise the invoice. Goods ka case mein you should raise the invoice on removal or delivery or making it available. Done, sir. In your exam, please be very careful. Are they talking about movement of goods or are they not talking about, are they talking about where there is no movement? You should be very careful about it. In the question, if they are talking about movement and they've given you removal date, delivery dates, etc., you should be careful that if there is a movement, then only removal date should be taken. Done. The second time over here, second thing, services ka case mein before or 30 days or 45 days. Done, sir. 45 days NBFI. Third, I told you about RN bar SP. R for revised tax invoice, N for no tax invoice, B for bill of supply, A for advance का केस में receipt voucher, R for refund voucher, S for self invoice, P for payment voucher. 31.3 I went ahead and told you, 31.4 I went ahead and told you continuous supply of goods, statement given at the time of statement, statement not given, whenever you receive the payment, you should give the invoice. 31.5 continuous supply of service का केस में, sir, continuous supply of service, you have told whenever due date ascertainable, on or before due date, no due date, whenever you receive the payment, payment linked to completion, whenever you complete the event, you should go ahead and give the invoice. Done. Then we came to supply of service ceases. Whenever cessation happens, that time how much service you have given, give the bill. Approval ka case mein, when approval is given, or sir 6 months from the date of removal, whichever is earlier. Done, sir. This point is clear to all. Next, let's go ahead. Next, 31 done. 32 is total bakwas. Section number 32 just goes ahead and says, if you are unregistered, don't raise any invoice. If you are registered, please collect. If you are an unregistered person, don't go ahead and collect any tax. prohibition basically. Section number 32 prohibits people from unauthorized collection of tax. It says, sir, if you are unregistered, you should not collect any tax. If you are a registered person, you are authorized to collect how much as per the act or rule, that much only you should collect. Total bakwas section. 33 is again one total bakwas section. It just goes ahead and says, but you should remember, 33 just goes ahead and says that whenever you are going ahead and issuing any document relating to assessment like tax invoice, etc., always remember tax amount should be shown separately. That's all is 33. 33 mein whatever is told is also told in rule number 46M, that amount of tax charged in respect of taxable goods and service should be shown in the invoice. So in your exam, if they by chance go ahead and tell you, Ram, a person has gone ahead and issued a tax invoice, and in the tax invoice he is showing the tax amount collectively along with the values, along with the total value, then you should go ahead and say, no, what Ram is doing is not correct as per section number 33 and also as per rule number 46M. I'm telling you, remember section number, no problem. You should always show the tax amount separately. Done, sir. This point is clear. Section number 34 talks about, so section number 31 done, tax invoice. 31, after 31 done, 32 done, prohibition. 33 done, amount of tax to be shown separately. Section number 34 talks about credit note and debit notes. Credit note ka case mein always remember when you should issue credit note. 34 ka case mein when one or more tax invoice is already issued for the supply. So you have already gone ahead and issued the tax invoice, but later what happened? Taxable value or tax charge is more. You charge more value. So how to reduce? By issuing credit note. Always remember one thing: credit note invoice minus credit note is the net amount. So credit note is always minus. How to delete the invoice? How to reduce the value of invoice? You should issue credit note. And sir, invoice ke sath if you want to charge something more, addition, then you should always issue plus. Plus is debit note. Debit note is always plus. Credit note is always minus. Okay, everyone? Done. Next, goods supplied are returned. I supplied you some goods. I already issued a tax invoice. Later, you went ahead and returned the goods. To delete the invoice, I should issue you a credit note. Basically, to cut this invoice, I should issue you a credit note. Next, goods services found deficit. I went ahead and did not supply you. I issued you an invoice for 20 goods. But I supplied you only 15. 5 goods ke liye, I should issue you a credit note. Always remember, who will issue credit notes? Registered supplier. He may go ahead and issue one or more credit note. Always remember, for multiple invoices, one credit note is possible. And for one credit note, multiple invoices ke liye, one credit note is possible. And for for one tax invoice, multiple credit notes are possible, and for many tax invoice, one credit note is also possible. Always remember this point. Done. Next, sir, whenever you issue a credit note, always remember one thing, that credit note, if you issued in this month ka return mein you can go ahead and show it, and this month ka whenever you are filing the return, please show, so that because you return the money and the GST to the customer, government will also return your GST. Government says, I will give you adjustment in your liability. This month you have to pay that much GST less. Done. Registered person shall declare the credit note in the return for the month it was issued, but not later than 30th November of the next year. What is the last date you should go ahead and issue and declare the credit note? Remember, next year ka 30th November or actual date of filing annual return for that year, whichever is earlier, and your tax liability will be adjusted. Always remember, if you return the GST to the customer, only then government will give you adjustment in your liability. If you don't return the GST to the customer, government will also not give you adjustment in your liability. No adjustment if incidence of tax and interest has already been passed on, means you have not returned the GST to the customer by issuing the credit note, government will not return your GST. The next is debit note. Sir, if I have to charge you something more, I'll go ahead and issue a debit note. So if I have gone ahead and charged you taxable value less, or I have charged you tax late, to go ahead and charge you more, I will go ahead and issue you a debit note, which is there. Always remember one thing, registered person shall means mandatorily will go ahead and issue a debit note when taxable value and tax charge is less. Okay, sir. What is the time limit to issue debit note? Baba, because of debit note, you will collect GST and give to the government. Government says no time limit. Whenever you come to know about it that you have charged less, charge him. Charge GST also and give it to me. And government says no time limit to issue, but just declare in the month of the in which you are going ahead and issuing. People, you have to tell me section number 31, 32, 33 and 34 is done. Section number 31, 1 went ahead and told. Section number 31, 1 we went ahead and do. 32, unauthorized person. Unauthorized prohibition on unauthorized collection. Unregistered person should not collect. Registered person should collect as per the act or rules. 33, tax amount to be shown separately. 33, read with rule number 46M. Remember, tax amount should always be shown separately in the tax invoice. Done, sir. 34, went ahead and told about debit note and credit note. Are we all 100% clear till here? Array everyone. Chalo, quickly comment and tell me, are we all 100% clear? Can we go ahead? The more you guys talk, the more active I will be. So all of you have to quickly comment and tell me, can we go ahead, everyone? Yes, sir. We are all clear till here. Let's go ahead. Now, the next one over here. The next is rule number 46A over here. That, sir, if you are going ahead and supplying someone taxable supply and exempt supply both. If you are supplying taxable supply and exempt supply both to a person, if it's a registered person, you have to issue tax invoice and exempt supply ke liye bill of supply separately. But if you are going ahead and supplying taxable supply and exempt supply both together to a unregistered person who does not need any document, invoices, etc. Baba, what will an unregistered person do with tax invoice or he will do with bill of supply? Nothing. No. So government says you can go ahead and issue him one document which is called as invoice cum bill of supply. Always remember this point, everyone. If you are making taxable and exempt supply both to an unregistered person, a single document can be issued to him which is known as invoice cum bill of supply. Done, sir. Now, on the left hand side, whatever is written is just for your reading purpose, Baba. There is nothing for me to go ahead and talk about it really. All these are for your reading, just for your reading purpose. Okay, everyone? HSN code, sir, only reading purpose, there is nothing. Delivery challan, always remember one thing, whenever you can't issue a tax invoice, but you are sending some goods and there is a moment, you generally go ahead and issue a delivery challan. Okay, everyone? There is two circulars over here that, sir, when you are sending jewelries or artwork to exhibition for just showing it, on the way you don't have a tax invoice because you are just showing for exhibition, you are just sending artwork for exhibition, or you are taking jewelries along with you just for the purpose of showing. Remember one thing, when you are taking along with you, you will, it's not a supply. When it is not a supply, you can just take along with a delivery challan, and when the person will give the approval, at the time of approval, you can go ahead and issue a tax invoice. This is nothing. This circular is just for the purpose of reading. Please come to the next page. I'll go ahead and explain you one small point over here which I feel you can remember. One small point. Okay. Listen. People, it's a C graded chapter. So whatever is the most important point, I'm going ahead and revising. All this left hand side wala points which are there are just for the purpose of your reading. Here, e-invoicing and dynamic QR code is something which I want to talk about. Before I go ahead and talk about it, I want to tell you about special circumstance mein what is the tax invoice to be issued. Rule number 54 goes ahead and talks about that if you are a NBFI, NBFC, banking company, financial institution and insurance company, NBFI, you don't have to go ahead and issue tax invoice. So banking company, they will not issue tax invoice for every transaction which a customer does with them. So they can issue one consolidated tax invoice at the end of the month, or they can issue any other document in lieu thereof. Basically, if you see banking companies, etc., they go ahead and issue a statement, and the statement is deemed as their tax invoice. Done, sir. Next. Goods Transport Agency, they don't generally issue tax invoice, they issue consignment note, and that is only in special circumstance deemed as their tax invoice. What they're telling over here, tax invoice or any other document in lieu thereof, basically a consignment note which they go ahead and issue, that is deemed as a tax invoice. Okay? If a person is there in passenger transportation service, so if I am a person, I am in passenger transportation service, what document will I issue, sir? I will issue a ticket. Always remember, a ticket in any form by whatever name called, e-ticket, physical ticket, manual ticket, whatever ticket you are issuing, that is only deemed as your tax invoice. And multiplex ke liye I have already told you, e-ticketing is mandatory for them. So these are 4 special cases where whatever document they are issuing is deemed as their tax invoice. Correct, everyone? Done, sir. Now listen. E-invoicing ke liye they have gone ahead and told, if you are a registered person, for whom is e-invoicing applicable? If you are a registered person plus your aggregate turnover in any preceding financial year from 17-18. From which year, everyone? From any year which is 17-18 is more than 5 crore rupees. If any preceding financial year, say your turnover, registered person whose aggregate turnover in any preceding financial year from 17-18, 17-18, 18-19, 19-20, 20-21, 21-22, 23-24, 23-24, 24-25 is going on. So till 23-24 you will go ahead and see. If any financial year में your turnover is more than 5 crore, then Baba, you are required to do e-invoicing. ठीक है? With respect to sale done through registered person, whenever you are supplying to whom? Registered person, B2B supplies, and whenever you are going in and exporting. For your exports and for B2B supplies, you should go ahead and issue tax invoice. You should go ahead and issue e-invoice. Done, sir. And e-invoicing is not applicable if you are, see, this is B, banking companies, NBFI, always remember whenever I say banking company, G for GTA, P for passenger transportation, and M for multiplex. So, sir, if you are BG Prime Minister who rides a GLS car, Mercedes GLS, so, sir, B for banking. Banking, may you will always remember whom, everyone? NBFI, which is NBFC, banking company, financial institution, insurance company. G for GTA, P for passenger transportation service, who is there, and multiplex, who is there. On these people, e-invoicing is not applicable. G for government department, local authority, L for local authority, S for SEZ unit. And those referred to in 54.2, 3, 4 and 4A. This is rule number 54.2, 3, 4, 4A, which is BG Prime Minister. I want you guys to tell me one thing. Sir, I am going ahead. I am a registered person. I am going ahead and supplying to an SEZ unit. Is e-invoicing required, not required? Please tell me. I am a registered person and I am going to supply. I am going ahead and supplying to a SEZ unit. SEZ unit is a registered person. Is e-invoicing required, not required? Yes or no? Tell me. I am going ahead and supplying to SEZ, who is a registered person. Is invoicing required or not required? Yes or no? Sir, required. Remember one thing, when SEZ unit is supplying, it is not required. When you are supplying to SEZ, it is required. I am a registered person. I am going in and supplying to government department, who is registered as TDS deductor. Baba, if you are supplying to government department, you are a normal person, you are a registered person, government department is registered as a TDS deductor. Are you required e-invoicing? Yes, Baba. When government department is supplying, not required. But when you are supplying to government department and government department supposedly registered as a TDS deductor, required. You always have to remember, when these people are suppliers, they are not required. But when I am supplying to them, e-invoicing is required, because I am a registered person supplying to another registered person. E-invoicing is required. Please be very careful about this. Circular registered person issue e-invoice for supplies done to government department. If government department is registered as TDS deductor, Baba, I am a registered person. Government department is also registered as TDS deductor. Hey, Baba, registered as TDS deductor doesn't matter, because he is registered. You have to go ahead and issue invoice. I hope this point is clear to everyone. Yes, sir, this point is clear. Let's go ahead. Dynamic QR code. Now listen. E-invoice you understood already. Now what is dynamic QR code? Baba, payment wala dynamic QR code which is there. On the invoice, the dynamic QR code has to be printed by some people so that people can scan, customers can scan and make the payment. Now what they are going in and telling, registered person whose aggregate turnover in any preceding financial year, who are mandatorily required to provide dynamic QR code for payment. They are telling, if your turnover in any preceding financial year from 17-18 was more than, how much everyone? 500 crore, more than 500 crore. So anywhere year 17-18, 18-19, 19-20, 20-21, 21-22, 22-23, 20-24. Now 24-25 is going on. Any year, if your turnover was more than 500 crore, then for you, dynamic QR code is mandatory. On your invoice, you have to give dynamic QR code so that customer can scan and make the payment. If you're not giving in the invoice, at least in the digital display, that POS machine, etc., you should show the dynamic QR code so that if customer wants, he can scan and make the payment. Always remember, dynamic QR code a person has to issue only with respect to B2C. Here, this was for B2B, but dynamic QR code is for B2C. And it is for enabling UPI payment. Government wants UPI payments to be done in India, and hence government is going and telling every shopkeeper whose turnover is more than 500 crore in any preceding financial year has to mandatorily go ahead and give dynamic QR code. Done, sir. It is not applicable to those referred in 54.2 BGPM OIDR. Also, it is not applicable to OIDR. So, they are going ahead and telling whom it is not applicable. BG Prime Minister. Oh. Done, sir. This point is clear. Baba, also one point over here is, they told if I'm a banking company, for me e-invoicing not applicable. Banking company का only banking service पे e-invoicing not applicable, और banking company का doing banking services, or banking company selling old assets, or banking company going ahead and selling gold, e-invoicing is not applicable for any of the activity of banking company. They went ahead and told when we are selling, e-invoicing is not applicable in case of BG Prime Minister, GLS. Then any of their activity, banking company का banking activity or banking company का any activity, for the whole banking company, e-invoicing is not required. Insurance company, when we say e-invoicing is not required for the insurance service or any invoice which they issue, e-invoicing is not required. I hope this point is clear. This is what is told. Whether the exemption with respect to e-invoicing is applicable with respect to entity as a whole, or the same is only with respect to certain supplies made by that entity. They clarified the exemption from generation of e-invoice is for the entity as a whole and not restricted to the nature of supply made by the entity. Example, banking company selling bullion also will be exempted. Done, sir. This point is clear. Baba, other than this, all these circulars which are given over here are just for the purpose of reading. This chapter is C graded anyways. I've already gone ahead and told you. And all these circular are just for the purpose of reading. You guys can read and go. Nothing very important. In my opinion, in this chapter, what are the most important point I'll tell you? One is continuous supply of service. One is goods sent on approval. Section number 31(3) is very, very important, which I like it. And here, e-invoice and dynamic QR code wala points which I have gone ahead and explained you. These are the most important point from this chapter. Other than that, Baba, anything else which is there in the chapter is just for the purpose of reading. Done, everyone. Closing my revision on the chapter of tax invoice, debit note and credit note. Congratulations, people. Done. Sir, should we focus on Q&A on this chapter? Read and go. The important questions which I have told you. C graded chapter ka question answers which I have told you are important. You can read and go. It's okay. Enough. Chalo. Are we all clear? Any doubts, anyone? Chalo, we'll go ahead and continue. Sir, tax invoice chapter, any amendment is there? Baba, no amendment. Only one rule number 48 is there where they have just, I'll show you, total bakwas. There is no amendment at all. One rule number 48 is there where they had gone ahead and told whatever invoices you issue in a period, you should go ahead and show it in GSTR1. Instead, along with GSTR1, the word GSTR1A has been added. So there is no amendment in this chapter, which you have to go ahead and truly recall. Done. We'll move to time of supply. This time, tax invoice read with time of supply. One beautiful question will come. You will see one time of supply ka question in the exam. 100% you will see. Whenever I say 100%, always remember my 100% means 99%. Because 1% chance is there that it might not come. Correct? Because I have not set the paper. Done. Please come to time of supply, everyone. Let's go ahead and do the time of supply ka chapter. Beautiful chapter. Okay, before I move to time of supply, one accounts and records ka chapter is there. Please come to accounts and records, everyone. Before I go ahead and do accounts and record, let's take a quick linking. Everyone over here now. We started learning GST with goods or service. Correct, everyone? Goods or service has to be supplied. Supply can be either interstate supply or supply can be either intrastate supply. Interstate supply, what happens, everyone? GST gets levied. Intrastate, what happens? GST gets levied. Once GST gets levied, GST should be collected and paid by a taxable person. How will he collect and pay, everyone? He will have to go ahead and calculate GST, and GST is equal to value of supply into rate of tax. Correct, sir? Once you know the value, sir, I will go ahead and prepare the tax invoice, credit note, debit note, and delivery challan, etc. I will go ahead and prepare. Now, all these tax invoice, credit note, debit note, and delivery challans which are going ahead and preparing, you will have to maintain them. You will not throw them. You will have to maintain them. And you should always go ahead and maintain them. And here comes the chapter of accounts and records, which goes ahead and says what accounts you should maintain, how many years ke liye you should go ahead and maintain, and that is told by the chapter of accounts and record. In this attempt, I feel again it's a C- graded chapter. By chance, very negligible chances are there because lot of amendments, lot of changes are there. I believe many questions will come from them, and by chance you might see a 2 to 3 mark question. In my opinion, it should not come, but still it's a C graded chapter. I'll quickly go ahead and tell you what are the most important points. You should go ahead and take care of it, and only those points you can go ahead and read from that chapter should be good enough. What do you guys think, everyone? Shall we quickly go ahead and do it, everyone? So that we can spend more time on other chapters which need more of our concentration. Yes, sir, we will go ahead and do that. Listen to me very carefully. One thing over here in this chapter, I'll go ahead and quickly tell you what are the most important points you should be taking care. Number one, you should take care of this point that, sir, where should you maintain your books of account? At your principal place of business. What detail you should maintain? PCOs. Remember this point, PCOs. What is PCOs, everyone? Production and manufacture of goods related accounts, inward and outward supply related goods of books of accounts, stock related, I for ITC related, O for output tax payable, and S for such other particulars as prescribed in rule number 56. This point you should take care. Secondly, I believe you should take care who are the people who are not registered. See, generally, every registered person should maintain their books of account at principal place of business. Additional place of business ka accounts, if more than one place of business, then additional place of business ka account should be maintained at additional place of business. This one point I like it. Okay? They can go ahead and ask it 2 to 3 mark a small question. Secondly, they can also go ahead and ask you who are the people who are not registered but still have to go ahead and maintain their books of account. Always remember, whether registered or not, owner operator of godown or warehouse or every transporter should maintain books of accounts relating to consignor consignee relevant details as told in rule number 58. And rule number 58 tells what transporter should maintain, what owner operator of warehouse should maintain. These 2 points you should take care. Transporter who is going in and transporting the goods, he should always go ahead and maintain the records of goods which he has transported, delivered, stored in transit along with the GST number of the consignor and the consignee for each of his place of business. Sir, what are the goods he has transported, delivered, all the details should be maintained by a transporter. Owner operator of warehouse should always maintain books of account with respect to the period for which the goods remain in his warehouse, including particulars of dispatch, what goods came, what goods went, how many days the goods were there, movement, receipt, disposal of such goods. They should store goods in such a manner that can be identified item wise and owner wise. So if officer comes and asks him, owner operator of warehouse, which goods belongs to Ramesh Soni, he should be able to say these goods belong to Ramesh Soni and Ramesh Soni ka these goods are this goods. This is the item, this is the item, this is another item. He should be able to show item wise, owner wise details he should be able to provide so that physical verification can be done by the proper officer. This one paragraph, I like it. This 2 paragraph and this one. Thirdly, I also like this point over here. How many years you should maintain your books of account? Always remember one thing, you should maintain your books of account 72 months from the due date of furnishing annual return. And sir, if you are a party to an appeal, you should maintain your books of accounts for 72 months or once the appeal is finally disposed of from the date of final disposal, 1 more year you should maintain or 72 months, whichever is later. Remember, please do one question on this and go. Sir, how many years I should maintain books of account? 72 months. Or if you are this year related books of accounts you are talking, you should see if appeal is going on, appeal whenever it is finally disposed of from that time 1 more year or 72 months, whichever is later you should maintain your books of account. This point, I like it, everyone. Please be careful about it. Done, sir. Now they have gone ahead and told some additional books should be maintained as per rule number 56. In rule number 56, one point which I like it is, which are the books of account not to be maintained by composition dealer? Remember, composition dealer need not maintain stock related detail and tax payable ka detail is not required to be maintained by composition dealer. One question they can go ahead and ask. Discuss the books of account not required to be maintained by composition dealer. Other than that, you can remember what are the books of account to be maintained by an agent. So if I am an agent, I will receive authorization from the principal that I can supply or receive goods on his behalf. What goods I have supplied, what goods I have received on behalf of the principal, how much tax I have gone ahead and paid, all the details should be maintained by an agent. Last year, last attempt, I had gone ahead and told CA intermediate student to read this agent wala point and contractor wala point. Both the points came in the exam, 3 marks. So what I am telling is, please be careful about it. I like what are the books of accounts to be maintained by an agent and what are the books of accounts to be maintained by a works contractor. Sir, agent wala point you already told that he should have received an authorization. That authorization he should maintain. Secondly, description, quantity, value of goods which are received. What are the goods he has supplied? What accounts he has given to the principal and how much tax he has paid on the goods which he has received. Done, sir. What are the accounts to be maintained by a works contractor? So if I am a works contractor, which works contract I have done? how much payment I have received, what goods did I use to do the works contract, from whom did I purchase the goods, how much payment I received, all details should be maintained relating to a works contract. It says name and address of the person on whose behalf works contract is executed, for whom did I do the works contract, description, quantity, value of the goods received, and description, quantity and value of the goods which are utilized in execution of the works contract, which works contract did I do for that works contract, how much goods did I receive it, how much goods did I use it, details of payment received with respect to each works contract, how much payment did I receive, and sir, name and address of the supplier from whom he received the goods and service, from whom did I receive the goods and service, that detail I should go ahead and maintain. That much is, in my opinion, Baba, C graded chapter. From exam point of view, you should concentrate only this much in this chapter. Sir, what are the points I should concentrate? 35.1, 35.2 I told you, these 2 points you should concentrate. You should concentrate how many months you should maintain your books of account. What accounts are not required to be maintained by composite dealer. Agent wala point, works contractor wala point. These are the most important part of this chapter. Other than that, if you want, quickly run through the Q&As which are there, and that should be more than enough. Closing my revision on the chapter of accounts and records. Congratulations, people. Are we all 100% clear till here, everyone? But these are C minus graded chapters. We will concentrate and we'll put more efforts where it is required. Right, everyone? Can we go ahead, everyone? E-way bill. Clear, everyone. Please come to E-way bill. E-way bill. Please come to E-way bill, everyone. Let's do E-way bill. Now listen. Once you go ahead and maintain your accounts and record, listen to me very carefully. You will go ahead and send the goods to the other person. When you send the goods to the other person, you send along with the help of a e-way bill. And here comes the linking of the chapter that, sir, I sold the goods, I calculated the value, I raised the tax invoice, I maintained my accounts, and now I am going to send the goods to the other person. When you are going ahead and sending the goods to the other person, you will go ahead and send along with the help of a e-way bill. Please come to the chapter of e-way bill. Sir, how will you rate this chapter as? One small question should come from this chapter. One question should come from this chapter. Okay, everyone. I believe in e-way bill. We can rate it as B graded. Might come, might not come. C graded means one. A graded means it will come. B graded means might 50% chances. C graded means 1/3 chances. Done, everyone. B graded chapter. One question, if it comes, it will come approximately for 4 marks, which is there. Chalo, we'll go ahead and start quickly with those important points which we need to concentrate for our exam point of view. Everyone, again, in this chapter, we'll do selective study where we'll be going ahead and concentrating only on those points which are the most important point. Right, everyone? Chalo, can we go ahead and do? Yes, sir. Let's go ahead and do. Now, listen. Here, first thing you have to remember, who is going to go ahead and issue? Who is the person who issues a e-way bill? Who will go ahead and make a e-way bill? Always remember one thing, either it is the supplier. If I am telling I will send the goods, I'll make the e-way bill. If you are going to go ahead, collect and go the goods, you are going to come, collect the goods and go, then you are going to make the invoice. So always e-way bill, supplier will issue or recipient will issue in case of supply. If it is not a case of supply, might be, I'm just sending the goods to someone, I'm the consignor, he is the consignee, I'm not selling the goods, I'm sending the goods for exhibition, for example. Always remember, it's the consignor or the consignee, whoever causes the movement will go ahead and issue the invoice. One point, remember, if the supplier is unregistered person, if the supplier is registered or unregistered person, and the recipient is a registered person, movement will be deemed to be caused by the recipient and he should go ahead and make the tax. He should go ahead and make the e-way bill. Done, sir. First question, who will make the e-way bill? This point is important. Secondly, sir, always remember when you should make the e-way bill. When should you make the e-way bill? Sir, this point is very, very important again. Sir, whenever you are causing the movement of goods, remember supply is not important to determine whether e-way bill is required or not. To determine whether e-way bill is required or not, supply is not important. What is important is movement. If the goods का movement is there, e-way bill is required. ठीक है सर. Whenever you are causing the movement of goods where the consignment value is more than 50,000 rupees, you have to go ahead and issue a e-way bill. ठीक है sir. Or whenever you are causing the movement of goods where the consignment value is more than 50,000, e-way bill is required. Whether it is intrastate movement or interstate movement, always remember one thing. Whenever you are causing the movement, you are required to generate a e-way bill. The consignment value should be more than 50,000 rupees. Sir, how to calculate the consignment value? Baba, every document is a separate consignment. If you have issued a tax invoice, the value of the tax invoice plus the GST amount, total has to be seen. If you have gone and issued a bill of supply means there is no tax anyways. So the amount which is there, that much only. Tax is anyways not there. If you are going ahead and issuing a invoice, bill of supply, delivery challan, take it. If any GST is there, take the GST component, including GST component. You have to see if the value is more than 50,000, then you are required to issue e-way bill. Done, sir. Always remember in your e-way bill, value of exempt supply should always be excluded. So if you have gone and issued invoice cum bill of supply, where taxable supply is there, exempt supply is there, and tax is also there, exempt supply amount should be deleted, and then you should see the value. Done, sir. And accordingly, you should decide whether e-way bill is required or not required. Now here, two cases when e-way bill is mandatory. Number one, always remember, student says, sir, we had already gone ahead and discussed this, same thing. Consignment value always includes GST, but always excludes exempt supply ka value. Very good, everyone. Okay? Very good. Next. Sir, what are the two cases when e-way bill is mandatory irrespective of the value? You have to go ahead and issue e-way bill. Number one, interstate movement. Whenever you are doing intra or interstate movement to a job worker, whenever you are sending goods to whom, everyone? To a job worker, e-way bill is mandatory. Interstate movement, intra nahi, intra ka case mein intrastate, see baba, normally intra or inter, doesn't matter. If the consignment value is more than 50,000, e-way bill is required. Two cases when it is mandatory without seeing the value, you have to generate whenever you are sending goods for job work. Secondly, interstate movement to job work and interstate movement of handicraft goods by a person who is exempted from compulsory registration under section number 24, 1 and 2. Baba, exempted from registration. Even if you are doing interstate movement, do you remember handicraft goods, craftsman goods wala people are exempted from registration. Exempted only from registration, not exempted from e-way bill. E-way bill is mandatory from them. So for example, I am taking handicraft goods from one state to another state. Interstate movement, always remember one thing, interstate supply ka case mein registration is not mandatory for handicraft goods. They are exempted from registration but not for e-way bill. They have to generate e-way bill. E-way bill is mandatory. This point I like it. Please remember, they can go ahead and ask you in the exam. This is very important. And this point is also very important, that sir, how to calculate the consignment value. Done, sir. Next, sir, when should you generate e-way bill? In case of road, prior to movement. In case of rail, etc., you can generate after the movement also, no problem. This e-way bill ka validity wala point is very, very important. They can ask you a small question. Please listen. Sir, e-way bill ka validity. Can you please go ahead and tell us what about this validity which is there? See, e-way bill ka validity mein, you have to see if it's an over-dimensional cargo, big truck which is there, or it's a multimodal transportation. Multimodal transportation means when multiple modes of transportation is used and ship is involved. Means for an example, I am sending goods from here to here. First I send by road, then I am sending by big truck, then I send by rail, then I send by ship, and then I send by air, and it finally reaches. Remember, if ship is involved in your transportation from one place to another place, you are sending the goods, and in any place, if ship is involved, then always remember, it is less than equal to 20 kilometers ke liye 1 day ka validity will be given. Always remember, over dimensional cargo, big truck you are using, or if you are using ship, then you will always be given 20 kilometers ke liye 1 day ka validity. But any other case, sir, for an example, from here to here I am sending multiple modes mein, but there is no ship which is involved, then remember one thing, if it is multimodal transportation, or over dimensional other than the above, then they are telling 200 kilometers 1 day ka validity will be given. This is very, very important. Again, one small MCQ can come in the exam. None, sir. This point is clear. So you will go ahead and concentrate on first who will go ahead and issue the e-way bill. Sir, why am I going to issue the e-way bill? Because you are moving consignment value is more than 50,000 rupees. And sir, interstate movement when it is done to a job worker, and then interstate movement of handicraft goods by a person who is exempted from compulsory registration but not exempted from e-way bill generation. Consignment value, always remember, includes. Remember, consignment value includes GST but excludes exempt supply ka value. Sir, e-way bill ka validity, always remember, over dimensional cargo or multimodal transportation where ship is involved, always you will get 20 kilometers 1 day and up to 20 kilometers ka 1 day ka validity. And if it is other than over dimensional cargo or multimodal transportation where ship is involved, other than that, then 200 kilometers 1 day. Can you tell me one question ka answer, everyone? Supposingly I am going ahead and causing movement where the movement is 660 kilometer. If it is over dimensional cargo, how much will be the number of days? If it is multimodal transportation where ship is involved, how much will be the number of days? If it is normal cargo, not over dimensional cargo, normal cargo, then how many days ka validity will I get? Can you tell me the answer, everyone? 1, 2, 3. No, sir, this will be same only anyways. Over dimensional cargo or multimodal transportation involving ship. Sir, over dimensional cargo, you will get 66 divided by 660 divided by 660 divided by 20, you will get 33 days ka validity. And if it is normal cargo, sir, 660 divided by 200, you will get 3.3. 3.3 means you will be given 4 days ka validity. Very good, everyone. Chalo, very good, guys. Very good. Chalo, theek hai. Done. Very good. Theek hai. Done. These points are important over here. You can give one reading just to this one. Sir, when is e-way bill not required? I am just telling you to read it once and go. What are the cases e-way bill is not required? By chance, they can go ahead and ask one small point. Please give just a reading. Not very important. Just give a reading to this point. Other than that, everything is okay. Please come to the next page. In the next page, one point which I want you guys to be very careful about is when can your e-way bill be blocked? What are the cases when your e-way bill will be blocked? Rule number 138E. I like this point. So I've told you over here 1, 2, 3, 4 points. And this also you can just read and go once. Not very important, but when is e-way bill not required? This might be one small MCQ they can go ahead and ask. Please come to the next page. In the next page, I want you guys to concentrate on rule number 138E. Please come to rule number 138E now. Please come to rule number 138E. Now listen. Rule number 138E goes ahead and talks about restriction on furnishing of information in part A of e-way bill form number 1. So Baba, what they are going ahead and telling that, sir, we will go ahead and block your e-way bill if you go ahead and do this 4 defaults. And always remember one thing, this blocking happens only for your supplies. Or for your purchase, e-way bill will not be blocked. For your sales, the e-way will be blocked if you are a defaulter. So if I am a defaulting person, for my sales, the e-way bill portal will be blocked, not for my purchase. What they are going and telling, no person shall be allowed to furnish information in part A in respect of outward movement of goods of a registered person. So whatever is my outward movement, for that I will also not be able to generate e-way bill. Even if I have authorized e-commerce operator or I have authorized a transporter to generate e-way bill, they will not be able to generate e-way bill for my sale if I am a person in default. For your purchase, e-way bill will be allowed. Please do one question on rule number 138 and go. 138E and go for your exam. It is very important. Now listen. Being a composition registered person, if you have not furnished CMP 08 that I have paid my tax for 2 consecutive quarters, your e-way bill portal will be blocked. Being a person other than A means normal person who has not furnished return for a consecutive period of 2 tax period. 2 tax period means 2 months or 2 quarters. If I am under monthly return, 2 months. If I am under quarterly return, 2 quarter ka. If I have not gone ahead and furnished my return, then my e-way bill portal will be blocked. Next, being a person other than A means other than composition person, normal person has not furnished GST or 1. GSTR1 for 2 months or 2 quarter, then also my e-way bill portal will be blocked. One is GSTR3B, your monthly return which is there for 2 months or 2 quarter, or your GSTR1 for 2 months or 2 quarter, or if your registration has been suspended. Remember, during suspension, you can't generate e-way bill for your outward movement. Done, sir? This point is clear. Sir, please unblock. Then, Baba, you can go to the commissioner and tell commissioner, sorry, please unblock my e-way bill portal, and commissioner can go ahead and unblock, or he can go ahead and reject your application which is there. But from exam point of view, you have to remember, sir, e-way bill portal is blocked only for your sale, not for your purchase. What are the 4 reasons why e-way bill portal will be blocked? Number 1, composition dealer CMP 08 for making the tax commitment basically has not been furnished for 2 consecutive quarter. Sir, normal person return not filed for 2 months or 2 quarter. Composition normal person GSTR1 not filed for 2 months or 2 quarter, or if your registration has been suspended under rule number 21A, then also e-way bill portal shall be locked. Done, sir. This point is clear. Here some important points are there which are just for your reading. Always remember one thing. Every invoice, people remember, every invoice. So I got an order from one person. I issued 3 invoices. My question to all of you, one order, I gave 3 invoices. 3 invoices, all the 3 invoices including GST, the value is more than 50,000 rupees. Order was for supposedly 2 lakh rupees. I bifurcated the order into 3 invoices. My question to all of you, 3 invoices ke liye I should issue 1 consolidated e-way bill, or 3 invoices mean 3 e-way bills? Can you tell me, everyone? 3 invoices means 1 e-way bill or 3 e-way bills? Each invoice or each document, 1 e-way bill is required. Always remember one thing, every document wise you have to go ahead and decide whether e-way bill is required or not. Done. So 3 invoices, 3 e-way bill I have to go ahead and generate. After I generate 3 e-way bill, can I generate 1 consolidated e-way bill? Yes. That consolidated e-way bill is, first you have to generate all the invoices ke liye, all the e-way bills which are required, all the e-way bills after being generated, you can generate 1 consolidated e-way bill. Very good. Done. तो ट्रांसपोर्टर में जनरेट कंसोलिडेटेड ई-वे बिल इंडिकेटिंग सीरियल नंबर ऑफ ऑल द ई-वे बिल्स. E-way bill may be cancelled within 24 hours. You have to remember this. E-way bill can be cancelled within 24 hours, but before being verified in transit. Before being verified in transit, it can be cancelled. E-way bill generated in one state is valid in another state also. Always remember, e-way bill generated in one state is valid in another state also. Railway will not give you delivery. Sir, railway ka case mein you can generate e-way bill after the moment also, but railway will not give you delivery if you don't show the e-way bill at the time of collection. Basically, when you go to collect the goods, if you don't show the e-way bill, they will not give you the delivery of the goods. Then, e-way bill generation is optional even if consignment value is less than 50,000. Sir, less than equal to 50,000 also can I generate? Optional, free. Want to generate. Sir, can transporter courier agencies also generate e-way bill on my behalf? Can they fill Part A and Part B both? Yes, Baba, you can go ahead and authorize them and they can fill Part A and Part B on your behalf. Next. Consigner and consignee has not generated e-way bill and the aggregate value of goods transported is more than 50,000. Then transporter with respect to interstate supply can go ahead and generate the e-way bill on the basis of invoice. So supposing one transporter is there, his truck mein goods are more than 50,000 rupees ka value. Consigner, consignee, none of them have generated because the value of single invoice is not more than 50,000 rupees. Then transporter in case of interstate movement can go ahead and generate a e-way bill on the basis of those invoices. Transporter can generate. Done, sir. These are some of the important points just to read. One point which I want you guys to remember. E-way bill is valid only Part A and Part B both are filled. Part A and Part B. Part B means transport ka details should be mentioned. Transaction Part A. Part B transport details should be mentioned. Only then e-way bill is valid. But if you are sending from your place to the transporter's location, transporter ka location mein when you are sending by your small truck, remember, if you are sending the goods to the transporter's place of business, it's an intrastate movement and the distance is up to 50 km. Then only Part A is required, Part B is not required. In your exam, they will go ahead and tell you, is Part A and Part B both required for transportation? Is there any exception to the rule? The exception to the rule is whenever you are sending to the transporter's place for transporting it further, then if it's an intrastate movement and distance is up to 50 km, you can fill Part A and send. You don't have to fill Part B. But if distance is more than 50 kilometer, always remember part A and part B both are required. ठीक है. Now what happened? Goods went from here, Bangalore का GTA से, goods were transported to the Delhi GTA. It went over here. Now from here it will be unloaded in a small truck and it will be taken further. Again, if from here to the consignee ka place of business, if transporter's place say it is going to the final destination and it's an intrastate movement, from here to here it is an intrastate movement and distance is up to 50 kilometer, part A is required, part B new truck ka detail not required. But if distance is more than 50 kilometer from here to here, transporter's place to the final destination, part A and part B ka updation will be required. New truck ka details have to be updated. Always remember, a e-way bill is valid, only part A and part B both are being filled. Is there any exception to the rule? Yes, sir. If you are sending from your premises to the transporter's premise or transporter's premises to the final consignee ka place, if distance is intrastate and 50 kilometers ka distance is there, then part A is required, part B updation is not required. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Yes, sir, this point is clear. One more weighing bridge wala point is there, that sir, if you are sending your goods for weighing bridge, not very important. If distance is up to 20 kilometer, delivery challan is required, e-way bill is not required. More than 20 kilometer, delivery challan plus e-way bill both are required, not very important. So sir, from this chapter I have already told you what are the important point, 1 2 3 4 5 points over here, and here I have told you rule number 138E. Some important points are important, so please concentrate on some important points which are important. These points which I have told you over here, from your place to transporter or transporter's place to the final consignee, this point they can go ahead and ask you a small question. That's all is the important part. I say it is a B graded, or it can be told as B or C graded. 1 4 markers, maximum 1 question can come. Sir, whatever questions you have gone ahead and told important what to do, just read once and go, more than enough. Done. I'll close my revision on the chapter of e-way bill. Done. Doubt. Let's do one thing. Let's take a small break. We come back from the break and we will go ahead and do the chapter of time of supply. Let's take a small break, everyone. Done? Yes, let's go and take a small break and then we come back and do time of supply, everyone. Let's take a small break. Now, the next chapter is time of supply. Sir, what kind of a chapter will you consider time of supply this time? I will consider this as a graded chapter because in my opinion, one question will 100% come from this chapter, which you will see 4 to 6 mark question will come. Because there are 2 small circulars in this chapter also, I believe that they should go ahead and ask a question. This question will come basically from this chapter mixed with time of supply, tax invoice ka chapter. So you should see a question on this chapter. Generally, we consider this chapter as B graded or C graded. I believe because of 2 amendments this time, 2 circulars, you will see a question. Chalo. Time of supply, let's go ahead and take a quick linking and then we'll go ahead. We started learning GST with what, everyone? Oh, amazing experience, sir. Thank you, Mukul. Chalo, let's go ahead. We started learning GST with goods or service. Goods or service has to be supplied. Supply can be either interstate supply or supply can be either intrastate. Interstate supply, I, GST gets levied. Intrastate supply, C, GST gets levied. Once GST gets levied, GST should be collected and paid by a taxable person. How will he collect and pay? He will calculate GST, and GST is equal to value of supply into rate of tax. Once you know the value, you will have to go ahead and prepare the tax invoice, credit note, debit note, and the delivery challan. Once you go ahead and prepare the tax invoice, you will go ahead and maintain your accounts and records, and you will go ahead and send the goods to the other person with the help of e-way bill. Now, once you have gone ahead and sent the goods to the other person, government says, beta Ramesh, tell me one thing. Goods supplied also, inter or intra also done. Sir, GST got levied also. Now, your time has come that you should go ahead and collect and pay GST. Sir, you calculated GST, you gave the invoice also, you maintained the accounts also, you sent the goods also. Ramesh, what are you waiting for? Please pay my GST. And here comes your liability to pay GST. Liability to pay GST to the government comes, and that liability to pay, when do you become liable to pay? That in GST we go ahead and call it as the time to pay, that is the time of supply. So what is time of supply, everyone? Time of supply is that time when your bad time has come. You have to pay GST to the government. So that is what is called time of supply. People, remember one thing, time of supply, you must solve question answers by writing. Only if you solve question answers by writing, you will realize you are able to solve properly. If you don't write question answers and solve, you will not be able to do it in the exam. So at your home, please write the answer with your own hand and solve. Done, sir. Chalo, we'll go ahead and do liability to pay. That is the time of supply now. Time of supply, we are going to learn 3 sections over here. Section number 12, section number 13 and section number 14. Section number 12 goes ahead and talks about time of supply in case of goods. 13 talks about time of supply in case of service. And 14 goes ahead and talks about time of supply in case there is a change in rate of tax. Done? Yes. Now everyone over here. Time of supply, section number 12 which is there. Section number 12 has 12.1, 12.2, section number 12.3, section number 12.4, section number 12.5 and section number 12.6 which is there. Same with section number 13, 13.1 to 13.6 and then we have section number 14. Everyone over here. Section number 12.1 simply goes ahead and says, when do you become liable to pay tax? Sir, you become liable to pay tax on the time of supply. Sir, that's all is told. Sir, you become liable to pay tax on your goods at the time of supply. How to find out time of supply? That is told over here. Time of supply, section number 12.2, forward charge mechanism. So, if I am a supplier of goods, for example, I am a supplier of remote. Okay, remote. I am a supplier of remote. So, where this goods I am going ahead and supplying, I will collect the tax and I will pay the tax to the government. When should I pay the tax to the government? When do I become liable? See, every month ka liability you pay next month 20th. But when do you become liable? Which month, which day do you become liable? Because if you become liable in this month ka liability you pay next month. I'm not asking when do you pay. I'm asking when do you become liable to pay. And that is told over here that, sir, in case of supplier of goods, forward charge mechanism means whatever goods I have supplied and I should collect GST and pay. When do I become liable? It says earlier of date of issue of invoice by the supplier. So whenever I issue the invoice, date of issue or the last date to issue invoice. I hope you guys remember when we had gone ahead and learned our tax invoice ka chapter, last date to issue invoice is, sir, you have written it on the left side. Yes, Baba. If goods involve movement at the time of removal in your exam, the time of supply ka question, please be very careful. Is the question talking about movement or no movement? They will give you all the date, delivery date also, removal date also. But you have to see the question and decide whether the goods involve movement or there is no movement. If movement is there, take delivery date, removal date. If movement is not there, then take the delivery or making available ka date. Please be very careful about it. Students going to the exam in time of supply, not solving question answers at home and going in the exam, you will definitely do wrong answer and come. Please solve some questions and go. Listen now. Or making it available. That is the last date to issue invoice. Sir, if it's the question relates to continuous supply of goods, last date to issue invoice is what? If statement is there, on the statement date. If statement is not there, whenever the payment is received, that is the last date. Done, sir. Sir, if it's a approval wala question, means goods sent on approval, what is the last date to issue invoice? The last date to issue invoice is the approval date or 6 months from the date of removal, whichever is earlier. So you should take the last date to issue invoice or the actual date of invoice, whichever is earlier, or the date of receipt of payment. Sir, when do you receive the payment? When you receive the payment, book entry or bank account created, whichever is earlier has to be taken. So earlier is of these 3 dates. What they are telling in case of time of supply, in case of goods, date of invoice, last date to issue invoice or date of receipt of payment, whichever is earlier. Done. But then they went ahead and told normal supplier of goods. Always remember, date of receipt of payment is not required to be considered. It means you don't have to pay any GST on advance. Done, sir. But if you are a supplier of goods which is specified actionable claim, actionable claims, do you remember everyone? Casinos, horse racing, lottery, betting, etc. All this ka case mein, you will have to go ahead and pay date of invoice, last date to issue invoice or date of receipt of payment. Even if you receive any advance, you are required to pay GST, and hence in case of actionable claim, you have to consider all the 3 dates. But in normal case, you will take date of invoice or last date to issue invoice. For that, the government had issued one notification and government told this point. People, please tell me, is section number 12.2 clear to all of you? Yes, sir, clear. Next. Section number 12.3 goes ahead and talks about reverse charge mechanism. I want students to tell me the shortcut which we had gone ahead and remembered for RCM in case of goods. Can you tell me, everyone, RCM in case of goods? Crops belt. Do you remember crops belt? plus metal scrap which was there. Yes sir, we remember crops, belt and metal scrap. Chalo. Now RCM का केस में when do you have to pay GST? So for example, supplier has supplied me the goods, I have to pay the GST under RCM. Supplier has supplied me the goods, I have to pay the GST under RCM. When will I have to pay? They have gone ahead and told the date of receipt of goods, the day I receive the goods, then the day I make the payment. Recipient का point of view से he'll make the payment, or the date immediately following 30 days from the date of invoice or other document given by the supplier, whichever is earlier over here. Remember, in case of RCM, so for an example, I have to go ahead and pay the tax on reverse charge mechanism. Priority sector lending certificate, one bank has gone ahead and supplied to another bank. This bank has to pay the GST under RCM. When does he have to go ahead and pay? Sir, the day he has received the goods, or the day he has made the payment, or supplier will go ahead and give you the invoice. From that invoice, 30 days got over, the next day, the 31st day, whichever is earlier. Sir, what if these 3 dates are not available with me? If supposingly an agriculturist has gone ahead and supplied me some goods on for this, all the 3 dates are not available. Remember, in my books of account, I will make an entry, book entry. So for an example, agriculturist ko I ordered some goods. I ordered cashew nuts from him, unpeeled cashews. So in this scenario, I went ahead and made a book entry, agriculturist cashew nut account debit to agriculturist. Payable ka entry I have passed. I have not yet made the payment. I have not received the goods also till now. Payment I have not done. Agriculturist did not give me the invoice. All the 3 dates are not there. Then remember, the day book entry in the books of a recipient, I made a book entry that cashew nut account debit to the agriculturist. I made one entry. The day you make the entry, that day is your bad day. You become liable to pay GST on those goods. This is told about RCM. Sir, voucher ka case mein, voucher always remember if the supply is identifiable. So if I have gone ahead and issued a voucher and I know what is the supply going to be, then Baba, the day I issue the voucher, that day is the liability date. Sir, date of issue of voucher. But if I don't know, I issued a voucher, I don't know what is the other person going to use the voucher against. So sir, that time I have to wait for the other person to come and actually use the voucher, and hence the redemption date becomes the time of supply over here. The next one over here is residuary cases. If you don't fall under 2 also, 3 also and 4 also, then Baba always remember the time of supply. If you are a registered person, if you have to pay any tax on any item where it is not falling in 12.2, 12.3, 12.4, anywhere, then Baba, no problem. The day you are filing your return, pay your tax and file your return. That day is your bad day. Due date of return. Sir, I am unregistered person but still liable to pay some tax. Might be I collected some tax. I told who will come to know. Government told wait, now we will put you in jail. You told sorry sir, I will go ahead and make the payment. The day you make the payment, that day is your bad day. That day is the liability date. That is being told over here that sir, unregistered person का केस में the date of making the payment is the liability date. Sir, interest penalty and late fee का केस में the day you receive the interest penalty and late fee. If you don't receive, don't pay. If you receive late, pay late. Government says whenever you receive, that day is your liability date in case of interest penalty and late fee. Done. Please tell me, are we all clear with section number 12, everyone? Yes, sir. Section number 12 is clear. Section number 12 you entered and told. Section number 12 mein you entered and told. Section number 12.1 liability to pay comes at the time of supply. 12.2 you told about forward charge mechanism. 12.3 told about RCM. 12.4 went ahead and told about vouchers. 12.5 went ahead and told about residuary case, and 12.6 went ahead and told about IPL. Are we all 100% clear? Can we go ahead? Now, this attempt ka most important section, section number 13, which I feel if they ask you, they will ask you on section number 13.2 or 13.3. Okay, I feel that. Done. So please concentrate properly. Section number 13 we are going to talk about now. Section number 13 goes ahead and talks about time of supply. Okay, time of supply in case of what everyone? Services. So if you are a supplier of service, when are you required to pay? Liability to pay will come when? That is told by section number 13. So section number 13.1 goes ahead and says your liability to pay in case of service will arise at the time of supply. How to find out time of supply? Section number 13.2 says if you are a supplier, from supplier's point of view, when are you required to pay? First of all, you have to see, are you issuing the invoice on time? Sir, what is the time to issue invoice? In case of normally services, it is 30 on or before 30 days or 45 days. Sir, on providing the service, before providing the service, or once service is completed within 30 days or 45 days. 45 days in case of NBFC, banking company, financial institution and insurance company. Sir, if it is continuous supply of service ka case, if due date of payment is ascertainable, on or before due date. Due date not ascertainable, on or before payment. Payment linked to completion, on or before completion of the event. Please do one question on this from your book and go. It is very, very important. Continuous supply of service, high chances of coming this attempt. Done. So, sir, always remember this is the time to issue the invoice. If you have issued the invoice on time, date of invoice or date of receipt of payment, whichever is earlier. Date of invoice or date of receipt of payment, whichever is earlier. But if I don't issue the invoice on time, they are going ahead and telling the date I have provided the service or the day I have received the payment, whichever is earlier. The day your service was completed or the day of receipt of payment, whichever is earlier, will become your time of supply. Always remember one thing. Done. Everyone over here now. Sir, in tax invoice chapter, what is B2C large invoices? The invoice value is more than 2.5 lakh. That's called B2C large invoices. Done. Everyone over here now. Baba, concentrate on the chapter. Other than this chapter, any doubts after the class? Everyone over here now. Is the invoice on time? Sir, in case of service, forward charge mechanism, always remember, if you are issuing the invoice on time, in date of invoice or date of receipt of payment, whichever is earlier, if you don't issue the invoice on time, the day you had provided the service, the date of provisioning of service or the date of receipt of payment, whichever is earlier. Sir, it means now small advance, if I have gone and received an advance up to 1000 rupees, listen. In case of small advances, they have gone ahead and told the time of supply can be date of invoice or the day you received the payment. So I received an advance payment, but I went ahead and issued an invoice later. They are telling no problem. You don't have to pay GST on advance in case of service. If the amount is up to 1000 rupees, you can go ahead and pay it later. Also, date of invoice, that is the option of the supplier for small advances. Now, for an example, I went ahead and provided a deep cleaning services to someone. Invoice, I did not give the invoice. The day I provided the service, I don't have any entry in the books of account only. How will government come to know when did I provide the service? Date of providing of service is not there, and date of receipt of payment, I took the money in cash and I am sitting aram se. Now, in this scenario, what will be my time of supply? Government will never come to know in my books of account the time of supply, and hence they went ahead and told, if by chance 13 to A and B is not applicable, always remember the time of supply. Supplier ka time of supply will be on the basis of recipient ka books of account when he made the book entry. Supposingly, I gave one deep cleaning services to Ram Associates. Ram Associates made an entry in their books of account. Deep cleaning expenses to cash. Paid cash to Ramesh Soni for deep cleaning. I will be caught based on his books of accounts ka entry. Sir, on the day he made the book entry, that day is my bad day and I'll become liable. So for an example, investigation happened in his books of account and they connected it to me and they caught me, then I'll become liable. The day he made the book entry, that will be my liability date. I hope this point is clear. 13.3 goes ahead and talks about RCM, reverse charge mechanism. Sir, reverse charge mechanism in case of services. We had gone ahead and learned about diagrams. You guys remember diagrams? Yes, sir. Diagrams ka case mein you are told, sir, in case of services, when do you become liable? They have told over here, the day I make the payment. In case of services, so supposing director has gone ahead and given me service, I am the company. Company should pay GST under RCF when? The day I made the payment, to the director, book entry or the bank account debit date, whichever is earlier. Or if the director had gone ahead and given me any invoice, if he was registered, he will give me invoice. If he is not registered, he will give me. If the supplier is registered, he will give me a tax invoice. If he is not registered, he will give me a commercial bill. From the day the director gave me the invoice, from that day, I should calculate 61st day. People, can you tell me the 61st day? For an example, the invoice given by the supplier is 1st of January. Can you tell me which is the 61st day from this? Date following the 60 days, can you tell me? Can you calculate and tell me the date following the 60 days, everyone? Date following the 60 days. Can you tell me the date following the 60 days? Quick, everyone. Quick. Sir, January 31 days is there. First day you always leave it. 30 days in January. February 28 days. Always take 28 days. Never go ahead and assume leap year, etc. Unless the question says it's a leap year. ठीक है? हाँ. Always assume 28 days in February unless the question tells February में 29 days are there, leap year is there, nothing. If the question is not telling, then always take 28 days. So this is gone. 30 plus 28 is 58 days plus 2 days will give you 60 days. So 2nd of March plus the day following. So one more day, will give you 61 days. So basically third, second plus 1. So it is third. This will give you 31 days. So it is 3rd of March. People who got 3rd of March, very good. People who did not get 3rd of March, I hope this point is clear. 60 days ka next day. You don't have to take 60 days. 60 days ka next day. First day always exclude. Last day always include. I hope everyone is 100% clear with this. People who answered 2nd March, are you all clear with this point now? Yes, sir. We are all clear. Chalo, we'll go ahead. Done. So it says date of payment or date immediately following 60 days from the date of invoice. Date immediately following 60 days, it means the 61st day. In the exam, don't write 61st day, write date immediately following 60 days from the date of invoice or other document given by the supplier. If clause A and B is not available, then always remember one thing. So for an example, supplier is there, supplier has gone ahead and given me a service, I have to pay the GST under RCM. So I have to go ahead and take the day I make the payment or from his invoice 61st day, whichever is earlier. Now always remember one thing, if these two dates are not there, the day of book entry in the date, that is the expense entry ka date. Whenever I make that payable ka entry in my books of account, that will become my liability date. Here, one point you have to always remember, in case of importation of service from your associate, see, general importation of service will come over here only. But if you have imported the service from your associate enterprise, date of payment will remain as it is. Only thing is, date of payment will remain as it is. The day in the books, the date of entry in the books of account means the day you make that payable ka entry that I have to pay to my associate enterprise in the books of the recipient, that will become your liability date. Remember this point. I like this associate enterprise wala point. In your book, one question is there. Please see that and go. The next one over here is voucher, residuary case and IPL is same as it is what we have gone in and learned over here. Voucher ka case mein, if the supply is identifiable, date of issue. If the supply is not identifiable, redemption date. Residuary case, always remember registered person, the due date of return. If it is not registered person, the date of payment of tax. IPL ka case mein, the date of receipt of interest, penalty and late fee. Done, sir. This point is clear. Next. Now we have section number 14 which goes ahead and talks about time of supply in case of change in rate of tax. Sir, if rate of tax has changed, so sir, what will be the time of supply? Means what rate of tax will apply? That is being told over here. So always remember one thing. So for an example, here there is a rate change. Earlier there was 12%, now it has become 5%, or earlier it was 12%, now it has become 18%. Rate change can be, rate can go above also, rate can come down also. Generally, rate goes above. But if it is a case of rate going down, or it can be rate going up also, no problem. Okay, sir? Either of the ways. Now you made a supply over here, payment was received over here, then they went ahead and told invoice was raised over here. What rate will apply? On the invoice date, what rate you will apply? 18% or 12%? That's all is being the clarification which is given over here in section number 14, which day ka rate will apply. So over here, first we'll go ahead and say goods and services were supplied before the rate change. So supposingly there is a rate change over here, which is happening over here. So you will have to see if the goods and services are supplied before or the goods and services are supplied after the rate change. Now I am telling before the rate change. So sir, goods and services are supplied before the rate change. Okay? Now there are three dates which you will see. One is supply ka date, one is payment ka date, and one is invoice ka date. Now, if goods and services are supplied before, we are talking about before, goods and services are supplied before. Now, you have to see invoice and payment, which is before. So, for an example, here invoice is before and payment is after. So, sir, along with supply before ke saath, what is before? Invoice. So, it says before ke saath, what is before? Invoice is before. So, take date of invoice at the time of supply and before wala rate. On the date of invoice, the rate which is there, you have to go ahead and take. Sir, we are talking about goods and service supplied before. Second case, if invoice was after the supply, after the rate change, but payment was before the rate change. So, sir, what is before? We are talking about before ka case, goods and service supplied before. Along with before, the payment is attached, invoice is after. So, before wala rate, you have to go ahead and take. What is before? Date of payment. So, date of payment becomes the time of supply, and date of payment pay, the old rate was there, old rate will apply. The next is goods and service supplied before. In before, but invoice is also after the rate change, payment is also after the rate change. Goods and service supplied before, but invoice is also after, payment is also after. Then take whichever is earlier in these two. It says date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is earlier, and because both of them are after, you have to take whichever is earlier in these two dates, new rate which is there. I hope this point is clear. Yes, sir, this point is clear. Now let's go ahead and talk about after wala case. Goods and service not supplied before. Goods and service are supplied after. After. Okay? If goods and service are supplied after, you have to see invoice is after or payment. So, sir, goods and service supplied after, invoice is after only, payment is before. Then, Baba, along with goods and service, what is supply? What is attached? Invoice. So, they are going and telling invoice is after, goods and service also supplied after. Then take date of invoice and after wala rate, the new rate which is there. Done. Sir, goods and service supplied after, invoice is before. Goods and service supplied after. Invoice is before, payment is after. So what is attached to supply? Sir, payment is attached to the supply. After, which is after? So we are seeing after wala case and payment is after. So date of payment and then after wala rate, the new rate. Sir, goods and service are supplied after. Goods and service are supplied after. Payment is before, invoice is before, whichever is earlier you have to go ahead and take. Date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is earlier, and old rate will apply over here. Quickly tell me everyone, are we all 100% clear with this point? Can I go ahead? I have to explain one more point over here, but before that, everyone will have to tell me, are we all 100% clear? Yes, sir, this point is clear. Now listen. Now, I will ask you one question. If goods or service are supplied before, okay? Here the rate was 12%, here the rate became 18%. This is the bank may payment received, done, and this is the invoice ka date. Now what people will try to do? People will try to shift the payment here. If the date of payment can by chance be shifted from here. So for an example, you received the payment over here, date of payment over here. But you will think, how can I shift this payment before so that before wala rate will apply? Because if I go ahead and shift by any means, if I can shift the payment date here, along with supply, payment is attached and payment ka rate 12% will apply. So what people will go ahead and do, no? They will go ahead and tell the other party, do one thing, no, give me the check which is backdated, old date ka check you give me. And they will go ahead and make a book entry over here that I have gone ahead and here bank account got credited. So which is earlier, date of receipt of payment is always book entry or bank got credited, whichever is earlier, and hence you will go ahead and say book entry, that is the date of payment. This is supply ka date, this is payment ka date, and hence you will go ahead and say old rate will apply. But here government is also very smart and government went ahead and told, see, so that people don't go ahead and make us a fool. Remember, once the rate change, no, make sure if you had any check, by chance you have received any check, please put it in the bank and get it created within 4 days. If it is created within 4 working days, then we will take book entry or the credit date, whichever is earlier, we will take this as the date of payment. If the check did not get created, might be it took 8 working days, then Baba, listen, we will take bank account credit date only as the date of payment. We will not take the any earlier date which is there. That's all has been clarified over here. They are telling, see, if rate change happened over here, this is your book entry, you received the check, right? Make sure your check gets created in the bank account within 4 working days because you have received the check, right? So if it is created within 4 working days, then we will take book entry or credit, which is earlier book entry date. But if the check is not created within 4 working days, then whenever it is created in the bank account, that is the date of receipt of payment. That's all has been told over here. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Quickly tell me everyone, are we all 100% clear with this point? Can we go ahead? Did you guys understand this book entry or credit on the bank account wala date? I like this point because they can go ahead and ask. See, generally the date of receipt of payment is book entry or credit, whichever is earlier, but date of credit in the bank account has to be taken if the credit is after 4 working days. That's all has been told over here. Yes, sir, clear. Now listen. Now in this chapter, there are 2 circulars which have been given. People, here it is. One is a circular in respect of time of supply in construction of road, and one is a time of supply in case of services of spectrum uses and similar service which is there. This both circular will go ahead and quickly discuss. And sir, 4 working days from rate of change. Yes, rate of change. Change of rate of tax. Yes. 4 working days. 4 working days from change of rate of tax. Done, Hridya? Yes, sir. Now listen. These two circulars which are there, I've written the summary in the chart over here. I've written the summary in the chart, but I'll go ahead and discuss from the book which is there, from our amendment booklet which is there. Okay? Everyone over here now, listen. Ready everyone? Yes sir, ready. Chalo. Clarification on time of supply in respect of supply of services of construction of road and maintenance thereof by NHAI project, National Highway project of NHAI in hybrid annuity model. Sir, what is a hybrid annuity model? And hybrid annuity model is basically, for an example, there is Adani Group over here. Okay? Adani Group is there. And this is an NHAI. What NHAI will tell Adani Group is, no, Adani Group, you have to go ahead and make a road. First, you have to build the road. Then you have to operate. And then you have to transport. This is called BOT model. What is a build, operate and transport model? Basically, Adani Group is the person. NHAI supposedly does not have money to make the road, or they don't want to spend in making the road. So what they will do, they'll go ahead and tell Adani Group, and they will give the contract, and they will tell, sir, see, we want you to make this road. First, build the road, any operations of the road, etc. For the next 15 years, you only have to take care. Operate also. When you are operating, any damages, any repair, maintenance, anything to be done, you will only have to take care. And after 15 years, you can transfer the road to us. Now, for the 15 years, when you are going ahead and constructing the road and maintaining the road, annually we will go ahead and keep making you the payment. Now, when you go ahead and see this contract, it's a contract between Adani Group and NHAI, where Adani Group is giving services to NHAI for 15 years. It is a continuous, so first they will build, they will operate for 15 years. It means it's a continuous supply of service. Now, in case of continuous supply of service, I hope you guys already remember. Sir, continuous supply of service ka case mein, when should invoice be issued? First of all, you always have to remember, if due date of payment is ascertainable, invoice should be issued by Adani Group to NHAI on or before the due date. Due date are not ascertainable. Whenever they receive the payment, they should issue the invoice. If payment is lead to completion, that Adani Group complete this much part of the road, we will give you this much payment on completion of the part of the road. So whenever the event is completed, on or before that, Adani Group should give the invoice. Now, if the invoice is given on time, invoice or payment receipt, whichever is earlier, is your time of supply. Sir, if Adani Group does not give the invoice on time, the day of provisioning of service, means the day the service was completed, or the payment date, whichever is earlier, will become the time of supply. Continuous supply of service ka case. Done, sir. That's all has been told over here. That, sir, under hybrid annuity model of NHAI, what happens over here in case of NHAI ka hybrid annuity model? The concessionaire has to construct the road, operate and maintain the same for generally 15 to 17 years, and the payment for the same is spread up over the year. The time of supply of the said model has been discussed below, and I have gone ahead and told over here. This is all the stories which are written, and I have told. It is clarified that the taxability on the concessionaire means the supplier over here, Adani Group, under hybrid annuity model, basically wherein the road will be built by them, maintained by them, and then transferred to NHAI, would arise at the time of issuance of invoice or the date of receipt of payment, whichever is earlier, if the invoice is issued on or before the specified date or the date of the completion of the contract. Means if the invoice is on time, date of invoice, or date of receipt of payment, whichever is earlier. Sir, if the invoice is not on time, however, the invoice is not issued on or before the specified date, means as per the contract you have not issued the invoice, or on the completion of the event you have not issued the invoice, then what will happen? The day you have provided the service, means the due date of payment as per the contract, whatever is the due date or the date of receipt of payment, whichever is earlier. That's all has been told over here. And it is also clarified that whatever is the interest portion which is there, that will also be included in the taxable value, and on that also GST will be payable. I will recommend all of you, one question is there on continuous supply of service in the book. Please do that question and go. NHAI wala, this question which is there, they will go ahead and give you in the exam. It's a continuous supply of service ka case. If invoice is on time, date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is earlier. If invoice is not on time, the date of providing of service or the date of receipt of payment, whichever is earlier. That's all is the point over here. Quickly give me a heads up. Are we all 100% clear with this point? Yes, sir. You have gone ahead and written it down in the chart also. Please make a note of it and keep. I believe they will ask you in the exam this time that, sir, it's a continuous supply of service and time of supply will be as per 13(2)(a). That if invoice is on time, date of invoice or date of receipt of payment. If invoice is not on time, date of providing of service or the date of receipt of payment, whichever is earlier. This will come in the exam, is my opinion. Please take care of this point. Done, sir. Point is clear. Now we'll go ahead and move to the next one. The time of supply in case of spectrum usage and other similar services under GST. So, sir, if spectrum uses are being given, what is spectrum usage? For an example, Baba, all these 2G spectrum, 3G spectrum, 5G spectrums which are there. So, supposingly Reliance is there. Reliance had gone ahead and told to the government that I want the spectrum. So, government will go ahead and tell them, okay, you have to go ahead and you can use it for 10 years, 20 years, etc. And you have to pay us 100 crore rupees. On that 100 crore rupees, when Reliance is going ahead and paying it to the government, government is the supplier, Reliance is the recipient. Recipient should pay GST under RCM, right? So they have gone ahead and told spectrum allocation model. Telecom operators bid for spectrum offered by the government. So what happens over here? Airtel or Reliance, they will go to the government, they will do the bidding. Government will give them spectrum and they will pay the spectrum ka usage charges which are there. Government of India is the service provider. Government of India is the service provider and telecom operators are the recipient. And sir, spectrum allocation is discharged. The GST will always be discharged under RCM. I hope you guys remember that, sir, government going ahead and giving any services other than those PAIT which is there, recipient should pay GST under RCM. Now, when recipient has to pay GST under RCM, sir, RCM ka case mein always remember one thing. What is the time of supply? Here, we had already gone ahead and discussed. RCM ka case mein, the day you make the payment to the government, the date of payment, or when the invoice has been given for the invoice, date immediately following 60 days from the date of invoice or other document given by the supplier, whichever is earlier over here. Okay, sir. Now, what they are going ahead and telling, see. In case of upfront payment is made by the telecom operator. So, what happened over here? Government gave the spectrum and 1 minute. Government gave the spectrum and Airtel or Reliance, whoever has taken, they paid 100 crore upfront. Upfront means even before government has gone ahead and given any service, upfront payment has been done. Baba, if upfront payment is done, the date the payment is done, GST is payable whenever the due date payment is done or the due date whichever is there, whichever is earlier. The date of payment or made or due, whichever is earlier. Deferred payment. Deferred payment means government told, okay, slowly you can go ahead and make the payment. It shall be considered as a continuous supply of service as defined under 233. Basically, whenever you are going ahead and making deferred payment, government has gone ahead and given you service for more than 1 year, more than 3 months. So it is always a continuous supply of service. Here, they are going ahead and telling, since supply of spectrum is a continuous for more than 3 months under with periodic payment obligation, in the given case, since the date of payment is clearly ascertainable from the relevant document, the invoice shall be issued on or before such due date or due date of payment. Accordingly, tax invoice will be required to be issued on or before such due date of payment as per the option exercised by the telecom operator. What happens over here? Government goes ahead and gives you the license and government says these are the due dates. You have to keep making the payment every year. This date, this date, this date, this date, this much payment has to be done. As the due dates are already ascertainable, sir, if due dates are ascertainable, when should you issue the invoice? Invoice should be issued on or before the due date. And thus, in this case, GST will also be payable as and when the payments are due or the payments are made, whichever is earlier. Can I tell you one simple thing? If you see over here, Baba, spectrum allocation may also, they have gone ahead and told very simple that, sir, whenever the payments are due or the payments are made, whichever is earlier, you have to go ahead and make that is the time of supply. You will be liable to pay the GST. Done, sir. Similar treatment on other natural resources also applies to other natural resources where natural resources are allocated by the government. Payment can be either upfront or in deferred installment over time. Same, sir, whenever government gives you any spectrum allocation, etc., remember, whenever the payment is made or whenever the payment is due, whichever is earlier. And here also, if you go ahead and see, sir, GST will also be payable in case of deferred payment also whenever the payment was due, because on the due date, you should have raised the invoice or payment, whichever is earlier. So due ka date, whenever the payment is due, you should raise the invoice or the actual payment, whichever is earlier. Invoice or payment, whichever is earlier. I hope this point is clear. That's all has been told over here that, sir, GST would be payable as and when the payments are due, because due dates pay, you have to go ahead and raise the invoice or the payment which is made, whichever is earlier. I hope this point is clear to all of you. That's all has been told over here. And that's all we have gone ahead and discussed. And in the amendment also I have written over here, for upfront payment, whenever the payment is due or made, whichever is earlier. And for deferred payment also, It's a continuous supply of service, and the time of supply is whenever the payment is due or made, whichever is earlier. That's all has been told. And for both of them, please be very careful in the exam. They will go ahead and give you a small question, and that small question you will be able to answer. Done, sir. This point is clear. We are done with section number 12. We are done with section number 13. And we are done with section number 14. This chapter from exam point of view is very, very important this time. The two circular, please mark A graded chapter. The two circulars which are there, please be careful about them. Plus, sir, here 12.2, 12.3, 13.2, 13.3, this rate change wala point, and this book entry wala point. I hope everyone is clear. We'll go ahead and close our revision on the chapter of time of supply. Congratulations, people. Done. Now, sir, what are we going to do today? Baba, today you are going to go ahead and I'm not teaching you more. ITC chapter I'll go ahead and start in the next class. Okay? Because I believe you guys are a little tired now. Okay? We have gone ahead and done 5 chapters today. So today, what are you going to do at home? Value of supply, I want you guys to practice. Tax invoice, read the question. Accounts, just read. E-way bill, you can just read. But time of supply, you have to practice. Done, everyone? Are we all 100% clear till here? You have to go ahead and practice questions from value of supply. You have to practice question from time of supply. These 3 chapters, you can just read the answers. You just have to read the important questions which are there. Should be enough, everyone. Right, sir. Done. So today we will be going ahead and closing our discussion till here. Sir, tomorrow what are we going to do? Tomorrow we'll be going ahead. Means the next class when we start, we'll be going ahead and discussing with ITC and job work, ISD. Okay, this is okay. This will take some time. Mostly in the next class, we should be done till returns, everyone. Okay, let's go ahead and close our class today. In the next class, we will go ahead and discuss from input tax credit. I'll go ahead and close my discussion over here. Please practice the question answers. I'll see you guys in the next class. Bye guys, take care. Next class, we'll go ahead and start with input tax credit.